Chapter 1 Becoming a cannon fodder in this life. Chuyu felt that she must have offended the way of heaven. Otherwise why has she reincarnated 9 times? I never lived past the age of 18 in any life. There will be no good ending in every life. And every life retains the memories of the previous life, and the previous life. Now there are a total of 9 lives. Aren't you afraid she might become schizophrenic? In her previous 9 lives, she was capable of any identity and was raised by her mother. In the 10th life, why did she transmigrate into the body of the cannon fodder female supporting character who would die next month? The original text was an unfinished NP brainless novel she read in her 9th life. Mulinga starts a harem in the cultivation world. The heroine Mulinga and the original owner Chuyu were from the same school and were the second princess of Dongchen Kingdom. She possesses dual element water and ice spiritual roots of the highest quality, and is a gifted girl in the world of cultivation. As she is, blessed by heaven, her luck and charm are always overflowing. Countless high-quality men from the human, demon, and other races are her harem, and she has offended many people because of this. A month later, a group of witches in the magic world, in order to revenge Mulinga, mistakenly captured the original owner Chuyu, humiliated him, and tortured him to death. A true cannon fodder. Big sister, when you go to Wuji Mountain, you must protect yourself well. Take these elixirs and talismans with you for self-defense. The gentle voice of the original heroine, Mulinga, came from behind. Chuyu turned around and looked at Mulinga, who was about to cry, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Why, are you worried that my spiritual roots will be destroyed and I won't survive for a few days there? Big sister, it's all my fault. As she spoke, Mulinga's tears finally fell like beads from a broken string. I felt pity for her, and couldn't help but hold Chuyu's hand. You were trying to help me absorb the fairy grass to repair the defects of my innate spiritual roots, so your spiritual veins were destroyed by the demon beast, and all your cultivation was lost. I will go and ask Master to let you continue to stay in our Shangshan sect. I will give you all the resources you need for cultivation, and will definitely not take up any other resources from the sect. Nowadays, resources are scarce in the world of cultivation, even for the 6 major sects and the 5 major families. They strive to use the scarce cultivation resources as much as possible to cultivate talented people in the world of cultivation. Those disciples or clansmen whose spiritual roots are damaged or disabled will be exiled to Wuji Mountain to fend for themselves. It is called sacrificing oneself for the greater good of the cultivation world. This time, Chuyu followed the disciples of Shangshan sect to the secret realm to look for the magical herbs that could repair the damaged spiritual roots of Mulinga, the sect leader's personal disciple. It's because Mulinga is very likely to become a genius leader of the new generation. Fairy grass will be useless if it is separated from the soil and can only be absorbed on the spot. When Chuyu was protecting Mulinga from absorbing the fairy grass, he was defeated by the monster and his spiritual roots and Danshan were completely destroyed, saving half his life. As she spoke, Mulinga turned around and tried to leave, but Chuyu grabbed her hand. Since you know that I suffered because I protected you and restored your spiritual roots, why don't you go to Wuji Mountain for me? Mulinga's heartbroken expression cracked, and she quickly became helpless. Big sister, it's not that I don't want to go for you, it's the headmaster. Before he could finish his words, a large hand forcibly pushed Chuyu away. A man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes protected Mulinga behind him and stared at Chuyu coldly. Big sister, now that things have come to this, why are you making things difficult for little sister? She has a top-grade water ice spread root and is the future hope of our Shangshan sect. Even if she agrees to go to Wuji Mountain for you, the sect master and the entire sect will not agree. Oh, just because she's a genius, and I'm a loser. Chuyu sneered, his eyes sweeping over the coldly watching disciples inside and outside the sect. Are you all sick? Isn't it the mission of the Shangshan sect to practice with kindness and protect the people? I destroyed my spiritual roots to protect my fellow disciples and couldn't practice, but ended up wasting your resources and I'm going to be kicked out. I bother. This hypocritical sect, whoever wants to stay can stay, I don't want to be with you. Looking at Chuyu going crazy on the spot, everyone was petrified. Even Mulinga forgot to cry, and the man standing in front of her frowned. Senior sister, be careful with your words. Come on, Lin Song, leave your hypocritical attitude to your junior sister Mulinga. Chuyu looked deeply at his second junior brother Lin Song. When she was strong, he was inseparable from her and even wanted to become her Taoist partner. When a talented junior sister who might be even stronger came, someone else got licked by her. How ironic. As if hurt by the sarcasm in her eyes, Lin Song frowned even tighter. He wanted to say something, but saw Chuyu turned around without hesitation. As if something important was about to disappear, Lin Song's heart suddenly panicked and he suddenly reached out and pressed Chuyu's shoulder. But he forgot that Chuyu's injuries hadn't healed yet, and he had lost his cultivation. It hurt so much when he pressed on her that he threw away his annoyance. Roll. Mulinga was already unhappy with Lin Song's attempt to win back Chuyu, so she saw the right moment and came closer, and the slap landed right on her face with a loud pop. Before Chuyu could react, Lin Song suddenly slapped him to the ground. Because he was anxious, he didn't hold back his strength at all, but he forgot that Chuyu's mortal body couldn't withstand his palm at all. Mulinga just covered her face with her hands in grievance, shook her head and shed tears, but when she lowered her eyes, a look of success flashed in her eyes. Lin Song was extremely distressed, and his disgust and anger towards Chuyu had reached its peak. Chuyu, you are simply unreasonable. Junior sister did nothing wrong. It's just your bad luck. You can't complain, but there's nothing you can do. The strong prey on the weak, and that's how it is in the entire world of cultivation. Chuyu felt like his heart was about to be shattered. He vomited blood 3 times before he suppressed the blood in his mouth. You mean, weakness is the original sin, right? Seeing Lin Song keep silent, Chuyu laughed loudly a few times, staring into Lin Song's eyes, and said word by word. Don't forget what you said today. Don't forget, your spiritual roots and cultivation were preserved because I blocked it for you. The wheel of fate turns, just wait and see. Originally, it was Lin Song who stepped forward to block the monster's attack from Mulinga. But Chu Yu, the affectionate cannon fodder, went to block Lin's song, and as a result, his spiritual roots and cultivation were destroyed, and he was exiled to Wuji Mountain. A month later, the demons were active frequently on the border between humans and demons, and it was necessary to send people to investigate. Everyone knew that this trip would be dangerous, so the major sects and aristocratic families were reluctant to send their own disciples, and finally let the people from Wuji Mountain go. Chu Yu was inexplicably assigned a mission. The female demon cultivator he met mistook Chu Yu for Mu Ling'er and captured her to humiliate her and tortured her to death. Her body was hung at the gate of Shangshan sect as a provocation, but Shangshan sect refused to take her body because she was already a Wuji Mountain person. It is pecked by evil birds and invaded by insects and ants. Really miserable. After saying that, Chu Yu turned around and jumped into the teleportation array, and couldn't help but raise his middle finger to the sky. No one told her that being in the teleportation array without any cultivation was so painful. It was like throwing her into a fire and crushing all the bones in her body. Chu Yu was so painful that he fainted. He felt as if he was in a state of chaos and couldn't see anything clearly. Is he finally dead this time? After all, when she opened her eyes again after her death in the previous 9 lives, she was a newborn baby. You're not dead, you just fainted, master. A childish voice sounded, and Chu Yu was instantly alert. Who is speaking? I am Hong Meng. The space system can help you go back to the previous 9 lives with your hands in your pockets. You don't know what your opponent's peak period was. Chu Yu, do I have to bind you? Hong Meng, if you don't bind, the original plot cannot be changed. In a month, there will be a new mound on Wuji Mountain. Chu Yu, oh. She is used to death. Hong Meng was anxious. Master, as long as you complete the mission obediently after binding, perhaps you can make up for your past regrets. Thinking of the person who protected her in her previous life and was blown to pieces, Chu Yu's eyes turned red. Can you resurrect the master from the previous life? Novel introduction PS, multiple male protagonists plus Quan Ji. Chapter 2, the silly and sweet senior brother from the new sect. Well, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Hong Meng became excited when he heard there was a chance. As long as you are willing to accept the mission, I will give you an additional reward and help you rebuild your spiritual roots and Danshan. How about it? Chu Yu, bribe me. Ha ha ha, Hong Meng laughed awkwardly. This is a reward for my wise and powerful master, of course it's not a bribe. What a despicable character. Okay, let's talk about the mission. If it is really possible to save the master from the previous life, Chu Yu is willing to give it a try. But she didn't expect that the first mission would be so difficult, requiring her to stop Ji Chen from Wuji Mountain from becoming a monk. Ji Chen, the prince of Nangxing Kingdom in the human world, is engaged to the original heroine Mu Ling'er, who is the princess of Dongchen Kingdom. He falls in love with her at first sight after meeting her in the world of cultivation. But Mu Ling'er broke off the engagement because he had no spiritual roots and could not practice. He suffered severe physical and mental damage and returned to the human world to become a monk. He is a pure love god with a love brain. How can we save him? Before she could finish her discussion, a ray of golden light had already penetrated into her brow. She felt a warm white light gathering in her Danshan, and the pain in her body was gradually healed. When she opened her eyes again, a handsome face full of youthfulness was right next to her. Seeing her wake up, his starry eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. You're finally awake. Hurry up and call me junior brother. Seeing Chu Yu glaring at him warily with a look that said, he's sick, the young man clasped his sword across his chest and raised his chin proudly. Don't be unhappy, Wuji Mountain has a first come, first served rule. Since you came later than me, of course you have to call me senior brother. Who is the master then? Master Lu, the master of Wuji Mountain. Got it. The resentful old man was just mentioned briefly in the original text. How many disciples does he have? The boy stretched out 5 slender fingers with distinct knuckles towards her, including you, that's 5. Chu Yu took a deep breath and said, don't tell me there are only 6 people in the entire Wuji Mountain, including me. Yes. Let her slowly calm down her emotions on the verge of collapse. The young man pretended not to notice and continued to introduce himself. Senior brother Ning Luo, second senior brother Zhu Yan, third senior brother Shen Tuyin, and junior brother is me, Ji Chen. Chu Yu's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally died. They are all tragic male supporting characters who were involved with the original heroine and did not have a good ending. What kind of luck does she have? Looking at the young man in front of him who was as bright as the morning sun, Chu Yu suddenly felt that the image of the young man in bright clothes and riding a horse leaning on a slanting bridge, with red sleeves waving all over the building, had become concrete. Chu Yu's expression was complicated, from initial vigilance to pity. Ji Chen's starry eyes glared slightly. What are you looking at? She was the poor creature abandoned by Shang Shanzong, but he was the only one who came to Wuji Mountain by himself. Why did she sympathize with him? Go against Tiangang. Chu Yu coughed twice to cover up his mistake and said seriously. Little brother, if you lost your hair, your appearance would definitely be greatly reduced. What? Because your head shape is not good, you will look ugly without hair. Otherwise, how about I shave your head and try? Ji Chen quickly covered his thick black hair and jumped 3 meters away. This little junior sister is extremely pretty, but she has a bad brain. I must ask master to take a look at her later. Let's go. Let's take you up the mountain. Okay. Chu Yu nodded and turned around, but when he saw the densely packed stairs towering into the clouds, he got stuck again. He turned his head mechanically to look at Ji Chen. Go up. What else? Ji Chen was puzzled. Chu Yu pointed at the sword at his waist. Can't you control the sword? I don't have any spiritual roots, how can I control the sword? Forget. This guy has no spiritual roots, that's why the heroine of the original book rejected him and broke off the engagement. Then, can I ride a flying magic weapon? If he really goes up there, Chu Yu's legs won't be needed anymore. Ji Chen, however, looked at him as if he were a fool. If our sect could afford to buy magical instruments, would it have become a place of exile and abandonment? Why are there only 5 disciples left now? Chu Yu. Ji Chen carefully took out a jade sip of poor quality from his arms and handed it to Chu Yu. This is the last jade sip of our sect. If you drop some blood into it, I'll add you to the sect group so we can call and contact you at any time. Although, he and his master, sect leader Lu, were the only ones who spoke in the group, the other 3 brothers were almost always silent. Chu Yu took the jade sip and showed the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Before he started to study it, Hong Meng's childish voice rang in his mind. Master, this jade sip is similar to the mobile phone you had in your previous life. After allowing each other's spiritual power or blood to penetrate into each other's jade sips, they can add each other as friends and chat. Text, voice and even video can be sent. Not only that, there are also large and small sect forums and cultivation world forums that can send various text, voice, and even videos recorded with photo stones and other messages. They are varied and no less than the TikTok and Weibo in modern society. At this time, the Jade Sips World News had a golden red headline. Congratulations to Mu Linga, the talented young lady who was directly taught by the chief disciple of Shangshan sect, for breaking through to the early stage of the Golden Core stage. She is the youngest genius to have done so in the past 100 years. Her future is promising. Mu Linga. Isn't she the heroine of the original book? Can you read all the hot gossip without meeting each other? Chu Yu, who originally thought he would be bored in the world of cultivation, suddenly felt his body and mind relaxed and couldn't wait to learn how to use it. Junior brother, I know how to swipe messages, but how do I send a message? If the forum or individual has opened the settings for their Jade Sips, select the area or person you want to send a message to, inject spiritual power into it, and you can send the message. If it is not open, you must first ask the other party to agree to join or add them as a friend before you can send a message. World information can be released for free at any time, but the world's headlines or the most popular information are either extremely popular information recognized by the Jade Sip Management Center, or information purchased with a large amount of crystals for publicity. There is so much information in the world, even if you post something that doesn't get much attention, it will basically fall into oblivion. It can be used frequently for information exchange within the sect. Ji Chen said as he demonstrated adding Chu Yu as a friend and sent a voice message, Junior sister, do you understand now? Chu Yu nodded, and imitating Ji Chen's behavior just now, he sent him a voice message using the Jade Sip, got it. Seeing Ji Chen was about to drag her up tens of thousands of stone steps, Chu Yu stopped again. How long will it take to walk up there? Half a month. Then what shall we eat? Ji Chen calmly took out 2 steamed buns from his mustard seed pocket that were large enough to be used as weapons and handed one to her. Here. Chu Yu followed the local customs and took a bite. His teeth almost broke. He covered his mouth and asked, anything else? Ji Chen shook his head. What are you thinking? Our sect is so poor. We don't have much cultivation and can't afford the fasting pills. Isn't this the only thing we can eat? Eating steamed buns every meal. And pickles. After hearing Ji Chen's addition, Chu Yu showed signs of collapse. I know why only you and your disciples are left in Wuji Mountain. Why? Those who leave must not want to eat steamed buns anymore. TSK, Ji Chen said with disdain, cultivating immortals is a noble act. To protect the people of the world, how can we be swayed by the desire for food? This group of people are not qualified to cultivate immortals at all. Little senior brother, if I remember correctly, you don't have any spiritual roots, right? But I have a pure heart that wants to save the dying and the wounded, and to help the weak. Chu Yu didn't understand, but was shocked. But it also suddenly gave Chu Yu an idea to stop Ji Chen from becoming a monk. As long as Ji Chen had spiritual roots or was able to practice cultivation, and the original heroine didn't despise him and break off the engagement, wouldn't that be enough? Junior brother, I calculated with my fingers that a small secret realm will be opened in Lingxi City at the foot of the mountain in the near future. There is a great opportunity for you inside. Really, can you help me open my spiritual roots? Chu Yu said, who knows? I think your bones and face have a strong affinity with immortality. You will definitely achieve enlightenment in the future, so don't miss out. She is at the foot of the mountain now, let her go and earn some equipment to go up the mountain first. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Seeing Ji Chen pulling her down the mountain with great anticipation and without any doubt about her words, Chu Yu shook her head helplessly. This silly and innocent guy is so sincere, no wonder he was hurt so badly by the original heroine. But Chu Yu was not completely fooling people. The original text recorded that a small secret realm would soon be opened in Lingxi City at the foot of Wuji Mountain. It seemed that the original heroine, Mu Linga, had obtained a good opportunity this time. As long as we don't let Ji Chen and Mu Linga meet for the time being and grab some opportunities, it should be possible. But the more you try to avoid something, the more it comes. Chapter 3. Is it inevitable that there will be a love at first sight plot? As soon as they entered the small secret realm, Chu Yu and Ji Chen met the direct disciples of Shangshan sect. Mu Linga was protected by everyone like the moon surrounded by stars. Her beautiful face and graceful figure attracted the attention of almost all the men present. Lin Song's eyes were slightly cold, and he stood behind Mu Linga like a guardian, blocking out those inquiring glances that he didn't like. However, some independent cultivators could not help but whisper. That seems to be Mu Linga, the direct disciple of Shangshan sect. Aren't all direct disciples so arrogant? Is there anything strange about that? Haven't you read the world news on the Jade Sips? She's the youngest direct disciple to break through the Golden Core stage in the past 100 years. She has dual spiritual roots of water and ice, and cultivates both sword and spirit. She's hailed as the new generation of genius girl on the Hongmeng continent. Oh my god, so awesome, why can't I be given some of these talents? I'm just another genius in the world of cultivation, what's wrong with that? The key is, she's so beautiful. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, and catching a glimpse of Ji Chen beside him staring at Mu Linga's direction without blinking, Chu Yu's heart sank little by little. Or is it inevitable that there will be a love at first sight scene? Chu Yu was thinking of saying something to divert Ji Chen's attention, but the other party suddenly pulled her to squat in the grass, acting stealthily. What are you doing? Chu Yu was puzzled. Ji Chen was particularly cautious. I observed among the teams entering the secret realm this time, the strongest ones should be the Shangshan sect and the Lingxiao sect. Although they are not many in number, they are all direct disciples. They must have gotten the news from somewhere and knew that there was a real opportunity in this small secret realm. The other independent cultivators are nothing to be feared. Most of the people in Shangshan sect are spiritual practitioners, and Lingxiao sect is the largest sword sect. We have no chance of winning if we compete with them. It's so abominable. Oh. Looking at Ji Chen's face full of bitterness and hatred, Chu Yu showed the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Young man, you haven't even reached the Qi training stage yet, how can you say something as arrogant as, other independent cultivators are insufficient evidence? Don't we still have you? Ji Chen placed his hopes on Chu Yu. Weren't you also an inner disciple of Shangshan sect before? As an inner disciple of the 6 major sects, what are you afraid of? Chu Yu looked up at the sky speechlessly. If my cultivation and spiritual roots were still there, would I come to Wuji sect? That's right, Ji Chen replied, his face instantly turning bitter. Then what about my opportunity? Won't it be snatched away by them? It turned out that he had been staring at Shang Shanzong for so long because he was worried that his opportunity would be snatched away. Chu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. No hurry, put this on first. Chu Yu put a black mask on herself and Ji Chen's face. She had just extorted it from Hong Meng. When wearing it, it can prevent people from detecting their cultivation level and capturing their personal information. It can be called a robbery. Ugh, it's a magical tool for self-protection and showing off. We'll quietly follow those 2 groups of people. If we really find an opportunity, we'll find a way to attack. Chu Yu led Ji Chen and followed quietly behind. Ji Chen was extremely nervous because it was the first time he had done such a thing. He held his breath, but he found that Chu Yu was like nothing happened. He was still taking a jade slip and recording. He was confused. Junior sister, what are you doing? Within the secret realm, the jade slips have no spiritual power, cannot send out messages, and cannot detect changes in the outside world. I know. I activated the recording function of the jade slip and recorded the topography of this ethereal little secret realm. After I get out, I'll draw a dynamic map and sell it to earn crystals. Every time we enter various secret realms, we still use extremely simple paper maps from hundreds of years ago. Not only is it inconvenient, but many of the terrain and dangerous areas in the secret realms have changed and need to be updated in real time. Without money, you can't move forward. With the support of a sect as poor as Wuji Mountain, Chu Yu has to find a way to earn his first bucket of crystals. Ji Chen was so shocked and surprised that he lost himself in thought and slapped Chu Yu on the shoulder. Junior sister, you are truly divine. Why didn't I think of that? Who's over there? Unexpectedly, the noise was so loud that it attracted the attention of Shang Shanzong, and Lin Song glared at him. Just as Lin Song was about to come over, Chu Yu was about to pull Ji Chen to reveal his identity, when suddenly there was a loud bang on the ground, and a bottomless pit suddenly appeared in the dense forest in front of Shangshan sect. At this moment, Lin Song had no time to pursue the person who was following him. After discussing with Mu Linger and others, they all jumped into the pit. Go! Chu Yu pulled Ji Chen and rushed to the edge of the pit, only to find that the pit was bottomless. After hesitating for a moment, he communicated with Hong Meng with his spiritual sense. I've brought you the space system this time, so I should be considered the protagonist, right? Master, why do you ask this suddenly? Hong Meng trembled, always feeling that something was wrong. Chu Yu understood. According to the conventional rules of the protagonist, I shouldn't die so easily. But master, your cultivation has only reached the initial stage of qi refining. There is nothing I can do. Chu Yu didn't want to listen to Hong Meng's nonsense, and didn't care whether it made sense or not. He pulled Ji Chen and jumped down. Ah, junior sister, why did you jump? Ji Chen, who was falling at a high speed under the acceleration of gravity, was completely cracked. Chu Yu also felt bad. Didn't the people from Shangshan sect also jump? It seems they can't fly swords, right? Ji Chen was shocked, but they're spiritual practitioners. When they reach the foundation building stage, they can rely on spiritual power to fly for a short time. Chu Yu. Ji Chen felt Chu Yu's hand holding his suddenly stiffen, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Don't tell me you don't know. I felt that the speed of descent was getting faster and faster, and I was afraid that I had fallen thousands of meters. Chu Yu's heart sank. Because the speed of descent was too fast, the sound of the voice passing through the air sounded like an electronic sound. Little tilde senior tilde brother. It's okay. I know the Wangquan road well. Eyes open and close. Just go tilde over tilde. Ji Chen. He will really thank you. He thought he was unreliable enough, but he didn't expect that the new junior sister was even more unreliable. Die or die. Strive for reincarnation in the next life so that he can have spiritual roots for cultivation. Thinking of this, Ji Chen suddenly hugged Chu Yu tightly, and used his waist strength to adjust the two of them to the position of woman on top and man on the bottom, preparing to use her as a cushion. Although the possibility of surviving the fall is very slim, what if? He chose to give her this glimmer of hope. Realizing Ji Chen's intention, Chu Yu felt a sudden pang of pain in his heart. The bloody scene of his master using his body to block the bomb in his previous life appeared uncontrollably in Chu Yu's mind. Not even a goodbye. Chu Yu's eyes instantly turned red, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ji Chen thought she was afraid and couldn't help but hug her tighter. Little junior sister, don't be afraid. I'll take the blame for you. You'll be fine. Before he could finish his words, Ji Chen felt like he had hit a soft water ball and sank into it. After being bounced back and forth a few times, the two people finally stabilized, and their postures became a little ambiguous. Cough cough. Ji Chen coughed twice to cover up his mistake, and took out a night shining pearl from the mustard seed bag. Only then did he realize that Chu Yu's eyes were red, and he panicked. Little sister, don't cry. I don't mean to blame you, we are all fine. I'm not crying. Chu Yu, a man who had lived 9 lifetimes, refused to admit that he was actually moved by the behavior of a teenage boy. Some sand just flew into my eyes. Is there? Ji Chen rubbed his eyes seriously. Why didn't it get into my eyes? This pure straight man. Chu Yu took a deep breath, and when he stood up and saw the situation clearly, he couldn't help swallowing hard. The group of Shangshan sect disciples who had just entered, as well as the 5 Lingsha sect disciples who came in from nowhere, was standing 10 meters away from them. They were all conscious but motionless, which was extremely strange. The next moment, Chu Yu found that not only could he not move, but the water-like substance under his feet also had an infinite suction force, slowly sucking him in. Before her head was completely sucked in, she heard an androgynous voice. Welcome to the era of secret nightmares. Those who pass the level will live, those who fail. He. Stay with me. Chapter 4. Don't you know that the one who teases first is the meanest? What the hell? If this ethereal little secret realm has spiritual consciousness, Chu Yu always feels that this thing's mental state is not normal. The next moment, she opened her eyes again in a dizzying moment and found herself in a huge carriage. The good news is that Ji Chen is sitting next to her. The bad news was that there were 2 groups of 10 people from the Shangshan sect and the Lingsha sect, sitting on both sides of them, one on the left and one on the right. At first glance, she and Ji Chen are actually in the C position of the boss. Ji Chen is a prince in the human world. He secretly came here to practice Taoism out of passion. In his eyes, the direct disciples of the big sects are idols. Especially Jun Mohan from Lingsha sect, who reached the peak of foundation building before he was 20 years old. He was the best swordsman in the past century and a role model for all young sword practitioners. Although she is still one step away from the golden core stage, she seems to be weaker than the talented girl Mulinga from Shangshan sect. In fact, the other person achieved his success through real practice, while Mulinga relied more on the blessing of heaven, and always had good opportunities. When Ji Chen was a little embarrassed in front of his idols, he found that Chu Yu beside him was extremely calm, and even looked like a leader inspecting the countryside. He just nodded slightly to greet the 2 groups of people. I'm too lazy to even open my mouth. Ji Chen didn't understand why she could be so calm, but seeing her like this, he could only calm down and nodded at them. Both of them were wearing black masks, and their cultivation levels were still unknown, so Mulinga, Jun Mohan and others did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, the carriage suddenly jolted, and the androgynous voice rang out again. We're here, everyone get off the bus. Everything happened so strangely that everyone was on high alert and no one knew what was going on outside. Mulinga has the highest cultivation level here, so theoretically she should be the one to go out and investigate first. But she hid behind Lin Song, just wanting to reduce her presence. Lin Song couldn't bear to let Mulinga take the lead, so he smiled and said to the yin-yang opposite. Jun Mohan, your Lingsha sect is known as the #1 sect in the world of cultivation. You should act like the direct disciple of the chief disciple of the #1 sect, right? Jun Mohan's brows knitted slightly, but before he could speak, his second apprentice brother Zhao Ming retorted. Why, Mulinga from your sect is the first among this batch of direct disciples to break through to the golden core stage. She's a level higher than the rest of us. Why doesn't she leave first? Linga is a girl. Does cultivation still have to be differentiated between men and women? Zhao Ming's mouth was like a fountain. Those ancestors who died for their faith in the past never differentiated between men and women, old and young. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, Chu Yu would have wanted to applaud Zhao Ming. This kid has good awareness. Since entering the Shangshan sect, Mulinga has always been a pampered existence due to her talent and status as a direct disciple. She has never been treated so closely. Tears instantly filled her eyes and she looked at Lin Song helplessly. Big brother. Lin Song naturally didn't want to let Mulinga suffer any injustice, because my junior sister is a rare genius in the world of cultivation, we should protect her even more. As the direct disciples of our great sect, our mission is to protect the people of the world of cultivation and the human world. How many resources has the sect invested in us? If we encounter an accident due to the unknown risks of the small secret realm, it will be a loss for the entire cultivation world. Lin Song, this old scoundrel, is secretly directing his anger towards independent cultivators like Chu Yu and Ji Chen. The death of a direct disciple is a loss to the world of cultivation, but the death of 1 or 2 independent cultivators is not a casualty. Sure enough, everyone in the car focused their attention on Chu Yu and Ji Chen, who had been quiet the entire time. Who made it impossible to tell which major sect they belong to, and they don't have any signs of being direct disciples on them. Lin Song's gaze paused unconsciously as he swept across Chu Yu. He felt that the woman's aura was familiar. Before he could remember where he had seen her before, he saw her folding her arms around her chest and leaning against the wall of the car in a nonchalant manner. Oh. Is this the behavior of a direct disciple of a major sect? The world of cultivation is probably on the verge of destruction. If you can't even protect 2 of us small casual cultivators, how can you protect the common people? Who doesn't know how to brag? In one word, the atmosphere in the car suddenly became tense. Except for Jun Mohan, the other sword cultivators of Lingsha sect all held their swords tightly. The disciples of Shangshan sect quietly clenched their magic weapons. Ji Chen standing aside didn't even dare to move. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to his chin. He was so nervous that his Adam's apple kept rolling. Spicy balls. His little sister is so brave that she even confronted the direct disciples of 2 top sects. The lowest level of cultivation among them has reached the middle stage of foundation building. With just one move, he and his junior sister can be killed. How dare she do that? Also, why did junior sister's voice change? Jun Mohan, who had been motionless, suddenly stood up. Ji Chen knew that he was no match for him, but he stood in front of Chu Yu without hesitation and gripped the sword at his waist tightly. His courage in the face of adversity and his determination to protect his companions always impressed Chu Yu. Presumptuous. Jun Mohan did not take action, but Zhao Ming, his fanboy, could not stand others challenging Jun Mohan's authority, so he drew his sword and stabbed Ji Chen. Jun Mohan frowned slightly, wanting to test the other party's cultivation level, and had no intention of stopping him. Ji Chen also drew his sword without hesitation and tried his best to resist the opponent's attack. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ming was not only knocked back 2 steps, but his sword was also knocked out of the carriage. Great shock. Big brother, my spiritual power is gone. Hearing this, the others tried to mobilize their spiritual power, their faces collectively darkening. Ji Chen and Chu Yu looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. Spiritual practitioners without spiritual power are just a bunch of fragile people. If a sword cultivator does not have solid physical fitness and basic skills, he is just someone who is slightly better than an ordinary person in swordsmanship. Ji Chen has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. His physique and swordsmanship are impeccable. He is a real standout here. Chu Yu, who was just pretending, straightened his back instantly and pointed at Lin Song and ordered. You, go out and explore the way. Seeing that Lin Song didn't move, and his eyes were still blazing at Chu Yu, Ji Chen became unhappy and pointed his sword at him. What are you looking at? My junior sister asked you to leave. Are you deaf? Seeing Lin Song's face turn blue and red, and then red and white, Chu Yu admitted that she felt great and patted Ji Chen's shoulder approvingly. This boy and she were really compatible. Although Jun Mohan also couldn't stand Lin Song's behavior just now, the 6 major sects were all of the same blood and would not tolerate being bullied by a casual cultivator like this. My 2 fellow Taoists, as fellow cultivators, why do you have to make things difficult for each other? Besides, our cultivation has only been temporarily suppressed. The young man's calm, steady and mature voice was half conciliatory and half threatening. Jun Mohan's rank is not low. It successfully cleared Ji Chen's mind for a moment, and he looked at Chu Yu with a little helplessness. They're just pretending now. Once these disciples recover their spiritual power, they can beat them into a paste in minutes. Chu Yu didn't buy Jun Mohan's tricks. It's not certain whether we can get out yet. Didn't you just want us to take the lead? I'm letting you out now, why is it not possible? My 2 fellow Taoists, we in the Shangshan sect practice spiritual cultivation. Without spiritual power, we are no different from ordinary people. If we encounter an accident outside, we will have no way to protect ourselves. Mu Linga stepped forward, looking at Ji Chen expectantly with her watery eyes. This Taoist is very skilled. If you can protect us, our Shangshan sect will definitely reward you handsomely. When Chu Yu heard that the sect was offering a generous reward, he almost understood the meaning of committing oneself to him. No wonder the original heroine can have a harem. She seeks attention from any good man she sees, and then kicks him out if she thinks he's not good enough. Doesn't she know that the one who teases first is the cheap one? But few men can resist her pitiful appearance. Look at her disappointing little senior brother, his eyes are almost popping out. Just when Chu Yu thought Ji Chen couldn't hold on, he suddenly turned the sword that was pointing at Lin Song towards Mu Linga. You, get out with your old, perverted senior brother. His mother once said that women who love to shed tears and compete for favors are not pure-minded. Junior sister is still the best. She didn't cry even after falling from such a height. This woman starts crying when she is told a few words. Is she made of water? So troublesome. Not to mention that Mu Linga was shocked to the point of being speechless. Chu Yu even looked at Ji Chen twice. Although the time has been advanced, in the original text, Ji Chen fell in love with Mu Linga in this Lingxi secret realm. Why did the plot go astray? What she didn't know was that what Ji Chen originally saw was the scene of Mu Linga wielding the spiritual weapon gracefully and nimbly to fight the enemy, not her current tearful appearance. Later, when he learned that she was engaged to him, he developed a crush on her. Lin Song was already unhappy because of Chu Yu's targeting, and he was even more unhappy because Mu Linga was trying to please Ji Chen with an admiring look on her face. At this moment, Ji Chen called her an old bastard to her face. The woman she loved was even made to cry by him. She could no longer hold back and rushed over with her magic weapon. You were so deceptive. Who bullied whom first? Chu Yu kicked him. In her second life, she was a female general. Even though her spiritual power was gone, her fighting skills were still there. Lin Song didn't expect that the other party, a woman, was so strong. After being kicked over, he was in so much pain that he couldn't get up for a long time. Seeing the eldest brother being bullied, everyone in Shangshan sect, except Mu Linga, blushed and rushed over. 4 against 2, after a melee, the 4 were thrown out of the carriage by Ji Chen and Chu Yu, while Mu Linga hid behind Jun Mohan and survived. Zhao Ming was very unhappy with her abandoning her companions, but seeing Jun Mohan defending her, he didn't say anything. Stop fighting. The important thing is to get out of here. At the critical moment, Jun Mohan still played the role of commander and was the first to lift the curtain and get out. Mu Linga followed closely behind, fearing she would be left behind. Chu Yu and Ji Chen finally came down slowly and found that it was still dark everywhere. It seemed that they were in an abandoned village with dilapidated empty houses all around. Everyone was looking for a possible exit together. Someone kicked a pile of human bones and screamed in fright, then ran away in a hurry. But Chu Yu's gaze seemed to be fixed. If she was not mistaken, there were exactly 12 human bones piled up in that pile. Although the color and texture of the clothes have faded, the token hanging around the waist of this pile of human bones has not changed. They are the tokens of the direct disciples of Shangshan sect and Lingxiao sect respectively. Also, she and Ji Chen have the same jade pendant on their waists. Chapter 5. Crazy girl steals the wedding. That's strange. Chu Yu quietly kicked Ji Chen and motioned him to look. But the other party shouted directly. Oh my god, how did my jade pendant end up on that skeleton? Ha! That's not right. My jade pendant is still around my waist. The others looked over, and Jun Mohan and Lin Song's faces instantly darkened. There might be a trap here, everyone, follow closely and don't get separated. At Jun Mohan's command, all the disciples of Lingxiao sect gathered together. Zhao Ming was unhappy when he saw Mu Linga still standing beside Jun Mohan and refusing to leave. Your senior brother is over there, why do you always come to our senior brother? Mu Linga looked troubled. Her spiritual cultivation was suppressed, and she encountered a crisis in this strange secret realm. The risk factor was extremely high. She didn't want to die, so of course she had to follow the one with the best swordsmanship. Lin Song was also embarrassed by Mu Linger's behavior of flirting with disciples from another sect, and his voice became cold. Junior sister, come here. Not only did Mu Linger not go over, she even took half a step back. Chu Yu smiled secretly. Lin Song was licking her so hard now that in the end he was not even Mu Linger's lover. On the contrary, Jun Mohan, who was similar to Long Aoshan in the world of cultivation, was actually pursued and won by Mu Linger. When the situation became extremely awkward, the surrounding scenery began to change again. In just a moment, the dilapidated village was restored to its original state, and the surrounding areas were decorated with lights and colorful lanterns. 3 or 5 men and women came towards them, chatting and laughing. The middle-aged man in the lead was very familiar. I asked you to pick up the bride and groom and take them home to change clothes. Everyone is waiting to see them get married, so why are you taking so long? Where are the bride and groom? Everyone looked at each other, each one extremely alert. The middle-aged man took action directly and first grabbed Mu Linger. Jun Mohan directly blocked the sword in front of him with a fierce look. She's not the bride you're looking for. There was reluctance in the middle-aged man's eyes, but he seemed a little wary of the sword in Jun Mohan's hand. He turned his gaze to Chu Yu in the crowd. Then you will be the bride. So casual. When Chu Yu was ragged out, he found himself like a puppet, unable to resist at all, and disheveled in the wind. Where's the groom? The middle-aged man questioned Chu Yu, who had a lot of traditional Chinese culture in his mind, but only a few words came out of his mouth. How could I know? This secret nightmare must be some serious illness. Ji Chen was worried that the other party would just randomly choose a husband for Chu Yu, so he quickly said loudly. I am the groom. This was the 3rd time Ji Chen stood up for her, even though they had just met. While he was thinking, Chu Yu and Ji Chen's masks were suddenly taken off, and the scene fell into deathly silence. The 5 disciples of Lingsha sect did not know Chu Yu, they just thought that the girl was too beautiful to be real. Everyone in Shangshan sect recognized her, and Lin Song's reaction was extremely strong. Chu Yu, it's you. He was clearly expelled from Shangshan sect a while ago, yet now they dare to point a sword at him. Mu Linger tried hard to suppress the smile on her lips. Senior sister Chu Yu, I didn't expect that you would marry another man right after you graduated from the sect. Could it be that he had already exchanged it privately before? This implies that Lin Song was infatuated with the wrong person in the past and was cuckolded without knowing it. Moreover, Mu Linger recognized at a glance that the young man who protected Chu Yu was the young prince of the Southern Kingdom who was engaged to her. How could such a loser who didn't even have spiritual roots be worthy of marrying her? This is a good opportunity to cancel the engagement. On this side, Mu Linger quietly took out the photo stone, and Lin Song's face became even gloomier because of her words. Staring at Chu Yu's resentful and angry eyes, it was like looking at a cheating lover. Chu Yu, do you really have a private affair with him? How can you be like this? Don't you know how to respect yourself? How can you hang out with a casual cultivator in the early stages of Qi training? Chu Yuzhen was so angry at this couple that he laughed. Who I'm having an affair with is none of your business, you 2 dogs. Don't you see that this is a necessary setting for this group of NPCs to go through the process? If you have a brain disease, go get treatment. What are you doing? They don't understand what NPC is. But they understood the swear words that came after that. The 2 did not expect Chu Yu's madness to last for such a long time, and their faces turned red and blue. Mu Lingo was so aggrieved that she shed tears. Senior sister Chu Yu, I know you blame second senior brother for protecting me, which caused your spiritual roots to be shattered by the ferocious beast and made it impossible for you to cultivate. If you have any grievances, come to me, don't blame second senior brother too. When the people from the 2 sects thought about Chu Yu's shattered spiritual roots and how he had been so brave in treating the direct disciples of the 2 major sects in the carriage just now, their faces turned ugly. If this matter gets out, the 2 sects will have no face left. Even Jun Mohan's expression became strange. Ji Chen originally felt sorry for Chu Yu being expelled from Shangshan sect, but when he saw Mu Linger and Lin Song working together to target her, he didn't feel sorry at all. Instead, he felt extremely distressed. He ignored his master's instructions to avoid offending disciples from large sects and pulled Chu Yu over, saying with a cold face. My junior sister is no longer a disciple of your Shangshan sect. What does her words and actions have to do with you? Stop calling me senior sister all the time. It's so shameless. You. Mu Linger's defense completely broke down. Do you know who I am? Who do I care who you are? Anyone who plots against my junior sister is not a good person. Ji Chen frowned deeply, looking at Mu Linger with nothing but vigilance and disgust. He was at the age of full vigor and vitality, and he already despised Mu Linger's cowardly behavior of not standing with his own sect. Now, hearing her slandering Chu Yu between the lines, he felt that this person was no different from the group of scheming women in her mother's harem, and he was even more annoyed and naturally had a bad face. Mu Linger's eyes were red with anger, and Lin Song was even more angry, gritting his teeth. He was about to say something when the middle-aged man waved his arm impatiently. What are you arguing about? We have to take the bride and groom to change into their wedding clothes and get ready for the ceremony. Hurry up and go into the yard and clear the guest tables. Don't miss the auspicious time. After saying that, the 12 people were like puppets and could only obey their orders. Some were changing clothes, some were cleaning, and the scene became more and more weird. Soon, Ji Chen and Chu Yu were changed into bright red wedding dresses and brought out to pay homage to heaven and earth and their parents like puppets being controlled by someone. Just as the couple finished bowing to each other and were about to be sent to the bridal chamber, Ji Chen was extremely panicked. He was now completely helpless in his actions. If he really offended his junior sister, he wouldn't know how to explain to his master when he returned to the sect. At the critical moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the courtyard. The door was quickly broken open, and a beautiful woman wearing wedding clothes rushed in with several servants and men. She pointed at Ji Chen and ordered him around. Li Yan, if you still want to keep your official position, come back home with me today and get married, and abandon this country woman. Li Yan, Ji Chen and countryside woman, Chu Yu looked at each other in confusion. What was going on? Are you addicted to cosplay? Seeing that the two were silent, the woman who had tried to steal the bride became furious. I am Tang Jing, the only daughter of the county magistrate. If you marry me, you will have a bright future. As long as you give up this country woman, I will forgive your past love affair with her. If you insist on marrying me, I don't mind letting everyone in the house be buried with you. Ellipsis. Chapter 6. Please call her Chu Duodui. Why? Zhao Ming was so overwhelmed that he even forgot about the fear of being controlled by others. One moment they ask us to prepare for the wedding, and the next moment they grab the bride. Are they playing house? I'm just asking you, do you want to live? Tang Jing smiled arrogantly, as if she was certain that everyone would act according to her wishes. But Jun Mohan had already understood the situation. This isn't some kind of space, but her domain. That's why our cultivation is temporarily blocked and our actions are restricted by her. As for the others, they are probably cultivators who were previously devoured and absorbed by her, and have now become her slaves. Field. Everyone gasped. To comprehend a domain, one must have a cultivation level at least above the nascent soul stage, and must also have excellent attainments and good luck to do so. The one with the highest cultivation level among them is Nulinga, who has just broken through the golden core stage. A big guy in the nascent soul stage can crush her with just the flick of his finger. Now this big guy is actually playing house with them. Why? Tang Jing was not angry when her domain was discovered. Instead, she laughed loudly towards the sky. Since you know you are no match for me, why don't you just make your choice? Nulinga stood up. If we let the groom go with you, will you let us go? That's natural. Then how will you deal with the bride? Lin Song was still a little worried about Chu Yu. After all, she took special care of him in the sect. He ended up in this situation because he blocked a fatal attack from a Jindan stage beast for him. Tang Jing's eyes wandered around Chu Yu, revealing a lot of sarcasm. In a traditional and backward village, what good could a woman who was abandoned by her husband on her wedding day have? Hearing this, Lin Song looked hesitant. Ji Chen took a step forward to block Chu Yu, his eyes full of justice. No matter what benefits you promise, I will not abandon my new wife. After a pause, he was worried that Chu Yu was scared, so he whispered in her ear and explained. Don't be afraid, senior brother, I will never leave you alone. At worst, we can go together. The description of these two people, rubbing ears and cheeks, hurt the eyes of several people. Nulinga always felt that something was slowly slipping out of her control. Her heart was inexplicably stabbed, but her face was full of embarrassment and pity. Senior sister Chu Yu, if your senior brother insists on doing this, Miss Tang will massacre the entire village. None of us can withstand a blow from a nascent soul expert. Could you please help persuade your senior brother to go with Miss Tang? If you don't persuade him, Chu Yu will disregard everyone's life and death. If he persuaded her, Chu Yu might die. Nulinga just wanted to embarrass Chu Yu. Seeing Chu Yu's silence, Nulinga couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. Senior sister Chu Yu, I know you still blame me for causing you to be attacked by the ferocious beast and damage your spiritual roots, but if you have any resentment, just vent it on me. I'll accompany you later. Please let the cultivators around you go with Miss Tang first. After the other disciples of the two sects leave, I will stay with you. Okay, then come over here now and let's hold hands. I'm afraid you'll run away with everyone else later. Chu Yu actually reached out his hand towards Nulinga, smiling playfully. Nulinga's expression froze slightly. She didn't expect Chu Yu to act more and more unpredictably. She looked at Lin Song in embarrassment. Lin Song naturally didn't want her to accompany Chu Yu, and said coldly. Chu Yu, Linga is the hope of this generation of disciples of Shangshan sect and even the entire cultivation world. How could you be so selfish as to let her die with you? Am I being selfish? Chu Yu was playing with the red tassels on her wedding dress, but the smile on her lips was cold. If you're afraid of death, don't pretend. Wanting both, isn't that disgusting? Then why should I sacrifice myself to help you, a bunch of strangers? What Lingshao sect's inheritance? What Shangshan sect's genius? I don't give a shit. Love wherever you want. Chu Yu. Lin Song gritted his teeth. Chu Yu had risked her life to save him not long ago, so how come he had become a stranger, in her words now? How can you disregard the lives of so many of us for your own selfish reasons? Besides, the man in front of you will die too. Lin Song didn't believe that this wild man would protect Chu Yu in the face of life and death, unless they had an unspeakable secret before, then this wild man would be completely devoted to her. Seeing that Ji Chen really had no intention of abandoning Chu Yu, Lin Song became more certain of his guess and his face turned green. Not wanting to listen to the whining of those people from Shangshan sect, Chu Yu directly said. My life is the small self. Your life is the big self. Who gave you face? Shang Shanzong doesn't even have a mirror. Then you can get up early and pee and take a good look at yourself, right? Knowing that the enemy is going to chop off your head, who among you would stick your head out? We have no relationship with you, so why should we protect you? If we can't get over this hurdle today, the worst that can happen is that we die here together, and our spirits can still chat with each other. That's right, don't worry, junior sister. They can't do anything to me now. If I don't let go, they won't be able to kidnap me. Ji Chen gave Chu Yu a reassuring look again, holding the sword and standing in front of her. His protective attitude was obvious. Seeing that Jun Mohan had not spoken a word, Lingshao sect also could not bring themselves to ask Ji Chen to abandon Chu Yu. Shang Shanzong's side was unable to scold or fight, and was completely collapsed. The woman who called herself Tang Jing's eyes were also slightly red, staring at Ji Chen without blinking. I'll give you one last chance, abandon her and follow me. Otherwise, I will kill everyone here, including you. After saying that, Tang Jing had already condensed blood red spiritual power in her hands. As the pressure was released, except for Jun Mohan and Ji Chen who were able to stand due to their strong physical strength, everyone else knelt down. Before Chu Yu's knees touched the ground, Ji Chen hugged his waist and stood up again. We can't let our junior sister suffer any injustice. The NPC villagers began to cry and beg Ji Chen to abandon Chu Yu and go with Tang Jing. Several of Shang Shanzong's direct disciples also joined in, scolding Chu Yu. Only Chu Yu himself was not in a hurry, and even raised his eyebrows at Tang Jing proudly. That's all you can do, right? Tang Jing's pressure suddenly stopped, and a guilty look flashed in her eyes. Bitch, I'm an nascent soul cultivator. If I didn't want to see Li Yan personally abandon a village woman like you, I would have killed you ants long ago. If you could really kill him, would you still be here with us? Chu Yu's ninth life had also specialized in the study of behavioral psychology. Tang Jing's various coercive behaviors, combined with a series of tricky operations by NPCs, and the original text that Mu Linge had obtained, the inner elixir, of a Yuanying stage ghost cultivator in this small secret realm to increase her cultivation, made it easy for Chu Yu to conclude. You are a ghost cultivator in a soul state. You can't actually cause any harm to any of us, right? Tang Jing's expression changed slightly, and he shouted fiercely but weakly. I don't know what nonsense you are talking about. If I am a ghost cultivator, wouldn't you all become ghosts? Chu Yu won't be fooled by her. I don't know how you came to have this ghostly realm, but I suspect it must be related to the plot you set up. If my junior brother really abandons me and chooses you as you wish, I will definitely have no way to survive, and the others probably won't survive either. We will become that pile of dry bones before entering the village. You can absorb all of our cultivation and blood essence as nutrients to improve your own cultivation, right? Nonsense, you're just making this up because you're afraid of death. Tang Jing was clearly panicking and said to everyone, don't believe her. As long as you capture Li Yan and bring him to me, I'll let you out of this area immediately. The people from Shangshan sect wanted to take action, but even together they were no match for Ji Chen. The people from Lingsha sect all looked at Jun Mohan, waiting for his decision. At this time, Mu Linge really started to act up again. Brother Mohan, our two sects have invested so much energy and resources in cultivating our generation's direct descendants. If they perish now, it will give the demonic sects who are ready to make trouble an opportunity to invade and wreak havoc. He was so righteous that he didn't even mention his fear of death. Several other disciples of Shangshan sect also quickly joined in. It seemed that the outcome depended on Jun Mohan's thoughts. Chu Yu's gaze was also fixed on Jun Mohan. She wanted to see what decision Long Ocean, the man from the world of cultivation, would make. Ellipsis. Chapter 7. Thank you, the founder of Taoism. Jun Mohan only hesitated for a moment, and when his eyes met Chu Yu's, he made a decision. We respect the decisions made by these two fellow Taoists. This means I won't interfere. Senior brother Mohan. Mu Linge just found it unbelievable. It was fine if it was Ji Chen, the country bumpkin prince, but how could even Jun Mohan, a prodigy like him, stand on Chu Yu's side? Seeing Mu Linge's red eyes, Jun Mohan thought of the disciples of the 6 major sects and patiently explained. Fellow Taoist Chu's analysis is not without reason. This area is indeed full of strangeness. It is better to hold back and wait for a breakthrough. No matter how unwilling Mu Linge was, she knew the situation was hopeless and could only feign magnanimity and understanding. Senior brother Mohan is so insightful. Linge was so anxious that she almost got into trouble. Fortunately, there was senior brother Mohan. These words were meant to please Jun Mohan, but the person being flattered did not have much emotional fluctuation. The people of Lingsha sect also felt that the other party had flattered them too much, and even the golden elixir filter was about to be broken. Lin Song and other disciples of the Shangshan sect felt ashamed because of Mu Linge's words and actions. Especially Lin Song, his expression was particularly ugly. Chu Yuke was too lazy to care about what these people were thinking, and slowly approached Tang Jing step by step. There are thousands of plots in the world, why did you choose such a melodramatic plot of kidnapping a bride? I guess this isn't some plot twist, but your personal experience, right? Hearing this, Tang Jing's eyes began to panic. Chu Yu did not give her a chance to stop him and continued. And you are not Tang Jing at all. You are the bride of the groom, Li Yan, who was snatched away by Tang Jing. You must have died a violent death afterwards. Your resentment refused to dissipate, and you became a ghost cultivator. You gained some opportunities to create this realm, but you can only let batches of cultivators fall into your realm, repeating the plot of the past, and then absorbing them to improve your cultivation. The rules of your domain are. Damn all the men who made the same choice as Li Yan. All those who advised Li Yan to give up on you should also die. But have you forgotten that even if those men would make the same decision as Li Yan, it was because of your deliberate guidance? Do they really all deserve to die? Damn it, of course he deserves to die. The ghost girl was so excited that her eyes seemed to be bleeding. She was so excited that she had forgotten about the plot and started arguing with Chu Yu. Why shouldn't a man who abandons his childhood sweetheart and wife for fame and fortune die? And that group of villagers, they all accepted benefits from Tang Jing and helped her persuade Li Yan to give up on me. After I was abandoned, they still criticized and slandered me, and some even took the opportunity to insult me. I would rather die than surrender, but they actually forced me into a desperate situation and committed suicide by jumping off a cliff. Damn it, they all deserve to die. After hearing what the female ghost said out of control, the Shangshan sect disciples who had just advised Ji Chen to give up Chu Yu couldn't help but break out in cold sweats. So close. Almost everything was ruined here. Seeing the female ghost so hysterical, Chu Yu was not afraid at all, but shook his head with regret. But girl, the monks you force into marriage may not be lovers, or even fellow disciples. How can you expect them to sacrifice themselves for others when disaster strikes? If a man does not care for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Isn't it reasonable for the groom to give up the bride in exchange for more lives? Then why won't he give up on you? The female ghost stared at Ji Chen with resentment, wishing she could go up and strangle him to death. Ji Chen shuddered. The look in her eyes was too similar to those of the concubines fighting to the death in her mother's palace. He was scared. Chu Yu had no choice but to block the ghost's sight and said earnestly, Li Yan, and you were childhood sweethearts when we were poor, and with you by your side, there might indeed be some affection between us. But he had finally passed the imperial examination and had a noble lady who could help him achieve a bright future, so perhaps he had already quietly changed his mind. I'm willing to marry you only for the sake of a good reputation in my career. Even if Tang Jing hadn't snatched the marriage away, your marriage might not have lasted long. No, it's impossible. Why is it impossible? Chu Yu took advantage of the female ghost's extreme emotional fluctuations and quietly made the gesture they had agreed upon before entering the small secret realm to Ji Chen from behind. On the surface, he continued to deal with the female ghost with great calmness. Since ancient times, the first sword strike upon reaching shore is to kill the one you love. Girl, you have hindered Li Yan's future, why would he let you live? Nonsense, you are talking nonsense. You know whether I'm talking nonsense or not. If you're still unhappy, you should go find Li Yan and Tang Jing. You've killed so many cultivators for no reason. Even heaven won't forgive you. After Chu Yu finished speaking, he saw the female ghost showing a look of fear, and quickly said to Ji Chen who had quietly circled behind her. Little brother, it's now. Okay. Ji Chen suddenly poured out a large bag of white stuff from the mustard bag and threw it all at the female ghost. The disciples on the opposite side were dumbfounded. Zhao Ming even rubbed his face in astonishment. No, why would he throw rice on the female ghost cultivator? Is he crazy? He was just full of expectations, thinking that the other party could come up with some magical weapon to scare away the ghost cultivator. Even Jun Mohan, who usually remained calm even in the face of difficulties, had a slight crack on his face. Lin Song was even more excited. Chu Yu, what are you doing? Wasting such a good opportunity to attack would definitely anger the female ghost, making it even more difficult to resolve the situation. But the next moment, everyone, including Ji Chen, was shocked and speechless. Those glutinous rice grains were like miniature fire talismans, splashing sparks when they touched the female ghost. The female ghost herself was in disbelief, and then began to scream and shout in pain. Ji Chen looked at Chu Yu with admiration. Junior sister, who did you learn this from? It's amazing. Fortunately, I have received the true teachings of the Taoist ancestor. Fortunately, she watched a lot of zombie movies to kill time in her previous life. It actually works, I bet on it. Chu Yu didn't dare to delay and quickly turned around and shouted to Jun Mohan. Jun Mohan, gentleman's sword, break her domain. Now is the time. Jun Mohan was stunned for only a moment, then immediately understood and stabbed the female ghost in the chest with his sword without hesitation. The female ghost's crazy and shrill screams were endless, and the NPCs that were previously controlled by her rolled on the ground with their heads in their hands, and the surrounding buildings began to crumble. With the ghost girl's particularly sharp scream, the surrounding scenery and NPCs disappeared along with the ghost girl, and everyone returned to the water ball, where they had just stood. It seemed as if everything was just their illusion. Until Zhao Ming pointed at the glutinous rice scattered around and exclaimed. It's not an illusion, we were really trapped in the ghost cultivator's territory just now. Ha, why are Chu Yu and her senior brother missing? Damn it, they must be afraid that we'll cause them trouble. A direct disciple of Shang Shanzong said. Mu Ling'er felt that things were not as simple as she imagined. After senior sister Chu Yu's spiritual roots were damaged, her cultivation level dropped to the early stages of qi refining. How could she have the courage to confront a female ghost cultivator in the nascent soul stage? Don't you think there's something fishy going on? Ellipsis. Chapter 8 Chu Yu became a slave. Lin Song also seemed to have found an outlet for his venting. I never thought she would associate with evil heretics like the ghost cultivator right after being expelled from the sect. She is a disgrace to our righteous path. Hey, what evidence do you have to prove that Chu Yu and the female ghost cultivator are colluding? Don't forget, it was she who saw through the ghost girl's trick and saved us just now. Zhao Ming's evaluation is very objective. This made Lin Song and Mu Ling'er feel a little embarrassed. They wanted to argue, but Jun Mohan stopped them. Just now I only broke the domain of the female ghost cultivator. If she comes back, we won't be able to escape so easily. We should find a way to leave here as soon as possible. Mu Ling'er was unwilling to give up, because her pet treasure hunting beast told her that there was a treasure here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mobilized everyone to jump down. Now that they had broken through the female ghost cultivator's territory and had recovered their cultivation, Mu Ling'er didn't want to return empty-handed, so she hesitantly tugged at Lin Song's sleeve. Big brother, once the nascent soul stage's domain is broken, it should not be usable a second time within a short period of time. The territory guarded by the female ghost cultivators at the nascent soul stage might hold many opportunities. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity and conduct a thorough search? Lin Song was indeed tempted. After some discussion, he decided to stay and continue looking for opportunities, and invited Ling Xiaozong to join him. Of course, they didn't want to share the treasure with them out of kindness, but the sword cultivators had thick blood and wanted them to help take on the responsibility at critical moments. Jun Mohan agreed on the surface, but deep down he was wondering why Chu Yu knew that his gentleman's sword could break the domain. Because apart from himself, only the master of Ling Xiao sect knew about it. And her junior brother's swordsmanship, even when his cultivation was sealed, still exuded the momentum of sweeping away thousands of enemies. Jun Mohan wasn't sure if he could gain the upper hand in a real fight without his spiritual power. Little did they know that Chu Yu and her junior brother Ji Chen, whom Jun Mohan was concerned about, did not escape temporarily, but were pulled into her domain for the second time by the female ghost cultivator. As for the female ghost cultivator, her body had become translucent because she had forcibly opened the secondary domain in a short period of time. Ji Chen had never seen Ah Piao before, and was frightened, but he still insisted on standing in front of Chu Yu. Looking at his long legs shaking like bolts, Chu Yu was moved and amused. He pulled him behind him and confronted the female ghost cultivator himself. Girl, why are you doing this? Even if you opened the realm 100 times, it's impossible for us to follow the plot you said, right? I know. The female ghost cultivator said sullenly and took 2 steps towards Chu Yu. Ji Chen pulled Chu Yu back 2 steps, with a look of vigilance on his face. What do you want to do? The female ghost cultivator was indeed standing there, her large almond-shaped eyes still filled with grievance. I just want to ask her something. Just stand right where you are and ask. It's no wonder that Ji Chen is alert. Which chi refining rookie wouldn't be alert when facing a nascent soul master? Chu Yu didn't notice the hostility from the female ghost cultivator and was quite calm. Just ask whatever you want to ask. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on any longer, so don't let your soul fly away. Let it go if it's over. The female ghost cultivator was extremely depressed, completely different from her previous arrogant and domineering self. She looked at Chu Yu eagerly. You just said that even if Tang Jing hadn't snatched the bride, Li Yan might not be able to live with me. Why are you so sure? He's already abandoned you, so is the ending still so difficult to predict? Chu Yu felt that the ancient's thoughts were sometimes really simple. You don't think that Tang Jing really threatened him with a few words and forced him to give in, do you? Girl, what happened to you happened in the mortal world, which is still ruled by a feudal dynasty with laws and regulations. Tang Jing's father was just a local official. How dare he massacre the entire village? At that time, I'm afraid you were the only one involved in that scene. The female ghost cultivator seemed to understand but not quite, but 2 lines of tears had already fallen. Chu Yu sighed helplessly. Since you have the opportunity to enter the Tao, it is your destiny. Don't harm innocent cultivators because of your obsession. Concentrate on practicing, and you may achieve amazing accomplishments in the future. There are many other wonderful things to enjoy in this world besides love, so why not try to let go? Put it down. The female ghost cultivator muttered to herself, pondered for a while, and suddenly looked up at Chu Yu. This glance really scared Chu Yu. If I have to describe it, it's like a hungry dog seeing meat bones, and its eyes turn green. Chu Yu thought to herself that something was wrong, but before she could react, the female ghost cultivator had teleported in front of her, picked up her index finger and put it in her mouth. Bite it. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Why were you able to touch me? Chu Yu was slightly startled, but when Ji Chen drew out his sword and was about to chop the female ghost cultivator, he raised his other hand to stop her. Wait, she doesn't look like she's going to hurt me. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red licorice radiata pattern flashed across the foreheads of the female ghost cultivator and Chu Yu at the same time. This, junior sister, did the female ghost cultivator make a contract with you? Or is it a master-servant contract? Chu Yu mechanically turned his head little by little, his face filled with despair as if a mountain was about to collapse. Am I her slave? The female ghost cultivator laughed out loud, shyly and timidly. Master, how could I bear to let you be my slave? From now on I will be your ghost. If you want me to go east, I will never go west. If you ask me to kill someone, I won't blink an eye. No, why did you contract me? Chu Yu was about to collapse. In the original text, the contracts made by the direct disciples were all with majestic spirit beasts, holy beasts and even divine beasts. How come when it comes to her, it becomes a contract? Ah Piao. Can this contract be terminated? As soon as Chu Yu finished asking, the female ghost cultivator showed a hurt expression. Didn't the master ask me to concentrate on cultivation in the future? The master's attainments are so profound, he will surely lead me to ascend to godhood. She didn't. She can't. Miss, I'm only at the beginner level of chi refining, didn't you notice? I noticed it. The female ghost cultivator nodded seriously. That's why I used the master-servant contract. It can at least help you reach the initial stage of foundation establishment. Can it still increase your cultivation? Chu Yu suddenly felt that it was not impossible to have a ghost around. What's your name? The female ghost cultivator thought for a while and shook her head in distress. I forgot. Chu Yu and Ji Chen looked at each other. This female ghost cultivator remembered the 2 people she hated the most in her life, but she forgot who she was. She was truly a pitiful person. From now on, I can call you, Chu Yue, okay. The first day of each month symbolizes a new beginning. Chu Yu. The female ghost cultivator murmured the name and nodded vigorously. Chu Yue likes this name and thanks the master for giving it. Master, you can rest assured to break through, Chu Yue will protect you. Chu Yu was about to ask what breakthrough meant when her danshan suddenly felt as hot as fire, causing her to curl up in pain. It was as if there was a force that had nowhere to be released, and it was about to explode her danshan. Ellipsis. Chapter 9 Colorless Aura. Although Chu Yu had never practiced internal energy, he had practiced internal energy for several lifetimes. He knew that at times like this, it would be right to meditate, concentrate the mind, sink the chi into the danshan, and hold the yuan shou. Sure enough, the colorless and chaotic, spiritual power, really gradually settled down, slowly flowing from her danshan to her 8 extraordinary meridians, and then returning to her danshan, over and over again, constantly running the small circulation. When she woke up and opened her eyes, the almost transparent white halo around her gradually disappeared. Ji Chen ran over happily. Congratulations, junior sister. In just 3 days, you've already broken through to the early stages of foundation building. 3 days. Chu Yu covered his rumbling stomach and felt a little hungry. Facing the iron bun that Ji Chen handed over, Chu Yu could only chew it vigorously. Where's Hatsuyu? In order to protect you from breaking through, she didn't cancel her domain until she was sure you were alright. Then she entered your spirit ped space. Ji Chen couldn't wait to see Chu Yu's power in the foundation establishment stage. Junior sister, how do you feel about building your foundation? Didn't you practice spiritual cultivation before? Why not give it a try? Okay. Chu Yu concentrated his spiritual power on the 2 fingers of his right hand. Ji Chen raised his eyebrows in confusion. What is this? There's nothing. Chu Yu pointed at a rock beside him, and the rock exploded in midair. After a long while, Ji Chen finally recovered his jaw from dropping in shock. Colorless spiritual power. It doesn't belong to any of the 5 elements, nor does it belong to any of the other spiritual powers such as lightning, ice, etc. Little junior sister, what is your spiritual root? It seemed like it was a water spirit root before. The original text seems to record it this way. Hong Meng, what kind of spiritual root do I have now? Chuyu tried to communicate with the system, but the system's childish voice replied with a few cold words. The secret cannot be leaked. Ji Chen was still pondering. Could it be that the water spirit root has mutated? Can it become colorless? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chuyu used his spiritual consciousness to communicate with Chu Yue in the spirit ped space. Chu Yue, my junior brother is devoted to cultivating the Tao, but he was born without spiritual roots. You have stayed in the small secret realm for quite a long time. Do you know if there are any treasures here that can help him shape his spiritual roots? Or a treasure that can help him to further improve his cultivation? Chu Yue had just consumed too much energy, and although she was listless at the moment, she was still thinking seriously about Chu Yu's question. A treasure that can shape spiritual roots. Got it. Just 1 level further south of this cave, there is a golden spirit tree. It blooms every 100 years and bears fruit 200 years after flowering. Moreover, it only bears 1 golden spirit fruit each time. If consumed by a cultivator whose spiritual roots are of the gold attribute, it will be of great benefit. I wonder if it can help your junior brother to shape his spiritual roots. Golden spirit fruit. In a flash, Chu Yu suddenly remembered the original record. One of the lovers of the heroine Mu Linga was a genius in weapon cultivation from a certain sect. His spiritual roots were deliberately damaged by the demons and he was unable to refine weapons, so he was depressed for a while. Because of the golden spiritual fruit that Mu Linga gave him, his spiritual roots were repaired, and he fell deeply in love with her. If Mu Linga and the others hadn't left the cave, wouldn't the golden spirit fruit have been taken away in 3 days? Feeling Chu Yu's anxiety, Chu Yue comforted him. Master, don't worry, I will be guarding the next level. No one else can enter unless I open it or my spirit dissipates. In the original text, at this time, Chu Yue was defeated by Mu Linga. She was completely desperate and her soul was scattered. All her inner core in the nascent soul stage was taken away by Mu Linga, so she naturally had no card to hang on to the next level. But because of Chu Yu's appearance, everything went astray. Then what are you waiting for? Take us away. With Chu Yue leading the way, Chu Yu had a smooth journey. As for Mu Linga, since they couldn't get down to the next floor, the treasure hunting beast seemed to be taking them around in circles, and some of them were beginning to get impatient. Ellipsis. Chapter 10 Mu Linga's Vicious Thoughts. Zhao Ming couldn't help it. Big brother, why are we following Shang Shanzong around in circles? The Piaomiao secret realm has dozens of rooms within a radius of several miles. It's impossible that this is the only place with treasures. If we delay any longer, the secret realm will close. We haven't found any opportunities or treasures this time, and we almost became the meal of a female ghost cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Isn't that an opportunity? Zhang Mohan's sudden words made Zhao Ming reflect for a while, and he nodded seriously. Indeed, if it weren't for you, senior brother, who first understood the domain of that female ghost cultivator, and Chu Yu who subsequently exposed her scheme, we would have been in great danger. By the way, why would Chu Yu, such a smart and promising young man, leave your Shangshan? Ouch. Big brother, why did you kick me? Zhao Ming himself didn't think there was anything wrong, but several of Shangshan sect's direct disciples were somewhat embarrassed. Mu Linga was already dissatisfied with Zhao Ming's prejudice against her, but instead admired Chu Yu. She finally found an opportunity to belittle Chu Yu. Senior brother Zhao, you don't know that senior sister Chu Yu was once the senior sister of the inner sect. Although she wasn't a direct disciple, the sect spent a lot of resources on her. Unfortunately, in the previous trial, she was greedy for merit and acted recklessly, which angered a ferocious beast in the Jindan stage, causing her spiritual roots to be destroyed and her cultivation level to drop from the early stage of foundation building to the early stage of Qi training. Brothers, you should know that in the great war between humans and demons 100 years ago, although the demons were eventually driven back to the demon realm, the cultivation resources of our Hongmeng continent were destroyed by them. Even the resources of the 6 major sects and the 5 major cultivation families are not abundant. According to convention, the sect could only invite senior sister Chu Yu to Wuji Mountain. We all knew she harbored resentment, but we never expected her to dare associate with such an evil demon as the ghost cultivator. Stop, stop. Zhao Ming was listening carefully, but when he heard the female ghost cultivator and Chu Yu being dragged into the same situation again, he couldn't continue listening. Greedy and reckless. Why does Chu Yu not seem to be greedy and reckless to me? Being questioned, Mu Linga's expression froze for a moment, and she turned to look at Lin Song. The only people who knew what happened at the scene were Lin Song and her, but she was certain that Lin Song would not expose her, because this not only concerned the reputation of Wuji Mountain, but also the dignity of Lin Song, who had just been promoted to the second disciple of the head of Shangshan sect. So, he was just saying it in a specious way. It's over now, let's discuss what to do next. This indirectly acknowledged that what Mu Linga said was true. Seeing that the topic had turned to her again, Mu Linga patted the yellow fluffy ball in her arms in frustration and explained to everyone awkwardly. This is my treasure hunting beast. Many times, it has helped me find opportunities in secret realms or trials. It keeps wandering here, which proves that there must be opportunities or treasures here, but we may not have found the entrance yet. After a pause, Mu Linga locked her gaze on Zhang Mohan and smiled sweetly. Brother Mohan, I've noticed the treasure hunting beast lingering on that wall for extended periods of time. Could you try to split it open with the gentleman's sword? This was Mu Linga smiling at Zhang Mohan. Lin Song felt jealous, but he couldn't find a reason to stop her. Who says that among people with the same level of cultivation, sword cultivators have the strongest explosive power at close range? What's more, Zhang Mohan's cultivation is higher than his. But Zhang Mohan did not respond immediately. He was about to go forward to check the wall, but the ground suddenly shook and the wall collapsed by itself. Abao. Mu Linga saw the treasure hunting beast in her hand break free from its restraints and rush in. She was startled for a moment, then overjoyed. She knew there must be treasure inside, so she quickly activated the acceleration spell and chased after it. Not to mention the people from Lingxia sect, she didn't even wait for her fellow disciples from Shangshan sect. Zhao Ming said, "Pooh," with disdain. "What the hell? He said he'd take us treasure hunting, and now we might be about to find the treasure, but he's running faster than anyone else. It's obvious he wants to keep it all for himself." Zhang Mohan has never liked conflicts with other sects, but at this moment he surprisingly did not criticize Zhao Ming. Lin Song also felt a little embarrassed, but he still had to maintain the image of the sect and his junior sister, so he could only bite the bullet and forcefully explain. "My junior sister must have gone ahead to explore the way ahead with her treasure hunting beast. She definitely has no intention of keeping the treasure for herself." What he got in return was a cold snort from Zhao Ming and the collective cold looks from several disciples of Lingxia sect. Lin Song's face also turned cold. Mu Linga, who was running in the front, was still immersed in the joy of finding the treasure. She had long forgotten about the people from Shangshan sect and Lingxia sect. The acceleration spell of the Jindan stage is very fast. The further she went, the faster her heart beat. Especially when she saw the golden light in front of her becoming more and more obvious, she became very excited. But the moment she rushed to the head of Jin Guangyuan, the smile on Mu Linga's lips suddenly froze. The next moment, she shouted, "Stop it, give the baby back to me." Chu Yu, who had just picked the golden spirit fruit, was stunned for a moment, and then he pressed the fruit directly into Ji Chen's mouth as quickly as possible. Swallow. Ji Chen's neck turned red from choking, but he still swallowed the golden spirit fruit very obediently. The next moment, he was like a layer of golden light, floating uncontrollably in the air, looking a little panicked. "Junior sister. It's okay, you meditate and absorb the breakthrough, I will help you protect the law." Chu Yu gave him a reassuring look, then turned to look at Mu Linga, whose face had turned blue with anger, and smiled in a way that made him want a beating. "Oh my, did you plant this golden spirit fruit tree? Your name is written on the golden spirit fruit. How did it become yours? You are still as shameless as ever. You." Mu Linga was repeatedly confronted by Chu Yu with such words, but she was clearly furious, yet she still insisted on holding onto her saintly halo. "Senior sister Chu Yu, do you know that the golden spirit fruit is a rare treasure that can only be found by chance? If one has no spiritual roots or the spiritual roots are damaged, it can help one reshape the golden spiritual roots. If the spiritual roots are intact, taking this medicine can improve the talent of the golden spiritual roots by a whole level. Medium-grade golden spiritual roots can become high-grade golden spiritual roots, and high-grade ones can become top-grade ones. Such a rare treasure, and you let this useless guy who doesn't even have spiritual roots eat it. Isn't it a pity? Why not cut open his stomach and take it out while he's just swallowed it and hasn't fully absorbed it yet? We can auction it off at Beibaozhai in Lingxi City, and we'll split the proceeds equally. How about that?" Although Ji Chen had entered a state of meditation, he did not close his 5 senses and shook violently. Chu Yu really didn't expect that Mu Linga, the original heroine, actually had such a sinister side. "Mu Linga, this is a living life. If you try to cut open his stomach and take the fruit while he's absorbing it, he'll definitely die." Mu Linga looked at Ji Chen's handsome face, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes, but soon her eyes turned fierce. "The strong prey on the weak, this is the rule of survival in the world of cultivation. Chu Yu, you should know better than anyone else." As she spoke, Mu Linga had already started chanting the attack spell. After a few breaths, an ice blue light shot directly into Ji Chen's heart. She wanted to kill him with one blow. But the next scene made her eyes widen in disbelief. Ellipsis. Chapter 11, hit Mu Linga in the face. Her attack seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and was intercepted and disintegrated 1 meter away from Ji Chen. Protection spell. Mu Linga's voice broke because she was so surprised. She turned to look at Chu Yu. "Why can you still cast a protective spell that can only be cast in the early stages of foundation building? Have you recovered your cultivation?" After a pause, before Chu Yu answered, Mu Linga quickly shook her head. "No, that's not right. Your spiritual power was blue before. I didn't see the color of your spiritual power at all just now." "Why?" Because she didn't expect Chu Yu to recover his cultivation, Mu Linga only used 10% of her strength in that attack, and Chu Yu was able to intercept it. Chu Yu shrugged. "Why so many whys? I can help my junior brother shape his spiritual roots, why can't I help myself shape them?" Mu Linga wanted to say something, but Lin Song, John Mohan and the others had already caught up with her. She quickly complained aggrievedly. "Second brother, I clearly saw the golden spirit fruit first. I was planning to wait for you to come and discuss how to distribute it. But Chu Yu and the others sneaked in from somewhere and took advantage of my unpreparedness to pick and eat the golden spirit fruit." Golden spirit fruit. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Resources were scarce in the world of cultivation nowadays. They, the direct descendants, had only seen such natural treasures in books in the Sutra library. Now they had been snatched away by an outsider. They stared at Chu Yu and Ji Chen with unfriendly eyes. Chu Yu was so angry at Mu Linga's twisted words that he laughed, and clapped his hands slowly. Okay. I used to think you were vicious and hypocritical, but I didn't expect you to be a liar who talks nonsense. TSK. How shameless you are." Chu Yu's words were crude, and he didn't give Mu Linga any face at all. The latter burst into tears. "Second brother, senior sister Chu Yu must still be blaming me for not trying to stop her back then, which is why she was injured by the ferocious beast. Now her temperament has become so rough." Lin Song also frowned. "Chu Yu, how can you say that about Linga? I advise you to return the golden spirit fruit quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our former friendship." "What do you mean by giving it back to you? Just one look and it becomes yours. This group of direct disciples have really been spoiled by the sect. But Chu Yu doesn't indulge them. Then if I take a look at your Shangshan sect's bitten pearl, can I take it home directly?" "How dare you? That's our sect's founding treasure, how could you desecrate it?" Lin Song was furious. "Linga said she found it first and guarded it here. It was you who took advantage of the situation and stole it." Whatever she says is true. Does she think she is the way of heaven? Chu Yu rolled his eyes. Seeing that the other party was ready to attack, but Ji Chen's absorption was not yet finished, he could only delay time. Actually, it's not impossible for us to return the golden spirit fruit to you. Lin Song paused holding the magic weapon and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Are you serious? Yes. Chu Yu nodded in agreement. As long as you can get Mu Linga to prove that she arrived here before us, I will personally cut open my junior brother's abdomen, take out the golden spirit fruit, and return it to you. Mu Linga suppressed the upward curve of her lips and looked at Chu Yu with tears in her eyes. Senior sister Chu Yu, aren't you just making up your mind? From the previous level to here, the terrain is complicated and there are at least a dozen forks in the road. I was able to find this place so quickly because of the treasure hunting beast leading the way. No matter how good you are, you can't be faster than second brother and Mohan, right? While showing off that he had such a heaven-defying beast as the treasure hunting beast, he also lifted Lin Song and Jun Mohan up. If Chu Yu still insists on his own opinion, it means that he is more powerful than the treasure hunting beast and the two chosen ones, which is not credible at all. But Chu Yu didn't play by the rules at all. I admit that your treasure hunting beast and your two brothers are certainly fast, but they're no match for the gift of heaven that has been bestowed upon me. I'm just lucky. Mu Linga's faint smile was filled with sarcasm. She didn't answer but asked. Could it be that senior sister Chu Yu has also been blessed by heaven? Everyone knows that when Mu Linga broke through to the foundation building stage from Qi training, she received the blessing from heaven, which is why the leader of Shangshan sect paid special attention to her, and the entire cultivation world envied her. But Chu Yu has never been blessed by heaven at all. Mu Linga said this just to irritate her. But Chu Yu was not angry at all. Does good luck have to be given by heaven? Can't I just be lucky? After a pause, seeing that the people from Shangshan sect were getting impatient again, Chu Yu quickly threw out the second bait. The evidence I just mentioned is just inference. If I can prove that we arrived here first, and Mu Linga failed to seize the treasure and is still trying to confuse right and wrong, what will you do with the Shangshan sect? Impossible. Lin Song denied it categorically. This is the attitude Chu Yu wants. I'm just saying that if I can't prove it, you can take the golden spirit fruit. But if it is really as I said, I want all of you present here to stop thinking about the golden spirit fruit and let us both leave safely. Seeing Chu Yu so confident, Mu Linga suddenly had a bad feeling, but before she could say anything to stop him, Lin Song had already agreed. Chu Yu smiled, as bright and beautiful as a red spider lily. Her slender white fingers tapped a few times on her jade sip, and the image she had recorded not long ago was projected into the air. In the video, when Chu Yu and Ji Chen found the golden spirit fruit, there was no one around. Chu Yu used his spiritual power to fly to the top and pick the golden spiritual fruit. Just as he was about to give it to Ji Chen to eat, Mu Linga and her treasure hunting beast broke in, and the following scenes unfolded. No one expected that Chu Yu would actually turn on the recording mode of the jade sip. Mu Linga was caught off guard and was slapped in the face. Her whole body was shaking with anger, and her face was blue and red. Facing the surprised or questioning eyes of her fellow disciples such as Lin Song, she didn't dare to look at them at all. The first person to speak was Zhao Ming from Lingxiao sect. TSK. I've finally seen it today. Strength and shamelessness are directly proportional, right? My cultivation is still in the middle stage of foundation building, isn't it because I'm not shameless enough? Cough. Jun Mohan coughed lightly and glared at his junior brother, then turned to Chu Yu and said. The golden spirit fruit is your chance, and we in the Lingxiao sect will not interfere. Thank you. Chu Yu also bowed politely to him, smiling brightly. Lingxiao sect is indeed worthy of being the #1 sect. Unlike some sects, they are full of promises but silent when it comes to fulfilling their promises. Second brother, I. Mu Linga knew very well that Lingxiao sect was here, and Lin Song would never allow her to seize the golden spirit fruit by force, but she just refused to do so. But if she tried to snatch it now, she might not be able to gain a foothold in the 6 sects in the future. Ellipsis. Chapter 12 Don't leave Wuji Mountain, junior sister. That's why Mu Linga placed her hopes on Lin Song, hoping that he could make the decision. Although Lin Song is selfish and hypocritical, he still knows right from wrong. Avoiding Mu Linga's gaze, he responded to Chu Yu. Since you were the first to find the golden spirit fruit, it naturally belongs to you. You still have some conscience. When Chu Yu said this, his gaze vaguely looked in Mu Linga's direction. Although she didn't say anything, Mu Linga's face was burning with pain, making her unable to stay still for even a moment. Zhao Ming, who was standing by, was watching the fun without even thinking about the trouble. 100 years ago, after the Great War between humans and demons, the Cultivation World Federation established an iron rule to maintain a good cultivation environment in the cultivation world. Cultivators were not allowed to harm their colleagues due to competition for resources. In particular, high-level cultivators were not allowed to bully the weak. The 6 sects and 5 aristocratic families were not exempt from this rule. Shang Shanzong's direct disciple actually dared to go beyond this iron rule. This is truly impressive. He had long disliked Mu Linga, who flattered others, had no sense of unity within the sect, was selfish and greedy. Apart from her good talent and high cultivation level, she was completely useless. What the most remarkable genius in the cultivation world in the past 100 years, bar. She is not even as good as a finger of his senior brother Jun Mohan. Even Chu Yu is much stronger than her. At this moment, Zhao Ming liked Chu Yu more and more, and he completely forgot about the time in the Chu Yue realm when he was tricked by Chu Yu and Ji Chen and his sword was broken. But Zhao Ming's words sparked new ideas in Chu Yu. Can't the cultivators in the world of cultivation fight for resources and kill each other? Good guy. She has another idea to make money. Mu Linga couldn't stand it any longer and cried. I did this because I thought the small secret realm would be closed in 3 days, and I didn't want everyone to return empty-handed. Since you all think I've done something wrong, then don't be with me from now on. After saying that, Mu Linga ran away while crying while holding the treasure hunting beast. Lin Song asked the other 3 disciples to chase after him, while he stayed behind to deal with Chu Yu. Chu Yu, have you recovered your foundation building cultivation? He saw the video on the jade slip clearly. Chu Yu was able to take off with the help of spiritual power, so his cultivation should have reached at least the initial stage of foundation building. Chu Yu looked at him warily, and instead of answering, he asked, what does it have to do with you? Lin Song struggled and finally spoke. Come back to the sect with me. You possess high-grade spiritual roots and a good talent for cultivation. I will plead with Master, and he will definitely allow you to return to the Shangshan sect. Nowadays, resources are scarce in the cultivation world, and you won't always be able to find treasures like the golden spirit fruit. You can only practice hard in Wuji Mountain, which is really a waste of talent. Come back with me. Lin Song was certain that Chu Yu had feelings for him, and that her temperament had changed drastically because he had been getting close to Mu Ling'er and distancing himself from her recently. Now that he had put the steps at Chu Yu's feet, she had no reason not to take them down. After all, in the past, whenever Chu Yu got angry, Lin Song only needed to coax her a little, and she would be eager to give him all her resources. Lin Song has good talent, but he is still far behind the eldest disciple of Shangshan sect. He needs someone like Chu Yu who puts him first in everything and paves the way for him. It was a pity that Chu Yu, who had only his love in mind before, had already lost interest. Now, how could Chu Yu not see through his calculations? He was too lazy to even act and just spit it out. What's going on? You've discovered that among your direct disciples there's Mu Ling'er, who possesses top-tier spiritual roots, and Song Zhili, the eldest senior brother with incredible talent. You, the second senior brother, are feeling unhappy about being neither up nor down, and you want me to go back and work like a slave for you again. Go ahead and dream of your spring and autumn dreams. Even if I were banished to a poor sect like Wuji Mountain, believe it or not, I can still blow your head off in the sect competition. Lin Song didn't expect Chu Yu to be so angry and not give him face, and he was stunned on the spot. Someone on the other end sneered. When Chu Yu looked over in confusion, Zhao Ming covered his mouth apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it. But Chu Yu, Wuji Mountain isn't even a second-class sect, so it's not eligible to participate in the sect competition. Chu Yu. I was just talking nonsense and totally forgot about this setting in the book. Zhao Ming hadn't seen someone with such a lively expression in the cultivation world for a long time. The more he looked at him, the more interested he became. He took out a token from his pocket and threw it to the other person. The 5 major families can nominate one sect to participate each year. I think you're compatible. How about I recommend Wuji Mountain to participate on behalf of the Zhao family? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of several people changed. Jun Mohan looked at Zhao Ming helplessly, blaming him for acting a little impulsively. Lin Song was surprised that the not-so-conspicuous Zhao Ming had such a strong say in the Zhao family, one of the 5 major families. Chu Yu weighed the recommendation token in his hand. Is this thing real? We're not going to get kicked out if we take the token to the sect competition from Wuji Mountain. Seeing Chu Yu actually bit the token with his teeth to verify its authenticity, Zhao Ming was furious. Really? Don't bite it. Don't let Lin Song and Shang Shanzong blow you up in the head, or our Zhao family will be embarrassed along with you. Impossible. Chu Yu smiled evilly and put the token into the mustard bag. Thank you. She has a female ghost cultivator in the nascent soul stage with the domain, and she can definitely defeat Lin Song. Seeing that the two of them had completely exhausted his concerns, Lin Song was so angry that his face turned green and he gnashed his teeth. Chu Yu, I'll ask you one last time, will you follow me back to Shangshan sect? Before Chu Yu could say anything, there was a sudden shaking behind him. Amidst the golden light, an exceptionally pure golden sword energy slashed straight towards Lin Song with unstoppable force. Lin Song quickly recited the protective spell and created a protective shield before the sword energy fell. What a fast seal-making speed. Zhao Ming sighed, and suddenly felt that it might not be so easy for Chu Yu to blow Lin Song's head off. The next moment, there was a crack sound, and Lin Song's protective shield was shattered by the golden sword energy. Lin Song himself was also affected by the sword energy and was knocked back several meters. He vomited a mouthful of blood and only managed to hold onto the wall with his hands to avoid falling down. Lin Song is a direct disciple in the middle stage of foundation building. His protective spell can withstand at least a dozen attacks from ordinary sword practitioners of the same level. It just shattered with one blow. Everyone's eyes were focused on the golden light that had not yet dissipated. Before the young man even stepped out, the roar of the champion arrived. Lin Song, you damn bastard, who gave you the guts to actually set your sights on my junior sister? Do you want to kill yourself? The last sentence made everyone realize that Ji Chen really had the intention to kill. He came out covered in golden light, like a god of war, and even Chu Yu was stunned. When he met Chu Yu's eyes, the god of war who was so majestic a second ago instantly turned into a wrong wolfhound and stuck to him. Junior sister, please don't go back to Shangshan sect with that hypocrite, okay? Although there is nothing in Wuji Mountain now, I am already a sword cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, so I may be able to fight. I will take on mercenary missions, go to trials, and earn crystals. Whatever resources you want, I will find a way to get them for you. Please don't leave Wuji Mountain, okay? Ellipsis. Chapter 13. The little brother is so handsome. Chu Yu felt that if he couldn't explain it well, Ji Chen would really shatter on the spot. Although they had only been together for a few days, she could feel his sincerity and genuineness particularly clearly. Although he has experienced 9 reincarnations, Chu Yu's inner sincerity has never been extinguished, so he especially cherishes those who are equally sincere around him. Nodding vigorously at him, Chu Yu whispered a promise that was particularly firm. As long as Wuji Mountain doesn't abandon me, I will never leave. It is good. Ji Chen smiled, like a flower blooming on a jade tree orchid, so gorgeous that it made Lin Song feel strangely dazzling. He became more certain of his previous guess and sneered. Chu Yu, when we were in Shangshan sect, you always pretended to be pure and innocent in front of me, but in fact, you had been secretly having an affair with this pretty boy, and you were eager to go to Wuji Mountain to have an affair with him. Ah. Before Lin Song could finish his insulting words, he was knocked over unexpectedly by Ji Chen's sword energy. The next moment, a golden light flashed before everyone's eyes, and Ji Chen's foot had stepped hard on Lin Song's chest. The tip of the sword was only a millimeter away from Lin Song's neck. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and subtle. So fast. Zhao Ming couldn't help swallowing. Big brother, can you tell what the kid's cultivation level is? Jun Mohan narrowed his eyes slightly, his emotions undetectable. Just broke through to the foundation building stage. I go. Zhao Ming couldn't help but sigh. He was already in the middle stage of foundation building, but he couldn't match Ji Chen's speed. He couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Big brother, if he really wants to kill Lin Song, should we help? He won't kill. Jun Mohan's tone was firm. Although he did feel the murderous intent from Ji Chen, he had a hunch that Ji Chen would not kill anyone. Ji Chen really didn't plan to kill Lin Song now. After all, Wuji Mountain, with only 6 people, was far from being able to compete with Shangshan sect, one of the 6 major sects. But it did not prevent him from teaching Lin Song a lesson. Lin Song, I, Ji Chen, warn you. If I ever hear you insult my junior sister with filthy words, no matter how respected you are as a disciple of the Shangshan sect, I will kill you with my own hands. Have you understood? Well. Lin Song gritted his teeth in pain. Ji Chen's kick was still getting stronger. As a fragile spiritual cultivator, he couldn't bear it at all. He secretly hated Ji Chen in his heart, but he had to give in. I understand. Roll. Seeing Lin Song's back as he fled, crawling and tumbling, without any of the pride that he had as a direct disciple, everyone in Lingxiao sect frowned. Zhao Ming wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jun Mohan's eyes. There was no obvious conflict between the two groups of people. Zhao Ming even gave Chu Yu a token, so after nodding to each other, the people from Lingxiao sect left first. When they got outside, Zhao Ming asked the question he had just raised. Big brother, when Ji Chen drew his sword, I seemed to sense a similar aura to when you used the sword. Could he also possess natural sword bones? Before Jun Mohan could answer, Zhao Ming quickly shook his head and said to himself. It shouldn't be. If it was a natural sword bone, even if the spiritual root aptitude was not very good, it would be impossible for it not to be discovered by the 6 major sects and buried in Wuji Mountain for such a long time. Big brother, what do you think? Jun Mohan pondered for a long time, still a little uncertain. He may not be born with a sword bone, but he definitely has extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, he would have been able to break Lin Song's defensive spell with just one move after establishing his foundation, and it wasn't a close attack, but a long-range sword energy. Moreover, his final move to restrain Lin Song made me feel an unprecedented fighting spirit. If this boy hadn't gone astray, his future would have been immeasurable. Real or fake? Zhao Ming's eyes lit up. Big brother, if you fight him, can you defeat him? Another disciple, Wu Zhen, gave Zhao Ming a helpless shove. What are you thinking? Big brother has already reached the peak of the late foundation building stage, and is invincible below the golden core stage. No matter how powerful Ji Chen is, how could he possibly be Big brother's opponent, right, Big brother? Jun Mohan was silent for a while before saying. He may not be my opponent now, but if he and I were of the same level of cultivation, we might be able to fight. When he said this, a light of eagerness ignited in Jun Mohan's eyes, which was the anticipation of a fight between strong men. Zhao Ming understood, and he was also full of anticipation for this year's sect competition. This must be the most interesting sect competition in recent years. While they were full of fighting spirit, Chu Yu and Ji Chen were having a much more peaceful time. Under the guidance of Chu Yue's spiritual consciousness, the two of them took only 3 days to cover the entire Piamiao secret realm at the speed of special forces. While walking around and collecting treasures, Chu Yu also opened the jade slip to take pictures and explain the whole time. Although Ji Chen didn't understand at all, he cooperated and supported in all aspects. Take photos at the angle you are asked to take while holding the jade slip. If he is not satisfied with the shooting, he will take the initiative to ask for reshoots. Emotionally stable and patient. The more Chu Yu looked at him, the more she liked him. If this happened in the modern society of her previous life, apart from Ji Chen's family background, appearance and figure, thousands of girls would want to date him just for his temper. It's a pity that he became a monk for the original heroine. Now the trajectory of events seems to have been disrupted by Chu Yu's arrival. Ji Chen doesn't seem to have fallen in love with New Linga at first sight, and he also possesses a top-grade golden spiritual root, but I wonder if he will fall in love and get hurt again in the future. Ji Chen had just finished filming the last spot when he noticed Chu Yu was staring at him in a trance. Thinking he hadn't filmed it well, he handed the jade slip to Chu Yu. Is there something I didn't take? Tell me, and I'll take it again. Chu Yu shook his head, pondered for a while, and finally spoke. Junior brother, what do you think of New Linga? Ji Chen's brows wrinkled subconsciously. Why are you bringing up that vicious woman? Poisonous woman. Chu Yu couldn't believe his ears. Ji Chen repeated it again. She wanted to cut open my abdomen and steal the golden spirit fruit, not caring about my life or death. What else could she be but a vicious woman? He finally remembered why Mu Linga's name sounded so familiar. It turned out that she was his fiancée, who was the result of a marriage alliance between the royal family of the human world and the Dongchen kingdom. It was said that she was extremely talented and was taken to the world of cultivation by the leader of Shangshan sect, one of the 5 major sects, and accepted as his personal disciple. Isn't it the cruel and vicious woman? But I can't let my junior sister know that the vicious woman is his fiancée, otherwise she will definitely become estranged from me. It seems that I have to find time to return to the human world as soon as possible and ask my mother and father to cancel this fatal marriage. Chu Yu was relieved by Ji Chen's answer. At least for the time being, Ji Chen would not take the path of seeing through the world, but she still couldn't help but remind him. Little brother, remember, if you don't have a woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. The more beautiful a woman is, the more poisonous she is. Ji Chen seemed to understand but not quite. He stared at Chu Yu again and said something shocking. Ellipsis. Chapter 14, learn math, physics and chemistry well and travel around the world. But junior sister, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Are you also poisonous? Ji Chen asked innocently, but Chu Yu felt like thunder was rolling in the sky. Is it true that a man who is innocent and straightforward can easily attract women inadvertently? Chu Yu quickly shook her head. The other party was just a teenager. She could be considered his ancestor who had lived for 9 generations. She couldn't let down her guard in front of the younger generation. She added with a playful smile. Except me, your junior sister. Ji Chen nodded, not quite understanding. Chu Yue's voice reminded Chu Yu that the Piamiao secret realm was about to close. The two of them went out happily with a bunch of treasures in mustard bags, and headed straight for the most famous Beibaozhai in Lingxi City. Seeing that they were not only dressed simply but also not in the attire of a first-rate sect or family, the clerk's attitude was rather casual at first. When Chu Yu asked to meet the owner of Beibaozhai, the clerk scoffed. Miss, don't blame me for being rude. Not to mention that you are just casual cultivators. Even if you were a direct disciple of the 6 major sects, you might not be qualified to be received by our host family. Really? Chu Yu gave Ji Chen a calming look, then picked up a pen and paper and started drawing. After folding it, he handed it to the clerk and smiled calmly. Please, young man, please pass this blueprint to the owner of Beibaozhai and tell him that I can help him solve the Tianji diagram that has been troubling him for 10 years. Hearing the words, Tianji 2, the clerk changed his previous casual attitude, looked at Chu Yu vigilantly for a while, said, you wait, and hurried upstairs. What is the heavenly secret diagram? Ji Chen came over curiously. Can you really decipher it? Do you want to hear the truth? Or a lie? Truth. To be honest, I don't know what the Tianji 2 is. I'm trying to trick him. Otherwise, how could he possibly pass on a message for us with his nose in the air? Ji Chen. He knew that his junior sister was unreliable, but he didn't expect her to be so crazy that she even committed fraud on Beibaozhai. In just a few breaths, Ji Chen had even planned the escape route. Chu Yu didn't know what Ji Chen was thinking. She was thinking about the possibility that she could decipher the Tianji 2. The original text records that the owner of Beibaozhai was a strange person who loved to pursue fresh, exciting and trendy things. Many things popular in Hongmeng continent, including the photography, forum, and communication functions of jade slips, were first invented and used by Beibaozhai, and he made a lot of money. This also established his position as the richest man in Hongmeng continent. Unfortunately, after 100 years of pondering, the owner still couldn't solve the mystery of heaven, and finally went crazy. Without this talented owner who was at the forefront of the times, Beibaozhai remained strong, but it had lost its former vitality. What Chu Yu just drew was an architectural design structure that did not exist in Hongmeng continent. It depends on whether it can arouse the other party's curiosity. Not long after, the shop assistant came back panting. His attitude towards the two of them completely changed. My two fellow Taoists, please follow me. The host invites you. The word, Dongjia, successfully attracted the attention of the monks who were shopping on the first floor. They cast curious glances at the two of them, and some even began to whisper. Anyone who can be personally received by the owner of Beibaozhai must be a person of high status. I don't see anything special about these two people. Don't judge a person by his appearance. They appear to be teenagers, and their cultivation has only reached the foundation building stage. Who knows, they might be using some method to hide their cultivation and appearance. That's right, every time the owner of Beibaozhai is willing to meet with guests, there will definitely be big moves afterwards. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. Ellipsis. The discussions around him made Ji Chen's heart even more nervous. He seemed to be able to foresee how these people would laugh at him and his junior sister when they were beaten out. Compared to the nervous Ji Chen, Chu Yu was much more relaxed. Even when she was invited into the door of Beibaozhai's owner, she nodded and greeted the clerk like a host. The clerk immediately stood in awe and closed the door in an even more humble manner. From behind the screen, a man's light laughter came. Oh, what an ignorant little thing. Don't think that I can't hear what you whisper to your brother. Spicy balls. Ji Chen grasped the hilt of the sword and prepared to run away. Chu Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he gave an awkward yet polite smile. Master, you have good hearing skills. I admire you. Humph. The man snorted softly, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry, but he exuded a faint sense of pressure. You are the first one who dares to play tricks in front of me. If the secret diagram is revealed today, I can still give you a chance to live. Otherwise, the crabapple flowers in my yard are lacking fertilizer recently, and you two are so delicate and tender, it's just right for them. Ji Chen couldn't stand it any longer, so he pulled Chu Yu over and found that she didn't move at all. He was very anxious. Junior sister, let's go. Chu Yu turned to look at him calmly, but in her dark eyes, as bright as midnight, waves were reflected. Do I look like I can walk? This person had silently cast a spell of binding on her. Even if she took out Chu Yu, it would probably be in trouble. She was particularly aware of the situation. Boss, my senior brother is joking with me. I finally got the chance to understand the Tianji diagram. How could I possibly run away? He. Really? As soon as the clear male voice fell, Chu Yu felt a gust of wind blowing in front of her eyes, and an overly elegant, fair-skinned, scholarly man's face appeared less than 5 centimeters away from her. She leaned back subconsciously, her eyes flashing with surprise. Are you the owner of Beibaozhai? To be exact, it's the young master. The man unfolded the blueprint in his hand on the table and said nothing more. I'll give you 1 day. If you can solve it, I'll fulfill any one of your requests. If you can't figure it out. No need. Chu Yu interrupted the other party and added quickly before he lost his temper. You don't need a whole day, just give me the time of an incense stick. She thought the Tianji diagram was some fancy thing, but it turned out to be just a limit operation problem combining linear algebra matrices with probability theory from university mathematics. Fortunately, she lived in a modern technological society in her previous life, and with her master's attainments in mathematics, she was able to reach at least a master's level, so this kind of equation could come up with ease. learn math, physics and chemistry well, and travel all over the world. The ancients were not deceiving her. Chu Yu was about to take action, but found that he couldn't move his feet. He smiled awkwardly at the other party. Young master, please help me remove the spell that binds my spirit. And asked the clerk to bring me some paper and pen. You're really good. The man was skeptical, but still did as he was told. At first, he saw Chu Yu drawing on the white paper and didn't care. Until he discovered that Chu Yu began to arrange, reorganize and integrate the strings of numbers that he can connect with no matter how hard he tried. The process became more and more precise and magical, and the fiery light in his eyes burned more and more vigorously. Ellipsis. Chapter 15. Holding the thigh of the richest man. When Chu Yu solved the TNG diagram, he almost fell on the draft paper. Chu Yu checked it again in his mind, and after confirming that there was no problem, he said, "The answer is 1. That's right, it's 1. It should be 1. Why didn't I think of it before?" The man picked up Chu Yu's draft paper and compared it with his own TNG diagram, muttering to himself. Everything returns to 1, and all things change without departing from the essence. This is the secret that Zen Master Wuxiang left for the world to cultivate. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. As his emotions fluctuated, Chu Yu vaguely sensed the fluctuations of spiritual power in the room. Circles of light blue spiritual power revolved around the man and finally returned to his body. The man's aura seemed to have improved a lot in an instant. Is this a breakthrough in one's inner demon? After the excitement, the man looked at Chu Yu with eyes full of admiration. My surname is Shangwen, and my given name is Ziqian. I'd like to know the name of this young Taoist friend. What is your master, and what method did you use to interpret the heavenly secret diagram just now? I have no intention of stealing my skills. If you are willing to teach me, I will definitely reward you with a treasure. If it is a top secret of your sect, I will never force you to do it. A valuable reward. Chu Yu's face looked normal, but his heart was brightening. He had never expected that there were so many opportunities to make a fortune in the world of cultivation. He no longer had to worry about having to eat steamed buns when he returned to Wuji Mountain. It's not impossible to teach, but the method used to decipher the TNG diagram is not just one. Each knowledge point involved must be learned from the basics to the advanced. This will probably take a lot of thought to sort out. Chu Yu Yang was embarrassed. Oh, by the way, I'm Chu Yu, from Wuji Mountain, and this is my junior brother, Ji Chen. Wuji Mountain. Shangwen Ziqian asked uncertainly, is it the Wuji Mountain south of Lingxi City? Isn't that where the major sects exile their unpromising disciples? Chu Yu and Ji Chen in front of him have already entered the early stage of foundation building at such a young age. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they could be accepted as direct disciples by a large sect. They do not seem to have no potential. How could Chu Yu not see Shangwen Ziqian's doubts? He sighed helplessly and briefly explained his situation. Her original intention was to express that she and her current sect were short of money and asked for a good price for the treasures that were to be sold next. Little did he know that Ji Chen, who was standing beside him, lowered his head silently, with a flickering light in his eyes. Shangwen Ziqian couldn't help but say angrily. With Lin Song's character, he was accepted as a personal disciple by the leader of Shangshan sect. I'm afraid Shangshan sect's status as a first-class sect won't last long. Sister Chu Yu, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. I will help you if I can. Don't be polite to me. That's what I've been waiting for. To be honest, there are 6 of us on Wuji Mountain, and we are really broke now. If you don't mind, Brother Shangwen, I have some stuff I brought from the Piamiao secret realm. If you're willing to accept it, just give me some crystals. The two of them became brothers and sisters so smoothly, and while talking, Chu Yu poured out all the contents of the mustard bag. Although it wasn't much, it was valuable because of its quality. Shangwen Ziqian's eyes lit up again and again, and he finally pulled out one of Beibaozhai's most valuable black crystal cards and handed it to Chu Yu. Here are 100,000 high-quality crystal stones. From now on, you will be the highest level VIP of Beibaozhai. You will have the priority to purchase and auction your items at any auction house or treasure appraisal shop affiliated with Beibaozhai. How about it? Isn't this young master quite considerate? 100,000 high-grade crystals. Not to mention Chu Yu, even Ji Chen, who had been in a bad mood just now, couldn't help but look up in surprise. Even the 6 major first-level sects only give dozens to hundreds of high-quality crystals to their disciples every month, excluding those who have made extra contributions to the sect. Shangwen Ziqian gave 100,000 high-quality crystals at once. Is this the generosity of the richest man? Chu Yu bit the tip of his tongue hard, trying to wake himself up. Brother Shangwen, no merit, no reward. Even if we put all these things together and took them to an auction house, they wouldn't fetch this higher price. You helped me unlock the heavenly secret diagram and resolve the inner demons that have plagued me for nearly 10 years. My cultivation level has even been directly promoted from the middle stage of the golden core to the late stage. For this reason alone, 100,000 high-quality crystals would not be too much. Don't worry, this is an extra thank you gift from me. As for these treasures, I will ask the store clerk to calculate the cost separately when the time comes. I will never treat Sister Chu Yu unfairly. And the things I promised you still stand. What kind of richest man is this? No wonder in the original text, after Mu Linge gained Shangwen Ziqian's favor, she was like a fish in water on the road of cultivation. Is this what it feels like to be friends with the richest man? Doesn't it feel so good? You just made a breakthrough. Chu Yu circled around Shangwen Ziqian and congratulated him sincerely. Congratulations, Brother Shangwen. Since that's the case, I won't hide it. I have an original, one-of-a-kind treasure here, just waiting for someone to recognize it. Why don't you let Brother Shangwen take a look at it first? A one-of-a-kind treasure. Then why don't you take it out quickly? Under Shangwen Ziqian's expectant gaze, Chu Yu took out his jade slip and played the several hour-long video that he had edited. At the beginning of the video, the overall layout of the entire Piamiao secret realm is drawn up, and the important locations are marked on the map. As long as you click on the mark, a detailed introduction to the various resources and other points of attention in the area will be played. It's just like the travel treasure hunting guide on a certain modern red book that combines videos, pictures, text and audio explanations. The small secret realm is different from the big secret realm. The environment inside will not change too much in the short term, and it will generally open once or twice a year. This is equivalent to giving monks who want to go to the ethereal small secret realm an accurate trial guide. Different monks require different cultivation resources. They can collect resources according to their own needs and the tips in the strategy. Chuyu and Ji-Chen did not show their faces during the entire filming, and Chuyu's voice was even deliberately changed by controlling the tape. Before they become strong enough, they understand the truth that a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. What's even more rare is that every time they find some spiritual herbs, rare minerals, etc., they only collect a small portion, and leave the rest to the next batch of cultivators who have the opportunity to enter the ethereal secret realm. After reading the entire guide, Shangwen Ziqian was so shocked that he was speechless for a long time. Chuyu then expressed his concerns. Brother Shangwen, I know that the forum and other functions of the Jade Sips were all invented by Beibaozhai. If this kind of strategy is uploaded to the forum and only the Jade Sips of the purchaser can view it, and it cannot be forwarded to other Jade Sips, it should be able to generate a considerable income. 100 low-grade crystals are equal to 1 medium-grade crystal, and 100 medium-grade crystals are equal to 1 high-grade crystal. Even if 10 low-grade crystals are needed to download it once, if 1/10 of the tens of millions of cultivators in Hongmeng continent buy it and download it, it would still be a huge fortune. Shangwen Ziqian obviously thought of it as well, and excitedly wanted to hug Chuyu, but Ji-Chen stepped aside to block them, still threatening. Sister Chuyu, let me handle the issue you just mentioned about restricting buyers from viewing the photos. But you have to promise me that this kind of divine strategy can only be sold to Beibaozhai and must not be sold to anyone else. Just name your price. Ellipsis. Chapter 16 The mountain gate was smashed. This. Chuyu pretended to be embarrassed. Actually, I don't want to sell it. Why? Shangwen Ziqian was anxious. Are you afraid that I won't give you a price? Is 100,000 high-grade crystals enough? If that's not enough, then 30. Stop, stop. Chuyu quickly waved his hands. Brother Shangwen, I'm not afraid that you won't bid, but this kind of rare item didn't exist in the mainland before. It may become a huge hit, or no one may buy it at all. The risk is huge. I, the little sister, really want to make friends with you, and I hope you can fulfill my wish. I won't take a cent from this strategy in the early stages. I only ask for a 10% share of the profits after deducting the costs and starting to make a profit. That would be great. Joke. After the technical problems were solved, Chuyu was extremely confident in his ability to make money with his strategy, and of course he wanted to bring a steady stream of income to Wuji Mountain. Shangwen Ziqian, a shrewd businessman, how could he not see Chuyu's little thoughts? He smiled dotingly. You little girl, you are trying to get something for nothing. It's okay, I appreciate your cleverness. It's a success, I'll ask the clerk to bring the contract. Alright, Brother Shangwen, you're so polite. Once I have compiled the information on how to solve the Tianji diagram, I'll give it to you for free. Chuyu always knew how to return a favor, and Shangwen Ziqian really found her more and more interesting the more he looked at her. Finally, he asked Chuyu and Ji-Chen to pick out a large number of weapons and magic tools in Beibaozhai, and promised to visit Wuji Mountain in person soon. After leaving Beibaozhai, Ji-Chen still had a feeling that it was not real. He held the Xuanshan sword that had just been given to him in his hand and was unable to recover for a long time. Until Chuyu patted him from behind. What are you thinking about? Go back to Wuji Mountain. You're going back now. You still want to visit another secret realm. Chuyu sneered, if we don't go back, Master will probably think that you have also abandoned Wuji Mountain. Yes. Ji-Chen slapped his head and said, let's go. Go back. Ellipsis. On the top of Wuji Mountain, outside the dilapidated sect gate, which was so dilapidated that weeds had grown in front of it, an old man with white hair and a youthful face sat on a rattan chair, rocking back and forth, fanning himself intermittently with a palm leaf fan in his hand, muttering to himself. I thought there would be one more person coming, but unexpectedly one more person left. Let's go, let's all go, leaving me, an old man, alone on Wuji Mountain. Very good, very good. As soon as the words fell, Ji-Chen's excited shout came from the air. Master, I brought my junior sister back. Ouch. Little brother, please be careful. You almost hit a tree just now. Hey, sorry, it's my first time flying with a sword, so I'm not very skilled yet. Watch out ahead. Chuyu's reminder was still a step too late. Ji-Chen's Xuanshan sword, carrying his senior brother and sister, crashed into the stone gate with the three big words, Wuji Mountain, engraved on it. The stone tablet has been in disrepair for many years and has been weathered by wind and rain for countless years, and it has long been a spent force. Being hit by a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage who was flying a sword at full speed, he was turned into gravel and powder in such a magnificent manner. Bah, bah. Ji-Chen and Chuyu crawled out from a pile of powder, looking completely dusty and unrecognizable. However, they stopped when they saw Sect Master Lu, whose hair was disheveled in the wind. Ji-Chen wiped the dust off his face, revealing eyes brighter than the stars, and repeated what he had just said. Master, I brought my junior sister back. Before Chuyu could even say hello, Sect Leader Lu swung his palm leaf fan towards Ji-Chen. You little bastard, are you going to help me recruit disciples, or are you going to destroy the sect? If you are angry and don't want to go back, then don't go back. Why did you destroy my mountain gate? Oh. My poor Wuji Mountain gate. I am incompetent and I feel ashamed of my ancestors who have lived in Wuji Mountain for thousands of years. Woohoo! Sect Leader Lu cried loudly, but it only scared away the birds around him. There was no trace of the other three disciples. The scene was so awkward that it petrified her. Chuyu coquettishly glanced at the pile of powder and scratched her head uncertainly. Junior brother, was that really the gate to Wuji Mountain that we just smashed? Ji Chen nodded cautiously. On the entire mountain, only this stone has the 3 words, Wuji Mountain engraved on it. Master, you won't expel us from the sect in a fit of rage, right? Chu Yu didn't want to be a casual cultivator, so he took out a string of black jade Buddhist beads from the mustard seed bag and handed it to Sect Master Lu. Master, the old must go before the new can come. Tomorrow I will have someone build a very solid mountain gate for our Wuji Mountain, one that is impervious to water and fire, and will last for thousands of years. Don't be sad, this is a gift that my junior brother and I picked out for you from Lingxi City at the foot of the mountain. Do you like it? Sect leader Lu hummed, took a look through his fingers, and his small eyes lit up instantly. Is this a Zen Buddhist black jade Buddhist rosary? Aha. As he spoke, Chu Yu handed the beads to Sect Master Lu. I heard from junior brother that you occasionally suffer from insomnia at night. These Buddhist beads are very effective in calming the mind and helping you sleep. They can also nourish your spiritual roots and body. They are perfect for you. That is. Sect leader Lu fondled the beads with a smile on his face for a moment before a thorny question suddenly occurred to him. Weren't you exiled from the Shangshan sect? Where did you get the crystal? Sect leader Lu had long had his eyes on this string of Buddhist beads, but due to his limited financial resources, he simply could not afford this magical instrument made of tens of thousands of top-grade crystals. Chu Yu directly handed the Beibaozhai black gold card to Sect leader Lu. My senior brother and I were incredibly lucky. We found a lot of treasures in the Piamiao secret realm and sold them for 100,000 high-quality crystals. We also made friends with the young master of Beibaozhai. Our sect will be rich from now on. 100,000 high-quality crystals. The young master of Beibaozhai. Sect leader Lu felt dazed and confused, not knowing what day it was. Chu Yu is not blindly kind to someone. When she was with Ji Chen these days, she found out clearly that although Sect Master Lu seemed heartless and his cultivation level was unknown, he was able to carefully guide Ji Chen, a disciple who had no spiritual roots and was devoted to seeking the Tao. Not only did he not insult or despise him, but he also encouraged and helped him in every aspect. When seeking immortality and asking for the way, one should be tolerant towards all living beings. Otherwise, it is just empty talk about protecting the people and is mostly just for one's own selfish desires. Chu Yu truly admires and respects such a person, so he is naturally not stingy in being nice to him. Seeing that his master was even more out of control than him, Ji Chen felt relieved. Master, junior sister is awesome. She even brought back a lot of treasures for my 3 senior brothers and the sect. Okay. Chu Yu nodded in agreement, but he didn't forget the main thing. Master, shall we start by paying our respects to each other? Upon hearing this, Sect leader Lu said seriously. You have reached the early stage of foundation building at such a young age. Even if you are expelled from the Shangshan sect, it will not be difficult to enter other first-class sects or good second-class sects. Are you sure you want to enter this desolate Wuji Mountain? Disciples who are exiled to Wuji Mountain can decide whether to stay or leave. But after becoming a disciple, it is not so easy anymore. This made Ji Chen nervous. The first time he met Chu Yu, he knew that this little junior sister was very precious to him. Now that he has just begun to show his talent, Lin Song of Shangshan sect regrets it and is so anxious to snatch him away. Although his junior sister had promised him, he was still nervous at the moment. Chu Yu's answer was still without any hesitation. Master, I am determined to enter Wuji Mountain. As long as Master is willing to take me in, Wuji Mountain will be my home from now on. It is good. Sect leader Lu patted Chu Yu's shoulder with satisfaction. Considering that she and Ji Chen had traveled a long way and the apprenticeship ceremony was scheduled for tomorrow morning, he asked Ji Chen to arrange a yard for her to rest first. After traveling through time, Chu Yu actually had a good sleep. Even though he was extremely sleepy, he still remembered to review the situation with Hong Meng. Ji Chen no longer has feelings for Mu Linga, and he probably won't become a monk due to emotional trauma. Have I completed my mission? Hong Meng, that's still a small probability event. Chu Yu was unhappy. You can't count my mission as completed just because of a small probability event, right? After a pause, he asked, or do you want to deduct my reward? Hong Meng was anxious. How is that possible? Go into Hong Meng's space and take a look. The reward has already been distributed to you. Real or fake? Chu Yu couldn't wait to let his consciousness enter the Hong Meng space, and when he took a look, he almost poked his own eyes out. Ellipsis. Chapter 17. The master in the previous life was the god of life. Suddenly, a person appeared in the originally white space. Still a man. A naked man without clothes. The most terrible thing is that this naked man has a face exactly like Chu Yu's 9th generation master. The perfect 3-dimensional cheek contour, the high nose bridge and the slightly hooked nose tip all make people sigh at the creator's preference. Even though his eyes were closed at this moment, he still gave people an arrogant aura that kept strangers away. The only difference was that this man had long, holy golden hair. Her master in her previous life had short, neat black hair. Because of his face, Chu Yu didn't dare to look below his neck. He turned around hurriedly, covering his nose to stop the blood from gushing out, and said in a fiery voice. Hong Meng, what the hell are you doing? Sending a naked handsome man into her space in the middle of the night is a test of her willpower. Although she had never seen a man more handsome than her master in her previous life, that was her master after all, and it was against human ethics to think about it. No. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to resurrect your master from your previous life? Well, I've got your soul. Whether or not you can be resurrected depends on the quantity and quality of the tasks you complete. There was something unnatural in Hong Meng's voice, but Chu Yu's emotions were fluctuating greatly, so he didn't notice it. After a long time, she finally calmed down, but still didn't dare to turn around. Is he really my master? But why is his hair golden? Well, I can't tell you for now. Hong Meng's childish tone pretended to be mature, which made him look particularly funny. When he wakes up, you can ask him yourself, right? Then at least give him something to wear. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if I woke up like this? I'd like to, but he's a spirit, so he can't wear it. Hong Meng is also in a difficult situation. Chuyu found it even more difficult. He walked backwards to the man's soul, turned around slowly, and tried to only look at the area above his neck. But his sexy, sunken collarbone happened to be at the same level as Chuyu's line of sight. Chuyu's nosebleed, which he had just held back, suddenly spurted out. Fortunately, the other party was a ghost, and the stroke passed through his body and fell into nothingness. The man's eyes suddenly opened at this moment. Although they were half closed, Chuyu could still see them clearly. They were a deep dark gold, revealing suddenness and desolation. It seemed as if everything in the world was just a drop in the ocean in his eyes. Who are you? This is not the look of her master. Her master's eyes were always full of healing. No matter how bad her mood was, as long as she looked into her master's eyes, she would become strangely calm. The man didn't seem to expect that there would be someone in front of him, and he wasn't embarrassed at all because he was naked. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his voice melodious and deep, as if coming from an endless distance. I am the god of life of Hongmeng continent. Who are you? The god of life. Chuyu's first reaction was that this man had a problem with his brain. Regardless of the fact that the possibility of God actually existing is extremely small, in the impression of most people, the god of life is mostly related to vitality, love, healing, hope, and warmth. This man's eyes are too desolate, whereas the shadow of the god of life. Before Chuyu could ask clearly, the other party had already closed his eyes, and it was unknown whether he fell into a coma or fell asleep. Hongmeng, explain to me quickly. This guy is a lunatic, saying he is the god of life. He is not my master at all. Apart from their identical faces, their temperament and feeling are completely different people. But Hongmeng was extremely determined. He was your master in your previous life. I swear on the life and death of the entire Hongmeng space. If I say even a single word falsely, the space will immediately collapse and cease to exist. Chuyu didn't believe in the oath before, but now he does. In other words, my master's true form is the god of life. Then why did he return to my time? Haven't you also been reincarnated for 9 lifetimes? Hongmeng muttered softly. Chuyu felt certain fragments flashing through her mind quickly, but when she tried to grasp them, she could not grasp anything. Hongmeng, what did you just say? Hongmeng, what I mean is, for someone like you who has reincarnated 9 times and still retains his memories, how could your master from your previous life not be the god of life? Of course, you also saw that he seemed to have lost his memory of his past life and treated you like a stranger. You can decide whether to use your accumulated quests to save him or not. After a pause, Hongmeng reminded. Once you decide to start this goal, you can't stop. If you fail to meet the deadline, you will also become the same soul state as him. However, the deadline for completing the goal can be cumulatively extended based on the quantity and quality of other tasks you complete subsequently. Have you decided? Should we save him or not? Save. Chuyu answered without any hesitation, just like her decision to join Wuji Mountain. Knowing that he could not get any other task rewards from Hongmeng, Chuyu exited the space and surprisingly found that his previous sleepiness and fatigue were completely gone. He simply stood up and meditated. Her spiritual sense could sense a ball of colorless spiritual power in her danshan, slowly rotating. After a while, there were sporadic spiritual powers like moonlight that slowly entered his body through the 8 extraordinary meridians. It passes through the major meridians and flows into the danshan like a stream flowing into the sea. The silver spots of light gradually turn colorless. This cycle repeats itself, and the whole night passes in a flash. When Chuyu woke up, he was not tired at all. Instead, he felt refreshed. Even his cultivation level had touched the middle stage of foundation building. If anyone knew that she had only recovered to the early stages of foundation building a few days ago, it would surely cause shock throughout the entire continent. Not to mention the new generation of cultivation geniuses today, even in the past 1,000 years, people with such a cultivation speed are rare. Unfortunately, Chuyu had no idea how fast her cultivation progressed. Thinking of her apprenticeship this morning, she carefully sorted out her gifts, making sure they were all in the mustard seed bag. As soon as she opened the door, Ji-chen arrived in front of her on his sword. Junior sister, I'll take you to the front hall to become my disciple. Thinking of the tragic scene of smashing the mountain gate yesterday, Chuyu rejected it in his heart. How about we just walk? Ellipsis. Chapter 18 3 Other Outstanding Brothers. Ji-chen reacted for 2 seconds and became unhappy. I practiced swordplay all night last night, and it's already very smooth, really. Chuyu looked at Ji-chen, and the other party was also looking at her. The next moment, the 2 of them exclaimed in unison. You have broken through to the middle stage of foundation building. Both of them were stunned. Did I break through? Then, the 2 of them gathered the colorless and golden spiritual power in their palms at the same time. It was indeed much richer than at the beginning. They looked at each other and saw unbelievable joy in each other's eyes. When this news reached sect leader Lu, he was horrified. He was so anxious that he turned around in circles. Finally, he said with extreme caution. The speed at which your cultivation is increasing must not be spread to outsiders, especially not to the 6 major sects and 5 major families. As a teacher, I'm not afraid that they will snatch you away, but I'm afraid that those old scoundrels will become treacherous out of jealousy. After a pause. Also, don't let your 3 brothers know. I'm afraid they'll feel bad. Master, they already know. Ji-chen pointed outside the gate, and Chuyu looked over there, only to see his eyes brighten again and again. The original text didn't describe the new Linger's cannon fodder and miserable male supporting roles as so handsome. The one standing on the far left was a thin young man of about 18 or 19 years old, cold and handsome like an icicle on the top of a mountain, with long hair scattered, and the black hair on both sides of his temples combed back his head. 2 strands of hair were put together and loosely fastened with an ice jade, hanging down against his cold white skin, adding to his charm. Under his thick, neatly lined eyebrows, his phoenix eyes, though cold, were extremely clear and bright. Combined with his soft-lined face and delicate nose and mouth, he was incredibly handsome. But this beautiful face was filled with obvious negativity and world weariness, as if he had no interest in anything in the world. It was undoubtedly her cold and world-weary senior brother Ning Luo. No wonder the original heroine Yu Linga has so many men in her harem, and she rarely takes the initiative to get him, even using any means necessary. This backfired, causing Ning Luo to indirectly kill his own mother, which led to him drawing his sword and committing suicide. Feeling that he was being stared at with a hint of impatience, Chu Yu quickly shifted his gaze to the person in the middle, feeling as if his eyes were about to be blinded by the light. This man seemed to be about the same age as Ning Luo, but he was dressed like a flamboyant peacock. His charming peach blossom eyes were sparkling and seductive as he looked at Chu Yu with a half smile. Chu Yu's heart trembled again and again. This man was poisonous. His every frown and smile was enough to attract men and women in the world. He must be the legendary popular second brother Zhu Yan. But in the original story, such a charming man teased the original heroine Yu Linga because of the first trial competition. He was hated by the cruel evil cultivator who was one of his pursuers. He was tied up and thrown into a pile of evil cultivators, becoming the cauldron of a group of perverted evil cultivators, and was finally humiliated to death. Cruel. Chu Yu didn't dare to look anymore, but when his sight turned to the last third brother Shen Tuyin, he shuddered again. The fierce murderous aura that lingers around him is enough to make people ignore his cold yet elegant appearance. After just one glance, Chu Yu didn't dare to look again. Faced with these three extreme disciples, sect leader Lu acted as if nothing had happened and greeted them kindly. You haven't met your junior sister Chu Yu yet, right? Today she will officially become your disciple and become one of the 250th generation of Wuji Mountain's direct disciples. Chu Yu, are you serious about this 250th generation? No one noticed Chu Yu's abnormality, and sect leader Lu even asked them to get to know each other. Ji Chen acted as a go-between and introduced the three senior brothers to Chu Yu one by one. Compared to Ning Luo's indifferent nod and Shen Tuyin's lack of even a glance, Hua Kong Tuyin was much more enthusiastic. Why does this junior sister look so familiar to me? Could she be a fairy from heaven? Otherwise, how could she be so beautiful and ethereal? Chu Yu was wondering if he was flirting with her when Ji Chen stood in front of her unhappily, locking Zhu Yan's inquiring gaze. Second senior brother, junior sister is not like those female cultivators down the mountain who forget their loyalty for the sake of beauty. She is still young, so please don't bully her. TSK, it's only the first day in the mountains, and you're already guarding it so tightly. Zhu Yan felt bored and a little jealous. No wonder. Junior brother and junior sister went out for training. They jumped several levels in the early stages of Qi training. When they reached the middle stage of foundation building, they naturally treasured it very much. Second senior brother. Ji Chen's eyes were filled with anger. He and Zhu Yan had always been at odds with each other, and now he disliked her even more. Sect Master Lu knew that Zhu Yan was envious because his spiritual roots were sealed, so he spoke up to mediate. All right, the apprenticeship ceremony is about to begin. You're all standing here. Will you let me get started? The four senior brothers then stood on the left and right sides respectively, leaving the middle position for Chu Yu. She originally thought that the ceremony of becoming a disciple would be very complicated, but unexpectedly it was just a matter of bowing, serving tea, and then bowing and burning incense to the founder of Wuji Mountain, and that was it. Is that it? Ready? She accepted the memories of her original body, and the ceremony of joining the inner sect in Shangshan sect took her half a day. Yeah, Ji Chen patted her head habitually, but, I'm afraid your gift today has been given away. As he spoke, Ji Chen gestured for her to look around, but there was no trace of the three stunning senior brothers. Sure enough, appearance is directly proportional to the weirdness of temper. But her junior brother is an exception. Sect Master Lu was no longer surprised by this. He called the two young disciples over and handed them each a token. With this token, you can enter the Sutra Library of Wuji Mountain, and you can go to any floor. Your cultivation methods are different from mine, and I cannot teach you. You should find your own cultivation methods. So, are we just letting them run free like that? Before Chu Yu could speak, Ji Chen burst out. Master, I've been an apprentice for a year. Why are you giving me the token only now? Oh, I forgot. Ji Chen, how could you do this? Sect leader Lu, you didn't even have any spiritual roots at that time, so it would be useless if I gave it to you. Ji Chen's already wounded heart was stabbed hard. What about the three brothers? I gave them all after they became my disciples. Ji Chen. Only his hurt world was achieved. Chu Yu couldn't bear to make fun of him, so he pulled the already sleepy Sect Master Lu aside and asked. Master, the mainstream spiritual roots in the world are gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the unusual spiritual roots include ice, wind, thunder, and lightning. But no matter what kind of spiritual root, the spiritual energy has a color. Why is my spiritual root colorless? Colorless spiritual roots. A trace of surprise appeared on Sect Master Lu's face, but he quickly concealed it. Please allow me to think about it. I'm sleepy now. You can go wherever you like. Master. Chu Yu stopped Sect Master Lu, who looked like he just wanted to get off work, and said, there's one more thing I feel I need to report to you. Sect Master Lu. I made a decision on my own and accepted the Zhao family's sect recommendation for the sect competition. We may have to prepare for it this year. Sect Master Lu. Bring me his quick-acting heart pills. Ellipsis. Chapter 19, Making Money by Stepping on Yu Linga's Face. Seeing that sect leader Lu seemed to be about to pass out at any moment, Ji Chen hurriedly supported him from behind, while Chu Yu pinched his philtrum. The two of them cooperated so well that sect leader Lu was infuriated by them again, gasping for breath. The sect competition is not just playing house. All the direct disciples of the 6 first-level sects and the 10 second-level sects will participate. There is also a national ballot process. We are only 6 people in Wuji Mountain, including this old man like me. Are you trying to ruin my reputation as an old man? Everyone knows that Wuji Mountain has declined and become a place of exile, but no one will deliberately remind people of it. If you participate in the sect competition, you will be openly ridiculed and mocked. Sect leader Lu felt like the sky was falling. The voting part, what is that? Why didn't Chu Yu remember mentioning it in the original text? Ji Chen was also confused. Sect leader Lu was so annoyed by the sight of these increasingly troublesome disciples that he didn't even feel like explaining. That's all, you can do whatever you want. If you can't win, just admit defeat and don't get hurt. After saying this, without waiting for their reaction, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. The two of them quickly took out the jade sips and searched for the rules of the sect competition, which dazzled them. In summary, in most cases it is an elimination system, and the 6 strongest teams and the team with the highest popularity will be selected to enter the treasure hunting secret realm, and they can take away all the opportunities they have obtained. The so-called popularity is determined by each person's real name jade sips, cast 1 vote at a time. That's why sect leader Lu just said that there were only 6 people in their sect and they had no chance of winning. Ji Chen didn't care about those false reputations, and instead comforted Chu Yu. It's okay, let's just treat it as some training. We don't have to go to the treasure hunting secret realm, we can go to other secret realms to find treasures. He didn't even think about touching the black gold card that Chu Yu gave to the sect. Chu Yu patted Ji Chen's shoulder with emotion. Junior brother, no matter how popular he is, in the face of absolute strength, all the fancy tricks are useless. Don't forget, we were all just in the initial stage of chi training a dozen days ago. At this moment, he has reached the middle stage of foundation building. Show the same momentum you showed in the Piamiao secret realm, where you confronted Zhao Ming and kicked Lin Song. We can't be timid. When Ji Chen heard this, the youthful blood in his bones was instantly aroused. Oh, yeah. If the direct disciples of the 6 major sects are of similar level, we can still be shortlisted. Besides, their popularity may not remain high forever. Chu Yu handed his jade sip to Ji Chen, slid the world news to the front, and pointed to the headline. What do you think this is? The first bright red headline in the world was still about Mulinga. But instead of praising her to the sky like last time, he wanted to trample her into the ground. The genius girl Mulinga, in a small secret realm, attempted to kill people to seize opportunities, openly violating the ban. Where is the authority of the Cultivation World Federation? There are photos and the truth. The photo under the headline was the one Chu Yu had recorded. The criminal was caught red-handed, leaving him no chance to argue. The following comments have already exploded. 100 years ago, during the war between humans and demons, the resources of the cultivation world were already in jeopardy, and cultivators were becoming increasingly scarce. That's why the Cultivation Federation issued a ban on resource theft. How dare she act so brazenly, just because she's a recognized genius in the cultivation world, a direct disciple of the Shangshan sect. But the ban restricts all cultivators in Hongmeng continent. Aren't direct disciples also cultivators? Can they enjoy special privileges just because they're gifted? Then what is the point of the Federation? Isn't it enough for us to just do whatever we want? If cultivators all do as they please, won't they fall prey to those evil cultivators and demonic cultivators? This kind of perverse and evil spirit must not prevail among us righteous cultivators. We demand that Mulinga be severely punished. Yes, punish Mulinga severely. +1. +2. Plus. Ellipsis. The condemnation of Mulinga did not stop at this world headline. Those independent cultivators who had long been bullied by the disciples of the 6 major sects, either openly or covertly, seemed to have found an outlet for their venting. They went straight to the Jade Sip forum of the Cultivation World Federation to leave messages, exposing the various negative effects of Mulinga's behavior, and even looked up the original bans one by one for comparison. Shangshan sect is also a member of the Federation of Cultivators, and it fought hard to protect Mulinga. In the end, Mulinga was only sentenced to be imprisoned in the forbidden area of Shangshan sect and could not come out before the sect competition. The public opinion storm came to an end. Although the punishment was not painful, Shang Shanzong and Mulinga's faces were rubbed on the ground, and they hated Chu Yu to the core. These are all things for later. At this moment, Ji Chen was stunned, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Junior sister, did you send this? I sold the news to brother Shangwen, and he sent it out. Chu Yu counted the small treasury in his mustard seed bag, looking like a money grubber. How could I have the ability to keep this news on the headlines for so long without being removed by Shang Shanzong's gang? Joke. The entire Jade Sip forum is under the management of Beibaozhai. If this can be withdrawn, Beibaozhai may be on the verge of bankruptcy. Ji Chen became more and more confused the more he listened. Sell it to brother Shangwen. How would it benefit him to offend Shang Shanzong? There are so many benefits. Chu Yu scrolled through the world news. See, the number of people reading and browsing it has exceeded 1 million, and is still rising rapidly. Brother Shangwen posted a description of the items in their next auction below this post, and the number of people browsing and booking the auction was also increasing rapidly. Only when demand far exceeds supply can the product be sold at a higher price. It's a win-win situation for him and me. Ji Chen finally understood, and looked at Chu Yu with more and more admiration. Junior sister, you are so smart. You also told brother Shangwen about this idea, right? Yeah, this is called traffic monetization. Next time we go on trials, bring a few more jade sips with you. Whenever you encounter something interesting or new, take photos of them. They are all crystals. Chu Yu felt secretly happy when he thought about how desperate Shang Shanzong must be, and he pulled Ji Chen towards the Sutra Library. But the moment they swiped their cards to enter the Sutra Library of Wuji Mountain, they were dumbfounded. Is this Gundam Dust serious? Junior brother, who in our sect has a water-type spiritual root. Can we ask him to come and help clean up first? She even suspected that no one had been here for at least hundreds of years. There is one ice element cultivator. Ji Chen scratched his head, trying to recall. He's just the eldest brother. His spiritual roots were destroyed, so the Ning family threw him here to fend for himself. I'm afraid he can't come to help. Chu Yu spread his hands helplessly. It seemed that they could only rely on themselves. Oh, if only there was some magic that could clean all of this up at once. Chu Yu sighed while wiping the sweat off his face. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that among the treasures Shangwen Ziqian gave her, there seemed to be a bottle of cleansing spell water. Chu Yu quickly took out the bottle and gently sprinkled it on the dust in the room. A faint light flashed, and all the dust gathered together as if under a spell, forming a small grey ball. In a moment, the sutra library returned to its original appearance, and Chu Yu and Ji Chen's hearts began to surge. Ellipsis. Chapter 20. Ji Chen chose the fragment. The library has 9 floors, each of which is 30 to 5 meters high, and is designed in the shape of a round sky and a square earth. The bookshelves, stairs, and load-bearing pillars, the gold threads carved into the rosewood castings flow vividly. Simple, elegant and vast. Especially on the first floor, you can directly see the center of the 9th floor hall, where there is a square bronze giant tripod, which looks extremely noble. Junior brother, is Wuji Mountain really a fallen sect? Chu Yu was puzzled. Just based on the scale and decoration of this library, it's at least twice as big as Shang Shanzong's, and the style is definitely more than twice as high. Ji Chen walked around. I've only heard Master say it once. 100 years ago, the sects and families in the Hongmeng continent were actually a one superpower and many strong existence. Wuji Mountain was the superpower that stood above all the sects and families. But Wuji Mountain is very low-key, and has always adhered to the principle of closing the mountain for hard practice in prosperous times, and going down the mountain to save the people in troubled times, until 100 years ago when the demons invaded and the world of cultivation was in chaos. Wujishan was ordered to take charge in times of crisis, and all its members became soldiers, fighting against the demons on the front line. That battle lasted for a full 10 years, and almost all the powerful beings above the nascent soul stage in the entire cultivation world died, and the Wuji Mountain was almost wiped out. During this 100 years, the surviving disciples either passed away or died, leaving only the master to guard the mountain. But Wuji Mountain played an indispensable role in the human-demon war, and the Cultivation World Federation still preserves this place, which can be regarded as a last-ditch effort for us. Oh, to decently use them to exile the useless people from the various clans. Chu Yu sneered. They themselves are unwilling to spend resources to support useless people, and they don't want to be called unkind and unjust, so they use Wuji Mountain as a cover. After a pause, Chu Yu's eyes were burning with rebellious fire, and he sent a message to Shangwen Ziqian. Brother Shangwen, the rule that abandoned disciples of the major sects can be exiled to Wuji Mountain, is this set by the Cultivation World Federation? Yes, Shangwen Ziqian replied almost instantly. What's wrong? Sister Chu Yu. Chu Yu, I want to abolish this rule. Is it feasible? Shangwen Ziqian, let me think about it. Chu Yu, okay, thank you for your help, Brother Shangwen. Chu Yu did not avoid Ji Chen when sending the message. He seemed to understand the intention of the junior sister, and the light in his eyes became more determined. Junior sister, we can do it. So, the two of them toured the sutra library as quickly as possible and determined that the first floor contained mostly books on sword cultivation, the second floor was mainly for spiritual cultivation, the third floor was mainly for weapon cultivation, the fourth floor was mainly for talisman cultivation, and the fifth floor was mainly for alchemy cultivation. Going further up, there are mostly complicated and unique copies, which Chu Yu and Ji Chen cannot understand at the current level. The two of them planned to find a sword cultivation technique suitable for Ji Chen to practice on the first floor. Because they were so engrossed in their search, they did not notice that 2 rays of light, one gold and one silver, were slowly emanating from the huge bronze tripod. It swirled around and quietly entered Ji Chen and Chu Yu's bodies from the Baihui acupoints on their heads. The sun and the moon change, and the stars move. After searching through the entire collection of books on the first floor, the two finally found 2.5 series of exercises suitable for practicing swordsmen with gold spiritual roots. 2 complete series, and a fragment of only the first half. The fragment didn't even have a cover, and the first page had a very eye-catching line of words written on it. When fighting with a sword, you can only advance, not retreat. You can only die, not surrender. Very extreme, but also very exciting. Looking at the overly immature boy in front of him, Chu Yu couldn't bear it. Or, let's choose from the 2 complete sword manuals. Those 2 are marked as forged for gold spiritual roots. This fragment is suitable for any sword cultivator. It's a bit too general, right? Ji Chen tilted his head and pondered for a while, then picked up the fragment. But, junior sister, the great Tao is simple. Living towards death, isn't that what we cultivators aspire for? Chu Yu didn't expect that Ji Chen, at such a young age, could understand it so thoroughly. Think carefully, this is a fragment. If you can't find the second half, your cultivation will most likely stagnate. Furthermore, this fragment doesn't even have a book cover, so we don't know how to find the second half. Ji Chen had already made up his mind and put it into his mustard seed bag. It's okay, this one will do. Let's go to the second floor to find some spiritual exercises. Before Chu Yu could even stand up, a gust of wind swept over, accompanied by Sect Master Lu's powerful roar. Chu Yu, what on earth did you do to my Wuji Mountain? How pitiful. How can I, an old man, face my ancestors after I ascend to heaven? Master is about to ascend. Ji Chen's focus was particularly strange, and Sect Master Lu slapped him to the ground with a slap. Is the focus of being a teacher to ascend? The point of my teacher's question is, what did your junior sister do to my Wuji Mountain that made her so miserable? Ji Chen, junior sister, what did you do? Chu Yu, yeah, what did I do? Ellipsis. Chapter 21. 3 Senior brother Shen Tuyin is possessed by a demon. What did you do? Go out and see for yourself. Sect leader Lu blew his beard and glared, his already flushed face now even redder. Chu Yu and Ji Chen looked at each other and flew out with a whoosh. These 2 bastards have improved their cultivation again. Sect leader Lu glanced vaguely at the giant tripod in the middle of the library, a look of relief flashing in his eyes. Chu Yu and Ji Chen, who ran to the door, almost dropped their jaws in shock. Is this still their Wuji Mountain? The previous desolate and overgrown weeds were changed, and the elegance and simplicity of the pavilions and towers were restored. The stars are divided into Yi and Zhen, and you pick up the stars and gallop, like a dragon and a phoenix rising up, with purple lightning and blue clouds, and red flowing from the flying pavilion, with no land below, the clouds disappear and the rain stops, and the sky is bright and clear. After 9 reincarnations, Chuyu had never seen such a ethereal and fairyland. After a long while, Ji Chen finally found his voice. Junior sister, you did it. Do you have the ability to clone yourself? Chuyu shook his head. I didn't. I'm not. You are. A strange voice sounded from Chuyu's side, and then a middle-aged man with a smart and pleasing appearance saluted Chuyu with a smile. I am Mo Gao, the manager of the Lingxi branch of Beibaozhai. I am under the orders of the young master and have cleaned up your treasure land according to your previous suggestion. Just cleaning up. Chuyu was incredulous. I'm not well educated, don't try to fool me. I wasn't like this when I first entered the mountains. She wanted Shangwen Ziqian to send people to help her clean Wuji Mountain and improve her living and diet, but she also didn't allow the other party to rebuild it. It wasn't when I came here either. Ji Chen's eyes were almost blinded by the magnificent scene. Mo Gao chuckled twice. My 2 young Taoist friends, you don't know the Wuji Mountain was originally a pearl covered in dust. The clamor of grass and trees is just a trick. I have only allowed my subordinates to restore its former splendor. Blindfold. The brothers and sisters exchanged a glance, and then they saw their nemesis master coming out of the sutra library groaning. Who told you to ask someone to tamper with my formation? Now, if those who were exiled to Wuji Mountain see how comfortable it is here, who would be willing to leave? That may not be the case. Ji Chen took out the iron, steamed bun at an inappropriate time. After all, not all cultivators can bear to eat this every day. Bunny. Before sect leader Lu raised his hand to clasp, Mo Gao hurriedly said. Master Lu, young Taoist fellow Jichen, don't worry. Our Beibaozhai will regularly deliver the freshest, most delicious, and beneficial ingredients for cultivation to Wuji Mountain. If your sect doesn't mind others staying overnight, we can also have our top chef stay here. Mind, very mindful. Sect leader Lu seemed to mind. We in Wuji Mountain can't afford to support the people in your Beibaozhai. Although the young disciple gave him 100,000 high-quality crystals for sect expenses, they belonged to the young disciple and could not be touched. Mo Gao smiled again. Master Lu, don't worry. Given the friendship between Taoist Chuyu and our young master, the series of services our Beibaozhai just provided are all free of charge. Free. Sect leader Lu's expression changed again and again. He grabbed Chuyu and brought him to his side, muttering. You won't sell yourself to that young master, will you? Absolutely not. Afraid that his master would think wrongly, Chuyu quickly took out the contract he had signed earlier. Brother Shangwen and I are a win-win situation, and we are very likely to become a community of interests in the future. Master, with me here, I will ensure that you and your fellow practitioners live comfortably and cultivate smoothly. After a pause, Chuyu saw that Sect Master Lu was still hesitant, and knowing what he was worried about, he quickly whispered. Besides, we only restored the mountaintop to its original state. Those impoverished cultivators who were exiled to Wuji Mountain would have left at the foot of the mountain if they didn't want to stay there. In the short term, our fairyland-like sect will not be exposed. Before it is exposed, she must make Wuji Mountain an unattainable place for all cultivators, rather than a place to exile waste. Chuyu secretly made up her mind, and Sect Master Lu seemed to be convinced by her. Never mind, I am old now, you can do whatever you want to me. But as he turned around with a flick of his sleeves, and looked at the mountains and fields regaining their former splendor, Sect leader Lu's eyes slowly became moist. He can remember how many years it had been since he had seen the scene before him. Master, uncles, and fellow disciples, did you all see it? Wuji Mountain, perhaps in the hands of these seemingly unreliable little guys, can really restore its former glory of cultivation. Just as Sect leader Lu was sent away, a clerk from Beibaozhai came running over. Oh no, Manager Mo, our people wanted to go to Linjiang Garden to clean up, but were kicked out by that young Taoist friend again. Moreover, that young Taoist friend seemed to have gone mad. His state was extremely terrifying. Even after our men retreated, he continued to chase us relentlessly. This was a fight to the death. Linjiang Garden is the courtyard where Chuyu's third senior brother Shen Tuyin lives. According to the original text, Shen Tuyin was only 18 years old. Before arriving at Wuji Mountain, he had reached the late stage of foundation building through his own wild growth. He was also the most profitable alchemist in the world of cultivation. In theory, such a talented young man should be the target of competition among major sects and families. However, because his family bloodline was cursed, he was bloodthirsty and irritable. After he was captured by the Federation of Cultivators, they were discussing how to deal with him. It was Sect Master Lu who took the initiative to accept him as his personal disciple, thus saving him from danger. But Shen Tuyin not only possesses the best wood spiritual roots, he also possesses the glass Dan heart that alchemists dream of. During a trial, the original heroine New Linga spoke up for Shen Tuyin when he can control his blood and wanted to kill and was being condemned by everyone, which made Shen Tuyin's heart beat fast. In fact, New Linga wanted to take his, Luli Dangson, and give it to one of the men she loved. In the end, New Linga cut open his abdomen and took out his heart, turning him into a demon. He was neither human nor ghost and kept killing people. He was strangled to death by the righteous sects. After reading the original text, Chuyu understood that Shen Tuyin's bloodline was not cursed, but because he had half-Tang snake bloodline in him, his temperament and cultivation were temporarily unable to control it. If he killed the clerk at Beibaozhai, Chuyu would have no way to explain himself. She was about to pull Ji Chen to stop the fight when Hongmeng's childish voice suddenly emerged from her sea of consciousness. Master, the second main mission has been activated. Stop Shen Tuyin from becoming a demon. Ha, this mission comes just in time. Chu Yuxin smiled. He's half-Tang snake bloodline. If you don't give me some more magic weapons, what if I get close to him and get killed? How can I complete the mission? Hongmeng, well, it's not within the scope of system assistance. Master, just think about your master's ghost waiting to be resurrected by you, and you will have motivation. Come on. Chu Yu. No matter how much she called out to Hongming afterwards, he seemed to have disappeared and gave no response at all. When she and Ji Chen arrived at the scene and witnessed Shen Tuyin's crazy state with their own eyes, they felt that the original description of the demon-like state was not an exaggeration at all. At this moment, Shen Tuyin's eyes were all bloodshot, just like the eyes of an animal. He is clearly a Dan cultivator who is supposed to save the dying and the wounded, but he is surrounded by a chilling murderous aura that makes people afraid to approach him. More than a dozen Beibaozhai shop assistants collapsed around him, some unconscious, some vomiting blood, but at least no one was killed for the time being. One of the shop assistants was frightened. When he saw Chu Yu and the others, he ran towards them like crazy, asking for help. Help, this man is possessed. Not good. But this time, Shen Tuyin couldn't bear to see fast-moving creatures. Sure enough, the next moment, Shen Tuyin had teleported to the clerk and grabbed his neck fiercely. Ellipsis. Chapter 22 Chu Yu's first life's beast bloodline. Third senior brother. Fearing that the already furious Shen Tuyin might kill him, Ji Chen could only strike him with his sword, forcing him back a few steps with the golden sword energy, but the two of them continued to fight. Third brother, wake up, I'm Ji Chen. However, Shen Tuyin has fallen into his own world of killing, and has no idea who is around him or where he is. Ji Chen has been immersed in the library these days. Although his cultivation has reached the peak of the middle stage of foundation building, he is still an ironclad sword cultivator against a fragile pill cultivator. But Shen Tuyin had already reached the peak of foundation building, and his physique and skills were even better than those of ordinary sword cultivators. In addition, Ji Chen was worried about really hurting Shen Tuyin, so he was restrained in his fighting. After a while, the situation was getting out of control. Relying on the few spells in his memory, Chu Yu continuously cast defensive and acceleration spells on Ji Chen. The scene was so chaotic that no one noticed that Chu Yu's spell didn't require any hand seals or chanting, and it was almost instantaneous. Even the knowledgeable Mo Gao thought it was just a magic spell cast by Chu Yu on Ji Chen, which lasted for a long time. After all, no one has ever heard of a spiritual practitioner who can cast spiritual spells instantly without making seals or chanting incantations. Normal people would never think in that direction. But Chu Yu was only at the middle stage of foundation building, and the rapid release of spiritual spells caused her spiritual power to be exhausted in a short time. My head was dizzy and 2 lines of blood were flowing down my nose without me noticing. Shen Tuyin, who was attacking Ji Chen frantically, suddenly stopped. Just when everyone thought he was going to stop, he suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Chu Yu. Obviously, he was attracted by the smell of blood on Chu Yu. Little junior sister. Little Taoist fellow Chu Yu. Ji Chen's acceleration spell had lost its effect, and his spiritual power was almost depleted, so he was unable to protect Chu Yu in time. Mo Gao was quite far away, and was surrounded by a group of injured people, so he couldn't free himself. Chu Yu couldn't even stand steadily. He vaguely felt a cold and evil aura approaching. He instinctively wanted to hide, but his arms were suddenly clamped. The force was so great that it woke Chu Yu up from the pain. When Chu Yu saw Shen Tuyin's face that looked like a demon, he was terrified and swallowed his saliva silently. Third brother, don't get excited. Take a deep breath, a deep breath. Chu Yu thought about his first life in the world of beasts, and the blood connection that had disappeared for a long time began to emerge faintly. Shen Tuyin tilted his head slightly, his bloodshot eyes stretching and shrinking, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Ji Chen recovered a little and was about to step forward with his sword. Chu Yu made a gesture to him as they had agreed upon. Stand still. Although Ji Chen was extremely anxious, he still chose to believe Chu Yu. He stood there fully prepared, and the veins on the back of his hand popped out because he was holding the hilt of the sword too hard. Chu Yu tried to slowly raise his arms and carefully placed them on Shen Tuyin's stiff arms. He clearly trembled slightly, and then became more tense. Chu Yu stared into his eyes and tried to communicate with him. Third senior brother, I'm Chu Yu, the junior sister who just joined Wuji Mountain a few days ago. Do you still remember me? The last time we became my disciples, you and the other 2 brothers left so quickly that I didn't even have time to give you a gift. I came all the way from the library today just to give you a gift and apologize. Please don't be angry, okay? The other people around were so nervous that they dared not breathe. He was afraid that Shen Tuyin would be unhappy and break Chu Yu's neck. After all, the girl's neck was unnaturally thin and her body was too frail to withstand a blow from this possessed monster. But Chu Yu was not afraid, nor did he think about saving himself. Instead, he chatted with Shen Tuyin about family matters. Mo Gao and the other shop assistants of Beibaozhai were in a mess. There were so few people in Wuji Mountain. Was it because they were indifferent to life and death and lived towards death, so they were all dead? Ellipsis. Chapter 23, Being a Stubborn and Sober Oxen. The air seemed to freeze, and only Chu Yu could be heard chattering there. Mo Gao and the others felt as if they didn't know what day it was. Ji Chen remained vigilant throughout the entire process, secretly concentrating all of his recovered spiritual power on the Xuanshan sword. Strangely, not only did Shen Tuyin stop attacking crazily, the black and red evil spirit surrounding his body also became weaker and weaker, and even gradually disappeared. His blood-red eyes gradually returned to normal. When he regained his senses, Shen Tuyin was stunned for a long time. He found that he was so close to Chu Yu. A trace of red suddenly appeared on his cold and hard wheat-colored face. He pushed Chu Yu away with a swish. Chu Yu's spiritual power had not recovered after being rescued, and he lost his balance after being pushed so hard that he fell on his butt with a cry of, ouch. Little junior sister. Ji Chen hurried over to help her up, looking at Shen Tuyin with some displeasure. Third brother, junior sister is a girl, can you be a little gentler? Shen Tuyin awkwardly withdrew his hand that was stretched out in the air, and a hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't dare to look at Chu Yu, he suddenly took out a white and pink pill from his arms and handed it to her. Still silent. For me. Chu Yu pointed at herself. Shen Tuyin turned his head away to avoid her gaze, and even his ears turned suspiciously red. He was a crazy guy who thought, everyone must die, the second before, but now he has become a pure and innocent boy. The reversal of style was too quick. Seeing that Chu Yu didn't take it, Shen Tuyin kept stretching out his hand stubbornly. Chu Yu thought that Shen Tuyin was a man with a glass-down heart, and the pills he made must be good, so he took it and put it into his mouth. The moment it entered her mouth, she almost killed herself. But he was worried that Shen Tuyin would go crazy again, so he covered his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. But the deadly soy milk smell of the pill was one of Chu Yu's nightmares in his previous life. Seeing Chu Yu trying hard to endure it, Shen Tuyin also frowned. Although the taste of the pill was hard to describe, it took effect very quickly. Her depleted spiritual power was quickly replenished, and a nosebleed appeared. Thank you, third brother. I'm much better now. Shen Tuyin's frown finally relaxed a little, but his expression was still solemn. He handed Chu Yu a pill that looked like a drop of water. She swallowed it without saying a word, but found that her health did not improve at all. While she was doubting, she heard Ji Chen whisper in her ear. Third brother has a very serious mysophobia. I just gave you a cleaning pill. You are clean now. I went to his room without taking a shower after practicing swordplay, and he kicked me out. You look like this. He was able to resist beating you up and stay so close to you, so I guess he really accepts you. Do you accept this? Chu Yu just felt it was unbelievable, but fortunately, Shen Tuyin was no longer crazy. But then, Chu Yu started to have a headache. Shen Tuyin was no longer crazy, but he was sticking to her. She went to hand over the aftermath to the people from Beibaozhai, and he followed. She personally watched Lin Jiangyuan restore its original Fei Zhiluden appearance, and he followed. Even when going to the toilet, he would wait outside the door. Chu Yushen was panicking, although Shen Tuyin's handsome face was indeed pleasing to the eye. But if I keep following him like this, I'd be no different from a pervert. Chu Yu tried to communicate with him. Third brother, the group of people from Beibaozhai have already gone down the mountain. No one will go to Linjiang Garden to disturb you anymore, don't worry. I thought Shen Tuyin would go back after hearing what he said, but unexpectedly he just nodded slowly and had no intention of leaving at all. Chu Yu asked slowly, and Ji Chen was even more confused. The key point is that he was also afraid that Shen Tuyin might suddenly go crazy and hurt Chu Yu, so he always followed behind him. Chu Yu changed from one tail to two tails, and took them everywhere except in extremely private spaces. It's just like an old woman taking care of two little kids. The key point is that the elusive sect leader Lu has really become a hands-off boss and his whereabouts are completely unknown. Chu Yu always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Thinking that she had at least completed the mission of stopping Shen Tuyin from becoming a demon, she quietly communicated with Hongmeng using her spiritual consciousness. There will be rewards for stage-by-stage success, right? It doesn't matter if it's less, a fly's leg is still meat. Hongmeng felt helpless. He found that Chu Yu was becoming more and more skilled at blocking his words of refusal. He tried to struggle. Can we talk more about dedication and less about rewards? A cultivator in the world of cultivation must have great love. Oh, you never mention rewards, but always talk about dedication. Instead of discussing the benefits of everything, we focus on the realm of everything. Is every word a pattern? Is this any different from those bald bosses in my previous life who only knew how to use Kua? Chu Yu said with a forced smile, when you send out tasks in the future, don't mention it to me unless you clearly state the interim rewards and the final reward. Since she has to be a beast of burden wherever she goes, she wants to be a stubborn and sober beast of burden. Hongmeng's consciousness touched the top of his head, which still had a few hairs. I'm not bald. No, why should it bother about this? But Chu Yu was so talkative, it didn't know how to respond, so it just gave up. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Well, what exactly is the fragment of a scroll that my junior brother has in the sutra library? Can you give me the second half as well? Chu Yu always felt that practicing the incomplete scroll was risky, but she was also afraid that if she simply stopped him, it might affect Ji Chen's heart of Taoism. However, she was always uneasy until she found the second half of the sword manual. Hongmeng hesitated at this moment. Why don't you change it? Since Ji Chen chose this fragment, he must have his own opportunity. If someone else forcibly changes it, it may not be beneficial to his cultivation. Chu Yu didn't argue. Then is there any way to suppress Shen Tuyin's bloodline or make it more integrated? Aren't you the best solution? Hongmeng muttered softly, isn't he back to normal now? Chu Yu was petrified. I can't always let him follow me, right? It's not that she doesn't like Shen Tuyin. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if someone followed them like a shadow. Could it be that there's something special about my bloodline? Don't say it, don't say it. Okay, just tell me what phased rewards you can give me. Chu Yu was confused, and always felt that his system was really useless. Hongmeng chuckled twice in a flattering manner. Aren't you a spiritual practitioner? I have a set of top-level spiritual cultivation techniques here. How about you take them and use them for now? The moment Chu Yu saw the cover of the technique, his defense was broken. A complete collection of spells to assist spiritual cultivation. When spiritual practice reaches the later stages, when one becomes a super powerful being that can attack and defend. Lin Song and Mu Linger's skills are both offensive and defensive, but why do they become auxiliary when they come to me? Are you really going to let me be a pure crispy spiritual practitioner? Hongmeng, to be more precise, it means wet nurse. It provides defense, healing, blessing, speed boosting, auxiliary attack. Everything you need. This kind of purely auxiliary spiritual practice is currently practiced by almost no one in Hongmeng continent. You are a unique existence. Chu Yu, I really will thank you. Ellipsis. Chapter 24 Her Devastating Master, the God of Life. Is it possible that no one practices purely auxiliary exercises, not because there are no such exercises, but because they're too useless and no one is willing to practice them? Chu Yu wanted to ask something, but Hongmeng strategically disappeared again. She could only silently turn to the first page, on which was clearly written, Group Defense Spell. The complexity of the spiritual spells and spiritual seals is several times more complicated than the most complicated spiritual spells she learned in the foundation building stage in Shangshan sect. If the basic spells she had learned before could be compared to the addition and subtraction that she learned when she was just starting elementary school in her previous life. Now, this group defense spell has at least reached the difficulty of a quadratic equation. She secretly memorized the spell and seal, and when she tried to perform them for the first time, she felt a little unfamiliar with them. It took at least a cup of tea to complete it in fits and starts. She got the idea and practiced the gestures over and over again, her speed getting faster and faster. Although she couldn't cast the spell instantly, her hands almost left after images. When she finished the whole set, it took the same amount of time as an average spiritual practitioner to release the simplest spiritual spell. Too slow. Chuyu was originally quite satisfied, but was suddenly distracted by the low and ethereal voice that came from behind him. Turning around to face the American man floating in the air, she almost burst into a nosebleed from embarrassment again. She quickly turned her head to look away, but her ears were red and she stuttered when she spoke. When did you wake up? When you started to form the spirit seal, I had already woken up. The man stared at Chuyu, his eyes showing no sadness or joy, and he wasn't embarrassed at all because he was naked. But Chuyu felt something was wrong. Aren't you the god of life? Can you transform yourself into some clothes first? She has been reincarnated 9 times and has never really eaten meat, but what has she not seen in the world? But the person in front of her was her master. Every time she accidentally glanced at him, even if it was just a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, she felt that she was committing a great rebellion and was afraid that she would be struck by lightning. The man looked down at his translucent hands, his tone revealing an imperceptible loneliness. I am just a remnant soul now, unable to transform into clothes. Remnant soul. No wonder even she didn't remember it. How can I repair your soul? The man lowered his head and thought for a moment, I don't know. Chuyu. Is this guy really the wise and omnipotent master from his previous life? Chuyu expressed deep doubt. So, what do you remember? The man raised his eyes, and a trace of confusion flashed in his mysterious dark golden eyes. I only remember that I am the god of life. Chuyu's breathing hitched. Then what? Why are you the god of life? What did you do before? Why did you end up like this? The man shook his head. I don't know. Got it. He knows nothing about anything, just like that Hongmeng kid who doesn't say a word. But Chuyu felt a little awkward. The man seemed to notice her low mood and took the initiative to speak. Who are you to me? Why are you sad? Chuyu sighed helplessly. This Hongmeng system says that you were my master in my previous life. The man tilted his head, as if confused. Chuyu continued, we were betrayed by a traitor in our group during an international joint mission and were ambushed. You were blown to pieces trying to save me. I later found the traitor in the enemy camp, and perished with them. The man fell silent after hearing this, as if thinking about what Chuyu said. After a long time, when she was about to talk to him again, he fell asleep again. With a silent sigh, Chuyu's consciousness left the space, and the sky outside was already bright. The moment she pushed open the door, she found Shen Tuyin and Ji Chen, one black and one red, nailed to the left and right of her door like 2 door gods. Otherwise, you will also move to my Xinjiang garden. Seeing the 2 people's strange expressions, Chuyu was afraid that they might misunderstand, so he quickly pointed to the extra room. Each of our courtyards was once the residence of all the disciples from a certain peak of Wuji Mountain, so there were plenty of rooms. Instead of having you following me around like this, why don't we just live in the same yard? Anyway, sect leader Lu doesn't care about this matter at all. Ji Chen agreed decisively and flew back to his yard to clean up. Shen Tuyin turned around and left decisively. Although he didn't say anything, Chuyu knew that he was also going to pack his luggage. These 2 guys, one is passionate as fire, the other is cold as the abyss, are extremely difficult to lead. Chuyu himself ran to the dining room, picked out a lot of fresh ingredients, moved them back to his Xinjiang garden, and built a small kitchen in his yard. Cultivators do not need to eat when they reach the foundation building stage, but Chuyu has been reincarnated for 9 times and has never needed to eat. In her opinion, enjoying delicious food, beautiful scenery and beautiful women are all expressions of self-pleasing. Chuyu arranged the ingredients in his own small kitchen, and started cooking. When Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin came back to Chuyu's yard carrying large and small bags, their eyes were full of surprise. When Chuyu brought out the steamed dumplings, the 2 were still staring at each other. Are you all hungry? Eat first and then clean up. Okay. Ji Chen threw away his belongings and rushed into the kitchen like the wind, almost bursting into tears. Junior sister, you actually brought the kitchen of the human world to the world of cultivation. Woohoo, you are so kind. I haven't eaten anything from the human world in a long time, so today I'm going to have 8 baskets of steamed buns. I made 3 baskets in total, 3 cups of bailing juice, 1 for each person, no more. All right. Ji Chen was stunned for a moment, but soon recovered his lively appearance. He picked up one and stuffed it into his mouth. He cried out in pain from the heat, but he was reluctant to spit it out. Junior sister, wow, what's the filling inside made of? Why is it so juicy? It's too strong. These are fresh meat and crab roe dumplings. The meat is 3-color venison, and the crab is South China Sea shrimp. Brother Shangwen said these are ingredients that are helpful for cultivation. Ji Chen just nodded continuously. Actually, he just cared about the taste. Just as he took the bailing juice and was about to drink it, he was stopped by Shen Tuyin, his face full of vigilance. Your share is over there, don't take mine. If you don't want to spend the whole day running to the toilet, it's best not to eat juice and buns together. This was the first time Ji Chen heard Shen Tuyin talk so much that he even forgot to protect his food. Third brother, you actually took the initiative to talk to me. An unnatural look flashed across Shen Tuyin's face. The widespread fruit is cold in nature, and the South China Sea blue crab is also cold in nature. Taking them separately, they are both spiritual foods that are beneficial to cultivation. But if taken together, it would cause discomfort to ordinary monks. After saying that, Shen Tuyin looked at Chuyu cautiously, afraid that she would be unhappy. Ellipsis. Chapter 25. Senior brother, let's not die yet, okay. Chuyu slapped his head in self-blame. Oh no, I was only concerned about the delicious food, but I didn't understand the medical theory behind it at all. Fortunately, third brother is here, otherwise we would probably be stuck in the toilet today. In her fourth life, she was a female doctor, but she forgot that the food in the world of cultivation was different from that in the mortal world, and the interactions between foods were naturally different. Third brother, I'll cook from now on. Can you come by and give me some guidance when you have time? This paranoid kid was abandoned by his parents and lacked love since childhood, otherwise he would not have fallen completely for the original heroine Nulinga just because of a few words she said for him. As long as she and other people in the sect give him enough sense of security and love, Shen Tuyin will not be easily fooled by Nulinga and bullied by her. Meeting Chuyu's hopeful eyes, Shen Tuyin pursed his red lips and nodded slowly. All three of them had a very enjoyable breakfast. But when she thought that in half a month, the five of them would be sent to the border between the human and demon races to gather intelligence, and that she had been killed during that gathering, she became a little restless. After all, the cultivation techniques she has acquired now are all for auxiliary purposes. In the short term, the cultivation world cannot change its view that Wuji Mountain is an abandoned child and a sacrifice. Do you have any recommendations for good techniques suitable for spiritual practice? Chuyu sent a message to Shangwen Ziqian. The other party replied almost immediately. Sister Chuyu, what is the attribute of your spiritual roots? Chuyu, I don't know, it has no color. Shangwen Ziqian, it's not that I'm stingy, but I don't know how to recommend it. Spiritual cultivation and sword cultivation are different from alchemy cultivation, talisman cultivation, and weapon cultivation. The skills must be the same as one's own spiritual roots in order to achieve twice the result with half the effort. For example, if you have water spiritual roots, but you choose to practice the exercises for your fire spiritual roots, it will not only be difficult to get started, but it is also very likely to damage your spiritual roots. But I have never heard of this colorless spiritual root, brother. You're not seeing things, are you? How is that possible? I was meditating and practicing a few days ago. Chuyu said helplessly, is there no universal practice method? My junior brother even found a copy in the sutra library. Shangwen Ziqian, this kind of martial arts or sword manual that is suitable for all spiritual roots is either a top-notch masterpiece or a very common entry-level one. The ultimate spiritual cultivation technique is priceless. Even the Shangshan sect, which specializes in spiritual cultivation, and the Ning family, one of the 5 great families, only have 1 or 2 copies. However, it is impossible for them to share their exclusive secret treasures. If I come across an auction, I will buy it for you at a high price. After Chuyu thanked Shangwen Ziqian, Ji Chen hurried in. Junior sister, someone from the Ning family is here again looking for senior brother. Should we go over and take a look? Ning family, what are they doing here? Shangwen Ziqian and Chuyu were just talking about the Ning family, and now they come to the door. Moreover, the original text records that Ning Luo is the illegitimate son of the current head of the Ning family, and he seemed to be hunted by some enemies. Ning Luo and his mother were able to enter the Ning family's main home and be protected because they possessed top-grade ice spiritual roots. However, due to his jealousy, his elder brother used a cunning trick to destroy his ice spirit root, and threatened him not to tell the truth, otherwise, according to the cold-bloodedness of the Ning family, Ning Luo's mother would be driven out of the house as well. For the safety of his mother, Ning Luo asked to leave the Ning family and come to Wuji Mountain. At this time in his previous life, Ning Luo's mother should have been critically ill, and someone from the Ning family came to inform him. He took the risk and went down the mountain to look for medicine but to no avail. Mulinga was attracted by his natural talent and took the initiative to help him. Although Ning Luo had no feelings for her, he promised to be with her as long as his mother was saved. Unexpectedly, Mulinga's actions backfired and Ning Luo's mother died from misdiagnosis. Ning Luo blamed himself for all the mistakes and committed suicide with his sword. Mulinga only felt regretful for a few days, and soon she fell in love with another handsome man. Ji Chen also doesn't like the Ning family very much. I don't know why they come here, but every time they come, the eldest brother becomes obviously depressed for a long time, and even engages in self-harm. Self-harm. Chuyu jumped up with a swoosh, and Hong Meng's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. The third main mission has been activated, save Ning Luo. Why don't you just say that the beautiful, strong, and miserable people who were harmed by the original heroine are the ones I want to save? Chuyu laughed angrily, the next stage reward for saving me, tell me first. How about a top-grade magical weapon? Hong Meng was straightforward this time. Make a deal. Chuyu immediately pulled Ji Chen to fly the sword, but unexpectedly Shen Tuyin also stepped on him. Normally, only 2 people could stand on a sword. When 3 people stood on it, it twisted and turned all the way and fell into Ning Luo's yard. Even with such a noisy noise, Ning Luo was not disturbed. Chuyu felt something was wrong and rushed into his room. He saw that he was holding a sharp dagger in his right hand and was about to cut his left wrist. Big brother, don't. Chuyu rushed over quickly, tightly grasping the end of his dagger. I'll help you rebuild your spiritual roots and save your mother. Let's not die first, okay? Ning Luo's cold eyebrows trembled heavily, and she looked up at her with her eyelashes shaking lightly. The watery color in her eyes reflected Chuyu's anxious little face. Just one glance and Chuyu's heart trembled. No wonder Ning Luo is the only man the original heroine wanted but didn't get. This clear and broken feeling even broke the heart of Chuyu, a straight woman. But what this person said shattered Chuyu completely. I only heard his voice as cold as ice on the top of a mountain, and he said in a low voice. If you can't do it, I'll drag you down with me. Chuyu. Things have come to this point. If she doesn't agree, and this guy commits suicide when she's not paying attention, won't all her efforts be wasted? Thinking about the top-grade magical weapon as a reward, Chuyu was tempted. Okay, I promise to do what I say. A few years later, when Chu Yu learned that Ning Luo cut his wrists to get blood instead of committing suicide, he regretted it so much that he was so angry that he ignored him for 7 days. These are all things for later. Now, she felt fortunate to have successfully snatched the dagger from Ning Luo's hand. Before Chu Yu even realized that her hand was cut, Shen Tuyin had quietly taken the dagger from her hand, sprinkled the hemostatic medicine on her palm, and bandaged the wound with a slightly unfamiliar hand. Don't touch water for 3 days, and there won't be any scars. The tone was still cold and awkward, but Chu Yu could hear the concern in it and nodded with a smile. Ji Chen said sourly. As expected, now that I have a junior sister, I don't need a junior brother anymore. No, you've never bandaged my wound yourself, isn't that a bit too much? Facing Ji Chen, who stuck to him, Shen Tuyin always had a blank expression. Even Ning Luo, who was rescued, had a flash of surprise in his eyes, but it quickly returned to being like a stagnant pool without a ripple. Chu Yu hugged the stool and sat in front of him, looking up at him with a smile that revealed 2 dimples. Big brother, since our lives are tied together, can you tell me why the Ning family is looking for you? What else could it be? Our eldest young master is about to break through, and he wants to borrow something from this loser to break through. This loser should feel honored. Ellipsis. Chapter 26, Junior Sister Goes Crazy. The 2 young men from the Ning family walked in arrogantly. They were wearing fresh Hessian jade-colored family clothes, but when they wore them, they looked like dead fish with their stomachs turned upside down, which was very disgusting. Shen Tuyin frowned impatiently, and Ji Chen also grasped the sword at his waist. Chu Yu took a step forward and approached them. Everyone thought she was going to try to mediate, but unexpectedly, she took out the broom by the door and smashed it on the forehead of one of the Ning family youths. Where did this wild dog come from? Where did you come from? Get out of here. Another broom hit another young man from the Ning family in the face. The 2 were stunned for a moment before they remembered to fight back. Chu Yu quickly took a step back and pushed Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin forward. Open the door and let my brother go. Ji Chen had long disliked the 2 grandsons of the Ning family, so he drew out the Xuanshan sword and swept through the enemy. Although Shen Tuyin had no weapons, his body was strong. Coupled with his cultivation in the late stage of foundation building and his special bloodline, he was able to withstand the attacks of spiritual practitioners in the early stage of foundation building. This was Ning Luo's 3rd surprise today. You. Chu Yu turned around and gave him a soothing smile. Don't worry, big brother, they will leave him alive. Ning Luo tried to hold back, but still couldn't help it. I'm afraid of the Ning family, so I won't leave them alive. What? Chu Yu turned around and saw that the 2 people who had clearly had the upper hand were now being beaten down by the spiritual spell attacks of the 2 people from the Ning family. How come? Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin's cultivation is above these 2. Ning Luo's voice was clear and shallow, and one could not tell whether it was sad or happy. The Ning family is a spiritual family, yet they are able to rank at the top of the list of the 5 great families. This is not only because they have a variety of spiritual spells that can be used for both offense and defense, but they also created a unique spiritual spell formation that can increase their attack and defense power by at least 1 level. With the same level of cultivation, a group of 2 or more people fighting together is almost invincible. One of them is responsible for attacking, while the other is responsible for defending. The 3rd junior brother is a pill cultivator, so he relies entirely on his physical strength to fight. Although junior brother's cultivation is higher than theirs, he is also helpless against the formation. Even though Ning Luo didn't say anything, Chu Yu also realized that his 2 senior brothers were being beaten. After pondering for a while, he turned to look at Ning Luo and smiled a little obscenely. Big brother, didn't you also stay in the Ning family before? Just teach us how to break the formation. Ning Luo's brows furrowed slightly, and the surroundings seemed to have become much colder. Seeing him hesitate, Chu Yu continued. I know you're worried about hurting the Ning family, and they'll embarrass your mother when they get back. But as long as big brother trusts me, I promise it will never happen. Seeing the sincerity and confidence in Chu Yu's eyes, Ning Luo's icy heart began to loosen a little. After a long while, when Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin were trapped in the formation and almost powerless to fight back, Ning Luo finally spoke in a low voice. They use a basic offensive and defensive formation. By withstanding the attacker's attacks and subduing them, you can break the formation. However, under the attack of the defender's attack spell, the damage is too strong, and I am afraid that my junior brother will not be able to get close at all. Of course they're strong. The yard of Yongjiangyuan was almost plundered by these 4 people. How about I increase my brother's defense? Chu Yu was eager to try. Ning Luo thought for a moment. Unless I can increase the defense of both of them at the same time, and for a long time, then that's impossible. Before the word, impossible, was uttered, Chu Yu had already jumped into the battle, with a mirror in his hand, and his hands began to form seals with afterimages. In a moment, 2 whitish and almost colorless light balls enveloped Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin respectively. Chu Yu used a mirror to check the Ning family's formation, and smiled so hard that his mouth almost split from his ears. Junior brother, you 2 should attack the guy who released the attack spell from the front and back. I have cast a defensive spell on you, so it won't hurt you too much. What about the spiritual practitioner who has been giving him spiritual power? Ji Chen had originally thought of cutting off the source of spiritual power to break the formation. But the answer Chu Yu gave was unexpected. He can't move. If he does, the formation will be broken. The Ning family member who was in charge of the defense was shocked, and then stared at Ning Luo with hatred. Traitor, how dare you reveal the Ning family's secret to breaking the formation to outsiders? Do you want your sickly mother to be kicked out of the Ning family as well? Ning Luo's already fair face turned even paler and looked shaky. Chu Yu rushed in holding a mirror and hit the head of the Ning family member who was in charge of defense. Damn it, my senior brother left the Ning family a long time ago, what's the point of talking about betrayal? If you say another word of nonsense, I will beat you so hard that your own parents won't recognize you. You dare. See if I dare. As he spoke, Chu Yu had already taken the mirror and was beating the defensive Ning family member again and again. On the other side, Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin, after being blessed with Chu Yu's defensive spell, were hit by the Ning family's attacking spell again, but they didn't feel any pain at all. They captured the man with great force and brought him to Chu Yu. We are members of the Ning family. How dare you treat us like this? Do you, Wuji Mountain, want to disappear from the world of cultivation? Before the man the Ning family was defending could even begin to say anything polite, Chu Yu slapped him with a mirror. Without the Wuji Mountain of the past, how could you, the aristocratic sects, enjoy the peaceful and tranquil life now? You are a bunch of ungrateful dogs. You bully people right in front of our ancestors. If we don't teach you a lesson, how can we survive in the world of cultivation in the future? A bunch of dogs. Chu Yu cursed and smashed things at the same time, and Ji Chen seemed to have gotten used to her occasional madness. Shen Tuyin was even more incredible. He didn't think there was anything unreasonable about her behavior, and there was even a hint of doting in his eyes. On the contrary, Ning Luo's always indifferent face showed some cracks, but he remained silent. Chu Yu had enough of the fight and threw the two of them in front of Shen Tuyin. Third brother, do you have any pills that can weaken their willpower? Seeing Shen Tuyin take out two dung beetle-like pills, the smell of bean juice suddenly swept through Chu Yu's memory. She quickly jumped away. Give them the taste. Seeing the two Ning family members retching non-stop, Chu Yu finally felt a little more balanced. She walked up to one of the Ning family members whose eyes were gradually becoming cloudy, and slowly shook the amethyst pendant given to her by Shangwen Ziqian, and began to hypnotize her. Seeing the two Ning family members introducing themselves after being hypnotized by Chu Yu, and even obeying her orders, Ji Chen and the other three unconsciously took 2 steps back, and their eyes changed when they looked at Chu Yu. After Chu Yu arranged for the two Ning family members to go down the mountain, she was surprised to find that the 3 brothers looked at her with strange eyes, and smiled with 2 rows of white teeth. Brothers, what are you doing? You, what kind of magic did you use just now? Ji Chen would never admit it, he was scared. It's not magic, it's medical skills. We need to find a way to save senior brother's mother. How can we do that without infiltrating the Ning family? Chu Yu swung the amethyst pendant and turned to walk towards his yard. If you're hungry after a fight, come to my yard to eat, please sign up for your meal. Shen Tuyin didn't say anything and just followed. Seeing Ning Luo standing still, Ji Chen pulled him along. Big brother and I going too. Chu Yu curled his lips and chuckled, touching the seemingly ordinary mirror in his hand. This Chang'an mirror is really good. It can see through the truth and falsehood, and it can also make her magic spells twice as effective. At this moment, she just wanted to smile at Tianlang. Spiritual practitioners in the world of cultivation, tremble. Ellipsis. Chapter 27 The Destined Journey to the Human Demon Border. Under Shen Tuyin's guidance, Chu Yu never made incompatible foods for dinner again. I thought the atmosphere might be a little uncomfortable with the presence of the cold Ning Luo. But the scene was unexpectedly harmonious. It was as if they had been getting along like this for many unknown years. After dinner, Chu Yu asked Shen Tuyin to diagnose the condition of Ning Luo's spiritual roots. The results are all broken, unless it can be rebuilt. Ning Luo and Ji Chen's situations are different. Ji Chen has no spiritual roots, so any natural treasure that can help him grow new spiritual roots will be fine. But Ning Luo originally had ice spiritual roots, and even after being crippled, his body still retained the physique of the ice spiritual roots. Forcibly integrating other spiritual roots would damage the foundation. Finally, they decided to go to the library to find the answer. It took them more than 10 days to search, and they searched the entire sutra library before they finally found a solution. However, the order for Wujishan to be sent to the border between humans and demons to investigate any unusual movements of the demons was still issued by the Federation of Cultivators as in the original text. This is too much. There's something wrong with the spiritual roots of the eldest and second brothers. They're no different from ordinary mortals. If they encounter the demons, how will they protect themselves? Ji Chen said the truth, but Zhu Yan was furious. Oh, after someone got the top-grade golden spiritual root, he really has become different. If you despise me and my senior brother for not having enough cultivation, why not just drive us out of Wuji Mountain? That's not what I meant. Stop adding fuel to the fire. Ji Chen had a cold and handsome face. He missed Zhu Yan a little when he didn't see her, but when he saw her, he wanted to strangle her to death. Sect leader Lu was also troubled by the 2 disciples. The Federation only told us to send people, but didn't say how many people to send. Ji Chen and Chu Yu will just go there to go through the motions and then come back. Don't take it too seriously. Anyway, all the direct disciples of the 6 major sects will go for training this time. Are the disciples of the 6 sects going too? Chu Yu was stunned. In the original text, weren't the sect leaders afraid that something might happen to their disciples, so this matter fell on Wuji Mountain. In fact, the Federation had originally decided in this way, but John Mohan of Lingshao sect volunteered to go there for training, saying that he had realized in the Piao secret realm last time that those who practice Taoism must overcome their fear and forget about their own life and death, which is the true meaning. There is no doubt about the true nature of Long Ocean in the world of cultivation. Although the leader of Lingshao sect was worried, he was also proud that his chief disciple had such an understanding. He supported his aspirations and mobilized all the disciples of Lingshao sect. The other 5 major sects were not willing to lag behind and sent out their own disciples. Even Yu Linga, who was imprisoned in a forbidden area for reflection, was not spared. It was said that this was a chance for her to make amends. Thinking of the pale faces of Shang Shanzong's disciples, Chu Yu's mouth was harder to suppress than AK. Master, when do we set off? Don't think this is a happy thing. The demons are very cruel. If you can't beat them, just run away. Don't force yourself. Got it? Sect leader Lu was worried sick. After you confirm the number of people, you will go down the mountain tomorrow morning. Zhu Yan was too lazy to get involved, and Ning Luo didn't want to be a drag, so they finally decided that Chu Yu, Ji Chen, and Shen Tuyin would take the token of the Cultivation World Federation and gather in Yuanshui town, which was closest to the human and demon races. The reason why they answered so readily was because one of the medicinal herbs that could help Ning Luo repair his spiritual roots, the yin-yang grass, was only found on the border between the human and demon races. Sect leader Lu was worried that Shen Tuyin might go berserk and lose control, but since it was rare for him to show determination, he could only let him go. Ellipsis. In Yuanshui town, the direct disciples of the 6 major sects have gathered, but a few people from Wuji Mountain are missing. After the news of Niu Linger's murder attempt to seize resources was exposed, Shangshan sect lost face in the entire cultivation world. Everyone was hostile to Chu Yu. Sun Lei, the 3rd disciple, was filled with anger, as if he had finally found an outlet. I really don't understand. To investigate the demon clan's movements at the border, which concerns the safety of the cultivation world, why would they send a lowly sect like Wuji Mountain? Now they are causing everyone to wait for them, they are simply black sheep. Oh my, the Shangshan sect, are still as arrogant as before. Zhao Ming was not going to tolerate them. The Cultivation World Federation first ordered Wuji Mountain to investigate unusual movements, and then sent our 6 sects direct disciples to investigate together. How? Are you from the Shangshan sect also questioning the decision of the Cultivation World Federation? Sun Lei was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He had heard that Zhao Ming and Chu Yu had a complicated relationship, but because the other party was a member of the Zhao family, he had to endure it. Niu Linger, who usually always said a few words to make her presence felt, was unusually quiet at this moment, with her eyes lowered, not knowing what she was thinking. They still didn't see anyone from Wuji Mountain the next morning, so they decided not to wait any longer and headed towards the border area between the human and demon races. The 6 color uniforms for direct disciples in red, orange, yellow, green, blue and cyan are so cool. The confused wandering cultivators saw this and thought that a great opportunity had appeared at the border, so they whispered to each other and prepared to follow secretly. Ji Chen, who was in a private room in another inn, couldn't understand. Junior sister, we clearly arrived before them, why don't we go and join them? Meet up with them, become a sitting duck for the demons. Chu Yu looked up at the sky in silence. They're so arrogant, they almost wrote, I'm a direct disciple of the 6 great clans on their heads. And they're still trying to gather intelligence. They're just waiting to be caught in one fell swoop. Ji Chen suddenly realized, that seems to be the case, no wonder you don't let us wear Wuji Mountain sect uniforms. So should we follow them now? Or? Chu Yu looked at the still innocent and clear little brother in front of him. What is our purpose here? To find out the details of the demon clan's unusual movements. Wrong. Chu Yu stretched out his finger and waved his hand. The intelligence about the demon clan will be gathered by our own disciples. Our first priority is to find the yin-yang grass, which is the key to repairing the eldest brother's spiritual roots. So, while the demons in the dark are distracted by these ostentatious disciples, we can sneak into the border to search for treasure. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Ji Chen was eager to try, and already had experience. I brought several new jade slips this time. If I come across any new and interesting scenes, I will definitely record them. Children can be taught. Unfortunately, the current jade slips do not have the live broadcast function. I will go back and discuss it with Shangwen Ziqian. If Lingshan can achieve the live broadcast level, the communication in the world of cultivation will be a huge change. Ellipsis. Chapter 28 Everyone fell into the devil's domain. Chu Yu's guess turned out to be correct. Not long after the group of direct disciples left, several cultivators with strange expressions mixed in with the wandering cultivators who followed them. Chu Yu and the other 2 chose another more remote path and arrived at the border safely. She originally thought that it was similar to the border of the world she had experienced before, with residents of both sides living their own lives along a border line. But the shocking scene before her left her speechless. About 10 steps ahead of the flat ground where they were standing, the land seemed to be a cliff split by a towering axe, stretching for thousands of miles into a dark abyss with no bottom in sight. There is a clear sky above the cliff, but a chilly and gloomy air below the cliff. No wonder it is said that only in this kind of place can plants fruits like yin-yang grass, that require extreme environments to grow be born. Chu Yu walked forward to the edge of the cliff, and was about to lower his head to see more clearly, but was pulled back by Shen Tuyin. It's demonic. Seeing his serious expression, Chu Yu believed it. You notice it? Chu Yu saw him nod, and turned to look at Ji Chen, who shook his head repeatedly. Their eyes fell on Shen Tuyin at the same time, and they said in unison. How did you notice that? Being stared at by 2 pairs of sparkling eyes, Shen Tuyin suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Instinct. After a pause, Shen Tuyin added. If ordinary people's bodies come into contact with these demonic energies, their spiritual power will be suppressed or even eroded, so ordinary people cannot go deep into the demon world. Chu Yu and Ji Chen looked at each other, their eyes full of relief. If Shen Tuyin had not been brought along, the 2 of them, each more reckless than the other, would have probably already flown away on their swords by now. While he was thinking, someone came flying from the sky not far away, riding a sword or a magic weapon. It was the group of ostentatious disciples, followed by a long tail of a group of wandering cultivators. Chu Yu and the other 2 were wearing pure black masks that could hide their cultivation and aura, and they originally didn't intend to pay any attention to them. But someone in the air shouted. Why are there 3 masked men near the border? They look sneaky, maybe they're spies from the demon tribe. Let's catch them first. Hence, spiritual spells, sword energy, attacks with magical instruments carrying spiritual power, etc., came towards Chu Yu and the other 2 as if they were free. Fuck. Chu Yu couldn't help but raise his middle finger towards the group of his disciples in the air. These idiots who were pampered and had no combat experience at all, betrayed the teammates as soon as they appeared. Helplessly, she quickly cast a group defense spell, grabbed Shen Tuyin and Ji Chen on the left and right, and jumped off the cliff. I could vaguely hear the smug voice of that idiot. I told you they were possessed, otherwise why would they flee to the demonic territory? Let's go, let's chase them. Looking up at the huge number of disciples rushing towards him like moths to a flame, Chu Yu didn't have time to roll his eyes when Ji Chen's anxious voice exploded. It's over, my spiritual power is limited here, I'm afraid I can't control the sword for much longer. Shen Tuyin. Chu Yu. Why is it that every time I go out, I can't avoid the thrill of free fall? Shen Tuyin stretched out his long arms and held Chu Yu and Ji Chen in his arms, preparing to be the scapegoat himself. Chu Yu fiddled with his mustard seed bag for a while and took out a chain with claws. Little brother, try your best to fly towards the cliff. Ji Chen did as he was told, and Chu Yu skillfully threw out his claws, which embedded into the rock wall and slid down more than 10 meters before barely stabilizing. The next moment, she saw the group of self-righteous disciples falling from their swords or magic weapons like dumplings. A young man wearing a bright yellow sect uniform saw Chu Yu and the others and was shocked. You despicable demons, you actually used such a sinister method to lure us into the trap. Watch out. After saying that, the young man even ignored the fact that his magic weapon was unstable and falling, and pressed the magic weapon on his wrist. One by one, golden needles with golden light hit Chu Yu and the others. The veins on Chu Yu's forehead popped, and he formed seals to strengthen the defensive spell. Thanks to Ji Chen's quick and accurate movement in leading them to dodge, they were not hit by the golden needles. The young man in yellow was particularly unconvinced. While trying to save himself, he didn't forget to swear. Just wait, I'll be back. Chu Yu. Ji Chen. Shen Tuyin. I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen anyone as stupid as the boy in yellow. Which sect is wearing the yellow sect uniform? Chu Yu remembered the face of that scoundrel. Ji Chen, Xuanji sect, a group of straightforward and stubborn weapon cultivators. Not to mention Chu Yu, he was shocked by the other party. Shen Tuyin's hard brows were wrinkled into a small frown. Stupid. It can be seen that he really hates stupidity. That guy not only tricked Chu Yu and the others, but also lured the entire team of disciples into the demon realm. If there really were demons among the wandering cultivators following him, and if he passed the news to other demons in the demon realm, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the disciples. Otherwise, should we send the Jade Slip message to Master? Although Ji Chen was also very angry, he was kind and warm-hearted after all. But Chu Yu took out the Jade Slip and looked at it, then spread his hands. The demon realm is the same as the small secret realm. The Jade Slip's spiritual message cannot penetrate it, so there is no way to send or receive information. Shen Tuyin saw Chu Yu was unhappy and secretly made up his mind. Sooner or later, this demon realm will be unified, and Ling Shen can infiltrate it, allowing junior sister to brush Jade Slips wherever she goes. He discovered that his junior sister did not like to practice, but liked to brush Jade Slips. She would use the Jade Slips when eating, walking, and chatting with them. In short, as long as she had time, she would use the Jade Slips to read various messages. This was Chu Yu's habit in his previous life. Which working slave wouldn't have a mobile phone to browse during his free time? This habit of hers naturally continued into this life. Little did they know that it was silently influencing Shen Tuyin's decision. A few years later, the unified demon clan found out that it was because of Chu Yu's hobby of brushing Jade Slips, and they were all speechless as if they had eaten shit. These are all things for later. Now, fortunately, Chu Yu had obtained enough treasures from Shangwen Ziqian. He took out a ladder that could absorb any material and slowly slid it up the cliff. The group of disciples who were tricked by the young man in yellow showed their magical powers. Although they were in a miserable state, they were given a lot of resources and magic weapons by the sect, so they finally landed safely. Zhao Ming cursed at the 3 junior brothers and sisters around him. That disciple of Xuanji sect is stupid, so you guys should be stupid too, right? If they ask you to arrest someone, just use your sword energy. If they tell you to charge, just charge towards the cliff. Now it's hard to gather spiritual energy, and we can't go up. If we encounter the demons, we will all be killed. Second brother, please stop talking. I'm scared. Wang Miao Miao, the youngest disciple of Lingsha sect, is a soft-hearted girl. It is her first time to go out for training with her 4 senior brothers. She was already frightened by the eerie and depressing scene in front of her, and she became even more scared. What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Ming couldn't understand. If Chu Yu were here, he would probably pretend to be a ghost himself. He spoke the latter part in a very low voice. Only Jun Mohan, who was closest to him, heard it clearly and shook his head helplessly. I don't know if the people from Wuji Mountain have arrived yet. I hope they hear from the independent cultivators that we fell off a cliff on the border between humans and demons, and send a message to the Cultivation World Federation for help in time. This place is full of dangers. The sooner you leave, the better. Otherwise, something bad might happen. Little did they know that the hope they were talking about was still slowly climbing up the cliff, taking out the Jade Slips from time to time to check if there was any spiritual message. Ellipsis. Chapter 29. The young man in yellow breaks the defense. This reminded Chu Yu of a healing movie he had watched in his previous life. The bald male protagonist climbed up high, tied his cell phone to a trembling branch, and called the other male protagonist to curse him. Chu Yu thought that when his soul traveled to the world of cultivation, he should get a script with the heroine as the protagonist. Now it seems that the script he got is probably a funny one. Little brother, how long will it take us to climb up? She was a fragile spiritual practitioner, and she had climbed until her hands and feet were weak. Shen Tuyin felt it, silently pulled her over, carried her on his back, and continued climbing. Although Chu Yu's body was only 16, her heart was an 18-year-old girl who had reincarnated 9 times. She felt particularly embarrassed. Third brother, I'm not that weak. I can continue climbing. Seeing that Shen Tuyin did not respond, Chu Yu continued. Even if you have great physical fitness, you're just a damn cultivator. Carrying me on your back is a burden. You. Too light. Shen Tuyin interrupted Chu Yu's chatter, held her knee with one hand, shook it, and repeated. Too light. It seems that I have to study some tonic pills when I return to the sect to nourish my junior sister. Chu Yu's face flushed at his action of carrying the child. Before he could figure out how to refuse, that second-rate and annoying voice came from under them again. Bold demons, I finally caught you. Watch out. Depend on. It's never over. We are not demons. Chu Yu yelled at the young man in yellow, but the other party didn't listen at all. He took a magic weapon that looked like a 9-section whip and swung it at them. The spiritual power of Chu Yu and his companions was almost exhausted. In addition, the ladder was almost vertical, and was smashed down by the yellow-clothed boys' crackling physical attacks. The three people's efforts to climb up were in vain. When they fell, Chu Yu was so angry that he grabbed the collar of the young man in yellow and fell with him. I told you guys you're demons. Since you're so cruel and ruthless, I'm going to die with you. 1 pulls 3, today is worth it for me, Yilang. Fuck you, who the hell wants to die with you? Chu Yu fiercely pinched Yilang's neck, no wonder you're so arrogant, so your name is, Yilang. Chu Yu was rarely so speechless, he even started swearing. Because they were thrown too far away from the cliff by Yilang and Ji Chen was unable to control his sword, a few of them relied entirely on their physical strength and wrestled in the air for a long time with punches hitting flesh. Chu Yu finally realized that if he continued to fight, he would be turned into a meat pie if he fell to the ground. So he took out a magic weapon similar to a parachute from the mustard bag, opened it, and slowly floated to the ground with the other 3 people who were twisted into a ball. But this time, Yilang had been completely subdued by Shantuyin and Ji Chen. He was tied up tightly, but he was still chattering. You despicable demons, aren't you the ones who despise the magical instruments invented by us human cultivators? Why are you using them yourself? I bother. Hypocritical, treacherous, disgusting. Chu Yu was almost hearing stars in his head, and he couldn't bear it anymore and slapped him on the head. I said, we are not demons. Not a demon, who would wear a pitch-black mask in broad daylight? Yilang didn't believe Chu Yu at all. Chu Yu was about to say something when a man wrapped in purple-black clothes and wearing a ghost face mask suddenly walked over from a distance. Both sides saw each other and remained deadlocked for a while. Beads of sweat were dripping down Ji Chen's forehead, but fortunately they were blocked by the mask and no one noticed. Shantuyin secretly touched the poison powder in the mustard bag because he felt the evil energy from the other party. It's the demonic energy that only demons possess. Chu Yu was thinking, if he pulled everyone into Chu Yue's territory now, would he be able to escape the disaster? Amidst the intense tension, the demon walking towards them suddenly spoke. You've arrived in the demon realm, but why are you still dressed as humans? Why don't you change quickly to avoid being accidentally injured? Chu Yu and the other 3 were confused, but the demon said. This time, our strategy of concealing our demonic energy and disguising ourselves as members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance was very successful. We followed those disciples without arousing suspicion. The young master has already issued an order to capture all the disciples of the 6 sects and keep them all alive. You were so lucky to have caught a lone man right away. Hurry up and change your clothes and come with me to claim the reward. The more Chu Yu listened, the more confused he became. He exchanged a glance with Ji Chen quietly, and then he realized that the cuffs of several pieces of clothes that they had picked up at random from the Wandering Cultivators all had golden crow totems on them, which was the logo of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance. The Loose Cultivators Alliance is under the jurisdiction of the Federation of Cultivators, and coordinates and manages all the loose cultivators in the cultivation world. But under normal circumstances, they will not interfere with the cultivation of individual cultivators. At most, they will just send messages and organize groups to voluntarily form teams for trials. This is really a case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse and infiltrating the enemy. Compared to the suppressed excitement of Chu Yu and others, Yilang's entire defense was broken. I told you 3 were demons, yet you shamelessly refused to admit it. Damn demons, let go. Woo. Chu Yu didn't wait for the other party to finish his words. He stuffed Magician's uneaten iron bun directly into his mouth and smiled flatteringly at the demon opposite him. He, big brother, we were just being hunted by those righteous disciples. When we lured them off the cliff, we were worried about being caught and having our identities exposed, so we threw away all the things that belong to us as demons. Big brother, could you please provide us with 3 sets of clothes for our own privates? We will take our disciples with us to claim the bounty, and then we will give you half of it, big brother. The original text records that the demon clan has a strict hierarchy. The demons before them are low-ranking soldiers, so naturally they can only be low-ranking soldiers. Ji Chen knew that Chu Yu was bold, but she didn't expect her to be so bold that she stood there without daring to move. Also, when did the junior sister change her voice to a clip-like one? He got goosebumps all over his body just by hearing it. A brief flash of surprise crossed Shantuyin's eyes, but he continued to prepare the poison silently. Only Yilang, whose defenses were broken, squirmed like a bright yellow caterpillar, whimpering but unable to utter a sound, but his eyes were filled with foul curses. The demon pondered for a moment, then threw them 3 sets of purple-black demon clothing and a pair of uglier ghost masks. This is what you call the voluntary sharing of rewards, not a threat from me. After the demons were defeated and sealed in the demon realm, they recuperated and gained courage after learning from their mistakes. The new generation of demon lords severely punished the bad qualities of the demons such as belligerence, greed, and mutual bullying, so the demons would repeatedly make sure that the other party was sharing voluntarily. Chu Yu nodded quickly and put the clothes on himself. But the demons on the opposite side had doubts. Why is there no demonic energy on the 3 of you? Ellipsis. Chapter 30 Chu Yu's Bad Taste. Chu Yu's heart trembled, and without blushing or beating his heart, he mumbled in his throat. Brother, have you forgotten that we successfully infiltrated the Loose Cultivator Alliance and took the medicine that concealed the demonic energy? When we were just discovered by those disciples, we took it again. The effect of the medicine hasn't worn off yet, so naturally there's no demonic energy. After a pause, she pretended to be worried. But, won't this be mistaken for not being a demon and getting hurt by mistake? It's okay, the effect of the medicine will only last for 12 hours at most. It will take us at least 3 days to gather here. Chu Yu had just let go of half of his worry, but it became tense again. But they tried to get by for a while, so the 3 of them exchanged glances silently and quickly put on the clothes and ghost masks. For the next 12 hours, Chu Yu transformed into a chatty and outgoing person. He first praised the demon with a lot of flattery, which made the demon almost lose his mind. Then he tried to inquire about the demon's situation indirectly. In addition, after being restrained in the beginning, Ji Chen gradually began to let go and cooperate. Although the demon was very tight-lipped, the 2 brothers and sisters were able to find out some things. For example, the demons also have a communication device similar to the jade sip, called the magic sip. However, due to the relative scarcity of resources in the demon realm and the fact that communications are not as developed as those in the human world, it is limited to transmitting messages. Moreover, not all of them can be magic hands. When going on a mission, only 3 to 5 people can be assigned to one magic scroll. Fortunately, the demon who brought Chuyu and others had a magic tablet on him. Furthermore, demons can disguise themselves as humans, and humans can disguise themselves as demons. Long-term disguise may be difficult, but temporary disguise is possible. Seeing that they were only 2 hours away from the gathering place, the 3 brothers and sisters looked at each other, made sure that there was no one around, and began to counterattack the demon. Yelang, who had lost all hope in life, was suddenly thrown to the ground. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw the 3 vicious demons who were trying to capture him go crazy and use all their tricks to knock the demon who came behind him unconscious. The next moment, the most hateful female demon came towards him with a ferocious look and stripped off his clothes. Yelang recalled the book he had read in the sect's library, which recorded that the demons were brutal and cruel, with no bottom line. There are even some perverted demons who like to pick handsome men and women from the human race as their cauldrons for jewel cultivation. Yelang was immediately horrified, clutching his collar tightly, like a chaste and virtuous man. You shameless witch, don't even think about insulting me. I will never practice jewel cultivation with you. The witch's shamelessness completely shattered his worldview. With the other 2 male demons still present, she couldn't help but. Yelang was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die, but he was so panicked that he could only yell. All his spiritual power was gone, and he was dragged all the way. Let alone committing suicide, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Because of anxiety and anger, his eyes were red like a rabbit, and tears were rolling in his eyes. It really felt like he was being forced to love. Chuyu was really about to be blown away by this guy's stupidity. A strong sense of evil amusement ignited in his eyes, and he raised the other person's chin with a half smile. TSK, the young master is really fair and innocent. Stop struggling in vain and obey me obediently. Go back and be my 18th concubine's servant. Maybe there will be a way out for you. Otherwise, I will send you to prison. There are more than just me, a witch, there are even some male demons who like men. You are so beautiful, have you ever thought about your fate? I felt Yelang tremble violently, his face as pale as paper. Chuyu tried hard to suppress her laughter, with a reckless look on her face. Ji Chen was numb, he knew that his junior sister had gone crazy again. Shen Tuyin frowned, and felt increasingly displeased with Yelang for some unknown reason. What's so good about that pretty boy? Not as good looking as him and his junior brother. Well, have you thought it through? Chuyu pinched Yelang's chin with a little force. The other party frowned in pain. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Even if you succeed today, don't even think about making me surrender. In the future, I will tear you into pieces. After saying that, he closed his eyes tightly, and a crystal teardrop rolled down from the corner of his eye. He looked so heartbroken. Chuyu was both angry and amused, and slapped him on the head. With your brain, you still go deep into the demon clan to inquire. What does the Xuanji sect do every day? They only let you refine weapons, but don't teach you common sense and social etiquette. Chuyu was afraid of being pissed off by this guy, so he turned to his 2 brothers and said, You guys change his clothes, I'll go find some herbs to disguise him as a demon. Yelang saw Chuyu leave, but it was the male demon who took off his clothes, and he struggled even more violently. Don't touch me, help. Snapped. He was hit hard by Ji Chen again. If you scream again, I'll seal your mouth. There's no need to be so troublesome. Shen Tuyin could no longer bear it and forced a pill into his mouth. The world is finally quiet. When Chuyu came back, he saw Yelang had already changed into the demon's clothes, but hadn't put on the ghost mask yet. His eyes were even redder with grievance, and he was a little scared when he saw Chuyu. You are really not demons. It's time now. Chuyu rolled his eyes at him, handed the herbs he had collected that could produce demonic energy to Shen Tuyin for processing, and turned to glare at Yelang fiercely. From now on, you are also a demon. Do you understand? Chuyu gritted his teeth when he said the last 5 words, which were full of threats. Without waiting for Yelang to refute, she pointed at the unconscious demon. Put your clothes and everything that represents your identity on that guy. Yelang was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't dare to resist. Now everyone's spiritual power is restricted, and even the spiritual weapons he made have become ordinary weapons. They're no match for these 3 barbarians. He stumbled and finally dressed the demon in Xuanji sect's clothes and hung his personal disciple token on him. He still couldn't help but speak. Who are you? Chuyu was cleaning up the colorful mushrooms he had just collected without even looking up. Wuji Mountain, Chuyu. Shen Tuyin. Ji Chen. Good guy. These 3 people are actually the useless people from Wuji Mountain who are holding back the Shangshan sect. But if they're trash, then what is he? Or is it that he hasn't gone down the mountain to gain experience for too long, and hasn't paid attention to the developments in the world of cultivation, so has Wuji Mountain developed to this point? Moreover, how can they look like righteous monks at all? It's even more demonic than the demons. Then why didn't you report to the sect when we attacked you? Yelang couldn't understand. Chuyu didn't want him to understand. Yes. Does that mean no reporting? When that group of disciples beat them, they attacked as if they were their blood enemies. If Chuyu did not dodge or evade and even argued with them, even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would probably be beaten half to death. Yelang wanted to say something, but Chuyu stopped him with one sentence. Other disciples may have been captured as well. If you want to save them, you have to do whatever I tell you to do. Less talk, more action. She was afraid that if she couldn't control herself, she would really beat the idiot to death. Ellipsis. Chapter 31 Yelang's second generation of cultivation's 3 views are overturned. Chuyu had not taken off the hideous ghost mask, but his watery eyes looked unusually sharp. Yelang fell silent again, standing aside, angry but not daring to say anything, and finally stopped making any noise. Ji Chen, on the other hand, was interested in the mushrooms Chuyu was fiddling with. Junior sister, what are you going to do with all this? Anything to eat. Yeah, but not for us to eat. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Chuyu's mouth under the mask, and he began to introduce his harvest, one by one. She first picked up a bluish-grey object that looked like a human hand. This is Xylaria polymorpha, also known as dead man's fingers. There's a saying that goes, the weirder the fungus, the faster it dies. Ji Chen quickly threw the red-bottomed white velvet mushroom he had picked up to Chuyu. What about this? This is Amanita muscaria. It's not lethal, but it's incredibly surreal. You'll see the very scene you fear most. Ji Chen shook his head and took out a mushroom with a blue top and a white stem, as crystal clear as jade. This looks so good, it should be okay, right? Chuyu took a look and said, it's okay. This is the near blue cap mushroom. This mushroom is rare. I am really lucky to have found it. Eat in the morning and feast in the afternoon. What do you mean? Shen Tuyin had never been in the ordinary human world, so he didn't quite understand what eating a banquet meant. Ji Chen's face turned pale again, and he explained mechanically. In the human world, when there's a funeral, there's also a banquet for relatives and friends to say their final goodbyes. After a pause, Ji Chen hurried to the side to wipe his hands, not daring to touch the pile of beautiful mushrooms in front of him. Junior sister, where did you get all this knowledge? Are you collecting this to fight against the demons? Young master still understands me. Chuyu winked at him and said, when we went to the library to look for a way to repair our eldest brother's spiritual roots, I came across this and thought it was interesting, so I wrote it down. With just a few of us, without any special methods, it's a blessing that we don't get caught. How can we expect to save others? Chuyu's smile became more and more sinister. He said things like, if you eat it, you'll have diarrhea for 60 years, and if you eat it, you'll be able to ascend to heaven on the spot. As everyone knows, in our Hongmeng continent, we enjoy fish in the east, lamb in the west, and the aroma of yak meat from the plateau. We also enjoy shrimp in the south and crab in the north, and even mushrooms from the demon realm can reach the fairyland. Let's let these demons taste the flavor of their own mushrooms. But it's said that demons often eat mushrooms. They can tell if it's poisonous at a glance, so they probably won't take it easily, right? Ji Chen was still a little worried. So, we have to rely on the magic of our third brother. Chuyu pushed the cleaned mushrooms in front of Shen Tuyin. She didn't need to explain much, as he understood what she meant. The corners of his mouth curled slightly under the mask, and there was a hidden doting in his eyes. He began to dye the mushrooms and change their texture for her. Soon, this pile of colorful mushrooms turned into regular brown earth-colored mushrooms. Seeing the three of them gathered together to play crickets endlessly, Yelang was so confused that his three views were almost shattered. His parents are both inner disciples of Xuanji sect. He was born in Xuanji sect and is the sect leader of Xuanji sect. He is a second-generation cultivator with a good family background. He has been exposed to the orthodox concepts of helping the weak and punishing the strong since he was a child. He has never been taught how to plot against opponents or enemies. After all, after the demons were defeated and sealed back to the demon realm 100 years ago, everyone was vigilant for the first 10 years or so, but the long period of comfort made most of the upright monks lazy. Especially the new generation of monks who had not experienced that war. They had no real war experience at all and naturally had no sense of urgency. They believed that even if they have to fight, it should be done openly on the battlefield or in the ring. However, the behavior of the three righteous monks in front of him had a strong impact on the educational concepts that Yelang had received over the past 10 years. After a long time, he finally found his voice. You are like this, what's the difference between you and the demons? Chuyu was stunned, and turned to look at him with a smile. Then tell me, what is the difference between the human race and the demon race? The demons are insidious and cunning, and they have no moral bottom line whatsoever, just like you are doing right now. After Yelang finished speaking, he subconsciously stepped back several meters, scared of being beaten. But Chuyu didn't do anything this time, and he wasn't even angry. Then there are no despicable, shameless people in the human race. Even if there are any, they are only a minority. When Yelang said this, he felt a little unconfident. Chuyu laughed out loud. Do you think that in our world of cultivation, evil cultivators, demonic cultivators, are they a minority? Demons also marry, have children, and reproduce. Don't they have any emotions that you think are unique to humans? After a pause, seeing Yelang frowning in reflection, Chuyu continued. As for the demon who just wanted to take us to the gathering place, during the nearly 10 hours we were together, did he have any intention of killing or harming us? Even if they have the urge to steal the credit, because they are constrained by the new Demon King system, isn't this a kind of civilization? We are going to rescue people now, not to fight in a ring, nor to engage in a war between two armies. What will they do to those disciples? Kill, disable, cripple, injure? We have no idea. If your fellow disciples and companions were crippled because of a moment of leniency, would you regret it for the rest of your life? Me. Yelang had never thought about this kind of question before and was speechless. Shen Tuyin and Ji Chen fell silent. They were used to Chuyu's nonsense and noise, but they didn't expect that at such a young age, she could see many things more clearly than them. What kind of experience did he have in Shangshan sect that allowed him to have such insights? Ji Chen suddenly thought of Lin Song and Mu Linger's attitude towards Chuyu last time in Piao Miao's secret realm. The handsome face under the mask sank slightly, and he was a little careless in dealing with the unconscious demon. Chuyu turned around and saw it, feeling helpless. Junior brother, this guy is trying to pretend to be the captured Yelang. The demons want us to keep him alive. Don't kill him by accident. After a pause, Chuyu felt a little troubled again. The medicine that conceals the demonic energy in him can only last for 12 hours. Third brother, can you find a way to prolong the effect of the medicine? Also, I'm afraid that the Xuanji sect is a group of people as stubborn as Yelang. If they see that the true face of this demon is not Yelang and they still shout that it is not, then all our efforts may be wasted. Is there any medicine that can make his face look more like Yelang? Or, just make his face swollen, as long as he can't be recognized immediately. When Chuyu was a female doctor traveling around the world in her fourth life, she actually knew the art of disguise. But time was too tight at this time and there was no time to make a human skin mask, so we could only pin our hopes on Shintu-yin. Ellipsis. Chapter 32 Mulinga and the young master of the demon clan are having an affair. Shintu-yin's glass Dangson is really ridiculously powerful. He only heard about the herbs used to make demonic energy from the demons, and he concocted it on his own without any recipe. After Chuyu and others took it, the aura on their bodies was no different from that of the demons. Although, only Shintu-yin noticed it. As for the elixir that could cover up the demonic aura, he simply picked it up, smelled it, and threw it into the alchemy furnace for improvement. He actually created a medicine that could cover up the demonic aura for 72 hours. It increased the time by 6 times and succeeded in one go. And this is without any prescription, just smelling it. This is no longer an ordinary alchemy genius. Looking at the entire cultivation world, Shintu-yin is also a unique existence. Moreover, Chuyu only asked him to make the demon look more like Yelang. Shintu-yin only painted on his face, without even using a human skin mask, and the demon's face was already 80% similar to Yelang's. Yelang's eyes changed when he looked at Shintu-yin. His stereotype of Wuji Mountain had been completely overturned. Chuyu sighed, Luli Dangson is so powerful. No wonder the original heroine Mulinga did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to deceive him into giving her jade heart to one of her concubines. Chuyu suddenly felt a sense of crisis. This time Mulinga was also in the demon realm, so he had to keep an eye on Shintu-yin and not let him fall in love again and repeat the tragedy of the original story. Although it felt a bit abrupt, Chuyu still whispered in his ear while he was sorting the herbs. Third senior brother, do you have a woman you like? Shintu-yin looked at Chuyu in surprise, then quickly lowered his head and shook it. Chuyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and patiently taught him, just like teaching a little kid. That's good. You and junior brother are only in your teens, the prime of your life. You should focus on cultivation. After a pause, she lowered her voice again. The Cultivation World Federation has promised Master that you possess the glazed heart of redemption, and that it will never be leaked to ensure your safety. But there are exceptions to everything. You must not trust others easily. Don't be unreserved just because of a small favor from others, especially some women who deliberately approach you. Do you understand? As she spoke, Chuyu didn't even realize that she was getting closer and closer. Her red lips opened and closed beside Shintu-yin's ear, bringing with them a warm orchid-like breath that brushed against the boy's ear like feathers, causing his heartbeat to become irregular. Afraid that his junior sister would discover his abnormality, Shintu-yin didn't dare to move. He was extremely glad that he was wearing a mask so that his junior sister could not see his blushing face. He didn't quite understand what she said or explained. Chuyu saw the nervousness and preparedness in his eyes, and thought that he had heard everything, so he nodded with satisfaction. Having previously observed the demons along the way, Chuyu had already written down how they used the magic tablets to communicate and the behavioral characteristics. He was not worried about Ji-chen and Shintu-yin, so he just taught Yilang for a while and made sure that he was familiar with it before he was ready to go. The demon really didn't lie. After walking for half an hour along the path he had pointed out, they finally arrived at the demon's temporary gathering place. The leading mid-level demon soldier took the initiative to greet them. Well done. The 4 of you captured a disciple alive, while our team only managed to capture 5. Which 5? Yelang was worried that his senior brothers and sisters would be caught, so he couldn't help himself. The leading mid-level demon soldier gave him a strange look, and Chuyu quickly coughed to smooth things over. Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm just curious. After all, it took the 4 of us quite a while to capture this broken weapon cultivator. You guys were able to capture 5 direct disciples at once. That's truly impressive. Being praised, the medium-level magic soldier smiled happily. All right, stop flattering me. The young master is interrogating those 5 disciples, trying to find out where the others who haven't been apprehended are hiding. I heard some of them are tough. The one you caught might be a weakling, so send him in together. The young master of the demon tribe arrived so quickly, which was something they had not expected. They exchanged glances, and it was still Chuyu, the community leader, who spoke. This guy was so stubborn that we lost our composure. Even though he's not dead, he might not wake up for a while. Look at this. As he spoke, Chuyu veiledly handed the mid-level magic soldier a large bag of mid-level magic crystals he had taken with him. Sir, can you come in with us? If the young master blames us, can you speak for us? The medium-level demon soldier shook the bag quietly, seeming quite satisfied with the weight. Okay, follow me. Before they entered the prison, a shrill scream was heard. You know what, it sounds a little familiar. Chuyu and Ji-chen glanced at each other quickly, then lowered their eyes to suppress the complexity in their eyes. Enemies always gather together. The 5 people who were arrested are all descendants of the Shangshan clan. The speed and combat effectiveness of spiritual cultivators are not even inferior to sword cultivators at long range. Theoretically, they should not be the first to be caught. Chuyu always felt that something was fishy. But before she could figure out what was wrong, she was drawn in again by another scream. When he looked up, he saw Lin Song being stepped on by the young demon master dressed in black. A sword pierced his scapula and his face turned pale with pain. The other 2 junior brothers had already been tortured to the point of being covered in wounds. They lay beside Lin Song, but were too stubborn to beg for mercy. The young master of the demon clan has a good appearance, and is the feminine type. Perhaps because he had lived in the demon realm for a long time, his skin was whiter than that of ordinary humans, but his lips were more blood red, making him look very much like the vampires in the vampire movies and TV series that Chuyu had seen in his previous life. At this moment, he was in a state of rage, laughing sinisterly. This young master's patience is limited. I will give you one last chance. If you don't tell me the hiding places of my other disciples, I will kill this one first. My father wants to capture them alive, but during the capture process, there will always be 1 or 2 accidents, and 1 or 2 deaths is also normal, right? After a pause, the young master of the demon clan glanced at Mulinga, a strange look flashed across his eyes, and he continued to speak to Lin Song below him. Let me start with you. I will count down 3. 1, 2, 3. I said. Seeing that the sword of the young master of the demon clan was about to pierce Lin Song's heart, Mulinga burst into tears. I say, can you release my 3 brothers? Junior sister, don't. I can't tell you, the direct descendants of the 6 major sects in our cultivation world are the future hope of the entire cultivation world. If they are all captured by the demons, the human world of Hongmeng continent will be in danger. 3rd senior brother Sun Lei and 4th senior brother Li Liang said at the same time that Lin Song, who was stepped on, seemed to be in so much pain that he couldn't speak, but in fact he had no intention of stopping Mulinga at all. He even hoped that Mulinga would speak quickly so that he could end this torture. But he ignored the fact that the torture Sun Lei and Li Liang had suffered before was much worse than his. Mulinga was in a dilemma. She couldn't bear to see Lin Song suffer. But the young master of the demon tribe also said that he would leave us alive, so even if they're caught, they will be fine. But if we don't compromise now, you will die. It doesn't matter if we die, as long as we can save one person. Sun Lei was unexpectedly tough. Li Liang was not afraid either. The sect has invested so much resources in our growth, all for the purpose of protecting the people of the world. If we are afraid of death, we will be ashamed of their cultivation of us. I'm dead, I'll be back to the right path in my next life. From the moment they became direct descendants, they knew that they could be martyred at any time. After all, among the many generations of people who have gone out on missions in the past, only a few are still alive today. Still want to start over? This young master has plenty of ways to make your soul scatter and you won't even be able to enter the reincarnation cycle. Lin Song, who was being stepped on, was speechless. He wanted to shut up his 2 junior brothers with his hands. Receiving Lin Song's pleading look, Mulinga cried even more sadly. Brothers, I'm sorry, I can't bear to watch you die. I will bear this crime. Have you ever thought that even if you tell it, all of us will still be doomed to destruction? Are you sure you want to say it? The young man who had been sitting quietly in the innermost part spoke with a calmness that did not belong to his age. That was Jiang Xinbai, the chief disciple of Shangshan sect. Even if one only saw his back, he gave people the feeling of being as calm and unhurried as the bright and beautiful scenery. When Chu Yu was in Shangshan sect, he was only an inner sect disciple. He had heard about Jiang Xinbai's incredible deeds and knew that he was a natural Spritbone, who was as famous as the natural Swordbone, Jun Mohan, but he had never seen this man's true face. It was unexpected that the Shangshan sect, who was always calculating, had a pleasing character in its eldest disciple. Mulinga's expression froze, and she became more and more embarrassed. However, after secretly looking at the young master of the demon clan, she cried and revealed the hiding places of other disciples. Lin Song, whose life was hanging by a thread, breathed a sigh of relief, but Sun Lei and Li Liang were so angry that they said a few harsh words, which made Mulinga cry even harder. I'm doing this for your own good, how can you be so ungrateful? If I were the one being tortured, would you have the heart to watch me die? If you die, I will die with you. We are sacrificing our lives for justice. What is there to be afraid of? Sun Lei answered without a second's hesitation. Chu Yu couldn't help but sigh that although this generation of disciples were inexperienced and very immature in dealing with the world, they were indeed well educated in terms of thinking. From the moment you step into the world of cultivation and become a direct disciple, the mission and responsibility you shoulder is to forget about life and death. Otherwise, how could they enjoy the cultivation resources that ordinary disciples and independent cultivators cannot enjoy? Those are the few remaining cultivation resources in the entire cultivation world. In his position, he will do his job. Chu Yu was also quite emotional. Mulinga had not expected to receive such an answer at all. She even stopped crying, and disbelief flashed in her eyes. The young master of the demon clan had no intention of listening to their sect's internal strife. He looked at the fainted, personal disciple, who was brought in. You, throw him and those disciples into jail. Then, bring that female disciple out to this young master. Mulinga shuddered with fear. What are you doing? Doing what? The young master of the demon clan smiled evilly. How can this young master know whether what you said is true or false? Of course, I want you to lead the way and capture the person yourself. Seeing Chu Yu and the others still stunned, the young master of the demon clan was extremely dissatisfied. You four, what are you still standing there for? Get moving. Yes. Chu Yu and others quickly took Yelang, Lin Song and others into the jail, and then took the struggling Mulinga and followed the young master of the demon clan away. I thought he really wanted Mulinga to lead the way to capture people, but the young master of the demon clan told the location to the middle-level soldiers below and asked them to capture people based on the clues. Mulinga was still being taken to the temporary cave where the young master of the demon clan lived. Release. When the young master of the demon clan gave the order, Chu Yu hurriedly pulled Ji Chen, who was still in a daze, and let go, and stood aside in unison with the other two. The young master of the demon clan didn't let them retreat, so they just watched their eyes and their noses and hearts, like a group of emotionally stable human machines. But the subsequent interaction between the young master of the demon clan and Mulinga shattered several people's three views. The young master of the demon clan pulled Mulinga into his arms and whispered affectionately in her ear, once I capture those disciples, I will take you back to the clan and we will never be separated again. Chu Yu and the others looked at each other in shock. They could never have imagined that Mulinga, who was usually aloof and proud, actually had such a relationship with the young master of the demon clan. I can't go back with you. Mulinga tried to struggle in vain. She was embraced by the young demon master, half willing to resist, and stared at him resentfully. After I rescued you in the secret realm of Shangshan sect, I told you that you and I are humans and demons on different paths, and it is impossible for us to be together. Just pretend that we were never together that night. Impossible. The young master of the demon clan was about to perform forced love, hugging Mulinga tighter. You are already my woman, don't even think about leaving me. Mu Linga seemed to be struggling, but her eyes revealed the deep affection of reluctance. But I'm practicing the right path. I can't give up. The Demon Clan young master, so, you are ready to give up on me? You look into my eyes and say, I don't believe you, can you still look blankly? Chu Yu was confused. Is she a very mean person? Why let her be tortured by this crazy couple? The other three were also confused. What kind of channel was this for them? Especially Yelang, its defense was completely broken. Although Mu Linga's character was criticized because of her intention to kill people and steal treasures, she was still the first prodigy among the new generation of direct disciples to break through to the Golden Core stage. Most cultivators admire the strong. Like most of his direct disciples, Yelang still admires Mu Linga very much. But the scene before him made him feel stunned and a little angry. At this moment, Mu Linga seemed to notice the gazes of Chu Yu and others. Her face turned red instantly, and she pushed the young master of the Demon Clan away awkwardly. Go guard outside and don't come in without my order. The young master of the Demon Clan waved his hand, signaling Chu Yu and others to leave. Chu Yu remembered that the original text only said that Mu Linga had many concubines, and the young master of the Demon Clan was also one of her concubines, but it did not mention that she had betrayed the righteous path. While he was thinking, a seemingly ambiguous sound was heard from the cave. This young demon master was so anxious that he even forgot to set up a soundproof barrier. Ellipsis. Chapter 33 Chu Yu colludes with the Demon Clan. But the young master of the Demon Clan asked them to guard here, and they could not act rashly, so they had to listen to the whole process. Chu Yu had lived 9 lives after all. Although he had never lived past the age of 18 and had never truly experienced that kind of thing, he at least knew how a pig should run. But she felt that her ears were dirty. Ji Chen grew up in the palace of the human world. He left the palace at the age of 16 to seek the truth in Hongmeng continent. Although he had not experienced the coming-of-age ceremony, the eunuch in charge had already taught him everything he should know. He just felt disgusted and even secretly recorded it. After returning to Wuji Mountain last time, he finally remembered why the name Mu Linga sounded familiar. It turned out that she was his fiancée, a princess from a neighboring country in the human world. He felt a chill at that moment and decided to find an opportunity to return to the human world and cancel the engagement. Now this situation has further strengthened his determination to cancel the engagement. As for Shen Tuyin, after he discovered something was wrong early in the morning, he swallowed a pill that could temporarily block his hearing with disgust, and remained expressionless throughout. It's not that he didn't offer medicine to Ji Chen and Chu Yu, but both of them refused it. Seeing that Ji Chen was still secretly recording the conversation with the jade slip in an extremely perverted way, Shen Tuyin became more and more certain that it was this kid who led his junior sister astray. The look in his eyes made him want to skin him alive. As Ji Chen was recording, he felt the chill growing stronger and stronger. He turned around and saw Shen Tuyin looking at him with a sharp gaze. He didn't understand why, but continued recording. The worst off was the kid Yelang, whose 3 views had been severely damaged one after another, and his body had been shattered into pieces that could not be put back together. After finally holding on for an hour, a low-ranking soldier from the Demon Clan came to take over from them. Yelang was so devastated that he forgot to react and was carried away by Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin. I thought Chu Yu would take the opportunity to rescue people, but she took them and ran quickly and stealthily in another direction. Junior sister, aren't we going to rescue them? Although Ji Chen hated Lin Song, he can just stand by and watch the other people from Shangshan sect die. Chu Yu had his own thoughts. If we save this group, the next batch of disciples who are captured will not be so easy to save. Let's first confirm the location of the teleportation array, and then plan the overall rescue plan. Because they only have one chance. In this situation, she was still able to make arrangements calmly and with ease, which was completely unlike a girl in her teens, which made the 3 of them couldn't help but be surprised. I even felt a hint of disgust. It seemed that they still had too little experience. On the way here, Chu Yu had gotten information about the demon. The barrier that sealed the demons in the demon realm has not loosened, restricting the demons so that they can only enter but not leave. However, over the past 100 years, they have secretly built many teleportation arrays that can directly connect to the human race on the Hongmeng continent. This temporary gathering place is built next to the teleportation array and is opened once every half a month. There are still 3 days until the next teleportation array opens. Chu Yu went there now, firstly to find out the escape route. Secondly, the Jade Slip will have spiritual messages in the teleportation array, so she can contact the outside world. Do you think she is going to ask for help from the Cultivation World Federation? That would be a big mistake. How could she let go of such a good opportunity to blackmail someone? So, when she contacted Shangwen Zikin and pinned the title she wrote to the top of the world news headlines, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. If you want the direct disciples of the 6 major sects to survive, please ask the elders of the Cultivation World Federation to contact me through the Jade Slip within a cup of tea. Signed, Wuji Mountain Chu Yu. This news was like water dropped into hot oil, and the cultivation world exploded instantly. Chu Yu, is he the one who revealed that Shangshan sect's genius Mu Linga was trying to kill people to steal the treasure? One step she took, she offended the Shangshan sect, and the next she arrogantly called out to the Cultivation World Federation. She gave me the feeling that she would not continue in the cultivation world anytime soon. Is Wuji Mountain planning to continue its rottenness and throw in the towel? Have you ever thought about how credible Chu Yu's words are? That's right, each of the 6 major sects disciples is a gifted child of heaven with high-grade or even top-grade spiritual roots. Chu Yu was able to go to Wuji Mountain, so she must not be very capable. How could she be a threat to the 6 major sects disciples? Isn't this a prank to attract attention? But this made the world's headlines and was pinned to the top. Where on earth could a declining sect like Wuji Mountain get so many crystals to buy trending searches? What's going on? The more I look at it, the more confused I become. I don't understand, just put in a ward and wait for the result. Ellipsis. Compared with the other sects and independent cultivators who were watching the fun, the Federation of Cultivators was not so calm. The elders of the Federation of Cultivation World are all from the 6 major sects. It is absolutely impossible for them to watch their own disciples get into trouble and report the matter to the leaders of the 6 major sects immediately. When sect leader Lu woke up and saw the top headline in the world, his eyes went dark and he almost fainted. How long did it take for his little disciple to make Wuji Mountain known to everyone? It's bad enough that Ji Chen doesn't know the seriousness of the matter and loves to make trouble, but why doesn't Shen Tuyin have any sympathy for her? Just when he was about to ask his young disciple about the details through the Jade Sip video, the leaders of the 6 major sects had already come to Wuji Mountain in person, and each of them looked unhappy. Sect leader Lu decided to pretend to be ignorant while knowing the truth. Hey, what rare guests. How did you, the sect leaders, find time to come to Wuji Mountain? You didn't even say hello in advance so I could prepare. Humph, how dare we ask you to entertain us? Sect Master Yan of Shangshan sect started off with a sarcastic tone. When Chuyu was in my Shangshan sect, he was always quiet and obedient. How come after coming to your Wuji Mountain, you become so arrogant and domineering? First he secretly stepped on his fellow junior sister, and then he kidnapped the 6 sect's direct disciples. Sect leader Lu, the decline of Wuji Mountain was not caused by us. Even if you feel resentful, you shouldn't vent your anger on these youngsters, right? This implies that everything Chuyu did was instigated by sect leader Lu out of resentment. The leaders of the 6 sects were all survivors of the Great War between humans and demons 100 years ago, and naturally they had all witnessed the former glory of Wuji Mountain. Sect leader Lu originally wanted to be polite with them, but he didn't expect sect leader Yan of Shangshan sect to put such a big hat on him right from the start. He didn't want to be polite with them anymore and sneered twice. If someone doesn't have bad intentions and wants to kill people and steal treasures, how can he be framed by others? Also, you 6 sects have over 30 direct disciples in total. If you really can't defeat my direct disciple, do you still have the nerve to say this? She's a worthless person with a broken spiritual root. She definitely can't even touch the corner of my disciple's clothes. But what if she secretly colluded with the demons? Shangshan sect has been unable to hold its head up because of Chuyu's exposure. Now that sect leader Yan has seized the opportunity, there is no way he will let Chuyu go. Ellipsis. Chapter 1. Sect leader Lu was not one to tolerate anything. This sect leader Li not only put the blame on him, but also on his newly accepted disciple. He immediately flew into a rage. I colluded with your ancestors. What a mess. You guys just see that I haven't been around in the world of cultivation for a long time, so you really think you guys have the final say in the world of cultivation, right? You say my young disciple is colluding with the demons, where is the evidence? Old dog Yan, if you can't produce evidence today, I'll never let you go. You. This is disrespectful. I don't bother to argue with you. Sect leader Li didn't expect that sect leader Lu would go crazy at this time. He endured it again and again, and finally he managed to hold it back. The leaders of several sects looked at each other in bewilderment. They hadn't seen sect leader Lu like this for a long time, and they were a little dazed. Ling Xiao sect Master Jiang coughed lightly to cover up. Sect Master Li was just worried about the condition of his own disciple, so his words were inevitably inappropriate. We are old acquaintances, so please don't take it to heart. Humph. Sect leader Lu snorted coldly, not wanting to pay any attention to sect leader Li. If other people saw at this time that the leader of Wuji Mountain, a sect recognized as useless in the world of cultivation, dared to put on a bad face in front of the leaders of the 6 first-rate sects, and none of the leaders of the 6 major sects dared to teach him a lesson, it would probably be the headline of the next world news. The Zen Master Fang is the most amiable. I believe that young Taoist fellow Chuyu is not a bad person. Should we follow her instructions and contact her first? After saying that, everyone's eyes fell on sect leader Lu. The latter rolled his eyes arrogantly. Why are you looking at me? My disciple asked someone from the Cultivation World Federation to contact her, and I'm not from the Cultivation World Federation. Then why don't you pass Chuyu's Jade Slip communication to us? Sect Master Li suppressed his rage. He shouldn't have allowed such a rebellious disciple to join his Shangshan sect. Fortunately, he was finally exiled to Wuji Mountain, otherwise who knows what kind of mess his Shangshan sect would have become. Sect leader Lu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that since his young disciple clearly knew that the Federation of Cultivation Worlds did not have her contact information on the Jade Slip, he would definitely come to Wuji Mountain. Could it be that this arrangement had another deeper meaning? However, since it involved so many direct disciples, even though Sect Master Lu disliked Sect Master Li, he still pushed the contact information of Chuyu's Jade Slip over. When several sect leaders, led by Lingsha sect leader Jiang, made a video call via Jade Slips, Chuyu answered the call almost instantly. But seeing the devil mask on her face, Sect Master Lu, who was hiding behind her and craning his neck to watch, felt a chill in his heart. How dare you, demon, use my little disciple's Jade Slip to impersonate her? Where did you take my little disciple? If you know what's good for you, let my little disciple go immediately. Otherwise, even if I risk my life, I will. Master, it's me. Chuyu was shocked by Sect Master Lu's outburst. Worried that the explanation would take too long, he returned from the teleportation array, quickly took off his mask, and said concisely. We had our third brother refine a pill that could generate demonic energy. After defeating a demon, we successfully infiltrated the demon's temporary gathering place. The barrier that sealed the demons has not loosened, but over the past 100 years, the demons have secretly opened several teleportation arrays that can directly reach our cultivation world. The teleportation array we are in now will not be opened until 3 days later, and the teleportation location is in Yuanshui town on the border. In addition, many demons have infiltrated the Loose Cultivator Alliance in the world of cultivation. This time, they disguised themselves as loose cultivators and followed the direct disciples. The news that all the direct disciples had fallen into the demon realm was reported back to the demon city. The young master of the demon clan has already arrived here, and all the people of Shangshan sect have been arrested. Mu Linga couldn't bear to see her fellow disciples being killed, so she told the young master of the demon clan where the other disciples were hiding. The demon clan was searching for the other disciples with all their might. Oh, and also, our spiritual energy is suppressed in the demon realm, and is basically completely useless. We can only rely on physical strength or hidden weapons. After a few words, the faces of the 7 sect leaders, including sect leader Lu, turned paler and paler, and finally became as pale as paper. What does it mean that everyone has fallen into the devil's domain? What does it mean that there is a teleportation array from the demon realm to the world of cultivation? What do you mean the young master of the demon clan has arrived? What did it mean that Mulinga told the other disciples about their hiding places? How is that different from betrayal? Every word was like a bombshell, making the heads of those present buzz. They were all over 100 years old, but they didn't react for a long time. Chuyu didn't have time to wait for them to digest it, and launched another incredible output. Only the demons can open the teleportation array leading to the demon realm from the outside, but there are no restrictions on the teleportation array leading out. I'm afraid you won't be able to arrive here to rescue in a short time. So here comes the question. At the most critical moment, Chuyu stopped. The hearts of several sect leaders were also hanging in the air. Sect Master Jiang of Lingshao sect was the most composed, but his voice was unusually solemn. What is the problem? If Mulinga's exposed location is accurate, the other disciples will definitely be caught. There are only 4 of us here. Should we take a gamble and rescue them and escape together? Or should we hide for 3 days and then sneak back to Yuanshui town through the teleportation array? If we choose the former, we may get ourselves involved and end up being wiped out. If we choose the latter, at least 4 of us can escape back to the cultivation world safely. Of course we have to save them. Shangshan Sect's Li Zongzhu blurted out, they are all geniuses in the world of cultivation. You should feel honored to exchange your life for theirs. How can you retreat at this moment? You are simply not worthy of being a righteous monk. This partial speech made Chuyu so angry that he laughed. But before she could refute, a voice even more furious than hers came from the other end of the jade sip. I'm going to NMD, glory, do you want this glory? The lives of you, my direct disciples, are more precious, but the lives of mine are as cheap as paper, right? I bother. Yue, listen to your master. Don't worry about them. Just hide and come back in 3 days. I'll see who dares to do anything to you. You. Sect Master Li was so shocked that he trembled all over. When the top beam is crooked, the bottom beams will be crooked. It's because of a master like you that Chuyu has become so selfish and has lost all his Dao heart. Bah, who the hell has no Dao heart? Your unscrupulous disciple Mulinga. Do you want me to remind you that it was her betrayal of all the other disciples that led to their capture? I know Linga's character. She would never do that. Sect Leader Li suddenly thought of an extremely serious problem. Wait, these are just Chuyu's one-sided words, why should we believe them? She's going to all this trouble, what's the reason? After a pause, Sect Master Li looked directly at Chuyu with a gloomy expression. Explain. What is your purpose? How do you know so much about the demons? Has he been bribed by the demons? Chuyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Sect Master Li, you can tell who someone is like by looking at him. If you don't believe the words of our Wuji Mountain disciples, then you should at least believe the words of the Xuanji sect disciples, right? Ellipsis. Chapter 35 Chuyu wants to restore the reputation of Wuji Mountain. When Sect Master Wen of Xuanji sect suddenly heard his sect mentioned, he was a little confused. What's the meaning? What does it have to do with my Xuanji sect? Sect Master Wen was afraid that he would be involved in the tit-for-tat dispute between Sect Masters Lu and Li, but when he saw Yilang being carried in front of the camera by Chuyu, his heart stopped beating for a moment. On the other side, Yilang saw his familiar master and seemed to have found a place to vent. After repeating almost everything Chuyu said, he did not forget to break down and complain. Master, not only did Shangshan sect's Mulinga expose the hiding places of her other direct disciples, she's also been secretly colluding with the demon clan's young master. The 2 of them are now hanging out in the demon clan's temporary cave. How shameless. Chuyu and others never expected that after this child's 3 views were shattered, you would dare to say anything. Sect Master Wen on the other side was dumbfounded. He didn't want to offend Sect Master Li of Shangshan sect, that vengeful old man. Xuanji sect has always been a relatively gentle sect, and Sect Master Wen has always emphasized that less is worse than more, and that one should just concentrate on cultivating the mind. What on earth had this young disciple been through? Why did he expose such a thing without even discussing it with his master first? Mulinga is now a top figure in the world of cultivation. If they slander her without any evidence, not only will the people of Shangshan sect not let them go, but her stupid followers will probably also make endless trouble. Seeing that Shangshan sect's Sect Master Li was showing signs of breaking down again, Chuyu quickly pushed Yilang away and got straight to the point. The 4 of us escaped. That's our duty, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't try to morally blackmail us. If you want us to go back and risk our lives to save people, you have to give us some benefits. Otherwise, it can't be done. How ridiculous. A cultivator is responsible for protecting the common people of the world, and now you can't even protect your own companions. You are simply not worthy of cultivating the Tao. Sect Leader Li was the first to jump up and down, roaring fiercely but weakly. Everyone could see that he was trying to divert attention from the matter of Mulinga having an affair with the young master of the demon clan. But Sect Master Lu of Wuji Mountain roared even louder than him. What are you talking about? Let me finish what my disciple has to say. With just one sentence, everyone on both ends of the jade sip was shocked. But what was outrageous was that after Sect Leader Lu yelled this, Sect Leader Li was inexplicably ejected from the range that the jade sip could see. Chuyu, Ji Chen and the others looked at each other, with shock and confusion in their eyes. Did the Buddhist old naughty master just yell at Master Li of the Shangshan sect? How did Sect Leader Li bounce out? Were they attacked by their master's sonic waves? Is that still the same old naughty master they knew, who was always smiling? Before the 3 of them had finished digesting it, Sect Leader Lu had already squeezed through the other sect leaders and ran to the front of the jade sip, his face almost touching the jade sip. My dear disciple, if you have anything to say, just say it. But still, listen to your master's advice. If we have no chance of winning, then don't take the risk. The most important thing is that you return safely. Chuyu and the others felt an inexplicable pang of sadness in their hearts. They knew that sect leader Lu was by no means a selfish person, but anyone who had witnessed the departure of tens of thousands of close relatives and fellow disciples 100 years ago, leaving the vast Fuji mountain empty and deserted, with only him left to endure 100 years of solitude, would probably go crazy. What's more, he finally had a few disciples who were willing to stay in his sect sincerely. Even if he let them live a useless life and wait for death every day, he would not want them to die in their prime. Seeing that sect leader Lu was irritated, the other sect leaders became extremely anxious, but they were too embarrassed to urge him. They just stared at Chuyu on the other side of the jade sip, placing all their hopes on her. Chuyu coughed lightly and said according to his previous plan. My two brothers and I are willing to take a risk, provided that you agree to a small request of ours. Now that things have come to this, what else can they do? It was still Lingshao Sect's sect master Jiang who led the charge. Little Taoist fellow Chuyu, if you have any requests, feel free to tell me. As long as it's not too excessive. Chuyu smiled, hee. How can it be excessive? Do I look like someone who would take advantage of someone's misfortune? What does, like, mean? Clearly it is. Everyone, including Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin, had this voice in their hearts at the same time. But no one dared to say it out loud. Chuyu had no idea what others were thinking and continued. Our request is very simple. We want the Cultivation World Federation to officially announce that Wuji Mountain will no longer accept abandoned disciples from any other sects. Whether to establish a new sect and accept disciples is entirely up to you, and officially become an independent sect. This. Sect leader Jiang and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. This request didn't seem too excessive, but it also seemed to have too many inappropriate aspects. After all, for hundreds of years, Wuji Mountain has been a shelter for abandoned disciples from major sects. Suddenly announcing that it will no longer accept them will probably cause a lot of unnecessary suspicion. For something like this, you can just announce it to the public yourself. Why do you have to involve our Cultivation World Federation? Sect leader Li, who had been ejected, came back at some point. He just popped his head out to say something, but sect leader Lu glared at him and shut him up again. Chuyu was not happy. 100 years ago, it was your Cultivation World Federation that announced that Wuji Mountain could accept downtrodden and abandoned cultivators. Naturally, you should also announce that it will no longer accept them. After all, you are the most authoritative existence in the Hongmeng continent's cultivation world, aren't you? Sect leader Jiang and the others exchanged glances and nodded. Okay, we promise you. Master Jiang is indeed the style of the largest sect, straightforward. Chuyu complimented him at first, then changed the subject, but verbal promises are unlikely to work. After all, we are going to face great danger, so let's make good on it now. Now, how do I cash it in? Write down what I just said in black and white, stamp it with the spiritual seal of your Cultivation World Federation, and then give it to my master. If we did it, how would we know whether you would actually save our disciples in the end? Sect leader Li couldn't stand Chuyu at all at this moment. Chuyu didn't care about his opinion and spread his hands. There should still be basic trust between people, right? Besides, we don't just have people from Wuji Mountain here, we also have Yelang from Xuanji sect. Yelang nodded at the right moment and expressed his determination. Don't worry, master, we will do our best to rescue all our disciples. After a pause, he emphasized. Except for Mu Lingair from the Shangshan sect. The face of the Shangshan sect master Li darkened and darkened before he managed to hold back from exploding. When Chuyu saw that the other party had written a notice to sect leader Lu according to her request, she hung up the jade sip and began to deploy a rescue plan. When sect leader Lu received this notice, he was overwhelmed with emotions. At that time, the entire Wuji Mountain was almost wiped out. He had no intention of running the sect. He just guarded Wuji Mountain in a daze. As long as the Federation of the Cultivation World did not touch the entire Wuji Mountain, they would not care what they did. If it is said that the first 4 disciples becoming his disciples caused a slight ripple in his desire to practice Taoism. The young disciples' repeated actions undoubtedly threw a stone into his heart, causing ripples. Some emotions and ambitions that have been buried for a long time are fermenting quietly. Ellipsis. Chapter 36 Mistakenly thinking Chuyu and Shen Tuyin are a couple. On the other side, the demons followed the clues and found the hiding places of all the other disciples. The spiritual power of this group of direct disciples was suppressed, and the spiritual power of their magic weapons was also suppressed. Except for the sword cultivators who could still fight the demons with their physical strength, the other disciples could basically only be captured. The result was not surprising, all of them were arrested. When Chuyu and the other 4 sneaked back from the teleportation array, all the disciples had been thrown into prison, and sword cultivators such as Jun Mohan and Zhao Ming had bruises on their faces. Those who were once the pride of the world of cultivation are now in a miserable state. Chuyu noticed that Mu Lingair had not returned yet, so he came up with an idea. He quietly walked to Shen Tuyin's side, took his big hand and wrote something on his palm. The evil strud could not cover up the girl's fragrance at all, and the tingling sensation in his hands made Shen Tuyin feel at a loss. But when he understood what Chuyu wrote, the handsome face under the mask suddenly darkened, and the look in his eyes when he looked at her changed. He pulled her little hand behind his back with a hint of anger and wrote quickly. Why do you need to prepare those vile mystery incense? They are the methods of evil cultivators. Chuyu, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If they don't let the young master of the demon clan and Mu Lingair hang out together for a few more days, they might have to escort these disciples back to their base camp, the demon city, early tomorrow morning. It will then be extremely difficult for us to rescue them. Shen Tuyin realized that she was not using it for herself, and then realized that he had been too aggressive. He pursed his lips in a somewhat impertinent manner and slowly wrote in her hand. It is good. But setting it up will probably take some time, and we have to hide from the other demons and not arouse their suspicion. Chuyu was still thinking about what excuse to make to allow Shen Tuyin to go to his temporary cave alone to prepare the mystery incense, when the medium-level demon soldier who had been waiting to pick him up suddenly walked out from behind them. Seeing their hands clasped behind their backs, he was stunned at first, then smiled rather ambiguously. Oh my, so they're a young couple. You're still so affectionate while on a mission, haven't you just been together for long? Shen Tuyin was startled, then realized that he and Chu Yu were still holding hands. He felt that he had offended her and quickly let go of her hand. Just as he was about to clarify their relationship, Chu Yu spoke first. My dear brother, even if you see through it, don't say it out loud. As soon as my brother and I started dating, he was sent to the human world on a mission, and we didn't know when he would return. My brother couldn't bear the longing for me, so he let me follow him. Big brother, please be kind and don't expose us in front of the young master. Demon men and women in love often call each other brother and sister, and their customs are much more open than humans. It is common for them to have sex before marriage. What Chu Yu wants is for the other party to misunderstand him. As he spoke, Chu Yu quietly handed this medium-level magic soldier a large bag of magic crystals. The other party accepted it in a good mood, and naturally understood Chu Yu's meaning. He looked around and coughed lightly and said, These disciples have lost their spiritual power and are no different from ordinary people. They can't do anything special, and they don't need so many people to guard them. You two should go and rest for the night and come back tomorrow morning to take over. Thank you so much, big brother. Chu Yu acted very happy and pretended to be shy. When Shen Tuyin was dragged away by her, still a little confused, the middle-level demon soldier patted his shoulder and teased him in an ambiguous tone. Brother, that's great. Even when you're on a mission, you can still have a beautiful lady by your side. This level of happiness is almost catching up with our young master. Just listening to this young lady's voice can make one's bones go soft. You must have been holding it in for the past few days. Go ahead, you were so lucky. Shen Tuyin finally understood what the other party meant. His cheeks under the mask turned red, and even the hand held by Chu Yu felt hot. He didn't even dare to look in her direction. Ji Chen and Yi Lang were standing in another direction. Seeing Chu Yu and Shen Tuyin enter the same cave, they guessed that the junior sister had made arrangements. They were not panicked at all and continued to act as ordinary demon soldiers, patrolling back and forth with a responsible look, even more demonic than demon soldiers. The child Yelang has become numb and follows closely, like an emotionless puppet. Inside the cave, Shen Tuyin quickly shook off Chu Yu's hand. Junior sister, you just... We... Mind it. He is just a slick guy who is trying to trick the demon soldiers. Chu Yu really didn't think much about it. Shen Tuyin felt helpless, and also felt a sense of loss that he himself hadn't noticed. He thought that his junior sister was still young and ignorant, and needed to be taught. Junior sister, you are a woman. Although the customs of the cultivation world are more open and tolerant than those of the human world, no matter how urgent the situation is, you should not act like this with a man. Aha. Chu Yu nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, urging Shen Tuyin to prepare the sleeping pills quickly. The next day, Shen Tuyin prepared the sleeping pills and went out. It happened to be the turn of Chu Yu and the other three to take over the guarding of the demon clan's young master's cave. While delivering food to the people inside, they quietly threw the smoke into the incense and secretly took away the token that the young master of the demon clan had thrown aside. These two inseparable people won't be able to leave for another 2 days. Let's go to their cook's camp. Seeing Chu Yu leading the way as if nothing had happened, Yi Lang tried to hold back, but still couldn't help it. Are you a woman? Aren't you ashamed to talk about these embarrassing topics? By the time you start hesitating, we might all be wiped out. Chu Yu has been reincarnated 9 times, what has he not seen? These are all child's play. There were not many people in the cook army, and they were all low-level demon soldiers with low cultivation. A few of them held the token of the young master of the demon clan, and it was the young master who ordered them to join the cook army as well. Several people did not suspect anything, and Chu Yu and others stayed in the cook's army for 2 days. On the day when the teleportation array was about to open, they poisoned them with the poison prepared in advance, changed their clothes, and brought various mushroom meals to the prison and other gathering places of the magic soldiers. Under the pretext of being a reward from the young master of the demon clan to everyone, he added many magical plants that could enhance magic power into the food. After eating, everyone prepared to set off back to the demon city. Demons are different from humans. Their appetite is much greater than that of humans. No matter how high their cultivation level is, they cannot give up the desire for food. So as soon as the delicious food was served, I couldn't wait to eat it. The middle-level demon soldier who was talking to Chu Yu and the others yesterday was halfway through his meal when he noticed that Chu Yu and the others hadn't touched their chopsticks. He suddenly felt puzzled. Why don't you guys eat? Chapter 37. Chu Yu is seriously injured and his senior brother goes crazy. Brother, we are the cooks. We have to let you eat first. After we clean up the dishes, we will go back to the tent and eat slowly. Seeing that he had succeeded, Chu Yu was so excited that he forgot to change his voice for a moment. The middle-level demon soldier's expression changed. Your voice, aren't you the young lady from that night? I remember you weren't a fireman. Spicy balls. Chu Yu's heart tightened, and the other demon soldiers who were eating also looked over. For a moment, Chu Yu's spiritual consciousness communicated with Chu Yue. As long as the demon soldiers launched an attack, she would pull Ji Chen and others into Chu Yue's ghost cultivation domain. But there is also Yelang, and unless it is absolutely necessary, she does not want to reveal the fact that she has contracted a female ghost cultivator in the nascent soul stage. The next moment, the middle-level demon soldier, realizing that something was wrong, drew his sword, but instead of slashing at Chu Yu, he rushed into the demon group while shouting. How dare you, the Rakshasa clan, infiltrate my demon clan? Prepare to die. What happened to him? At that time, when Chu Yu was popularizing the benefits of the demon mushroom, Yi Lang was still in a state of collapse and did not listen carefully. Chu Yu smiled sinisterly. Don't worry about it, let them go crazy for a while, let's go save people. Yelang turned around in confusion and found that those demon soldiers who had eaten the mushrooms were drawing their swords, dancing, singing, hugging each other and crying bitterly, and there were even two who took off the clothes and hugged each other and kissed each other. Shen Tuyin quickly covered Chu Yu's eyes, which were burning with gossip, and said in a cold voice, "Junior sister, do not look at anything inappropriate." Oh. Chu Yu also planned to use the jade slips to record a grand event of the demons to sell crystal stones. As the four of them hurriedly opened the cell door, John Mohan subconsciously stood in front, his starry eyes full of vigilance. "What do you want to do?" "Save you." Chu Yu took off his mask and said, "Stop talking nonsense. It will be too late if you don't leave now. The effect of the medicine on the young master of the demon clan may not last long." Chu Yu. Senior sister. The ones who called out the names were John Mohan and Zhao Ming. The ones who called her senior sister were Sun Lei and Li Liang, two of the direct disciples of the Shangshan clan. Chu Yu only nodded to John Mohan and the others, without even glancing at the people from Shangshan sect. Zhao Ming excitedly rushed to her and wanted to hug her, but Shen Tuyin stepped aside to block him. Feeling the obvious hostility from the other party, Zhao Ming could only take 2 steps back, his eyes still staring at Chu Yu. "I'm just so excited. I didn't expect to run into you here." He actually came to rescue them. God knows how desperate Zhao Ming has been these days. He even thought of his last words and kept them in a jade sip, hoping that someone of goodwill could find this place and take the jade sip back to his family. Others who didn't know Chu Yu were also looking at the extremely beautiful girl in front of them with curiosity. Their eyes were full of unconcealable amazement, but also full of doubts. Chu Yu didn't have time to explain to them, so he turned around and ran out of the prison. "The teleportation array only takes a cup of tea to open. We must arrive before it opens to escape." Seeing John Mohan and Zhao Ming followed Chu Yu without hesitation, the others who were still hesitating no longer hesitated, and followed them in a mighty force, rushing towards the location of the teleportation array. "Why are you so familiar with this place?" John Mohan ran beside Chu Yu and couldn't help but speak. "Chu Yu, I have been pretending to be a demon and hanging out with them these past few days, and I found out." Pretending to be a demon. Not to mention John Mohan found it unbelievable, the expressions of the others were horrified. "How did you pretend? Let's talk about it after we get out. The teleportation array is already activated. Jump in." Looking at the teleportation array 100 meters away flashing a faint blue halo, Chu Yu urged everyone to speed up. The dozen or so people running in the front had already entered the teleportation array. "You lowly human, you think you can escape?" The sinister voice of the young master of the demon clan suddenly sounded from behind them, and overwhelming pressure followed. Many fragile Dan cultivators and Fu cultivators were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. "Damn it." Chu Yu cursed secretly and jumped out of the teleportation array. He quickly formed a group defense seal, covering everyone. "Come on." Those who did not enter the teleportation array only felt the pressure around them ease, and they got up and continued running. Chu Yu quickly chanted a newly learned group acceleration spell and finally sent everyone into the teleportation array. Court death. The young master of the demon clan felt that his authority was seriously challenged, and he shot a beam of attack light with black spots directly towards Chu Yu's heart. Little junior sister. Chu Yu. The speed of the attacking beam of light was too fast. Even if Shen Tuyin and others rushed out of the teleportation array, they had no time to pull Chu Yu away. Chu Yu was just about to ask Chu Yue to pull him into the field, but he suddenly felt a pain in his spiritual field, his brain went blank, and he couldn't give any orders at all. In a flash, she met Mu Linger's vicious gaze from further away, and her heart sank. The original heroine is a spiritual practitioner, and an extremely rare spiritual practitioner who can launch mental attacks. This is because he knew that his affair with the young master of the demon clan was exposed, and he didn't want to let her live. The next moment, the attack beam of light pierced Chu Yu's heart. She felt as if her whole body was about to be crushed, and she felt pain all over her body. At the same time, a faint but extremely pure golden light burst out from her Hongbeng space, protecting her heart meridians. Even so, she was still knocked dozens of meters away by the beam of light, and her life or death was unknown. Little junior sister. Shen Tuyin and Ji Chen rushed to Chu Yu frantically, and saw that her lively and beautiful face had lost all color, and she was constantly spitting blood from her mouth. Their faces were paler than hers. Shen Tuyin carefully half lifted her up and madly stuffed various healing medicines from the mustard bag into her mouth. The blood in his pupils became darker and darker, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Ji Chen lowered his eyes slightly, and the veins on his hand holding the Xuanshan sword were exposed, and golden sword energy lingered all over his body. A bunch of ants dared to disrupt this young master's plan. The young master of the demon clan descended from the sky, laughing cruelly. "He's dead already. What a waste. I thought you righteous people were all working together, but did you see that? The disciples you risked your lives to save watched helplessly as I, the young master, tortured you to death. Each of you cowered in the teleportation array, not daring to emerge. TSK. Is it worth it? Yeah, is it worth it?" Looking at his junior sister who was almost dead, Ji Chen felt confused for the first time. But the next moment, his eyes were more determined than ever before. This is what junior sister wants to do, so it must be worth it. After saying that, he suddenly turned around in midair, and with his long sword carrying golden sword energy, he slashed towards the young master of the demon clan. What a strong fighting spirit. The young master of the demon clan was stunned for a moment, then smiled contemptuously, waved his hand casually, and swept Ji Chen to the ground. What a pity, I am destined to perish today. We must not allow such a genius to grow. Otherwise, it will become a huge threat to the demon clan's unification of the Hongbeng continent. Chapter 38 Shen Tuyin goes crazy. Ji Chen is now at the peak of the foundation building stage, while the young master of the demon clan is at the peak of the golden elixir stage and is half a step away from entering the nascent soul stage. It would be easy for the young master of the demon clan to kill Ji Chen. But he was as vicious as a cat playing with a mouse, watching him get knocked down again and again, then make a comeback, and get knocked down again. Each injury was more serious than the last. There was hardly a single piece of intact skin on his body, and he was covered in blood. Although Shen Tuyin had his back to them, he saw clearly how many times Ji Chen had been knocked down and how many times he had gotten up again. His eyes had turned blood red and the murderous aura around him was becoming increasingly thicker. The disciples of the teleportation array were shocked beyond words when they saw the scene. There was anger in their eyes, but no one went out to help because they knew it was a dead end. But Jun Mohan actually walked forward, and Zhao Ming grabbed him. Big brother. Take the other junior brothers and sisters and go first. Wait for me in Yuanshui town. After saying this, he jumped out of the teleportation array without looking back and joined Ji Chen's team. Born with sword bones. The young master of the demon clan was stunned again, and then laughed even more wildly. No wonder father is so afraid of your generation of direct disciples. There are even those who have the natural sword bones that are rarely seen in 1,000 years. It just so happens that this young master will wipe you all out today. The attacks of the young master of the demon clan became more and more fierce. Jun Mohan soon couldn't hold on any longer and fell together with Ji Chen. Go to hell. The same purple attack beam fell, and Ji Chen and Jun Mohan held up their swords to block it. Lin Song, who was hiding in the teleportation array, smiled grimly. It would be better if Chu Yu and his group all died here, so that they wouldn't be an eyesore when they returned. At the critical moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly emerged. Get out of the way. Watch me. The next moment, a golden bell-like light shield covered Ji Chen and Jun Mohan, and was able to completely block the purple attack beam of light. I told you that the defensive magic weapon I invented can definitely withstand the attacks of a late Jindan cultivator. Yelang somehow managed to slip between Ji Chen and Jun Mohan, but before he could even breathe a sigh of excitement, the golden bell snapped and shattered into pieces, just like Yelang's heart at the moment. He mechanically turned his head little by little and looked at the young demon master floating in the air. Can you pretend I never came out of the teleportation array? I'm going back now. What do you think? As he spoke, the young master of the demon clan threw a purple attack ball of light directly at them. Get out of the way. Ji Chen used up his last bit of strength to push Yelang aside, and used his sword to block the light ball. He was knocked back more than 10 meters, and blood gushed out like water. Brother Ji. Yelang's eyes turned red as he watched, while the disciples of Xuanji sect in the teleportation array were extremely anxious. Junior brother, come back soon. Others don't know, but they know that this little junior brother is the beloved grandson of Sect Master Wen. If they were here, they would probably all be punished. But Yelang only glanced at them and ran in the opposite direction. Go back and tell the Sect Master that I can still fight. Xuanji Sect's disciples said, you're a weapon cultivator, you can fight against your uncle. The teleportation array shone brightly before returning to calm, and all the disciples in the array were successfully teleported out. But, fighting, Yelang was knocked into the same pit as Ji Chen and Jun Mohan the next moment, and he couldn't get out even if he tried. The young master of the demon clan tilted his head. Since you are so united, let's die together. A beam of attack light larger than the previous one fell down, and the earth trembled. The smug smile on the face of the young demon master suddenly turned fierce, because the 3 people in the pit disappeared without a trace. There are still people who are not afraid of death. He turned around and saw a man in a light brown sect uniform slowly placing the 3 injured people on the ground, with the white light flashing in his hands. Despite the treacherous situation, the man remained calm and composed. He was none other than the Shangshan sect's most prized and most respected disciple, Jiang Xinbai. A natural spirit bone, rarely seen in 1,000 years. This generation of direct disciples is truly full of talent. The young demon lord licked his cheek bloodthirstily, dropped from midair, and walked towards them step by step. In that case, if you bring the bones of the 3 of you back, father will probably be very happy. Suddenly, an abnormally fast afterimage rushed towards the young master of the demon clan. He wanted to stretch out his hands to repel it, but found that his hands suddenly hurt. Almost invisible golden light flickered in his palms, making it impossible for him to gather magic power in his hands. After a brief pause, the afterimage had already rushed to the side of the young master of the demon clan and violently knocked him several meters away. Puff! The young master of the demon clan spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only Ji Chen and others were stunned, even the young master of the demon clan himself was stunned. A human being, relying solely on physical attacks, was actually able to injure a peak-level Jindan demon. Is this still human? The young master of the demon clan looked up, his pupils shrank slightly, and he was obviously shocked. 3rd senior brother. Ji Chen looked at Shen Tuyin's back and said uncertainly. Shen Tuyin seemed not to hear his voice and continued to rush towards the young master of the demon clan. The young master of the demon clan was unable to release his magic attack. Shen Tuyin was in front of him in a moment and hit him with a series of crushing punches. The young master of the demon clan had no power to fight back at all. The situation reversed too quickly. Before Ji Chen and others could react, the young master of the demon clan used a secret technique to hide himself. 3rd senior brother. Ji Chen forced himself to stand up using his sword as support, but the moment Shen Tuyin turned around, his face turned pale again, and even the hand holding the sword began to tremble. At this time, Shen Tuyin's eyes had completely turned into blood-red vertical pupils, which was not what a human should have. What's even weirder is that he has a weird and sexy purple gold snake pattern on the upper left side of his face. It's over. Even if I don't die at the hands of the demon clan's young master, I'm afraid I'll die at the hands of 3rd senior brother. Ji Chensheng sighed with despair. Yelang didn't understand what was going on, but his voice was trembling with fear. Why? Ji Chen, when my 3rd senior brother is in a frenzy, he always attacks indiscriminately. Yelang, just a humble question, is your 3rd senior brother a human? In this child's opinion, how could human beings become crazy? Of course it's a human. Ji Chen still protected his 3rd senior brother, but the next moment, he was knocked away by Shen Tuyin. So, Ji Chen, Jun Mohan, Yelang, and Jiang Xinbai, who inexplicably did not leave, were forced into another round of life and death battle against Shen Tuyin. Shen Tuyin was so terrifying after going berserk, his speed and defense were simply invincible. Ji Chen and Jun Mohan were the most seriously injured. They might not even have a single intact bone left. They lay on the ground without any strength left, waiting to die. At this moment, there was a sudden thunder in the sky, and two calamity clouds floated rapidly above Ji Chen and Jun Mohan. Even Jiang Xinbai, who was usually calm, had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yelang was so shocked that he stuttered. Breakthrough. It's over. How could the two of us, who are so fragile, possibly withstand this madman Shen Tuyin? That is an existence that even the young master of the demon clan cannot withstand. Chapter 39, almost wiped out by Shen Tuyin. Although Shen Tuyin had gone berserk and lost his mind, he seemed to instinctively sense the danger posed by the two calamity clouds. He stopped chasing Ji Chen and Jun Mohan and instead turned around and walked towards Yelang and Jiang Xinbai step by step. You, don't come over here. Yelang was sweating profusely and didn't dare to look into Shen Tuyin's strange vertical pupils. Although Jiang Xinbai's face remained calm, the slight trembling in his eyes proved that his heart was not at peace either. Ow. Shen Tuyin suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a long roar that sounded like that of an animal, and the poor Yelang kid was so scared that he collapsed. Shen Tuyin's sudden attack made Yelang unable to even dodge and he could only close his eyes to deceive himself. Don't want. A very light and shallow call can easily be drowned out by the rolling thunder. But it was captured accurately by Shen Tuyin. His fingertips stopped just as they were about to touch Yelang's carotid artery. He turned his head slowly like a puppet to look in Chu Yu's direction, with not much emotion visible in his pupils. Chu Yu used all his strength to force himself to open his eyes and look in the direction of Shen Tuyin. Their eyes met, and Shen Tuyin's bloodshot eyes suddenly shrank, as if struck by lightning, and he slowly moved towards Chu Yu. Chu Yu sighed. Jun Mohan wanted to stand up, but was grabbed by Ji Chen. The thunder tribulation is about to come. If we go over there, we might hurt them. After a pause, Ji Chen looked in the direction of Chu Yu and Shen Tuyin, as if he had some kind of telepathy. My third senior brother will not harm junior sister. He didn't hurt her when she was half mad at Wuji Mountain. It was also after that time that Shen Tuyin became almost inseparable from Chu Yu. Jun Mohan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, two bolts of lightning struck down. He and Ji Chen both groaned in pain and quickly used their respective protective sword techniques to concentrate on dealing with the thunder. Not far away, Nulinga was in a trance as she watched the thunderbolts strike Ji Chen. How is this possible? It was obvious that last month, this loser didn't even have spiritual roots. Even if he had formed a golden spiritual root with the help of the golden spiritual fruit, but he had broken through to the golden elixir stage in just 1 month. How is that possible? But soon, Nulinga's shock turned into joy. Only a genius like this is worthy of being her fiancé. Suddenly thinking of something, Nulinga's expression changed again. Just last month, after she had an affair with Lin Song and had sex with the young master of the demon clan in the forbidden area, she sent a message to her father, the emperor, and mother in the human world, asking them to cancel the marriage. I wonder if this news has reached the southern country where Ji Chen is. She had to send a letter back as soon as possible to prevent the cancellation of the engagement. While she was stunned, the young master of the demon clan suddenly came to her side and hugged her waist. Linga, this young master has a problem with his body and can't release his magic power. They're going through a thunder tribulation, so we have no way to capture them. How about you return to the demon clan with this young master first, and then we can make a long-term plan. But the sect is still waiting for me to return. Mu Linga still hasn't given up on returning to Shangshan sect. The eyes of the young master of the demon clan were full of reluctance. But those righteous monks have infiltrated our camp these past few days and may have learned of our relationship. If you return to Shangshan sect, they will definitely not let you go. Mu Linga was not panicked at all. I have a way, just trust me. The young master of the demon clan pondered for a moment and said, okay, I'll take you to the teleportation array at the next point and send you back to the human world. Ellipsis. On the other side, Jun Mohan and Ji Chen's thunder tribulation was still continuing, and Shen Tuyin had slowly walked to Chu Yu and half knelt. Chu Yu moved her fingers, and the moment she touched Shen Tuyin's fingertips, she felt his whole body stiffen and tremble violently. She wanted to say something to comfort him, but the pain all over her body made her unable to utter a single word. She could only slowly write on his palm. Don't be afraid, stay calm, I won't die. Shen Tuyin turned around and grabbed Chu Yu's soft and cold little hand. But what was rare was that my heart gradually calmed down. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils were still blood red, but they had returned to their normal horizontal shape. The purple gold snake pattern on the left eye gradually faded and disappeared. Chu Yu held on to his last breath before he dared to let go and let himself fall into a coma. The thunder tribulation of Ji Chen and Jun Mohan lasted for a day and a night. When it ended, Jiang Xinbai couldn't help but look at Ji Chen a few more times. Jun Mohan is one of the most dazzling disciples in the past 100 years. And this unknown young man from Wuji Mountain actually broke through the thunder tribulation during the Jindan stage and was on par with Jun Mohan. It can be imagined that the young man's potential is definitely not inferior to Jun Mohan. Why was it buried in a place like Wuji Mountain? Yelang was not as meticulous as Jiang Xinbai. He only knew that he would not die for the time being, so he ran towards Ji Chen in a panic. You guys have finally completed your tribulation. I'm afraid that guy will suddenly go berserk again. If that happens, I'll be finished. As he spoke, Yelang looked vigilantly in the direction of Shen Tuyin. Ever since that guy shook Chu Yu's hand yesterday, he hasn't moved at all, like a sculpture. Although they were the same age, Ji Chen was much taller than Yelang. He rubbed his head and then bowed to the unfamiliar Jiang Xinbai. Thank you for risking your life to help me, Magician will always remember this. It's just my third brother's situation, I hope you can bear with me. Jiang Xinbai also bowed to him. Shang Shanzong, Jiang Xinbai. Hearing the three words, Shang Shanzong, Ji Chen subconsciously frowned slightly, but said nothing. Instead, he ran quickly towards Shen Tuyin and Chu Yu. Third senior brother. Ji Chen called out cautiously, junior sister's complexion seems to be much better, and her breathing is very even. Can you take her pulse? Seeing that Shen Tuyin seemed to have no reaction, Ji Chen raised his voice and shouted a few more times. Every time Yi Lang shouted, his heart trembled as he hid behind Jun Mohan and Jiang Xin. Shen Tuyin seemed to finally react. He slowly placed his other hand on Chu Yu's pulse and carefully felt for a while. His pulse is stable, but he's too weak from blood loss to wake up for a while. Where's the medicine? Let's give it to junior sister, and she'll feel better. Ji Chen was also anxious. Shen Tuyin sighed helplessly. I gave all the healing and recovery medicines I had to my junior sister. It's because his cultivation level is too low that he can't refine higher level pills. I have it here. I have it here. Jun Mohan and Jiang Xinbai handed over their respective medicine bottles at the same time. Yelang quickly took out his own. I have it here too. Seeing Shen Tuyin's alert face, Ji Chen took all 3 bottles of medicine and handed them to Shen Tuyin. Third brother, they are all cultivators who risked their lives to fight the demon clan's young master with us just now. They have no bad intentions. Besides, you almost got me killed. Ji Chen didn't dare to say the second half of the sentence. Ellipsis. Chapter 40, Chu Yu almost revealed the truth. Shen Tuyin took a few bottles of medicine and smelled them, then selected a few pills that could generate blood and spiritual energy, stuffed them back into Chu Yu's mouth, and waited for her to wake up. As soon as Chu Yu was sure that Shen Tuyin had recovered and was stable, his consciousness entered the Hongmeng space. Even though she had seen the floating man several times, she would always turn her head away in embarrassment. Just now, you saved me. At that moment, when she really felt so close to death, a warm yet strong force protected her heart. The blonde man lowered his eyebrows and said lightly, How dare the demons, such villains, do evil things in the world? It was clearly a calm tone, but Chu Yu could hear a hint of displeasure. You don't like demons. All things in the world are living beings, and nothing is without joy. The man's voice became colder, and Chu Yu's mouth twitched slightly when he heard it. The demon race was also created by you, the god of life. How could I create such a despicable species? The tone of his voice was much more pronounced than before. It was created by the demon god. Is there still a demon? This was the first time Chu Yu heard. What about the demon god? The man was silent for a while out of habit. I don't know. Why does he even know he is here? What have you been through? I know nothing about it. Looking up at the weak human woman in front of him, an inexplicable emotion flashed in the man's eyes, and he waved at her. Come here. What? Chu Yu pointed at himself, a little reluctantly. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. I can hear you clearly. If she got too close, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control her eyes and nose bleeding. The man seemed a little unhappy and repeated what he had just said. Come here. Chu Yu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and moved over. Hand out. Almost out of his obedient instinct from his previous life, Chu Yu asked back. Extend that hand. Casual. Chu Yu stretched out his right hand and felt a very light warm touch. He couldn't help but open his eyes a little and saw a small ball of golden light in his palm. He was very curious. What is this? My divine power. As if worried that Chu Yu didn't understand, the man explained. My divine power is the nemesis of the demons. They will collapse as soon as they touch it. My remaining soul can continue to survive and be nurtured in your world. If anything happens to you, my remaining soul will have nowhere to go. Chu Yu was a little touched 1 second ago, but indifferent the next. Is this really the gentle, compassionate, magnanimous and tolerant master she once had? Why couldn't she feel any kindness towards her? Putting away the doubts and disappointment in his heart, Chu Yu played with the golden light in his hand. This is the legendary divine power. It is said that the demons are most afraid of this thing, but historical records show that thousands of years ago, the gods of the Hongmeng continent all died mysteriously, and the demons lost control and became more and more rampant. Thinking that she would be able to suppress the demons in the future, Chu Yu was extremely excited. How to use. Find a way to integrate it into your danshan. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu sat in meditation and absorbed the energy, not noticing the passage of time outside. After she absorbed the golden light into her danshan, her originally colorless spiritual energy was filled with dots of golden light, like twinkling stars. Before her consciousness left the Hongmeng space, the man did not forget to remind her. I am only a remnant soul at the moment, and my power is only enough for you to protect yourself. Don't leak too much. If discovered by the demon god's powerful generals, they might be killed. Chu Yu, can she withdraw her divine power now? But when she met the man's cold and arrogant eyes, she was scared and didn't dare to speak. But she suddenly said, Is your soul more solid? If the man's soul was 90% transparent. Now the man's soul should only be 70% transparent. The man said, indifferently. Your space can nurture the remnant of my soul. This is the second time he has said this today. After he reminded her, Chu Yu realized that the originally chaotic space with no clear beginning or end, with the man as the center, about 3 meters in radius, now looked exceptionally clear. There was even a piece of brown land under his feet. This. Hongmeng, what's going on? What's going on? Hongmeng's childish voice had a hint of guilt in it. This time, Chu Yu finally caught it. Are you a system, or a space? The system only needs to issue tasks, and the space will gradually develop. Hongmeng is like a cat whose sore spot has been poked, and can only use its fur to cover up its panic. I've said it before, I'm a system space. It's normal for space to change and develop. Really? Chu Yu was skeptical. Then why do you want me to complete my respective tasks before you give me various rewards? Chu Yu weighed the Chankan mirror in his hand and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Tell me, is there no system task at all? You've hidden countless magic weapons just to tease me. No, absolutely not. Woohoo! What if the master is too smart? It is clearly disguised as a system, and it disguises itself so well. No, no, no. It must not be broken. Otherwise, how can it promote the true return of its master and others? After calming himself down, Hong Meng's voice became much steadier. Master, the world is so vast and full of wonders, how can you be so distrustful of Hong Meng? What's more, your master was the god of life in his previous life. He was the creator of all living things in the world, and wherever he was, there was life. Now that land has grown under his feet, perhaps in a few days mountains, rivers, lakes, and even various living creatures will appear. This is perfectly normal. I have nothing to do with Hong Meng. Is it really that she is too suspicious? Never mind. No matter what Hong Meng is, it is harmless to her. I've once again stopped Shen Tuyin from going berserk. Where's the reward? This greedy woman. Didn't I give you the Chankan mirror last time? Chu Yu, last time was last time, I'm talking about this time. Hong Meng hesitated for a while, and finally gave Chu Yu a pill. As long as he's still breathing, he can be saved, and all his ailments cured, and restored to his original state. That should be all right, right? It's just too good. Senior brother Ning Luo's mother is saved. Chu Yu opened his eyes joyfully, only to be met with several pairs of concerned eyes. He was startled and waved to everyone awkwardly but politely. You guys, why are you all still here? She only remembered that Shen Tuyin went crazy and beat people everywhere, but she didn't see clearly who he was beating. She vaguely remembered when Ji Chen and Jun Mohan jumped out. How come the most timid Yelang is still here? Also, why is Jiang Xinbai, the former chief disciple of the sect, also joining in the fun? Ellipsis. Chapter 41. Several major clan leaders broke through the defense. After all, we are fellow Taoists who have shared life and death together, and it was the four of us who saved the man together. I knew you were in danger, yet I still couldn't escape from the teleportation array alone. Yi Lang said in a muffled voice, besides, Jun Mohan and Jiang Xinbai's friendship isn't as deep as ours. If they can stay and fight together, then I can too. You boy. Ji Chen smiled and punched him lightly. Jun Mohan and Jiang Xinbai nodded to Chu Yu at the same time as a greeting. Such formality made her feel a little embarrassed, and she stood up and jumped. I'm almost done, let's find a way to leave as soon as possible to prevent the demons from making a comeback. Are you really alright? Yi Lang circled around Chu Yu twice in curiosity. The most powerful magical weapon I made, the golden bell cover, was shattered by just one blow from that young demon master. How can a spiritual cultivator like you have such strong defense? This also raised the doubts of everyone else. Chu Yu couldn't say that it was the god of life in her spiritual space who saved her, right? She can only play her nonsense steadily. I guess so. I'm lucky. Everyone except Shen Tuyin was speechless. But Shen Tuyin had a frown on his face and said nothing. The reason why he lost control and went berserk was because he discovered that Chu Yu's meridians were all damaged, with only a thin breath of life hanging on in his heart, and there was almost no possibility of survival. But when he regained consciousness and took Chu Yu's pulse again, her damaged meridians miraculously recovered and her vitality was also recovering. These could not be achieved no matter whether it was the pills he refined or the pills given by Jun Mohan and the other three. Chu Yu obviously didn't want to mention this secret, so he pretended not to know and kept it for her. Thinking of something, Chu Yu solemnly bowed to Jun Mohan, Jiang Xinbai and Yi Lang. My three fellow Taoists, Chu Yu has an unwelcome request. If you agree, you will be our family from now on. We will accept any request you make, as long as it does not violate the laws of nature and human ethics. Yi Lang was not used to the sudden seriousness. What do you want to do? Even straight men like Jun Mohan aren't that delicate. If you have any request, tell me first. Only Jiang Xinbai, his watery eyes swept over Shen Tuyin who had been guarding Chu Yu, and smiled harmlessly. Junior sister Chu Yu wants us to help you keep junior brother Shen Tu's secret, right? The word, junior sister, changed the way Shen Tuyin and Ji Chen looked at Jiang Xinbai. Is it great that we were once classmates? The junior sister is now from their Wuji mountain. But Chu Yu himself didn't say anything, so the two of them didn't want to get angry and kept glaring at Jiang Xinbai. The latter's mental strength was also very strong. He remained calm and composed, and the smile on his lips even deepened. The world of cultivation is full of wonders. Junior brother Shen Tu is so gifted that even the young master of the demon clan has to retreat. This is a blessing for our world of cultivation. Since everyone is practicing secret techniques, we won't say anything. In one sentence, he expressed his attitude in a way that avoided the important and trivial aspects. Chu Yu couldn't help but look at Jiang Xinbai a few more times. This man was meticulous and versatile. If he was born in the ancient human world, he would definitely be a high-ranking official. Jun Mohan was not one to criticize others, but he did remind them. But brother Shen Tu seems to need to exercise more control. It would be better if he could release his abilities with ease and avoid hurting his companions. Shen Tuyin's lips were pressed tightly into a line. He was not angry with Jun Mohan, but with himself. If it weren't for the junior sister, the junior brother would probably have been killed by him as well. Although the junior brother seemed to be asking for a beating most of the time, Shen Tuyin still didn't want to kill him. Ji Chen, third senior brother, is a very nice person. Ye Lang laughed awkwardly twice. I didn't see anything, I don't know anything, hee hee. After getting the promise from the three people, Chu Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The teleportation array in front of him seemed to have been secretly closed by the demons, and now even spiritual messages could not be sent out. Chu Yu and others also wanted to look for the yin-yang grass on this trip. After discussing it, the six of them decided to go to the cliff at the border together first. Ellipsis. In Yuanshui town, the elders of the six major sects and Sect Master Lu were sitting together in a room. Four of the sect masters looked pale, and the other three also sat upright. Ling Shao sect's most proud disciple Jun Mohan did not come back, but sect master Jiang did not curse him out of consideration for his dignity. Jiang Xinbai, the genius disciple of Shangshan sect, fell into the demon realm. Sect master Li stayed up all night, and his already loose skin became even looser. Xuanji sect master Wen's grandson Yelang is missing, and he doesn't dare to return to his own sect, fearing that his daughter and wife will punish him by kneeling and imposing family rules. Only 3 people went to Wuji Mountain, and none of them came back. Sect leader Lu felt that he had suffered a great loss. Sect master Bai of the Qixing sect and sect master Chang of the Jishi sect looked at sect master Fang of the Zen sect at the same time, waiting for him to speak. After all, Zen Buddhism is a group of monks who believe that the 6 realms are empty and have no desires or demands, which is relatively fair. Sect leader Fang was also puzzled, but he still tried to communicate with the 4 sect leaders who were in a bad mood. Since we already know the demons have infiltrated the Loose Cultivator Alliance, we must find a way to catch these demons. Several clan leaders, do you have any recommendations? What are you pushing? You can investigate however you want. I'm waiting for my disciple here. Sect leader Lu got angry and didn't want to take care of anything. Sect leader Fang didn't expect him to take care of it either, so he looked at sect leader Jiang, who was the most rational. Old Jiang, you've always been in charge of this kind of thing. Give me some advice. Sect master Jiang was very tired. He couldn't understand why his eldest disciple, who had always been the most calm, didn't know how to consider the overall situation and protect himself in such a crisis. Last night, he interrogated the other 4 direct disciples for a whole night, and only then did he learn from the second disciple Zhao Ming that they had known Chu Yu in the Piao Miao secret realm, and had worked together to escape from the domain of the female ghost cultivator in the nascent soul stage. They could be considered comrades in arms who had shared hardships. But is it really necessary to not even care about your own life? Although he was concerned about Jun Mohan, he managed to calm down. The Loose Cultivator Alliance has a large number of members and is highly mobile. Unless someone is sent undercover among them for a long time, it would be extremely difficult to detect any abnormalities. But with the Jade Slips sharing this information, the direct disciples and inner disciples of the 6 major sects and 5 great families are practically known throughout the continent. It's simply not feasible to send them to infiltrate the Loose Cultivator Alliance and lurk there. Sect Master Li calmed down considerably. If we send out the disciples, we're worried their cultivation and experience aren't strong enough. Even if they spot something unusual happening with the demons, they'll be silenced before they can report it. The demons' determination to unify the Hongmeng continent has never stopped for hundreds of years. That is why in the past 100 years, several waves of direct disciples from the 6 sects and 5 families have always disappeared or died inexplicably. For a moment, everyone fell silent again. Ellipsis. Chapter 42. When did the world of cultivation go crazy? On the other side, because they were familiar with the route, Chu Yu cast a collective acceleration spell on everyone, and they arrived at the bottom of the cliff at the border in one day, which was a 3-day journey. Jiang Xinbai also asked the question that had always been in his mind. Junior sister Chu Yu, our spiritual powers will all be affected in the demon realm, so why isn't yours affected? Even when he was fighting against the young master of the demon clan, he was in the teleportation array. The spiritual message of the Jade Slips there can penetrate, and the spiritual power of human cultivators will not be suppressed. But Chu Yu has been giving them accelerated spells all the way. Not scientific. Forehead. If Jiang Xinbai hadn't reminded him, Chu Yu wouldn't have noticed it himself. I said I didn't know either. Do you believe me? Chu Yu himself felt that this was a bit ridiculous, but Jiang Xinbai smiled calmly. It doesn't matter. Everyone has his or her own secret technique for cultivation, and he is no exception. In fact, he wanted to know more about where Chu Yu got the secret technique that could bless the group. After all, most of the auxiliary spiritual spells of spiritual practice can only be cast on a single entity. But this seems to be more personal than the previous question. Jiang Xinbai decided to get better acquainted with Chu Yu and find a chance to ask him later. But the sight of the 2 of them talking and laughing made Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin behind them feel a strong sense of crisis. Although Chu Yu was driven out of Shangshan sect, she had no intention of going back before, but that was because she always encountered scum who treated her badly. Now Jiang Xinbai is so gentle and decent, and he has been trying to build her favor in a subtle way. If he extends an olive branch to her again, will she be able to resist? After all, even though Wuji Mountain seems to be recovering, it is still far behind the 1,000-year-old Shangshan sect. Intellectually, they all knew that Chu Yu might be able to achieve better development if he returned to Shangshan sect. But emotionally, they couldn't bear to part with the beloved junior sister. So I feel more and more disgusted with Jiang Xinbai. The previous ladder was broken by Yelang, so he compensated Chu Yu and the others with a longer telescopic ladder with more functions. They climbed up for 3 whole days, and the pills that could increase their physical strength and spiritual energy were almost used up. Yelang, the fragile weapon cultivator, was already out of breath. Aren't you guys tired? Ji Chen and Jun Mohan are sword cultivators and have strong physical strength, which is normal. Although Shen Tuyin was just a fragile Dan cultivator, his extraordinary physique was such that even the young master of the demon clan had to retreat when he got crazy. When he was not crazy, his physique was better than that of ordinary cultivators, and even Yelang could recognize him. But how come Jiang Xinbai and Chu Yu, 2 spiritual practitioners, have such good physical strength? Chu Yu and Jiang Xinbai smiled at each other. You guess. Yelang's mouth twitched slightly. If I didn't know, I would think you 2 were from the same school. You have such a tacit understanding. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people present varied. Chu Yu finally realized that the atmosphere seemed to be wrong. He wanted to scratch his head awkwardly, but unexpectedly he stepped on empty air. Careful. Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin immediately reached out to steady her, but one of her feet that slipped down suddenly kicked the cliff wall. With a loud boom, a big crack appeared in the cliff. Rocks rolled down and smoke rose up, making everyone cough. My leg strength isn't that great, is it? The culprit withdrew his foot awkwardly and looked at the crack again and again. Normally, there's always an opportunity behind this kind of crack. It's also possible that it's a crisis. Jun Mohan has always been a rational person. Jiang Xinbai stood on Chu Yu's side. Opportunities are often accompanied by crises. Moreover, the greater the crisis, the greater the opportunity. After a pause, he smiled at Chu Yu again, as if bathed in spring breeze. Right, junior sister Chu Yu. Chu Yu raised her eyebrows. She had noticed Jiang Xinbai's subtle gestures of goodwill along the way. Although she couldn't figure out what he was up to for the time being, she didn't dislike him and just let him go. How about we go in and take a look? Chu Yu suggested it, and everyone else naturally agreed. Even the timid Yelang felt that he would be safe as long as he followed Chu Yu. When entering the crack, several people clearly felt that they had passed through an invisible barrier. And the spiritual power seemed to return to normal quickly. Before everyone could rejoice, the crack suddenly turned pitch black. It turned out that the cracks behind them had naturally merged. Isn't there a ghost? Yelang tried his best to shrink towards Jun Mohan and Ji Chen. Sword cultivators must follow this iron rule, which has been deeply rooted in the minds of cultivators for thousands of years. Ji Chen pushed his head away in disgust. What's so scary about ghosts? My junior sister, and we just managed to escape from a female ghost cultivator in the nascent soul stage with a jewel of wits and courage. Ji Chen almost let the cat out of the bag. He took out a knight-shining pearl to illuminate the room and winked at Chu Yu stealthily. As they went deeper, they found that the environment here was very different from that of the demon realm, and it was also different from the living environment of the human race at the border. After moving around, they concluded that this might be another secret place that had not been discovered for hundreds of years. Chu Yu and Ji Chen looked at each other, and their minds instantly connected. Ji Chen took out the jade slip in a flash, and Chu Yu stood right in front of him, holding a pen and paper, facing his jade slip, and began to take pictures. The other four people were all puzzled when they heard Chu Yu speaking to Ji Chen's jade slip with great familiarity. Hello everyone, I am Chu Yu from Wuji Mountain, and the person taking the photo of me is my direct disciple, junior brother Ji Chen. Come and say hello to everyone. Ji Chen quickly turned the jade slip around and greeted the camera generously. Hello everyone, I am Ji Chen from Wuji Mountain. The map of the first Piamiao secret realm and the introduction to the treasure hunting trial strategy were very popular in Beibaozhai. The two senior brothers and sisters did not show their faces that time because they were afraid that an innocent man would be guilty of possessing a treasure. Things are different now. Wuji Mountain has regained its independence and no longer accepts abandoned disciples. When she returns, she will definitely put this matter at the top of the world's headlines for 3 days and 3 nights. Wuji Mountain is destined to become famous in the entire cultivation world. Moreover, they also received an invitation from Zhao Ming to participate in this sect competition. The competition has a resurrection segment that relies on popularity and voting by individual cultivators. Unlike the direct disciples of other sects, they already have countless followers among independent cultivators. If Chu Yu and his team want to gain the support of independent cultivators in the short term, they can only take an unconventional approach. Appearing on camera and sharing secret trial strategies is undoubtedly a great way to gain popularity. With her and Ji Chen's stunning looks, they should be able to attract a large number of followers just based on their looks. My fellow Taoists, why don't you guess where we are? Chu Yu imitated the rhythm of the live broadcasts of the travel adventure bloggers in his previous life, and it was very easy. We just escaped death from the demon realm, what's the saying? If one survives, there will be future fortunes. It's just that I didn't arrive yet, and this, future blessing, came so quickly. Look, what did we encounter? Mystery. Everyone tried every possible means to enter the secret realm in search of opportunities, and we found it easily. Without further ado, let's go in and see what treasures are inside. Alright, junior sister, I can't wait. Ji Chen and Chu Yu sang in unison, acting in perfect harmony like a duet, leaving the other four people silent again and again. When did the world of cultivation turn upside down? How come no one told them? Ellipsis. Chapter 43 Mulinga's level is really high. The three of them turned to look at Shen Tuyin, who pursed his red lips and said nothing. A few people understood and turned around to concentrate on watching the Erenjuan performance. I have to say that the tacit understanding between Chu Yu and Ji Chen is truly perfect. No matter what joke she throws out, you can pick up on it instantly, without any dull moments. With just one look from Chu Yu, he knew which angle to shoot from. Chu Yu raised his eyebrows, and he knew how to change the camera angle. If it was in Chu Yu's previous life, Ji Chen would definitely be considered the best partner with the highest emotional value. The key is that he has a handsome face that is full of youthfulness, and a perfect thin and muscular body with broad shoulders and narrow waist. If he enters the entertainment industry, even if he doesn't know anything, he will probably be sought after by a lot of people. These two are simply living treasures. Yelang thought he was an active and unique person in Xuanji sect, but he didn't expect Chu Yu and Ji Chen to be so active. He was also eager to try, but was afraid of messing up, so he followed Ji Chen closely. It's no wonder that they discovered quite a few cultivation resources along the way. They still maintained the fine tradition of the previous photo-taking session, taking what was needed but not everything, leaving a way out for everything, which made Jun Mohan look sideways frequently. Why, are you surprised too? Jiang Xinbai walked beside Jun Mohan and spoke suddenly. Jun Mohan didn't deny it, that's not quite like her style. He had seen Chu Yu's ruthlessness towards Lin Song and Mulinga, but he didn't expect that he would actually leave some of such precious cultivation resources for those who came later. It's getting more and more interesting. As he spoke, Jiang Xinbai's gaze swept over Chu Yu and became gloomy. As he walked, Chu Yu discovered a problem. Wait, have you noticed that we've been walking in this secret realm for 3 days and 3 nights, and we haven't spotted a single demonic beast or spirit beast? This question is asked to everyone, and it also has a good effect on taking pictures of the jade slips. Besides, how do we get out? Before he could finish his words, a strange noise suddenly came from the bamboo forest nearby, and the 6 people became alert at the same time. Ji Chen drew out the Xuanshan sword with his right hand, and took out the jade slip with his left hand before he could hesitate. Junior sister, I'll go ahead and you follow behind me. Seeing the two of them going deep into the bamboo forest one after the other four also followed them in. After walking a short distance, I heard a strange, tender cry of, ying ying. The next moment, a black and white thing flew directly towards Ji Chen's face. He subconsciously blocked it with his sword, and the thing let out a strange cry and fell to the ground. Like a black and white glutinous rice ball, it began to roll around and screamed at the top of its lungs, as if it had suffered a great injustice. Ji Chen thought it was a monster attacking him, but he didn't expect it to be such a soft and sticky thing. After failing to hit him in the first place, he actually complained and started crying. Junior sister, what the hell is this? Chuyu also felt thunder rolling in her eyes at this moment. Isn't this one of the most precious protected animals in China in her previous life, the panda? This one is clearly a panda cub whose fur hasn't fully grown yet. Through the black and white frizzy fur, you can see its pink and tender skin. No wonder he cried so aggrievedly after being hit by Ji Chen. If I remember correctly, this creature should be called the yin-yang beast, a type of spiritual beast. Upon hearing this, confusion flashed across the faces of the other people. Why haven't I seen any record of it in the Hongmeng spiritual beast records? Yelang looked at the yin-yang beast, wanting to approach but not daring to. Besides, it's so round. Can we fight side by side after the contract? In most cases, cultivators on the Hongmeng continent can only form a life and death contract to fight with one spirit beast in their lifetime. However, this does not apply if the contract signed is a master-servant contract. Chuyu was looking for a way to cure Ning Luo at the time, and he almost searched through all the books in the Wuji Mountain Library. He remembered seeing an introduction to the yin-yang beast, but he forgot which book he had seen it in. As if it understood the disgust in Yelang's language, the yin-yang beast howled even louder, and its two black eyes stared fiercely at Ji Chen and Yelang. This guy still holds a grudge. Or, let's just go around it. Jiang Shinbai suggested, all things have spirits. Since it's a spirit beast, and none of us are willing to make a contract with it, let it find its own opportunity. After some discussion, they prepared to go somewhere else. But Chuyu had only taken 2 steps when she felt something heavy on her feet. She looked down and saw the chubby ball. Its 2 front paws were tightly holding her ankles, shaking its head, rubbing and kissing her. Its attitude was completely different from the way it treated Ji Chen and Yelang. Is it being cute? Chuyu tried to kick it away, but it just held him tighter and kept whimpering. Although there is only one sound, you can tell that it is acting coquettishly. Jiang Shinbai couldn't help laughing out loud. Junior sister Chuyu, it's trying to show its goodwill to you. I guess he wants to sign a contract with you. Isn't it? She had just been forced to contract a female ghost cultivator, and now there came a yin-yang beast with no combat power. What would become of her pet space? Chuyu swung it again and finally got rid of the ball. But it rolled a few times and rolled back to Chuyu's feet. Kick and roll, repeat this several times. Chuyu was like an emotionless machine, repeating the action of kicking away. The other 5 people were like cats being teased by a cat teaser, their heads swinging back and forth as the yin-yang beast rolled, but they were unaware of it. Chuyu was numb. You guys should think of a solution. If it was a monster without intelligence, she could just kill it with one sword. But when she looked up and saw their heads neatly arranged, she froze. Are these still the chosen ones who are envied by the world of cultivation? Jun Mohan was the first to realize his loss of composure, and coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. If it doesn't work, just sign the contract. Didn't you say that this guy has basically no fighting ability? Although looking at the current situation, Chuyu has temporarily changed her original tragic ending, but in the future, the world of cultivation will be full of swords, and she will still be one of the most wanted cultivators by the young master of the demon clan. Of course, she has to work tirelessly to improve her combat effectiveness. The yin-yang beast is really cute, but its strength is unknown. While Chuyu was struggling, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle. It turned out that the ball took advantage of Chuyu's unpreparedness and bit his calf through his pants. Spicy balls. This scene seems so familiar. The black and white halo instantly enveloped the yin-yang beast and Chuyu. After the halo dissipated, the yin-yang beast had already hugged Chuyu's calf and started to have fun. The contract is completed. Junior sister, you, take it easy. Ji Chen originally wanted to say, my condolences, but Chuyu gave him a look and he immediately changed his words. Jiang Shinbai said, ha. It seems to be just a master-servant contract. Junior sister Chuyu, please don't take it too seriously. It won't affect you from meeting a spirit beast you like in the future and forming a life and death contract with it. Yes, that's right. Little junior sister, look, it's staring at you eagerly, waiting for you to name it. Ji Chen was trying his best to make Chuyu happy. Chuyu forced a wry smile and picked up the palm-sized dumpling. He thought of the cute pets in the short videos he had seen in his previous life. Let's call it the third prince of Zijiman. The third prince of Zijiman. Ji Chen is the only one who came to the cultivation world from the native human world. Only there are different countries, but where is Zijiman? How come I've never heard of it? Chuyu was stunned. I forgot which book I read this in, but I thought the name was quite unique, so I just used it as a joke. Is it so casual? When others name their first spirit pet, they always look through various books and make sure the name is meaningful. But the name of Chuyu's pet is Junior sister, how about we think about it again? If I participate in the sect competition, there's a series specifically for spiritual pet competitions. People's introductions are all about Qingshuan and Qingduan, but you're saying, third prince of Zijiman. I'm afraid they won't understand what you mean and will just mess it up. What are you afraid of? This name is so domineering. As she spoke, Chuyu rubbed Zijiman third prince's neck very naturally. The furry and soft touch instantly made her addicted. She held him in her arms and began to rub him from all angles. So enjoyable. If she can't fight, then she can't fight. Just treat her as a pure pet. Anyway, you can still make a life and death contract with other spirit beasts in the future. Seeing her accept it so quickly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Chen and Yi Lang even wanted to touch it, but were fiercely repulsed by the third prince of Zizhiman with a grin on his face. The more Chu Yu looked at the cute and fierce look of the cat, the more he loved it. He held it in front of him and kissed it twice. The cat also cried with joy. For some unknown reason, Chu Yu thought of the purpose of this trip and took the Zizhiman third prince a little further away. Third prince, I have a question for you. You are the yin-yang beast. Do you know if there is any yin-yang grass nearby? The third prince of Zizhiman, ooh. Is this true or not? Jiang Xinbai, junior sister Chu Yu, you can try to communicate with it using your spiritual sense. Perhaps it can speak human language. Chu Yu tried to communicate with his spiritual sense again, but all he got in return was the same, ying ying ying. This guy is just a young kid who has never learned anything. But where are its parents? Chu Yu always felt that she seemed to have overlooked something important, but because she was pressed to find the yin-yang grass, she had no time to think about it and continued to communicate with the third prince. Then let me ask you, if you know, just make a sound. If you don't know, just make two sounds. If you understand, just say ying first. Hey. Chu Yu raised an eyebrow. At least they could still communicate. Do you know where the yin-yang grass is? Ying ying. Don't you know this? Chu Yu looked at its dull expression and decided to ask it in a different way. Have you ever seen a plant that looks somewhat like the bamboo you usually eat, but instead of being green, it has white stems and black leaves? Hey. This sound was obviously more excited than the previous one. Chu Yu also became excited. Let's go. Take us there. Huiji will take you back to the sect and make you something delicious. Ugh. When he heard the word, delicious, the third prince's voice tone rose several degrees, and he turned into a shadow and flew out, followed by the others. Not long after, they really found a yin-yang grass. Because it involved the treatment of Ning Luo's spiritual roots, Ji Chen had stopped using the jade slip to take pictures when Chu Yu asked about the whereabouts of the yin-yang grass. Afterwards, Chu Yu followed the third prince's instructions and communicated with him on various issues, and found a lot of precious resources. In the end, he even let him lead everyone out of this mysterious secret realm safely and headed straight for Yuanshui town. They had a smooth journey, but they didn't know that in a certain mansion in the fairyland of Hongmeng continent, someone was going crazy with anxiety. A beautiful woman trembled and tugged at the wrist of a middle-aged man beside her. Husband, why did my son leave the secret realm? What should I do? The man's expression was even more solemn than the woman's. He thought again and again, and finally did not hide it from the woman. Not only has he left the secret realm, my son has also made a contract with humans. What? The heroine was so shocked that her pupils trembled, and then she burst into tears. I told you at the beginning that after we transcend the tribulation and ascend to heaven, we will hide our cultivation and protect our son until he reaches adulthood, and then we will go to the immortal world together. You must keep it in the world of cultivation. Now, my son has made a contract with a human. If that human is inexperienced, wouldn't that harm my son? The man sighed helplessly and coaxed the woman patiently. After overcoming the tribulation, if one hides their cultivation and stays in the world of cultivation, and is discovered by the heavenly Tao, their soul will be shattered and they will never be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, we hid our son in a secret place on the steep cliffs at the border between humans and demons. We drove away all the spirit beasts and demon beasts in it, hoping that our son could grow up safely and naturally ascend to reunite with us. Unexpectedly, the entrance to the secret realm that we sealed with magic was still found after 100 years. I can only say that this may be my son's opportunity. It is destined for him to experience it, and perhaps it is not a bad thing. People only know that the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise are the 4 sacred beasts of ancient times, because they were the victorious emperors they followed back then. In fact, there were 5 sacred beasts in ancient times. The yin-yang beasts that followed the defeated Saint King Qiyu have almost been erased from various classics. The yin-yang beast clan is inherently lazy and too lazy to fight for false fame. They are also happy to be idle and simply live their lives in secret. They are generally born in the fairyland. Even if they are born in the world of cultivation in Hongmeng continent, as long as they reach adulthood, they will naturally ascend to the fairyland. The couple never imagined that such an accident that had never happened since ancient times would happen to their own son. We yin-yang beasts have noble bloodlines and would rather die than be forced into a contract. Why would our clever son do such a foolish thing as contracting a human? The mother of the third prince of Zizhiman couldn't understand it. Its father couldn't understand it either, and could only keep comforting his wife. Ellipsis. In the world of cultivation, when Chu Yu and others finally arrived at Yuanshui town, they not only found that the leaders of the 6 major sects and sect leader Lu of Wuji Mountain were there, but also Mu Linga was standing intact among the crowd of Shangshan sect. Do these people have no memory? During the jade slip communication, Chu Yu exposed the fact that Mu Linga revealed the hiding place of her disciples, and Yelang even exposed her affair with the young master of the demon clan. How could everyone tolerate this? As if seeing the doubts of Chu Yu and others, the leader of Shangshan sect, Li, was the first to speak. This time, thanks to Linga, she endured humiliation and was able to obtain from the young master of the demon clan a list of demons hiding in the loose cultivator alliance. In just a few days, we have captured most of these demons. Linga was also forced to reveal your identities, and people who practice Taoism don't pay attention to trivial matters, so please don't misunderstand her in the future. Ellipsis. Chapter 44, Mu Linga's Secret Technique. But I clearly. Yelang wanted to say something, but Jichen covered his mouth and explained to everyone with a smile. It's okay. He just had a close call with us, so he's talking nonsense out of excitement. Mu Linga seemed to be aware of Yelang's doubts and began to cry in grievance. Brother Yelang, I know you're definitely suspicious of my intimacy with the demon clan's young master. But you know, while I was confined in the secret realm to reflect on my sins, he broke in without permission to steal treasures. What he did in the demon realm was merely a pretense of flattery to extract information from him. I had no choice. After a pause, she shed tears while pretending to be strong. I know that women in the cultivation world still attach great importance to chastity, and so do I. But the matter is done. Instead of crying and searching for the dagger, it is better to make more contributions to the righteous path of our cultivation world. If Chuyu had not read the original novel before, he would probably have believed these words about enduring humiliation and sacrificing personal interests for the greater good. What's more, there is this group of inexperienced disciples, and the sect masterly of Shangshan sect who deliberately favors her, the genius disciple. He waved his sleeves, having already made his decision. Alright, the demon clan spies have been basically cleared out, and the disciples have also gained experience. Because of this incident, the once-in-a-decade sect competition has been postponed to the 9th day of next month. Everyone should return to their respective sects to prepare. After a pause, Sect Leader Li looked at Sect Leader Lu, hinting at something. Wuji Mountain is truly full of talented people. No wonder they want to become an independent sect and participate in the sect competition. I thought Sect Leader Lu would be polite, but he just tossed his beard in a very arrogant manner. Of course. My little disciple Chuyu is very powerful. You, the #1 spiritual master in the cultivation world, must not be defeated. Chuyu is a spiritual cultivator, and he was driven out of Shangshan sect. If he really defeats Shangshan sect, then Shangshan sect will become a laughingstock in the entire cultivation world. Sect Leader Li snorted coldly, glared at Chuyu fiercely, and left with the disciples of Shangshan sect. Jiang Xinbai politely said goodbye to Chuyu and followed the team. Mu Linga watched the interaction between the two and almost broke her teeth. She didn't understand why Jiang Xinbai, who was always nice to everyone but remained calm, fell in love with Chuyu. Even at such a critical moment, he was willing to stay and protect her. Even though she was favored by the leader of the Shangshan sect and later became the first talented girl to break through the golden core stage in nearly 100 years, Jiang Xinbai only gave her a faint blessing and pretended not to notice her obvious gesture of goodwill. Mu Linga was very unwilling and deliberately slowed down her pace to wait for him. Big brother, do you also hate me and think I'm a shameless woman? How come? Jiang Xinbai's face still had a smile as bright as the spring breeze. Junior sister, you sacrificed yourself for the greater good, which is rare and precious in our world of cultivation. Do you think, junior sister, that I am just like the ordinary people in the human world, and still so pedantic? Of course not. Mu Linga was dazzled by Jiang Xinbai's smile and felt a little shy. Then, senior brother, could you give me some more guidance in the future? Although I have broken through to the golden core stage, it was by chance, and my foundation cannot compare to yours, big brother. He thought Jiang Xinbai could see his good intentions. After all, in the world of cultivation, it was normal to become a couple or fall in love with each other and practice dual cultivation to improve one's cultivation. What's more, she is the kind of woman who can arouse the desire to protect in most men, and her cultivation is so high that she is confident that she can make Jiang Xinbai her lover. But Jiang Xinbai declined her kindness in a roundabout way. Junior sister, you're joking. To be able to break through to the golden core stage, your comprehension is much higher than mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been stuck at the peak of foundation building. Besides, everyone has his or her own path, and I still need to hurry up and understand it. After saying that, Jiang Xinbai nodded slightly at her and walked forward quickly. Mu Linga was stunned and angry. Lin Song, who was hiding nearby, followed her silently, his eyes full of pity. Junior sister, you have suffered so much. If it weren't for saving me. Lin Song did not fail to see Mu Linga's kindness to Jiang Xinbai, but he also believed that Mu Linga had feelings for him. Mu Linga's eyes were red. It doesn't matter what happens to me, as long as you are alive, second senior brother, that's all that matters. When the two of them looked into each other's eyes, they were almost tearing each other apart. Although Lin Song's talent is naturally much weaker than Jiang Xinbai and others, Mu Linga understands the path she is cultivating. Moreover, ever since she had a secret relationship with the young master of the demon clan, her body had been like a snake that had smelled incense, and the nights without a man were almost extremely tormenting. Although Lin Song's meal was not satisfactory, at least it satisfied his craving. She originally wanted to expose the fact that Wuji Mountain raised evil disciples, but she hadn't touched a man for several days and couldn't stay any longer. It's not too late to reveal it during the big competition. Ellipsis. Compared with the Shangshan sect's disciples who seemed to be in harmony but were actually at odds with each other, the atmosphere among the four masters and disciples in Wuji Mountain was simply too good to be true. They had the money to ride on a flying boat, in a soundproof private room, and eat delicious food that could increase their spiritual energy. Sect Leader Lu felt that his life had reached its peak. The more I look at this little disciple, the more I like him. At this time, someone knocked on the door of the private room. It was Shangwen Ziqian, the young master of Beibaozhai. Sect Leader Lu was thinking that his relationship with Beibaozhai was just average, and just when he didn't know how to start, Shangwen Ziqian greeted Sect Leader Lu and the others in a familiar manner, and then sat down next to Chuyu happily. How's it going, Sister Chuyu? This young master has sent the most luxurious flying boat to take you to Wuji Mountain. Isn't that cool? Your flying boat. Chuyu looked around at the luxurious decoration style. It really looked like Shangwen Ziqian's work. He smiled. If you're giving it to us, you can't charge us for it. That's natural. Shangwen Ziqian, upon learning Chuyu had left the demon realm, rushed over without a moment's delay. How was it? Did you capture a lot of thrilling photos this time? Not to mention the money it could make, that was a trip to the demonic realm. No righteous cultivator had entered and come out safely in 100 years. Shangwen Ziqian himself was very curious. Chuyu seemed a little regretful. We were disguised as demons at the time and couldn't reveal our identities, so we didn't film anything. Ji Chen did record it, but it was a recording of love actions that was not suitable for children and was not suitable for sale on the forum. Seeing Shangwen Ziqian's disappointed face, Chuyu and Ji Chen acted like clowns and took out the jade sips. But, we've discovered a brand new secret realm. Not only are there a lot of treasures inside, but there are also almost no magical beasts or ferocious beasts. It's extremely safe. Is it true? Let me see. Shangwen Zikin took a look around and didn't even finish looking at Wuji Mountain, so he very rudely asked to stay overnight. He refused to live anywhere else and just lived in one of the rooms in Chuyuxin Jiangyuan. If it was someone else, Ji Chen would definitely use his black iron sword to hit him back. But Ji Chen didn't think much about Shangwen Zikin, who was only interested in money and all kinds of strange inventions. Even Shen Tuyin's attitude towards Shangwen Zikin could be described as calm. For 3 whole days and 3 nights, he stayed in his room looking at photos and didn't even go out. After coming out on the 4th day, he excitedly dragged Chuyu to chat endlessly and even made a conclusion. Since your faces are shown in this photo, it will definitely sell even better than the last one. After a pause, he felt a little regretful. However, with less than a month left in the sect competition, are you sure you want to let that third prince of Zizhiman represent Wuji Mountain and participate in the points portion of the Spirit Beast competition? Ellipsis. Chapter 45. Did the eldest brother laugh? Chuyu was plucking the hair off the belly of Zizhiman third prince in the yard and looked up blankly. Are there a lot of points in this session? Will it affect the ranking of the entire competition? That's not the case, Shangwen Zikin commented objectively. Each sect can send a maximum of 5 people to participate. You only have 5 people from Wuji Mountain. Are you going together? Third senior brother, little senior brother, and I will definitely be fine. Chuyu smiled and took off Ji Chen's bracelet. It was a mask-transforming decoration given by Hong Meng, which could suppress attributes and cultivation. When Ji Chen's cultivation was no longer suppressed, Shangwen Zikin was so excited that his voice broke. Gold, early stage of golden core. Brother Jichen, when did you achieve the breakthrough? I haven't heard of any thunder tribulations breaking out in the cultivation world recently. My junior brother fought a battle with the young master of the demon tribe in the demon realm, and was then beaten by my third senior brother. I guess he was so angry that he broke through. Shangwen Zikin's mouth twitched slightly. Is it so casual? Isn't brother Shinto a Dan cultivator? How could he defeat brother Jichen? Ji Chen, do you want to ask my opinion? So, little brother Jichen, how did you achieve your sudden enlightenment and breakthrough? Ji Chen thought about it seriously. It seems that it is really as junior sister said. Chuyu, I told you, but you still don't believe me. Shangwen Zikin beat his chest and stamped his feet. Such a shocking scene of breaking through the Jindan Thunder Tribulation, but I didn't get a video of it. What a shame. Chuyu rolled his eyes silently in his heart. At that time, one of them was dying, one was injured and unable to move, and one went berserk and lost even basic consciousness. Who would have the time to take a picture with the Jade Sip? Something inexplicably came to mind. Shen Tuyin activated the recording function of the Jade Sip and faced the camera expressionlessly, introducing himself stiffly. Hello fellow monks, I may enter a frenzy state from now on, please don't be afraid. Chuyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. The other 3 people were so upset that they couldn't help but frown. Junior sister, Sister Chuyu went back to her usual crazy state. But Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin didn't dislike her at all. They were even worried that she would laugh to death, so one of them poured her some water and the other helped her to massage her back. Chuyu finally stopped laughing and became serious. In the Strip competition, if you can get points, then take them. If you can't, forget it. By the way, I have a great new idea for making money. I wonder if brother Shangwen is interested. Let me make it clear in advance that I will not sell this plan. I will only tell you if you are willing to let me invest 30%. Otherwise, I can only continue to wait for a mentor who can identify my talent. You little girl, if even this young master can't be considered discerning pearls, then there's no one in the entire cultivation world who can recognize pearls with discerning eyes. Shangwen Zikin was both angry and amused, but he couldn't do anything about Chuyu, so he was willing to pamper her. 30%, 30%. I'll give you all the blank contracts with the Beibaozhai Spirit seal. Fill them out as you like. Big brother is really generous. Chuyu put the contract away in a servile manner, and then he told the story of the Jade Sip live broadcast plan that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Shangwen Zikin went from initial doubt to gradual understanding, and finally became completely excited. If Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin were not guarding Chuyu on either side, Shangwen Zikin would have wanted to hug her and give her a few bites. Sister Chuyu, how on earth did you come up with the idea of using the Jade Sip to live broadcast? Everyone praises me as a genius in business and invention, but you are the genius with extraordinary thinking. We are so familiar with each other now, why don't we just become sworn siblings? Big brother, I am 26 years old this year, how about you, little sister? Forehead. Chuyu was confused. How did it get to the point of sworn brotherhood? Anyone like her, who has the memory of 9 reincarnations, will probably come up with new ideas one after another. Seeing Chuyu hesitate, Shangwen Zikin had no choice but to use his ultimate move. If you are willing to become sworn brothers with me, the investment in the development and design of Jade Sip live broadcast will be free of charge, and we will split the profits 50-50. From now on, all profits from cultivation resources or new ideas you bring to our Beibaozhai will be split 50-50. Bye. Worship now. Anyone who doesn't worship is a dog. I'll go and ask the master to come. Hearing 50-50, Chuyu had already pulled Ji Chen to the main peak on his sword, and hurriedly pulled Sect Master Lu over. Sect Leader Lu was a little hesitant at first, but after hearing 50-50, his expression immediately became kind. If my little disciple becomes rich, Wuji Mountain will gradually become richer and have more resources. It will be a virtuous cycle, how wonderful. After the ceremony, Shangwen Zikin prepared to take a flying boat to the headquarters to develop the live broadcast function of the Jade Sip. He wanted to launch the new product before the sect competition and make a fortune. After a quiet moment, Chuyu, with the third prince of Zizhiman lying on his shoulder and the medicinal food for his senior brother Ning Luo in his arms, followed by Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin, went to Ning Luo's Yongjiang garden. Big brother, we found the yin-yang grass. Watching the girl take out the yin-yang grass with white stems and black leaves from the mustard seed bag, Ning Luo's indifferent eyes flashed with a rare hint of surprise. You guys, thank you for your hard work. As long as we can heal our eldest brother's spiritual roots, we are not afraid of hardship. Ji Chen said happily that although he had been there for a year, Ning Luo had hardly spoken a few words to him. But Ji Chen knew that the bowl of hot noodles that he drank every morning and evening when he practiced sword until he was exhausted was secretly cooked for him by Ning Luo. Ning Luo felt a little embarrassed when she met Ji Chen's overly sincere eyes. Shen Tuyin's words obviously increased. Once we have gathered the other two herbs, we can ask the Yuanying stage alchemist to make the ice condensation pills, and we will be able to fully recover. Shen Tuyin felt that he was not far from breaking through the Jindan stage, but he was still a long way from the Yuanying stage, so he had to ask others to help him. Thank you. Ning Luo is the illegitimate son of the Ning family. He lived with his mother in a deserted village since he was a child. He was not taken in by the Ning family until his talent was revealed. Apart from maternal love, all he felt was calculation and malice. He never thought that he would meet a group of companions who were sincere to him and did not ask for anything in return. The frozen heart slowly cracked open a tiny hole, and light slowly flowed out. I heard that you all are having dinner at Xinjiang Garden. Can I have an extra set of bowls and chopsticks for dinner tonight? Yes, of course I can. The world-weary and tragic male supporting character no longer wants to commit suicide. Chuyu laughs more happily than anyone else. Big brother, did you just laugh? Although it was very light and only lasted for a moment, it made Chuyu's heart beat wildly. It's no wonder that the original heroine Mu Lingair tried so hard to get him. If this was a palace drama where women were the main characters, Ning Luo would be the type who didn't need to use any tricks to win favor. His every frown and smile would be enough to drive the Empress crazy. Chapter 46 Wuji Mountain is on fire. Ning Luo quickly suppressed the smile on his lips, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across his eyes, and he returned to his previous cold and world-weary look. He didn't even bother to look at Chuyu. Ji Chen gloated at the side. Junior sister, it's all your fault. You made senior brother embarrassed. Why do you blame me? Chuyu glared at Ji Chen, who was making faces at her. She was so angry that she started chasing the bastard and beating him, but Ji Chen just kept circling around Ning Luo. So, the two of them surrounded Ning Luo and started the King Chin walking around the pillar move, and Ning Luo's eyes gradually suppressed a hint of collapse. I originally thought that my junior brother was too active, but now I have an even more active junior sister. The days seemed to be getting more troublesome. There was less than a month left before the sect competition. After seeing his disciples' experience in the demon realm, Sect Master Lu seemed to have figured something out overnight. He changed his previous style of letting his disciples do whatever they wanted and actually adopted the principle of, as long as they can't be killed, they will be beaten to death. He began to conduct a devilish training on his 5 direct disciples. Before daybreak, everyone was called to gather at the training square nestled between the mountains and the sea. Under the supervision of Sect Leader Lu, they each practiced their own techniques. After lunch, the 5 of them had a team battle with mutual cooperation. They meditated and practiced under the moonlight at night. It was too late. Chuyu and Ji Chen, 2 guys with jumpy minds, fell asleep while meditating in the practice square. Sect Master Lu was too lazy to wake him up. Instead, he woke him up with a purification spell early the next morning and continued practicing. Even Ning Luo and Zhu Yan could not escape such internal competition. Ning Luo was fine. Although his spiritual roots were destroyed and he couldn't do any big movements, he wouldn't feel bored even if he meditated for a whole day. Zhu Yan couldn't stand it at all. Master, let the sect competition go to the proud disciples like my junior brothers and sisters. My spiritual roots have been sealed by the evil cultivators, making me no different from an ordinary person. I can't even compete. Why should I suffer with them every day? Sect Leader Lu lifted his beard and stroked the 3rd Prince of Zijiman in his arms. His eyes were completely glued to the little fellow, not giving Zhu Yan a single glance. Your spiritual roots are just sealed, not gone. Your senior brother didn't say anything. Why are you howling here? Don't disturb the 3rd Prince of Zijiman from sleeping. It felt like a grandfather taking care of his grandson, and Zhu Yan's mouth twitched wildly. I see them all flying and fighting, but I can't do anything, and I feel so depressed. Master, are you sure you're not here to piss me off? Sect Master Lu snorted coldly. All you do all day is sneak down the mountain to watch beautiful women practicing, but you haven't made any progress or enlightenment in your cultivation. The evil cultivator who sealed your spiritual roots is indeed powerful. Even though your Zhu family has found many masters for you, they are unable to unseal them. However, if you do not gain experience and enlightenment, the seal will never be unsealed. Only by constantly cultivating your mind and body, and constantly gaining experience, can you encounter opportunities. After a pause, he saw that Zhu Yan's impatience had eased, and Sect Leader Lu also slowed down his voice. Since you have entered my Wuji Mountain and accepted my name, I will be responsible for you. I don't care what conflicts you have among yourselves, but once you leave Wuji Mountain, you are a whole, representing the spirit of our Wuji Mountain. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose in the competition, but you must never start an internal conflict in front of outsiders. Always remember that you are one, and you share the same glory and the same disgrace. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Although Zhu Yan usually looks like a nonchalant and dissolute young man, he is still able to distinguish right from wrong when it comes to major issues. Only then did Sect Leader Lu raise his eyebrows slightly. Although we are not planning to let you and Ning Luo participate in this sect competition, you should still come along. Yes, Master. The masters and disciples of Wuji Mountain were confined to the mountain to practice and prepare for the competition, completely unaware that they had actually caused 2 major disturbances in the entire cultivation world. First, Chuyu asked Shangwen Zikin to help post the news that Wuji Mountain will no longer accept abandoned disciples from major sects and families, and will become an independent sect, at the top of the world news for 3 whole days, with countless messages, both praise and criticism. Some say that Wuji Mountain is trying to gain popularity before the competition and create mystery. It is said that Wuji Mountain was once a great sect with a history of thousands of years, but it finally couldn't stand the waste of time and began to rebel. There are rumors that Wuji Mountain and the Federation of Cultivation World are at odds. In the heated round, a different voice finally emerged. Haven't you read the history of the war between humans and demons? During the Great War between humans and demons 100 years ago, the Wuji Mountain leader led all his disciples out in a desperate battle with the demons, and almost all of them perished. He made the greatest contribution to that war, but also suffered the heaviest losses. It is said that there are only a few people left in the entire sect. Real or fake? If you don't believe me, you can go and watch the record of the battle between humans and demons. Me, I've read it. At the time, I thought the modern history of Hongmeng continent was wrong, as it actually listed Wuji Mountain as the most powerful sect in the world of cultivation. It turned out that it was that great battle that almost wiped out the entire Wuji Mountain. Such a selfless act has made it a place where major sects and families discard the disciples. Isn't it a bit insulting? The person above, please be careful not to reveal the real information on the Jade Sip. The Cultivation World Federation has the final say nowadays. It's better to keep things in the dark. I'm going to say it. The Cultivation World Federation is made up entirely of people from the 6 major sects. They're either biased towards the big sects or the big families. Last time, Mulinga clearly violated the Cultivators Covenant, and the punishment she received was just a lot of noise with little action. Now she's been released. Let's try replacing her with a casual cultivator with no background. I bet they'll have grass growing over the graves by now. That's right. However, it was the Cultivation World Federation that announced that Wuji Mountain could accept abandoned disciples. Now they've officially announced that they will no longer accept them and have become an independent sect. Don't you smell something different? Could it be that Wuji Mountain has become powerful again? I don't think it's likely. I was one of the disciples abandoned by a certain sect and thrown to Wuji Mountain last year. It was so desolate that even a spiritual life force wouldn't want to stay there. I suspected there was no one left there, so I quickly left the mountain, preferring to be an idle and casual cultivator. Brother upstairs, I have a feeling you might regret this soon. How do I say this? Take a look at the second headline of World News. It's about a cultivator's discovery of a new secret realm. The 2 disciples mentioned are the 2 direct disciples of Sect Master Lu of Wuji Mountain, Chuyu and Ji Chen. Is this true? I'm going to go check it out right now. Oh my god, when did Wuji Mountain produce a disciple with such incredible looks? Chuyu is so beautiful, she's no less beautiful than Mulinga from Shangshan Sect or Ziyun from Jishi Sect. And Ji Chen, this young man is so handsome and sunny. No matter how high or low his cultivation level is, I want to practice dual cultivation with him. Even just once is fine. The abacus above has hit the East China Sea clan. The interaction between them as brother and sister is so novel, but watching it makes me feel like I'm immersed in an adventure myself. It's so exciting. I am crying my eyes out. They only took a small portion of the cultivation resources they had finally found, leaving the majority for future cultivators who had the opportunity. Who understands this inheritance? Isn't this just a show? They didn't collect any of the data when they were filming, and then turned around and took it all away afterwards. No, I can attest to that. I looked up the treasure hunting guide for the Piamiao secret realm and went treasure hunting. I really found quite a few resources. Although Ji Chen and Chuyu didn't show their faces in the photo taken with the guide, their voices were definitely there. Woo woo, this pair of brothers and sisters are good people. I never follow my own disciples, but this time I decided to follow them. I'm going to vote for them in the sect competition. Keep a low profile upstairs, or you'll be scolded by some genius's followers. Oh, some people are unworthy of their positions, and sooner or later something bad will happen. Who's afraid of who? Because these 2 pieces of world news became more and more popular, many people specifically looked up the history of Wuji Mountain and the record of the war between humans and demons. Some people even compiled it and posted it on World News, where it soon made headlines. Wuji Mountain is on fire. Ji Chen is famous. Chuyu is famous. Even the 3rd prince of Zijiman, who accidentally appeared on camera, became extremely popular. A large group of cultivators who came here to visit them wanted to go to Wuji Mountain, but when they saw the closed gate halfway up the mountain, they found out that they were practicing in seclusion. Although they felt regretful, this group of followers did not have too many negative emotions. Instead, they sat down to meditate and began to practice, just so that they could see his true appearance when he came out of the mountain. They even secretly hoped that Wuji Mountain would be able to turn the tide and achieve good results in this competition. The 6 major sects and the 5 major families have monopolized the world of cultivation for 100 years. Not only do they gather resources, they also secretly suppress independent cultivators. Some independent cultivators collect evidence and report them to the Federation of the World of Cultivation, but the case is often left unresolved. They have all read history and know that Wuji Mountain was once a super powerful sect. They realized that the world of cultivation was not like this at all. Wuji Mountain is their only hope. The Federation of Cultivators was getting a little restless. After contacting the Jade Sip several times, they finally decided to wait and see how Wuji Mountain performed in the sect competition before making any plans. With 3 days left before the competition, sect leader Lu finally showed mercy and allowed everyone to rest for a night. The next day, they boarded a flying boat to Xuanyuan City, the central city of Hongmeng continent. The sect competition is held there. After these days of inhumane simulated combat, Chu felt that the bottleneck at the peak of his foundation building seemed to have loosened. He was just one step away from a breakthrough, but he just couldn't break through. He simply lay down on the bed and prepared to have a sound sleep. But Hongmeng's hurried and nervous voice suddenly rang out in her sea of consciousness. Master, there's a new urgent mission. Don't sleep. Chuyu refused to open his eyes and gritted his teeth. You say it. Hongmeng, the system has detected that your second brother is in trouble. Your mission is to help him overcome this disaster. Second senior brother. Zhu Yan. Chuyu was the least familiar with him, and the total number of sentences they had spoken to each other was no more than 10. In the original text, Zhu Yan was a charming and coquettish person with a beautiful and enchanting face that was difficult to tell whether it was male or female. What was her final fate? Chuyu tried hard to recall, and his expression suddenly changed. Holy crap, this is too tragic. Ellipsis. Chapter 47 Saving Zhu Yan is a headache. The original text records that Zhu Yan's charming and beautiful face was already attractive. After encountering Niu Linge on the street, he flirted with her, which made Niu Linge feel good about him. However, it also aroused the jealousy of a sinister and evil cultivator who secretly admired Niu Linge. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhu Yan will meet Niu Linge by chance when he goes down the mountain this time, and then on the way back to the mountain, he will be captured by that evil cultivator and thrown to a bunch of evil cultivators to be used as a cauldron, and be humiliated to death. It was the most humiliating death ever. Although Chu Yu and Zhu Yan had no feelings for each other, she could not ignore this matter just because of what sect leader Lu said. Fuji Mountain prospers together and suffers together. Time was running out, and she had no time to say hello to others. She cast a spell to speed up herself and rushed towards the gate like a gust of wind. Master, the person we're trying to rescue never uses the main gate. He takes the shortcut down the mountain. Is there a shortcut down the mountain? Chu Yu was shocked. Where is it? Point it out to me. She said, considering Zhu Yan's habit of panting 3 times after every movement, how could she possibly climb those tens of thousands of steps when her spiritual roots were sealed? Hong Meng hesitated. Then this should be considered a system prompt, and it should be offset by the interim results. This week's broken system is exposed. Okay, tell me now. Hearing the gritting voice of his master, Hong Meng's shadow shook 3 times and quickly pointed the way. Shen Tuyin had just finished refining the pills to nourish the body and spiritual power, but he didn't notice Chu Yuren. He thought she was going to cooperate with Ji Chen. Unexpectedly, when he went to find her, Ji Chen was also confused. Isn't she waiting for your medicine to feed her? Why didn't she come to me? Shen Tuyin, who had lost his way, was in a bad mood and his expression looked even worse. Ji Chen was afraid that he would go crazy the next moment, so he quickly explained. Junior sister is a person who values her promises. She left so abruptly that she must have been caught up in something urgent. I will contact her through my jade slip. As he was speaking, Ji Chen had already dialed Chu Yu's jade slip, but it showed that the spiritual message could not be connected temporarily. The entire Wuji Mountain is almost covered with jade slips of spiritual messages, and it is impossible to connect. Could it be that he has left Wuji Mountain? The competition is only 3 days away. Chu Yu leaving home quietly at this time is not a good thing. Shen Tuyin rushed out with a cold face, and Ji Chen quickly followed. Third brother, where are you going? Go find junior sister. You don't even know where she is, how are you going to look for her? Ji Chen was also anxious, but still relatively rational. Although junior sister is a bit nonsensical on weekdays, she still knows the priorities. Instead of looking for her aimlessly, it's better to wait for her to come back. She's looking forward to the competition so much, she'll definitely come back in time. What if I can't make it back? Then she will definitely go directly to Xunyuan City. Don't ask why Ji Chen is so sure, it's because of his intuition and telepathy with Chu Yu. As expected, Shen Tuyin stopped where he was, his face still looking grim, but fortunately he did not insist on searching the entire continent for her. Don't look for her anymore. She secretly followed Zhu Yan and slipped out of the forbidden area. Ning Luo's ethereal voice sounded from behind the two of them. Ji Chen was startled and no longer as calm as before. Second senior brother kidnapped junior sister. That guy is a playboy who has no morals and will definitely lead junior sister astray. No, I want to go find my junior sister. Ning Luo saw Ji Chen anxiously flying his sword, but his expression remained calm. They've been gone for 3 or 4 hours. Even if you go after them now, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. After a pause, seeing that Ji Chen had listened, he continued. Didn't you just say that, given how much importance she places on the sect competition, she will definitely do her best to get to Xunyuan City on time for the competition? Why don't we just wait there in peace? Ji Chen was finally convinced, and Shen Tuyin had to accept it even though he didn't want to. But the faces of these 2 guys were particularly ugly. She looked like a child abandoned by her parents, or like a husband abandoned after having an affair with him. Ning Luo, who was indifferent to her emotions, frowned frequently. Junior sister is only 16, the age when she loves to play. Second junior brother is the one who plays the most fun among us. Junior sister just went along to play out of curiosity. It's not like she won't be back. Why are you so worried? It makes me even more disgusted with the world than he is. I need to have a serious talk with master about improving the independence of my 2 junior brothers. Ellipsis. On the other side, Chu Yu finally caught up with Zhu Yan after a lot of effort, panting and tugging at his long and wide sleeves. Second brother, where are you going? This wasn't the first time Zhu Yan had seen Chu Yu. He was still amazed by her overly beautiful and translucent appearance. However, when he thought about the fact that she was his junior sister, and that there were 2 unlucky junior brothers in the sect who treasured her very much, the thought in his eyes disappeared in an instant. What are you doing here? I'm here to rescue you from the sea of suffering. Chu Yu screamed inwardly, but looked innocent on the surface. I saw you walking towards the forbidden area and thought you were being punished by your master to be imprisoned there. I didn't expect that there was actually a shortcut down the mountain hidden in the forbidden area. Second brother, are you going down the mountain? Zhu Yan, isn't this obvious? Chu Yu muttered incoherently, pinching his fingers. I just read your fortune. When you leave the mountain today, you will meet an ugly woman or an ugly man. You will be entangled with him for the rest of your life and you won't be able to get rid of him. Zhu Yan is a romantic and handsome man, but he has an extremely serious aversion to ugliness, which is absolutely intolerable. Sure enough, when he heard Chu Yu say this, he was skeptical. Is this true? When did you learn the art of a metaphysical scholar? We have it in our sutra library. Chu Yu was fooling people without blinking an eye. He pulled Zhu Yan's wide sleeve and wanted to walk back to the mountain. Why don't we go back? The competition is only 2 days away. There are even more beautiful monks in Xunyuan City. It's not much better than Lingxi City down the mountain. Oh, you seem quite understanding. Zhu Yan smiled. How about this, you come down the mountain with me. If you really meet an ugly man or woman, I will send you to them to ward off disaster. Chu Yu. What should she do if she suddenly doesn't want to save him anymore? Zhu Yan saw her expression change, and her smile deepened, becoming particularly flamboyant and charming. With your bean sprout-like figure, others may not want you even if you give it to them. Go back to the mountain. The place I am going to is not suitable for a child like you. Seeing Zhu Yan waving his sleeves and leaving, Chu hesitated for a while between tying him up violently and persuading him in a roundabout way, but finally chose the latter and followed him openly. If the encounter with Mu Ling cannot be avoided, then at least he must be prevented from being taken away by the evil cultivator. But just as she arrived at Lingxi City at the foot of the mountain, before she met Mu Ling, she was stopped by Shangwen Ziqian. Little sister, I was just about to go to Wuji Mountain to find you, but I didn't expect that Bai had actually come down the mountain. Go. Come with me to see the Jade SIP live broadcast system that has been developed. Ellipsis. Chapter 48, the first live broadcast of the cultivation world. It's been developed so quickly. Chu Yu was astonished and had to admire Shangwen Ziqian's execution and ability. She just gave him a little reminder, but it was unbelievable that he could complete the transformation in such a short time. Are you sure all the hardware and software are in place? After a pause, seeing Shangwen Ziqian's bewildered expression, Chu Yu quickly explained. What I mean is, can the spiritual letter coverage of the entire Hongmeng continent support watching the live broadcast on the Jade SIP forum? Are all the equipment for live streaming, such as selfie sticks, ready? Of course, except for the areas that Lingxin can't reach, of course. Shangwen Ziqian took out the Jade SIP and showed it to Chu Yu while saying, according to the content in the plan you gave me, I have opened a special, Jade SIP live broadcast, module in the Jade SIP World News and have already promoted it in advance. We're waiting for you to try live streaming today. If it works, we'll promote it heavily over the next few days and strive to ensure that all cultivators in the entire Hongmeng continent can watch the SEC competition in real time. Have the anchors been trained? Chu Yu had previously recorded a clip of his live broadcast script for Shangwen Ziqian to use in training the anchors responsible for the live broadcast of the competition. Shangwen Ziqian was just about to say this. The training is good, but it can't compare to your natural agility. It's a good opportunity for you to choose who will be the live commentator for the SEC competition. It is good. Chu Yu took just 2 steps before realizing he had come here on a mission. He looked at Zhu Yan with some embarrassment. Second brother, how about you come with me? It won't take long. After a pause, Chu Yu saw that he was reluctant and grabbed his sleeve tightly. With the big competition approaching, many evil cultivators and demonic cultivators are sneaking out to cause trouble. You are a rare and beautiful man in the world of cultivation, so it is inevitable that some evil people will have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. Although I am only a spiritual cultivator, I have at least reached the peak of the foundation building stage, so I can protect you, second senior brother. You can go to Beibaozhai with me first, and when I am done, I will go out and play with you, okay? I don't need you. Second senior brother, when I was in Shangshan sect, apart from going out for trials, I almost never left the sect and never saw the world. Chu Yu shamelessly started to act pitiful. Coming to Wuji Mountain, I'm basically busy with all kinds of things. Although the world of cultivation is a place where one can devote oneself to practicing Taoism, the secular bustle of the city still makes people yearn for it. Second brother, please take me to see it for once. The words of refusal were on the tip of Zhu Yan's lips, but when he met her crystal clear eyes, he could not find the words to refuse, and finally said, in a muffled voice. Chu Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, pulled Zhu Yan and followed Shangwen Ziqian to Beibaozhai. The moment Chu Yu turned on the Jade SIP live broadcast system, Shangwen Ziqian's eyes lit up. Brother, with your incredible intelligence and ability to explore new things, you will definitely be the richest man in any era or space. Chu Yu made the right choice by hugging this thigh. Shangwen Ziqian was very proud of being praised, and came over with a grin. Is this the start? Why don't you just say something? Okay, Shangwen Ziqian gestured to the maid behind him, indicating that she should do the publicity. Chu Yu placed her Jade SIP on the retractable, Jade SIP stand, designed by Shangwen Ziqian according to her drawings, and pointed the camera at herself. My fellow monks, do you still remember me? Where is Chu Yu from Wuji Mountain? We meet again so soon. Today I will show you something new. If you think you see my photo, that would be a big mistake. What you see now is my real situation at this moment. You can leave me a message to interact with me, and if I can see it, I can answer you immediately. After saying that, I waited for a whole cup of tea but didn't receive any message. Chu Yu checked the spiritual communication in the live broadcast room. Could it be that the spiritual communication is not smooth, so their Jade SIP terminal can't sync with me? Shangwen Ziqian also came over to take a look. That's impossible. We've tested it several times before, and there's absolutely no problem with the image synchronization. Chu Yu looked at his live broadcast room again and understood. I understand. I'm the only one in the live broadcast room, so I still have to find a way to attract traffic first. Drainage. Shangwen Ziqian was unfamiliar with the term. What is drainage, and how do we drain it? Chu Yu popularized the concept of drainage, and immediately gave some advice. Have your butler pin our livestream to the top of the world news feed, then post a message below. Any cultivator who enters the livestream and interacts will receive a 20% discount on new products from Beibaozhai. Simply take a screenshot of the interaction and leave a message on the Beibaozhai official forum to claim your reward. This is good. Shangwen Ziqian's eyes lit up again, and he was so excited that Chu Yu almost saw stars in her eyes, so he quickly told the housekeeper to do it. Soon, more than 10 cultivators came to watch the live broadcast. Chu Yu repeated his previous words. A cultivator named Wandering Cultivator cautiously said, "Is this true? You can see my message right now, and answer my questions. I'm coming." Chu Yu and Shangwen Ziqian looked at each other excitedly and quickly said to the camera, "Yes, Wandering Cultivator, I can see your message. Is there anything you want to know or talk about?" The other party was obviously stunned for a while, and then his answer was obviously more excited. "Ah, can you really see it? I see the new function of the Jade SIP was launched by Beibaozhai. Can I ask you questions about Beibaozhai?" "Of course can. Wandering cultivator. 3 years ago, Beibaozhai auctioned offer, spiritual transformation pill, for a whopping price. It can transform a cultivator's attributes, such as turning a sword cultivator into a spiritual cultivator. I'd like to know if there will be another auction for this incredible pill. Well. Chuyu looked at Shangwen Zikin curiously. He nodded and made a 7 gesture to her. Chuyu, 7 months later. Shangwen Zikin shook his head. The auction will be held in July, and the spiritual transformation pill will be on display. Chuyu answered the wandering cultivator in the live broadcast room truthfully, and the other party was grateful. However, another cultivator number 1 raised a question. You said there would be an auction in July, so it would be. Then I said August. This is just nonsense, it's too casual. Chuyu smiled. My dear brother, your doubts are very reasonable, but I am currently broadcasting live in Beibaozhai's live broadcast room, representing the official Beibaozhai. If you don't believe me, I'll have the young master come and prove it in person. Monk number 1 was becoming increasingly unconvinced. If you can get the young master of Beibaozhai to come in person, I will immediately present you with high-grade crystals and send them to Yomuji Mountain. Brother number 1, there's no need to send it. Did you see the reward button on the upper right corner of your Jade SIP screen? Click that, enter the amount you want to tip, then enter your crystal card account number and password, and the crystals will be automatically transferred to your Beibaozhai account. As he spoke, Chuyu had already dragged Shangwen Zikin into the live broadcast of the Jade SIP. Come on, big brother, they don't believe me, you tell me. Chapter 49, Accidentally Entering the Holy Land of Jewel Cultivation and Quat, Uyu Pavilion and Quat. After all, Shangwen Zikin was a man who had seen the world. He was only momentarily dazed when he saw the Jade SIP's camera lens, but he quickly recovered and greeted everyone with a calm smile. Hello everyone, I believe you all know that I am the young master of Beibaozhai. In the entire cultivation world, the person who dares to impersonate my face has probably not been born yet, right? After a pause, he repeated what Chuyu had just said. The soul transformation pill will be auctioned at Beibaozhai in July. There are 3 of them, so they should be very popular. Cultivators who want this precious pill should save up crystals in the next few months. Really the young master of Beibaozhai. Rogue cultivator number 1 was visibly excited. Oh my god, this live streaming feature is truly amazing. Wandering cultivator number 2 excitedly said to his younger brother, young master is so awesome. I want to ask, if I take a screenshot of this interaction and leave a message on your official forum, will I really be able to enjoy a % discount on all items next time I go to Beibaozhai? Shangwen Zikin, guaranteed genuine. Rogue cultivator number 3. With the joining of Shangwen Zikin, more and more monks entered the live broadcast room to interact. In just a short time, the number of people watching the live broadcast has jumped from a dozen to thousands. And the number is still increasing, and the rate of increase is getting faster and faster. Chuyu and Shangwen Zikin took turns answering questions, and they were very busy. The atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room became more and more lively and smooth. But when Chuyu took a break to drink water, he didn't see Zhu Yan. When asked by the housekeeper, Zhu Yan didn't know when her live broadcast would end, and she left quietly ahead of time. Chuyu was so anxious that he didn't care about anything else and directly took his Jade SIP back from the Jade SIP holder. I'm sorry, big brother. I have to go find my second senior brother. You can use the other Jade SIPs to continue the live broadcast. As he spoke, Chuyu had already cast a spell of acceleration on himself and jumped down from the 3rd floor of Beibaozhai. Following the prompts of the Hongmeng system, he quickly rushed towards the flower street where Zhu Yan was. She kept praying in her heart that Zhu Yan would not get involved with Mulinga, otherwise she would be really busy. But what she didn't know was that she didn't exit the live broadcast room in a hurry, and Shangwen Zikin had not yet invented a method to allow 2 Jade SIPs to broadcast live at the same time. She put the Jade SIP on her waist. The thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were watching her jumping around and taking in the street scenes. What are you doing, Chuyu? Why aren't you answering any questions? Isn't she a spiritual practitioner? How can she be so fast? She's making me dizzy. I'm about to throw up too. Forget it, I'd better back out now. Wait, she's slowing down. How did this little girl get into worry-free pavilion? May I ask the fellow Taoist above, what is Buyu Pavilion? Is the fellow Taoist above pretending to be pure, or is he truly pure? How dare he not even know about the Buyu Pavilion? We in the cultivation world all know that oftentimes one may encounter various bottlenecks in cultivation, and it is not always possible to break through them alone. Dual cultivation is one way to help each other. However, if you have to become a Taoist couple every time you practice dual cultivation, it may not be very realistic. Buyu Pavilion is specially prepared for those who intend to practice dual cultivation to break through bottlenecks or improve their cultivation, but do not want to form a Taoist couple. This, oh my goodness, it's completely changed my worldview. How is this any different from a brothel or an actor's house in the human world? Most of the women in brothels are forced into this business, and they're fixed staff to entertain patrons. Buyu Pavilion focuses on a mutually agreeable relationship, and both parties involved in dual cultivation are mobile. I understand. Chuyu looks so young, but he's already looking for someone to practice dual cultivation with. This girl is so pretty, just wave at her. Why go to Buyu Pavilion? I can do it. Ha ha ha, I can do that too. How about we line up and go find her? Seeing that the comments in the live broadcast room were becoming more and more disgusting, Shangwen Zikin was unable to turn off Chuyu's live broadcast. He was furious and was about to go to Buyu Pavilion in person, but was stopped by the housekeeper. Young master, the master won't let you set foot in places like the worry-free pavilion. If you go there rashly, you might make the master unhappy. Didn't you see what dirty words those people in the live broadcast room were saying? Chuyu is my sister, how could she allow people to slander her like that? Shangwen Zikin doesn't care too much. Even if Chuyu Zhen finds someone to practice dual cultivation with, he won't frown. He was just afraid that Chuyu would forget to turn off the live broadcast and broadcast the entire process, which would really cause a big uproar. Seeing that he couldn't stop his young master, the housekeeper secretly sent a message to complain to the master. As soon as Shangwen Zikin stepped out of the door, he received a jade slip from his mother. If you dare to go to Wu Yu Pavilion today, you will no longer be the young master of Beibaozhai. Mom, I'm just going to get Chu Yu out, not to find someone to practice jewel cultivation with. On the other end of the jade slip, that won't work either. Whether Chu Yu goes to Wu Yu Pavilion or not, that's her own choice. I won't comment on it, and you shouldn't interfere. Do you understand? Mother. While Shangwen Zikin was tripped by his mother, Chu Yu had already walked into the Wu Yu Pavilion, and immediately felt many pairs of eyes falling on her, which were particularly explicit and unconcealed, even from men and women. She really didn't know what Wu Yu Pavilion was doing, and all her thoughts were on finding Zhu Yan. But after taking 2 steps, a young man with his hair tied tightly blocked her way. Are you Chu Yu from Wuji Mountain? Is this your first time here? Would you like me to take you for a tour? Chu Yu felt uncomfortable looking at his greasy hair, and instinctively took a half step back, maintaining politeness. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm just looking for someone. Looking for someone. The greasy-haired man looked at Chu Yu with an increasingly explicit expression, as if he had stripped her naked. He licked the corner of his mouth in a self-proclaimed seductive manner. Look at me, brother, okay. As he spoke, the greasy-haired man actually stretched out his hand towards Chu Yu, wanting to put his arm around her waist. Chu Yu dodged nimbly, his face slightly cold. I told you, I'm looking for someone. She was clearly only a 15 or 16-year-old girl, but the aura of a superior that suddenly emanated from her body actually frightened the greasy-haired man. He could only withdraw his hand awkwardly and leave in anger. TSK, you're already here, why are you still pretending? Chu Yu's brows furrowed slightly, his expression slightly gloomy. She guessed that Zhu Yan didn't come to a good place, but she didn't expect it to be so messy. Every man and woman here exudes the message of mating. She has the illusion of returning to the animal world of her first reincarnation. She walks down to the 2nd floor with her head down and finally finds Zhu Yan, who left her behind to come here. At this time, Zhu Yan's clothes were wide open, revealing her sexy collarbone and a large area of skin on her chest. She was as charming as a walking drug, and was looking at a woman not too far away. What made Chu Yu collapse was that the woman who looked into Zhu Yan's eyes was none other than the original heroine Mulinga, whom she had been avoiding for a long time. Affair was broadcast live. Zhu Yan was about to walk towards Mulinga with an elegant and charming cat-like gait. Chu Yu didn't care about anything and trotted over from behind to grab him. Second brother, didn't you promise to come with me to see the world? Why didn't you wait for me? Zhu Yan saw the woman he liked and was about to go up to her and flirt with her, but Chu Yu suddenly appeared and ruined his mood. He frowned. Aren't you doing some live broadcast with the young master of Beibaozhai? Why are you coming to me? After saying that, Zhu Yan mercilessly shook off Chu Yu's hand. But when he turned around, he found that the woman he had just fallen in love with was actually having an affair with another man. The man was tall and thin, with a feminine profile and skin that was much whiter than that of an ordinary man. It's not that natural icy white, but the cold white that hasn't seen sunlight for years. The whole person gives people a feeling of coldness. The man's hands had already embraced Mulinga, and he pulled her towards him fiercely, his eyes full of filthy intent. How? Can't I satisfy you? And you're still flirting with the other cats and dogs. Mulinga shyly hid in the man's arms and tapped his chest with her fist. You're the one who's late. I don't know which wildflower you went to have an affair with, and you still have the nerve to blame me first. Seeing this, the man felt itchy and immediately kissed her passionately in the corridor, as if he was declaring his sovereignty over Zhu Yan, who had just had an ambiguous look with Mulinga. Zhu Yanyan sank into the water. He loved to flirt with beautiful female monks, but it was limited to flirting and he would not do anything else. Just enjoy the feeling of being in love. Once he finds out that the other party has been ambiguous with other men, or even doing other more intimate actions, he will turn around and leave without any reluctance. Chu Yu felt thunder rumbling above his head. The original title is, Mulinga Opens a Harem in the Cultivation World, which is quite appropriate. In front was the young master of the demon clan, and then came a man who looked very evil, and in Shangshan sect there was also a bootlicker Lin Song. In just a few months, 3 men have surfaced about Mulinga, and there are many more who are unknown. Because he had just hurried forward to pull Zhu Yan, Chu Yu was standing sideways to Mulinga, and the jade slip camera on his waist happened to be facing the direction where Mulinga was. The live broadcast room exploded directly. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What did I see? Can someone please explain? I think I'm dazzled. I actually saw Mulinga, the most promising and talented young lady among the current direct disciples, at Worry-Free Pavilion. My fellow Taoist upstairs, you are not mistaken. That is really Mulinga. My world is crumbling, my worldview is shattering. Don't geniuses always practice arduous cultivation to achieve breakthroughs? Why would they take this kind of shortcut? Judging from Mulinga's appearance, it's clear that this isn't her first time coming to Wu Yu Pavilion, and it's definitely not her first time with that man either. Before then, she must have been enjoying her time with the demon clan's young master. Why is she acting like she's enduring humiliation for the greater good in front of her fellow disciples? I'm suddenly starting to dislike her. I hate this kind of pretense. Some of Mulinga's followers expressed dissatisfaction. Our Linga already made a huge sacrifice, didn't she? How can you say she's pretending? Where did those conservative people upstairs come from? In our world of cultivation, isn't it normal for men and women to practice together to improve their cultivation? Why can't the direct disciples of the big sects do the same? That's right, didn't Chu Yu from Wuji Mountain also go to Wu Yu Pavilion? If she could go, why couldn't our Linga go? Some people are just jealous and can't stand seeing others being more attractive and better than her. Our Linga is a charmer. Even if she finds 8 or 10 people to practice with, that's still her charm. But I heard from the inner disciples of Shangshan sect that Mu Lingair has been hanging out with Lin Song, the second disciple of the sect master, lately, and they're even planning on becoming a couple. I feel like that guy is cheating on me. What talent does our Lingair have? What talent does Lin Song have? It's a blessing for him to fall in love with him, so why does he want to monopolize our Lingair? Brain-dead followers are terrifying. My 3 views are almost washed away by this group of people. The live broadcast room is becoming more and more popular. Nearly 100,000 people are watching this live broadcast, naturally including many people from Shangshan sect. When Lin Song saw the live broadcast, he felt like he was struck by lightning. He just couldn't believe that the junior sister who had been making love with him in bed for the past month could turn around and be so intimate with someone else. Furious, he took the spiritual weapon and was about to rush to Lingxi City to argue, but was stopped by Jiang Xinbai. You're going to catch junior sister practicing jewel cultivation with another man now. Have you thought about how to handle your relationship afterwards? Eldest brother. A look of confusion flashed across Lin Song's eyes. Jiang Xinbai remained calm from beginning to end, as if he had anticipated this scene. Should we completely break up with her, or should we let her break up with that man? Lin Song was in great pain. He couldn't bear the fact that Mu Lingair had other men besides him. But he was even more reluctant to leave Mu Lingair. In addition to the refreshing feeling of blending with the water, his cultivation had indeed improved significantly. Seeing him like this, Jiang Xinbai already knew the answer. He sighed softly and turned away. You take care of yourself. Chu Yu, the central figure in this explosive live broadcast, hadn't yet realized the impact he had caused. He just wanted to get Zhu Yan away from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Second brother, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who was kissing Mu Linga passionately suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Chu Yu. When their eyes met, Chu Yu felt a sudden pain in his consciousness. It was very similar to the time when Mu Linga ambushed him in the demon realm, but it was even more serious, and he could hardly stand. Noticing Chu Yu's abnormality, Zhu Yan immediately supported him and blocked the man's side. Her eyes, which always showed a charming and graceful look, now showed a rare sharpness. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, as if he had not expected that the other party could block his mental attack. But this time, Mu Linga noticed that the woman not far away was actually Chu Yu. When she thought about how she had just stopped the man she liked from being intimate with her, new and old grudges combined together, and murderous intent immediately filled her eyes. Chapter 51 Zhu Yan isn't that disgusting. Edited. But the man suddenly picked her up by the waist, kicked open the door and went into the room. Go. Chu Yu quickly pulled Zhu Yan and went downstairs without hesitation. This time Zhu Yan did not push her away, but let her pull him and quickly walked out of Buyu Pavilion. It was getting late, and not long after the two left the Buyu Pavilion, they discovered that the once bustling flower street had become eerie and quiet without them knowing when. Zhu Yan suddenly grabbed Chu Yu. Don't run, we're being pulled into the field. Field. Chu Yu's heart pounded. Thinking of the gloomy man who had just been with Mu Lingair in Buyu Pavilion, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Has that man who can perform mental attacks reached the nascent soul stage? The halo of the original heroine Mu Lingair is really amazing, any one of them is a big shot. But, shouldn't this boss be facing off with Mu Lingair in the room? Why did you come out to hunt him down? Chu Yu immediately took out the jade slip to ask for help, but found that there was no spiritual letter, and his face turned bitter. The moment she was brought into the field, the live broadcast automatically exited, sparking heated discussions among netizens. A few people were teasing Chu Yu about his ambiguous relationship with his second senior brother, while most people were arguing endlessly about Mu Linga's romantic affairs. Shangwen Ziqian was getting anxious. He had just followed the location where Chu Yu's live broadcast was cut off and chased the outside of Buyu Pavilion, but he didn't find Chu Yu. He felt uneasy and immediately gave the order. Mobilize all the forces of Beibaozhai in Lingxi City and go all the way to look for Chu Yu. We must find her as soon as possible. The strange man who had just flirted with Mu Linga clearly had murderous intentions towards Chu Yu. Shangwen Ziqian only thought that Chu Yu might have been kidnapped, and he never imagined that Chu Yu was in a similar position to him, but had met a big man in the nascent soul stage. There were bursts of cold laughter in the field. You guys are quite responsive. You recognize this as my territory so quickly. I was planning to clean up after you entered the house. Now I'm afraid I'm going to have trouble. As he spoke, the man slowly walked out from the darkness and looked at Zhu Yan and Chu Yu wantonly. Zhu Yan subconsciously protected Chu Yu behind him, shielding him from the man's mental attack as he made eye contact with Chu Yu. We brothers and sisters are strangers to this fellow Taoist. I wonder why he trapped us in his domain. Zhu Yan emphasized the word, domain, very much, trying to remind the other party that the world of cultivation prohibits those with high cultivation from wantonly slaughtering those with low cultivation. If they are discovered, they will be hunted down by the Federation of the World of Cultivation. But the other party didn't care at all, and walked towards them step by step with a playful look. Anyone who dares to seduce my woman should be prepared to die. Then I didn't hook up with Mu Lingair. Can you spare my life, warrior? Chu Yu waved from behind Zhu Yan, causing her to be stunned and gnashing her teeth. Junior sister is able to go through life and death with third junior brother and young junior brother, but when she comes to me, she is afraid of death. It really is treated differently. Understanding Zhu Yan's yin and yang, Chu Yu muttered softly. You are the one who caused the disaster, why should I share the responsibility with you? Good, very good, excellent. Although Zhu Yan was very angry, she still stood in front of Chu Yu and did not expose her to the man's mental attack. Seeing him like this, Chu Yu's mood improved a little, but he continued to smile flatteringly at the man. What do you think, brave man? As long as you are willing to let me go, I can ask my sworn brother to deliver as many crystals as you want. Are you sworn elder brother? That's right, Shangwen Ziqian, the young master of Beibaozhai, is my sworn brother. Chu Yu seemed afraid that the other party would not believe him. Otherwise, how could he be willing to appear on the live broadcast with me? Really? The man had no idea what live streaming was, and his expression became even colder. Is it like I am short of money? I'll give you 2 siblings to the evil cultivators as cultivation furnaces, and perhaps even exchange them for some resources I need. Furnace. Evil cultivator. Chu Yu was instantly certain that this was the evil cultivator who had injured Zhu Yan and thrown him to that group of evil cultivators. Zhu Yan and Mu Ling'er just exchanged glances without saying a word, and now he was being envied. What kind of evil harem is this? Can Mu Ling'er really balance the relationships among her group of men? Chu Yu was still in doubt when the powerful pressure from the other party swept over. She and Zhu Yan were instantly pressed to the ground, spitting blood, feeling that their internal organs were displaced, and she didn't know how many ribs were broken. Each one was more miserable than the other and couldn't move at all. Is this the absolute crushing across levels? When Zhu Yan saw Chu Yu vomiting blood, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. I told you not to follow me, why didn't you listen to my advice? Now that we can't get out, your third and youngest brothers will probably cry. That may not be the case. Chu Yu didn't seem as panicked as imagined. Wait a little longer. What are you waiting for? Zhu Yan was confused. The severe pain all over his body made his thinking slow down. Although he did not have a deep relationship with this junior sister and they rarely spoke to each other, he still felt a little guilty as a senior brother for not being able to protect her well. If his spiritual roots had not been sealed by an evil cultivator, he would not be so cowardly. The more Zhu Yan thought about it, the angrier she became. The pink color of the bags under her eyes became even brighter redder, causing the evil cultivator to lick his lips. She's truly a beauty. If I send her over, I'm sure she'll be able to exchange for a lot of resources. As he spoke, the man stretched out his palm, and a huge black palm appeared in the air, grabbing towards Zhu Yan. Because all the attention was on Zhu Yan, the pressure exerted on Chu Yu was relieved. After she found that she could move, she flashed and pounced on Zhu Yan, as if she was angry and wanted to beat him up. In the eyes of the evil cultivator, it was just a quarrel between 2 senior brothers and sisters, and he didn't care at all. But the next moment, a look of thunderous rage appeared in the eyes of the evil cultivator. He roared wildly in humiliation, and the entire area trembled. The 2 people who were bound to die in front of him actually disappeared right under his nose. And in the field he dominates. Chu Yu. Zhu Yan. Wuji Mountain. Wait for him. Ellipsis. The 2 people who disappeared were pulled into the realm of the ghost cultivator Chu Yue. Just now, Chu Yu communicated with Chu Yue's spiritual consciousness to see if he could pull them from someone else's realm into another realm. Chu Yue said that it would take time to prepare and it would not be easy, so Chu Yu deliberately quarreled with Zhu Yan to delay time. Fortunately, Chu Yue did it at the critical moment. Looking at Chu Yue, whose soul was becoming more and more transparent, Chu Yu was heartbroken. Chu Yue Bauer, are you okay? What can I do to make you feel better? Chu Yue is a ghost cultivator. To put it bluntly, she is just a remnant soul and cannot be cured by medicine, which makes Chu Yu even more anxious. Chu Yue just shook her head weakly. It's okay, master. I'll go back to your strict pet space to rest and I'll recover slowly. Zhu Yan was unaware of Chu Yue's situation. Seeing Chu Yu caring about a completely intact cultivator while leaving him aside with broken ribs and vomiting blood, she felt a little jealous. Junior sister, there should be a limit to your partiality, right? Your second senior brother, I'm almost half dead. Ellipsis. Chapter 52, Zhu Yan's nightmare seeks Chu Yu for help, revised. Chu Yu took a deep breath. Compared with Ji Chen's sincere and protective attitude and Shen Tuyin's quiet and well-behaved personality, Zhu Yan was indeed much more delicate and pretentious. However, considering that he had broken several bones, vomited a lot of blood, and his spiritual roots were sealed, making him unable to use spiritual power to protect himself, Chu Yu advised himself to be more patient with him. Without you Chu, we would have been thrown into the pile of evil cultivators by now. Close your eyes and rest for a while. I will heal your wounds after we get out. After saying that, Chu Yuxian communicated with Chu Yue again, asking her to use the time that the domain could support to send himself and Zhu Yan back to Beibaozhai. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea in the realm, 2 or 3 hours have passed outside. When Shangwen Zikin was almost going crazy searching, Chu Yu and Zhu Yan suddenly appeared in his banquet room, scaring him so much that he jumped up. Looking at Zhu Yan again, he was obviously seriously injured. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up by himself. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, making his already handsome face look even more broken. Shangwen Zikin couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Wuji Mountain was particularly nourishing. At least he had seen 4 disciples including Chu Yu, and they were all outstanding in their own ways. In the entire world of cultivation, it is difficult to find anyone who can be on par with them. Looking at Chu Yu again, his face was obviously much paler than before he left, and there was obvious blood at the corner of his mouth. Shangwen Zikin panicked and quickly took out a top-grade healing pill from his pocket and handed it over. But was he injured by the man who was intimate with Mu Ling'er? Chu Yu immediately poured out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, his face full of surprise. How does Big Brother know so clearly? Shangwen Zikin showed Chu Yu the second half of his live broadcast footage, and Chu Yu was so shocked that he almost flew into space. This, Maru, is spicy. She openly went against the original heroine time and time again, exposing many of Mu Ling'er's tricks. Wouldn't she be beaten to death by her concubines? The evil cultivator in the nascent soul stage just now almost wanted to capture her and Zhu Yan to be used as cauldrons for other evil cultivators. Brother, we are indeed being hunted by Mu Ling'er's man. He is an evil cultivator in the nascent soul stage and has trapped us in his domain. Evil cultivators in the nascent soul stage. How did you escape? I'll go call the alchemy cultivators in the studio to show you. Shangwen Zikin's expression grew grave. How dare such a utterly heartless scum like the evil cultivator show up so brazenly in a city like Lingxi? This is a grave provocation to us righteous cultivators. I'll report this to the Cultivation World Federation and have them do their utmost to apprehend him. Brother, wait. Chu Yu's injuries healed quickly, and he quickly grabbed the furious Shangwen Zikin and said, the live broadcast only stopped when my second brother and I left Wuyu Pavilion. Even if we report that man, there is no substantial evidence. Mu Ling'er has many followers, and Shangshan Sect's Sect Master Li is also a member of the Cultivation World Federation. And during such a critical period as the sect competition, they might accuse her of deliberately smearing them. Mu Ling'er herself has behaved improperly. She previously associated with the young master of the demon clan, and now she's cultivating alongside an evil cultivator. Does she still need to be smeared? Shangwen Zikin's disgust towards Mu Ling'er reached its peak when he thought about how he almost didn't see Chu Yu, but he still had some sense. Little sister, what you said does make sense, but we can't let her and that evil cultivator have it too easy. If we don't let the Federation of Cultivators step in, can't our Beibaozhai Jade slip for and deal with her? Just wait. Shangwen Zikin rushed out of the door in such a hurry that it didn't even matter how Chu Yu escaped. He only wanted to get back at her. There were only Chu Yu and Zhu Yan in the banquet room. She recovered a lot after taking the high-level elixir, but Zhu Yan had long arms and legs, so it took him a lot of effort to help him up. By the time he was settled into the chair, Chu Yu was already panting from exhaustion. But Zhu Yan had more sweat on his head than hers. She handed him the bottle of advanced repair pill, but he couldn't even lift his hands. Feed me, will you? Chu Yu. This is so weak. Pour out a pill and put it into his mouth. The pill works quickly, just be patient and it will pass. Ah. Zhu Yan recalled the situation in the evil cultivation area just now and said awkwardly. If that evil cultivator lets you go, will you really just ignore me? How is that possible? Can't you see that I'm just stalling for time? HMPH, that's pretty much it. He said that since he was such a popular man and flowers bloomed wherever he went, no matter what the junior sister did, she would definitely not be willing to part with him. Chu Yu didn't expect him to be so arrogant, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Second brother, after what happened today, shouldn't you trust me more? What? Didn't I tell you that when you go down the mountain today, you'll meet an ugly woman or man, and you might be entangled with them for the rest of your life? I haven't encountered that. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been captured by that evil cultivator and thrown into a pile of evil cultivators. How could the people inside have been saved? Thinking of some bad scenes, Zhu Yan shuddered violently and his face turned pale. The housekeeper had received instructions from Shangwen Zikin and had long since treated Chu Yu as his master. When he saw her come out, he immediately went to greet her. Miss Chu, the young master asked me to help you and your senior brother find a safe place to stay. Tomorrow I will personally take you to Xunyuan City on a flying boat. I will definitely not delay the competition, so you can rest assured. Thank you, butler. Chu Yu nodded politely and pointed inside the house. Please, housekeeper, help my senior brother find a room. The butler was about to nod when he caught a glimpse of Zhu Yan's pale, creepy face from the corner of his eye. The corner of his mouth trembled slightly. The young master has already notified the alchemists in the academy, and they should be here soon. Well, let my second brother take a look first. I'm basically fine now. This. The housekeeper was a little embarrassed. Chu Yu smiled at the housekeeper soothingly. I have thick skin and flesh, but my second brother is delicate, so just treat him. Okay. The housekeeper silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Miss Chu Yu really felt sorry for her second senior brother. Zhu Yan was carefully placed back on the bed, still feeling a lingering fear. But perhaps because he was too tired today, no matter how tense Zhu Yan was, he gradually fell asleep. In his dream, he had a terrible nightmare. Chu Yu did not appear when the evil cultivator captured him. And he was really thrown into a group of evil cultivators. The men and women there looked particularly creepy, with extremely sinister smiles on their faces, and they couldn't wait to reach out their hands to him. No, no, junior sister, save me. What the hell are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Chu Yu was sleeping next door. When he heard the noise, he rushed over and saw him screaming. He suddenly sat up from the bed, sweating profusely, still in shock. Little junior sister. Did you have a nightmare? When asked, Zhu Yan showed a rare hint of embarrassment, but still nodded. I dreamed that I was thrown into a group of evil cultivators. Ellipsis. Chapter 53 Chu Yu becomes an Quat, Yu Jian Hong and Quat, for the first time, revised. Chu Yu thought of Zhu Yanyuan's miserable end, and couldn't bear it, so he sat at the head of his bed. It's all in the past. It won't happen again. After a pause, thinking about the origin of this matter, Chu Yu felt that this was a rare opportunity. As long as you avoid places like that and stay away from Mu Ling'er, you shouldn't get into trouble. How could Zhu Yan dare to provoke Mu Ling'er? He even didn't want to go to the sect competition. How about you take me back to Wuji Mountain tomorrow morning? The sect's big competition is almost here. If I send you back later, I won't be able to make it in time for the competition. But what if we meet Mu Ling'er and she asks that person to attack us secretly? What should we do? Zhu Yan was really scared. The other fears are very normal. Just imagine that in a world of cultivation where everyone can fly and cast spells, his spiritual roots are sealed and his spiritual power cannot be used. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as powerless as a chicken. Moreover, she is different from Ji Chen. Ji Chen had no spiritual roots from the beginning, and relied entirely on his sincere heart to seek immortality. Zhu Yan was once a favored child of the Zhu family among the 5 great families. However, when he went out for a trial, he accidentally encountered an evil cultivator. As a result, his spiritual roots were sealed and he was abandoned by the Zhu family. After all, she is another, beautiful, strong and tragic, person. Chu Yu still felt a little sorry for him, so he gathered his spiritual power in his palm and slowly placed it on his forehead. Don't be afraid, second brother. I will always be with you. Just sleep peacefully. Zhu Yan really wanted to say that he didn't need to sleep anymore. But the faint light above his head was like a stream of clear springs slowly flowing into his body, gradually healing him from body to mind, and he fell asleep naturally. It really works. Chu Yu withdrew his hands and secretly rejoiced. She had just learned a group healing technique from the spiritual book. This kind of healing could treat both the body and the mind, and might be useful during the sect competition. Chu Yu left Zhu Yan's room, and Shangwen Zikin appeared from behind. Sister, from what I know, your second senior brother is quite popular in Lingxi City, especially with women. Brother, what you're saying is that he's quite good at flirting with women and has a lot of romantic debts. My live broadcast yesterday seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with him. I should be careful with those female monks who are attracted to him, right? The original text recorded Zhu Yan's character, and Chu Yu knew it clearly. Shangwen Zikin coughed lightly to cover up his mistake. Brother Zhu Yan is a very handsome man, so it's normal for the female monks to like him. But with his romantic nature, he might not be in love with just one person. If anyone falls in love with him, he is doomed to be heartbroken. This can be considered as a subtle reminder to Chu Yu not to get involved. Chu Yu laughed twice. Brother, there's no need to beat around the bush when you talk to me. Don't worry, don't tell me I have no intention of finding a partner at the moment. Even if I did, I wouldn't look for anyone but my second senior brother. I don't like men who are unfaithful in love. Perhaps influenced by the first beast world of reincarnation and the sixth female-dominated dynasty, Chu Yu can accept polyandry and monogamy, but she herself cannot accept the system of polygamy. Shangwen Zikin finally relaxed when he saw how clearly she saw it. That's good. Little did he know that Zhu Yan was not asleep yet and heard all these words, with dark waves in his eyes. The next day, they boarded the flying boat. Zhu Yan closed her eyes and remained silent all the way, while Chu Yu and Shangwen Zikin chatted about everything. When they were about to arrive at Xunyuan City, Shangwen Zikin remembered an important matter. By the way, I issued a wanted order for that man in the name of Beibaozhai, and declared him an evil cultivator. Although it caused a crazy counterattack from Yulinga's group of brainless followers, more cultivators were more rational and trusted the authority of Beibaozhai. They provided clues about the evil cultivator one after another. Some independent cultivators who had reached the Jindan stage even spontaneously gathered together to arrest the evil cultivator. As for Yulinga's reputation, it has almost collapsed. Only some of her die-hard followers still stand on her side. Shangwen Zikin became more and more excited as he spoke. But don't be afraid, little sister. Although you are a rising star and no one knows the depth of your cultivation, the two photo-taking strategies you and Ji Chen released in yesterday's live broadcast attracted a large number of followers. I struck while the iron was hot and established the Chu Yu Followers Alliance in the World News column. The number of members has already exceeded 100,000. What? Chu Yu was confused by the successive pieces of news, and his mind was fixed on the last one. My followers have reached 100,000. Okay. Shangwen Zikin was even happier than Chu Yu himself. As for the subsequent maintenance, you can leave it entirely to me and Beibaozhai. With the authority of Beibaozhai's Jade Slip management, it won't be long before you can become a top-notch newcomer in the world of cultivation. Mu Linga from Shangshan sect, Ziyun from Jishi sect, Yi Jinyao from Xuanji sect, and the young ladies from the 5 major families are no match for you. Stop it, stop it. If it wasn't Shangwen Zikin's private flying boat, Chu Yu would have been so scared that he would have covered his mouth. Brother, the female monks you just mentioned are the most talented female monks of the new generation with the most traces. You're flattering me by giving me such a high level all at once. God have mercy on her, she really just wants to complete her mission peacefully and resurrect her master, the God of life, from her previous life, as much as possible. What are you afraid of? Even if the sky falls, I and Beibaozhai will back you up. Shangwen Zikin patted her head lovingly. I know you want to keep a low profile, but no matter where you are destined to shine and always be the center of attention. After a pause, Shangwen Zikin pointed outside the flying boat. Here, go out and take a look, and you'll understand. The flying boat had landed. Chu Yu pushed open the door doubtfully, and was blinded by the scene in front of him. She had never imagined that her soul would travel to the world of cultivation and one day she would become an internet celebrity cultivator. The behavior of her self-made followers was even worse than the star-chasing fans she had seen in her previous life. There were at least several hundred followers gathered in front of the flying boat, if not 1,000. There were hundreds of welcome banners. Chu Yu, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Chu Yu rushes forward, and your fans will always be with you. Chu Yu is here, get your laughter ready. Chu Fang is leisurely, but my heart remains the same. Chu Yu is here, and even the air is filled with the scent of love for you. Ellipsis. Chu Yu was confused. She had been reincarnated 9 times before, but she had never been a big star. She had never encountered such a situation. She suddenly felt at a loss and looked at Shangwen Zikin for help. The latter stood beside Chu Yu with a calm yet excited expression, and was the first to wave and greet everyone. Everyone's love and blessings have been received by this young master's younger sister Chu Yu. In the sect competition, she will definitely try her best and live up to everyone's expectations. Everyone, remember to enter the Jade Slip live forum. You only need to recharge 10 high-grade crystals at once to watch the entire sect competition live. Come cheer for our Chu Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers broke out in front. Chu Yu. Chu Yu. Chu Yu. The shouts made Chu Yu's blood surge inexplicably. Ellipsis. Chapter 54. All 3 brothers are angry. She has it so hard. Edited. Apart from the initial moment of discomfort, Chu Yu quickly regained his composure, smiling heartily and waving his hands naturally to greet everyone. Thank you all for your love and support. We at Wuji Mountain will definitely do our best in the sect competition. Hearing the louder shouts, Chu Yu also got excited, making hearts and blowing kisses. Shangwen Zikin was stunned and couldn't help but whispered in her ear. What are you doing? Interact with your followers. Chu Yu made a heart with 2 fingers, then a heart with both hands, and then a heart with both arms above his head. These hearts, made with the hands, are all expressions of love for each other. My followers like me, and I want to give back to them. So what does this mean? Shangwen Zikin clumsily imitated Chu Yu's previous movements, kissed his palm, and blew a breath into it. Blowing a kiss. It's also a way to express interaction and affection. Shangwen Zikin took note of it silently, and was thinking about new ideas for live broadcast operations in his mind. The two of them were talking neither too loud nor too soft, and the monks who were nearby could hear them, and they all started blowing kisses and heart shapes at Chu Yu. Zhu Yan happened to come out of the flying boat at this moment, and the braver followers asked loudly. Chu Yu, you and your second senior brother seem very close. You even visited Wu Yu Pavilion together. Are you two planning to become Taoist couples? Zhu Yan pulled up a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth. The junior sister said that no matter who she was with, she would never be with him. Right. People like him don't deserve it at all. When he was on the flying boat, Zhu Yan figured it out. It's fine this way. He's a useless person and shouldn't have any expectations. But the inexplicable feeling of loss in his heart was hard for him to ignore. He seemed to understand why his third and youngest junior brothers always liked to hang around Chu Yu. There really seems to be a very strange magic about her. Once you come into contact with her, you will want to keep in touch with her. But Zhu Yan knew better that he could not be greedy for this feeling, nor could he rely on anyone. The relatives and friends he once trusted the most turned away without hesitation and abandoned him after he became a disabled person. Who else can he rely on? No. Never before. Not now. There will be no more in the future. Chu Yu didn't know what Zhu Yan was thinking, so in front of so many people, he said very seriously. My fellow Taoists have misunderstood. My second senior brother and I simply are brother and sister. I went to Wu Yu Pavilion to look for him because I had something important to discuss. Is this true? Second senior brother Zhu Yan is unparalleled in his elegance. You two have been together day and night in Wuji Mountain. Is it true that you don't have any feelings for me at all? Someone else was curious. Chu Yu was helpless. As expected, gossip was what everyone was most interested in no matter where they were. At this moment, she felt more like a star in her previous life, holding a press conference and having her private life exposed. The only difference is that she is frank and has no concealment. Everyone has their own preferences, but I only regard second senior brother as my senior brother, and there is no romantic relationship between us. Please pay more attention to the event. Where Chu Yu couldn't see, Zhu Yan lowered her eyes to hide the dejection in her eyes. When he looked up again, he had regained his usual dashing demeanor and beautiful smile. The casual cultivators wanted to ask more questions, but were interrupted by Shangwen Ziqian, who hoped that everyone would give Chu Yu enough rest time before the competition. Coincidentally, the carriage that Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin came to pick her up also arrived at this moment, and Shangwen Ziqian also had to prepare for the live broadcast of the sect competition, so the two said goodbye. As soon as he got on the carriage, Chu Yu felt that the atmosphere in the carriage was not right. Ji Chen and Zhu Yan have never gotten along. It would be fine if he was cold to him, but why was he cold to her too? And Shen Tuyin. Ever since she was able to restore the half-crazed Shen Tuyin to sanity for the first time, he had almost become her little tail. Whenever she could see him, he would stand or sit within one step of her. Now that she was in the car, Shen Tuyin didn't move at all. The two of them didn't even greet her, and she ignored them when they greeted them, with their faces getting longer and longer. Zhu Yan, who was extremely dependent on her last night, seemed to have returned to his original unfamiliar state. There were 4 people in the carriage, sitting in the 4 corners at the edge. They looked particularly unfamiliar with each other, and the atmosphere became weird for a while. She was in such a hurry to rescue Zhu Yan that she forgot to say hello to the two of them. She was alert to the situation around Zhu Yan all the way and did not have time to reply to them using the jade sip. When she arrived in Lingxi City, she met Shangwen Ziqian, who started broadcasting a series of events live. She didn't even have time to reply to the jade sip message. After she escaped from the evil cultivation realm in the nascent soul stage, she replied to Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin, but the two of them ignored her. I thought he was busy preparing for the sect competition, but now it seems he is angry with her. These 1, 2, 3 brats, will this ever end? Chu Yuxin was very tired, so she asked her to rest first. Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin were still waiting for Chu Yu to explain, but suddenly they heard the sound of even breathing. Good guy. Junior sister actually fell asleep leaning against the wall of the car. Asleep? How heartless. The three of them thought at the same time. Thinking of the live broadcast in which Chu Yu appeared out of nowhere on the jade sip but became extremely popular, as well as everyone's speculation about her relationship with Zhu Yan, Ji Chen looked at Zhu Yan with eyes spitting fire, and the words, I am not happy with him, were almost written on his face. Shen Tuyin, who always had a wooden face, looked at Zhu Yan with a bit of anger. After getting off the car, Ji Chen deliberately walked very far behind. When turning a corner, he grabbed Zhu Yan and pushed her against the wall, his expression threatening. Did you bully my junior sister? Am I bullying her? Zhu Yan laughed in anger, she's so powerful, how can I bully her? If anyone is to be bullied, she should be the one bullying him. Ji Chen snorted coldly. I'm warning you, don't use the same tactics you used on those female monks outside to seduce junior sister. If you dare to lead her astray or bully her, I will never let you go. After saying that, Ji Chen pushed him away and left without looking back. Grass. Zhu Yan's eyes turned red with anger, and there was a hint of grievance in her eyes. She shouted at Ji Chen. Do you really understand Chu Yu? Ji Chen paused slightly, still without turning back, but his voice was unusually cold. It doesn't matter what kind of person she is. The important thing is that she is my junior sister and will always be. As the second senior brother, have you ever really considered Wuji Mountain as your home? Is there ever a moment when you truly consider us as a family? And Chu Yu, from the moment she stepped into Wuji Mountain. From the moment Mu Linga tried to cut open Ji Chen's belly to steal the golden spirit fruit, she knew she was no match for him, but she still resolutely protected him. Since she refused the invitation of Shangshan sect to join, she has firmly formed a united front with Wuji Mountain. From her. Ji Chen couldn't remember how many times this had happened, but he knew that no matter what Chu Yu became, or what she really was, it would not change his belief in her. Zhu Yan's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes drooping absently, not knowing what he was thinking about. Ellipsis. Chapter 55. The followers of the direct disciple are really crazy. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the sect competition. The 6 first-level sects, the 10 second-level sects, and the 5 most potential sects recommended by the 5 major families in the world of cultivation, a total of 21 sect teams, have all arrived in Shunyuan City. Including the impartial parties from the Federation of Cultivators and the 5 major families, as well as disciples from small sects and independent cultivators who came to learn and watch the fun, Shunyuan City was almost overcrowded. All the restaurants and inns were full, and the streets and alleys were full of cultivators, making it difficult to find a place to stay. In a secluded yet luxurious restaurant room, Mulinga was complaining to the man holding her from behind with a sullen look on her face. It's all your fault. I didn't kill Chuyu and her brother in one fell swoop, and they exposed my identity. As a result, I was interrogated by Master for a long time. Half of my followers were lost, while Chuyu's followers suddenly jumped to 100,000. If Shang Shanzong is eliminated, I might not be able to successfully revive because of my declining popularity. With me here, are you still worried that Changshan sect will be eliminated? The man showed no urgency at all about being wanted by Beibaozhai, and was calm and contemptuous. Darling Linga, are you underestimating me? You. Mu Linga really thought that he was just an evil cultivator with a high level of cultivation. She benefited a lot from practicing dual cultivation with him and never knew his true identity. After seeing the other party reveal his true face after the illusion was lifted, the curiosity in his eyes turned into surprise, and then into joy. You're only revealing your identity now. I've been so open with you all this time, and you've never believed me. I've already been with you like this, how can I not trust you? As he spoke, the evil cultivator rubbed Mu Linga in an ambiguous manner. The two of them were naked under the quilt. Mu Linga's delicate and tender face was immediately flushed. She looked at the other person coquettishly and soon they kissed each other. After finishing, Mu Linga panted and lay on top of him. Since you're one of the notaries for the competition, why don't you find a way to have Chuyu face me in the first round of the individual points competition? That's fine, right? You've made your request yourself, how could I possibly be dissatisfied? The evil cultivator's palm roamed freely over Mu Linga's body again. But Linga, do you think you should consider my previous proposal and become my official task partner? Mu Linga's expression froze for a moment, but soon softened submissively. Her tearful eyes seemed to be weeping but not crying, which made people feel even more unbearable. But as a person in the human world, I'm already engaged to someone else. Until the engagement is dissolved, I can't become a formal task partner with anyone. That's easy. I'll just go to the human world and kill the man you're engaged to. To him, killing someone is as common as crushing an ant. No. Mu Linga was anxious, afraid that the other party would be suspicious, so she quickly coaxed him, from the first day we become cultivators, our cultivation will be sealed after we enter the human world. He is the prince of a neighboring country and has many people protecting him. You can't get close to him at all. What's more, I don't want you to risk your life for me. After the competition is over, I will find an opportunity to return to the human world and ask my father and mother to cancel their engagement with him. Seeing that the evil cultivator was finally satisfied, Mu Linga secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the man in front of her is good, the martial arts she practices require her to practice with as many high-quality men as possible. Ji Chen had only had spiritual roots for 2 or 3 months, but he had already broken through to the golden core stage. This was far better than the recognized geniuses Jun Mohan and Jiang Xinbai, his direct disciples, and even better than her. How could Mu Linga give up the high-quality man who was about to get her? As for the one under me, his cultivation level is too high and his methods are very vicious, so I have to coax him first. When her ability improves, if she is obedient, you can keep her. If she is not obedient, there is no point in keeping her. Ellipsis. The next day, the direct disciples of the 21 sects participating in the competition will be led by the chief direct disciples of each sect and enter the competition venue and waiting area for the first round of individual points competition in turn. Because it is a sect competition, the notaries, referees and others are selected from the 5 first-class families of Zhao, Ning, Zhu, Zan and Su, either highly respected or young talents. Those with the lowest cultivation have all broken through the Jindan stage, and there are even a few big guys in the Yuanying stage. The leaders of the 21 major sects participating in the competition, led by the 6 major sects, sat in the best viewing seats. The auditorium opposite, 1,000 crystals in size, was completely packed. Those monks who could not afford or failed to buy seats for the audience gathered at the entrance of the competition venue, and it was simply a huge crowd. Although the cultivation level of these direct disciples is not the highest in the current cultivation world, those who have just reached the foundation building stage are actually considered relatively low. But their advantage lies in their youth and excellent talent. They are the hope for the future of the entire cultivation world, so they have attracted so much attention. Even so, the number of cultivators in Shunyuan City today is just a drop in the bucket compared to the entire cultivation world. In the past, those cultivators who were unable to make it to Shunyuan City relied on the photos taken by other cultivators on jade slips to watch the competitions afterwards. I almost knew the ending by then, and although I could learn a lot from it, it lacked the thrill and excitement of watching it live. Now with Shangwen Zikin's jade slip live broadcast, millions of cultivators are crowding in. Before the competition even started, many cultivators were already discussing which sect would win first place. The comments were so overwhelming that there was almost no need for a selected competition host to liven up the atmosphere. Wuji Mountain is now not even a third-rate sect and was arranged to appear 21st. When the direct disciples of the 6 major sects entered the competition venue, Chuyu's ears were almost deafened by the shouting. Those slogans once again refreshed the monks' understanding of the worship of the direct disciples. Jun Mohan was born with sword bones, born and raised by nature, we love him every day. Junjin, I love you, I want to practice dual cultivation with you. Jiang Xinbai, you are my heart, you are my liver, you are 3/4 of my life. Xinbai, why is my heart so white? That's because I'm pretending to be Xinbai. Jiang, come here. Sister wants to give you a horse, that's Muma. Goddess of Linga, look here. Ignore the gossip, you are the cutest. Fairy Xian, you are the most celestial being. Just one look at you makes us feel like we are floating in the air. Yi Jinyao, your beauty is unparalleled in the world, and your skills are unparalleled in the world. Ellipsis. After finally waiting for the 10-second level sects to enter, the cheers and shouts were noticeably quieter. When it was time for the recommended potential sect to enter, the 4 sects in front of it entered one after another with almost no sound, and the scene was awkward for a while. When it was finally Magician's turn to appear, Chuyu thought it would be similar to the previous scenes. But after walking a few steps, a shout suddenly came from the corner. Chuyu will win. Magician will win. Crush everyone. Invincible. Chuyu stumbled and almost fell. Isn't this a black fan? Ellipsis. Chapter 56 Mulinga has her own quat, dual cultivation system and quat. Not counting one, there's also the second, the third. Moreover, the more he shouted, the more outrageous it became. Wuji Mountain will win. Trample Lingsha sect. Capture Xuanji sect. Drug Jishi sect. Overthrow Shangshan sect. Take down Jun Mohan. Trap Jiang Xinbai. Kill Ziyun instantly. Finally, one of Chuyu's true tracers noticed something was wrong and asked loudly. Who hired this scoundrel? Don't bring bad things to our baby Chuyu. If you call someone else names again, don't blame us for being rude. The haters did not show weakness and turned the tables. You are the haters. We are telling the truth. Chuyu and Wuji Mountain do have this strength. Damn it, I can't stand this bastard anymore. I don't know who released a primary attack spell first, followed by sword energy and talismans flying everywhere, and hidden weapons and mechanical devices dancing. Little junior sister. Ning Luo looked at Chuyu, and her eyes, which were usually indifferent, were rarely mingled with a trace of sadness. He always liked quietness, and his original role as the chief disciple leading the team was just a formality. I didn't expect that everything would go crazy when it came to Chuyu. Chuyu's whole body was broken. She had never thought that the battle in the fan circle in her previous life would happen to her. Inside the competition venue, everyone waited a long time for the 5 direct disciples of Wuji Mountain to appear, but instead received an extremely explosive piece of news. Chuyu's followers started fighting because of a disagreement. This is an unprecedented situation in the 100 years of sect competition. After the 6 clan leaders, the notary public, and the referee team briefly understood the situation, their expressions became indescribable. Sect Master Li of Shangshan sect sneered and said to Sect Master Lu of Wuji Mountain. Overthrow the Shangshan sect. Trap Jiang Xinbai. As expected, like master, like disciple. Arrogant and conceited. Drug Jishizong. Kill Ziyan instantly. Magician's ambition is really big. Master Wang of Jishizong was not very happy to hear that his most proud disciple was killed by crickets. Sect Master Wen of Xuanji sect has always been a peacemaker. The commotion among their followers is harmless. Harmless. Ha ha. Ling Xiao sect Master Jiang has always been a man of few details. That's right, the most urgent thing is to let the notary preside over the incident. It's better to start as soon as possible. Ling Xiao sect is the number 1 sword sect and also the leader of the 6 major sects. Since Sect Master Jiang has spoken, even if Sect Master Li of Shangshan sect and Sect Master Wang of Jishi sect are unhappy, they can only suppress it temporarily. No one expected that the biggest beneficiary of this deliberate arrangement to discredit Chuyu would actually be Shangwen Zikin's team who were broadcasting live off the field. At first, when he saw someone slandering Chuyu, he was furious and quite worried. Unexpectedly, this triggered a heated discussion in the live broadcast room. Chuyu's true followers who were not present knew at a glance that someone was deliberately designing to discredit Chuyu and Wuji Mountain, wanting to make them the target of public criticism. They spontaneously organized a small Jade Sip propaganda team of Protect Wuji Mountain, Guard Chuyu, and spontaneously edited various one-sided aspects and words of Chuyu in the 2 previous photos, as well as his remarkable performance in the live broadcast interaction, to prove that Chuyu was by no means the arrogant and presumptuous person they said. There were even followers who liked Chuyu and spontaneously rewarded the live broadcast room, leaving messages to transfer the crystals to Magician. Many monks who didn't know Chuyu gradually became less credulous when browsing forums and watching live broadcasts. Mulinga almost broke down when she saw the various messages and comments on the Jade Sib live broadcast. She had the evil cultivator secretly arrange those black men, thinking that they would make Chuyu unhappy before the competition and make Wuji Mountain a target. In this way, when Ji Chen enters the sword cultivation competition arena later, he will definitely be targeted and will naturally transfer this resentment to Chuyu. The last time in Piamiao's secret realm, Mulinga noticed Ji Chen's protection of Chuyu. Mulinga is now determined to get Ji Chen, so naturally she can't let him be as doting on other women as he is. I didn't expect that the plan I had carefully planned would be broken just like that. Chuyu himself even did everything that way. Mulinga hates it. She is the chosen one who has the blessing of heaven. She always has good opportunities. There is even a novel cultivation magic called Dual Cultivation System that actively binds to her and tells her that Chuyu will be the biggest variable and threat on her road to becoming a god, and must be eliminated as soon as possible. Therefore, when Mulinga absorbed the spiritual medicine that time, she deliberately brought medicine that could attract magical beasts above the Jindan stage. She knew that with Lin Song's infatuation with her, he would definitely block the attack for her. But Chuyu, who is in love, will never let anything happen to Lin Song. Things really went as Mulinga planned. Chuyu's spiritual roots were destroyed and he was exiled to Wuji Mountain. When Mulinga heard that disciples from Wuji Mountain were being sent to the border between humans and demons to investigate any unusual movements of the demons, she immediately contacted the young master of the demon clan to ensure that Chuyu would never return. But for some reason Jun Mohan was crazy and actually asked to go himself, which resulted in all the direct disciples of the 6 major sects having to go. If it weren't for her quick reaction and the young master of the demon clan being deeply fascinated by her body, the subsequent solution would not have been possible. Otherwise, she would not be able to stand in this position now. It seems that ever since Chuyu went to Wuji Mountain, her fortune of God's blessing has been weakening. As her ambiguous relationships with bad or suspected bad people were exposed time and time again, her followers dropped sharply. Followers can increase her lack in cultivation. Chuyu is indeed the biggest stumbling block on her path of cultivation. Since I can't solve the problem with the help of others, let her do it herself this time. Chuyu, who hadn't entered the arena yet, had no idea that he was included in New Linga's hunting list. Looking at the followers fighting for her, he took out a loudspeaker from his mustard seed bag and shouted. Everyone stop it. This loudspeaker was a gift from Shangwen Ziqian. In addition to its exceptionally loud sound, it also has the function of sonic attack, which can affect anyone below the golden elixir level. Except for Ji Chen, the other three brothers were almost shaken by her roar. But the monks who were fighting under the stage were finally forced to stop. Chuyu then switched the loudspeaker to non-attack mode and began to fire frantically. Who was the warrior who just told me to overthrow the Shangshan sect and trap Jiang Xinbai? Come out. The scene was dead silent. Chuyu sneered. Dare to say you don't deserve it? Are you following me or deliberately framing me? Don't let me find you. Otherwise, I'll knock you over first. Ellipsis. Chapter 57 Chu Duodui comes online. Who else? Chuyu's roar left both the real followers and the hired haters a little bewildered. So fierce. It's so inconsistent with her watery and clear appearance. Chuyu glanced at the group of people who had fought the most fiercely just now, put one hand on his waist, and showed his domineering aura. From now on, any follower who fights with others because of me must be a fake, so don't believe him. Monks who truly love to follow me, listen carefully, do not do anything that will cause pain to your loved ones and joy to your enemies. Even if we hear negative remarks that are meant to slander or flatter me, we should just treat them as the barking of a vicious dog and ignore them. Even if we can do it, we should not talk about it loudly, but do it quietly and make a splash. Angry, damn, that, gang, of, dogs, east, west. Chuyu spoke the last sentence word by word, each word sonorous, and he specifically looked at the live camera of the Beibaozhai jade slip to say it. After she finished speaking, she raised a wanton and ostentatious smile at the corner of her mouth, which was full of provocation. Mu Lingo was so angry that her hands were shaking and she almost broke the jade slip in her hand. When Jiang Xinbai's gaze swept over, Mu Lingo quickly returned to normal, using her usual aggrieved expression. Big brother, second sister is really too disrespectful to our Shangshan sect. After all, she was once an inner disciple of Shangshan sect. It's fine if you're just trying to drag me down, but you're not even letting my senior brother go. She was clearly not like this when she was in our Shangshan sect. How could she change so suddenly? Yeah, how can people change so quickly? Jiang Xinbai repeated Mu Lingo's last sentence in a vague manner, with a look that seemed to be able to see through everything. Mu Lingo panicked and quickly looked away, but the resentment and jealousy in her heart became stronger and stronger. When the notary, referee and others arrived at the entrance of the competition venue, the place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Only the girl in purple and tight-fitting sect uniform was shouting through a loudspeaker bigger than her head, with a defiant look on her face. It seemed as if she didn't care about anything in the world. The black man who initially criticized Chuyu was intimidated by her aura, but still bit the bullet and asked a provocative question. So what you just said was that you have the ability to crush Mu Linga, trap Jiang Xinbai, and overthrow the Shangshan sect. Chuyu is a spiritual cultivator, and today's competition is a one-way competition, with spiritual cultivators competing against spiritual cultivators, and sword cultivators competing against sword cultivators, and so on. So they criticized Chuyu for his arrogance and compared him with Shangshan sect, the #1 spiritual sect in the world of cultivation. Chuyu glanced at him coldly, with a half-smile. You guess. She did not deny or explain, but said, guess, which undoubtedly made those who criticized her ecstatic and waited to see her embarrassment of shooting herself in the foot. Satisfied. No problem. Then we're ready to go. After saying that, Chuyu put away the loudspeaker, pulled the sleeve of his senior brother Ning Luo, and walked towards the gate with a step that showed no regard for his relatives. Several of the senior brothers could not imitate her posture, but each of them held their heads high and looked very dignified. Even Zhu Yan, who usually looked sleepy before training, performed well this time. The clan uniform of Wuji Mountain is purple. Wearing purple robes and walking with lotus steps, they look like a touch of tranquility at the end of prosperity. When he saw the purple light rekindled in the sect competition, Sect leader Lu's eyes instantly turned red. It seems as if crossing 100 years of time and space, awakening the long-lost heroic spirit in my heart, and rekindling the desire for the former splendor of Wuji Mountain. At this moment, I am particularly confident. The waiting area at Wuji Mountain is also arranged in the corner of the last row. To get there, you have to pass the 6 major sects in the first row. Chuyu was not embarrassed at all. Even though she knew that many eyes with different expressions were on her, she did not look away. But just as I walked past, I heard a very funny voice, jokingly saying, Chuyu will win. Magician will win. Chuyu took a deep breath, and when he saw Zhao Ming's face that looked like he was watching a lot of trouble, he laughed angrily. Those people outside, you weren't the one shouting, were you? Of course not. Zhao Ming waved his hands repeatedly and laughed even more happily. Maybe everything they say can come true. If someone else said this, Chuyu might think that they were trying to discredit her. But the person who spoke was Zhao Ming. Chuyu felt that he really loved to make trouble and rolled his eyes in an inelegant manner. So you're really looking forward to Jun Mohan being knocked down? Is it because you can't do it yourself that you put your hopes on others? Zhao Ming's gloating smile suddenly froze, and he looked cautiously in Jun Mohan's direction. Big brother, I really didn't mean that. Although he was always abused by his senior brother, he only felt gratitude and admiration, and absolutely no jealousy. Chuyu was happy. Take your time to argue with your senior brother. We'll go to the waiting area first. Zhao Ming didn't expect that the boomerang would hit him right between the eyebrows. He felt terrified when he saw Jun Mohan with an expressionless face. Finally, I sat down in the waiting area, and the host of the sect competition began to read the lengthy opening introduction of the competition. The big score consists of 2 parts, the initial score and the final score. The initial competition adopts a points system and has 3 stages, individual competition, spirit pet competition and team competition. The individual scores are divided into 5 tracks: sword cultivation, spiritual cultivation, alchemy cultivation, weapon cultivation and talisman cultivation. The competition is conducted by drawing lots. The number of matches each person can get depends on the number of people of each attribute participating in the competition and varies. One win earns 3 points. A draw results in 1 point each. The losing side will get 0 points. In the Spirit Pet competition, each sect only sends one Spirit Pet as a representative to the Spirit Pet competition arena for a melee. In the end, the only Spirit Pet that is not driven back or beaten back to the Spirit Pet space wins, and only this side can accumulate 20 points. In team battles, 21 teams draw lots to compete in a 2-on-2 elimination tournament. Each victory earns 5 points, the losing team earns 0 points, and there is no draw. Teams that draw a bye will automatically advance to the next game. The 3 teams that make it to the final will each receive an additional 20 points. The top 6 teams will enter the final round based on the total points from the 3 preliminary rounds. There is one more spot, which will be selected from the remaining 15 teams through voting by the cultivators in the entire cultivation world. Only Shin Tu-Yin, Ji-Chen and Chu-Yu were able to compete in Wuji Mountain. They could only participate in 3 of the 5 tracks, so they lost their first mover advantage in the first round. Looking at Chu-Yu, who was not in a hurry at all, Ning Luo was a little confused. Junior sister, do you have a secret method to win? No. Then what you just said? Hey, I'm just trying to trick them. Chu-Yu laughed maliciously. They're only allowed to slander me behind my back, but I'm not allowed to fight back openly. Ning Luo was almost speechless. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to save yourself later? If you lose, won't you be defeated naturally? Seeing Chu-Yu's carefree smile, Ning Luo's anxiety also dissipated a lot. It's good that you can think this way. Do your best in everything and don't get hurt. Chu-Yu nodded perfunctorily, but the indomitable fighting spirit in his eyes burned more and more fiercely. Ellipsis. Chapter 58 Chu-Yu vs. Mu Linge, Part. In order to achieve a better effect of mutual improvement in the competition, the 5 tracks are not carried out simultaneously, but in sequence. As for the order, it is also decided by drawing lots. The first track was drawn to the spiritual cultivation competition, and the audience in the auditorium and the live broadcast room were already getting restless. There were more than a dozen arenas. When it was announced that the 2 disciples who would compete in the first arena were Mu Linge and Chu-Yu, the arena and the surrounding area erupted in excitement. Oh my god, I've seen picture books in the human world that don't even dare to write this. Are you sure it's a coincidence? The sect competition also understands traffic. These 2 were just arguing fiercely, so let the main characters confront each other immediately. What are you thinking? Arlinger is the first cultivator of this generation to break through the golden core stage. What else can their Chu-Yu have to compare with Arlinger except for that face and mouth? Hey, did you know that Mu Linge's face isn't as good as our Chu-Yu may? Why don't you establish yourself as the most beautiful and talented person in the world of cultivation? Since when did the world of cultivation only care about looks? This isn't a talent show for the human world's imperial palace. Chu-Yu's followers are truly low class. Speaking of low level, is there a disciple lower than Linger? Linger even went to a place like Wuyu Pavilion. You're talking as if Chu-Yu isn't going. Our Chu-Yu was just looking for second senior brother, but Linger went straight into the room with someone to practice jewel cultivation. You were under the bed. Did you see Linger practicing jewel cultivation with that man? I'm already drilling before I even enter the room. Do I need to see more? Speaking of which, Beibaozhi is also looking for that man as an evil cultivator. He's both a demon and an evil cultivator. She's truly the number 1 genius woman in the world of cultivation, the most promiscuous woman in the world. Ellipsis. The live broadcast room of Beibaozhi was in chaos. The live camera moved around more than a dozen arenas and finally stopped at the first arena where Mu Linge and Chu-Yu were. At this time, both of them have already taken the stage. Mu Linge was wearing a brown tea-colored sect uniform, and her expression was even darker. Chu-Yu was wearing a neat and capable purple suit, with a nonchalant look on his face. Second senior sister. Stop. Mu Linge had just started when Chu-Yu interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Sometimes I really don't understand. Isn't it tiring to live like this every day? The most pretentious time was when she was the 6th generation crown princess of a female-dominated country, but she only pretended until she was 11 or 12 years old, and then she could no longer pretend and just did whatever she wanted. The resentment in Mu Linge's eyes flashed away, and soon became entangled and embarrassed. I don't know why you misunderstood me so deeply. You and I were once fellow disciples, but now we have to fight each other. For the sake of public affairs, I cannot abandon the honor of our sect. But personally, I really can't do it. Second master, fellow Daoist Chu-Yu, otherwise, you might as well just admit defeat. The martial arts I practice are quite overbearing. Anyone struck by them will either die or be injured. If we start a fight, I might not be able to stop. I'm afraid I might hurt you. Are you afraid that you can't hurt me? Chu-Yu was too lazy to argue. He took out the Chankan mirror from the mustard seed bag and tossed it. The incense has already burned for a while. If we continue talking, it will burn out and we will be tied. Qian-kun mirror, why is it in your hands? The moment Mu Linge saw the Chankan mirror, her expression changed. Since you disregard our former friendship as fellow disciples of the Shangshan sect, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sorry for the offense. This was before the fight started. Mu Linge was still standing on the moral high ground to condemn Chu-Yu, saying, I want both. Some viewers in the live broadcast room who didn't understand the real situation were indeed affected. So Chu-Yu was once an inner disciple of the Shangshan sect, but now he is so hostile to the Shangshan sect. Why does he seem a bit ungrateful? That's right, Linge clearly still feels a sense of kinship with her, but she doesn't appreciate it. Regardless of whether she gets injured later, she can't say anything. But aren't sect competitions supposed to end at a certain point? Why are there still injuries and even deaths? There are exceptions to everything. Linge's followers all know that her skills are very domineering. Her attacks will either kill or injure. That's why she doesn't attack lightly. Linga is kind-hearted. I don't understand why so many people on the Jade Sip forum are deliberately smearing her. Everyone upstairs, have you forgotten that Wuji Mountain used to be a place to take in abandoned disciples from major sects and families? As soon as Chu Yu entered Wuji Mountain, he was abandoned by the Shangshan sect. Since he's been abandoned, what gratitude can we talk about? That seems to be correct. Ellipsis. There were constant barrages of discussions in the live broadcast room, but more than 90% of them revolved around Chu Yu and Mu Linga. The two people who are at the center of public opinion are already fighting fiercely in the ring. Mu Linga's spiritual spell technique was indeed very domineering. The arena made of black jade was hit by her attacking spiritual spell and was showing signs of cracking. I can't imagine how badly Chu Yu would be injured if these attacks hit him directly. But unfortunately, Chu Yu cast acceleration spells, defense spells, and healing spells on herself one by one, and the Chang'an mirror foresaw the trajectory of Mu Linga's attack in advance, so Mu Linga couldn't hit her at all. The incense was already half burned, and Mu Linga only hit the corner of Chu Yu's clothes once. And Chu Yu never took the initiative to attack once. Not to mention the audience, even the disciples of other attributes in the waiting area couldn't help but discuss. Is Chu Yu really a spiritual cultivator? Her speed is definitely not slower than that of a sword cultivator at the peak of the foundation building stage. With the same level of cultivation, the sword cultivator's close combat attack and speed is stronger than all other cultivators. Yi Lang from Xuanji's sect poked Zhao Ming from Lingshao sect beside him. Can you hide as well as Chu Yu? I'm a swordsman. I practice speed so that I can attack better, not to escape. Zhao Ming was helpless. But Yi Lang's starting point is completely different from Zhao Ming's. Who said I let you escape? I was asking who's faster between the two of you. Zhao Ming frowned and looked at it seriously for a while before saying. What kind of acceleration spell is this? Not only does it increase the speed so quickly, but it also lasts so long. I admit, judging by her current speed, I am really no match for her. Jun Mohan was also mesmerized. Does it take time to cast spiritual spells and seals when practicing spiritual cultivation? After these words were spoken, everyone except the 4 people from Wuji Mountain fell into deep thought. They were so focused on watching the thrilling competition that they didn't even notice that Chu Yu's spells were almost all cast instantly, one after another, with almost no pauses. Even a genius like Mu Linga still needs time to form seals. How did she do that? Zhao Ming was shocked again. Also, is her spiritual power endless? Don't you care? Why is she only defending and not attacking? Ziyun of the Jishi sect rarely spoke, her voice clear and frosty. Mu Linga has the upper hand. If Chu Yu keeps hiding and not facing the enemy head-on, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold out for much longer. This is also what the other 4 people in Wuji Mountain are most worried about. They all knew that Chu Yu didn't know any attack spells at all, only these auxiliary spells. On the ring, Chu Yu continued to dodge with ease. She discovered early on that the spiritual power of group auxiliary spells was consumed quickly, but the spiritual power in her danshan regenerated even faster. Even if she can't win, she will fight until it reaches a draw, so she won't lose at all. But the next moment, the familiar but more intense pain made her feel similar to the feeling of fighting with the evil man, causing her brain to go blank again. The acceleration spell was interrupted instantly, and the dying spell attack hit her heart directly. Even with the protective spell on her body, she was still knocked back several meters, kneeling on one knee, vomiting blood. According to the rules, if the opponent has been knocked down, Mu Linga should first ask the opponent whether he admits defeat before taking the next step. But she didn't even ask, and a more vicious attack spell was released again, this time aimed at Chu Yu's danshan. Ellipsis. Chapter 59 Chu Yu vs. Mu Linga, Part, Crush. If he was hit, even if Chu Yu managed to save his life, his danshan would probably be destroyed and his spiritual roots would be shattered again. Mu Linga was going to destroy her spiritual roots for the second time. Everyone's heart is raised. Ning Luo, who has always been indifferent to everything, stood up and raised the yellow card of suspension, and looked at the notary seat. Normally, a notary should intervene and forcibly stop the competition. However, there were 2 notaries in charge of arena number 1, one of whom was also from the Ning family. He naturally recognized Ning Luo, the former genius, and looked down on waste like him from the bottom of his heart, and had no intention of taking action at all. He thought that another notary from the Zhao family would take action, but the other party stared at Chu Yu sinisterly, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Seeing that the spell was about to hit Chu Yu, Shen Tuyin's eyes flushed red. He stood up and prepared to rush directly to the ring, but was held down by Zhu Yan. What are you doing? You've violated the rules of the competition and will be disqualified. You won't be able to participate in the next 3 competitions. After a pause, seeing Shen Tuyin looking at him with murderous eyes, Zhu Yan was puzzled. Knowing that it was related to the secret method of cultivation, he sent a message to the sect group using the Jade Sip. Why are you worried about Chu Yu? She's contracted with a nascent soul stage ghost cultivator with a domain. How could she be stumped by such a thing? What did she contract? Shen Tuyin was confused and turned to look at Ji Chen, who scratched his head in confusion. Did junior sister never tell you about this? After asking, Ji Chen knew that something bad was going to happen. Shen Tuyin was still angry. Now that even Zhu Yan knew about this, Chu Yu didn't tell Shen Tuyin. You can imagine how bad the other party's mood must be. Sect Master Lu of Wuji Mountain first sent 3. In the sect group, followed by 3, and finally a series of, to express his fluctuating mood. Ning Luo breathed a sigh of relief. When he looked at the field again, Chu Yu was indeed gone. Just when the attacking spell was about to hit her, she asked Chu Yu to pull her into the field. The contracted spirit beasts or other cultivation species are all considered as the cultivator's own weapons, and using them in the competition does not violate the rules. The notary from the Zhao family suddenly stood up. He was curious about how Chu Yu escaped from his territory. It turned out that he had contracted a spirit beast with a territory. Spiritual beasts above the nascent soul stage. The vast majority of people had the same guess as the Zhao family notary, and both the scene and the live broadcast room were boiling with excitement. Holy crap, a living person disappeared. What kind of new and bizarre technique is this? It should be the field. Chu Yu's cultivation level is at the peak of the foundation building stage. Doesn't it usually take someone in the nascent soul stage and with exceptional talent to comprehend their own domain? There's another possibility. She's contracted a nascent soul stage spirit beast with a territorial domain. But I'm uneducated, and I can only say, wow, how come I don't have this kind of luck? Didn't they say before that Mulinga was a beloved child blessed by heaven? Why does it seem like Chu Yu is even more of a heavenly blessing now? No wonder some people call her the one who trapped Jiang Xinbai, crushed Mulinga, and overthrew the Shangshan sect. If she really did contract a nascent soul level spirit beast with a domain, then that's not slandering her, it's clearly stating the truth. Ellipsis. Not only the live broadcast and the audience seats, but even many people in the chairman's seats of the major sects could not sit still and stood up. Sect leader Li of the Shangshan sect also wanted to stand up, but he had to maintain his image as the #1 spiritual sect leader in the world of cultivation. Although he looked as still as a clock, his eyes became increasingly gloomy. The one with the most broken mentality was Mulinga, who was still in the center of the ring. She was just a little bit away from destroying Chu Yu, but she didn't expect such a variable to occur, causing her mind to almost be in chaos. After finally calming her mind, Mulinga thought of casting a defensive spell on herself. But the curse was only half cast when a fierce gust of wind came from her upper left. She didn't have time to block it, and a dark shadow came towards her face. It hit her left cheek with perfect accuracy. Well. She groaned in pain, her spell was interrupted, and she flew 3 or 4 meters away. Her left cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Yu. Mulinga was so angry that she cried, but her swollen face made her look not like a tearful pear blossom, but rather funny. Chu Yu just slapped her with the Chankan mirror and disappeared. When he reappeared, he slapped her on the right side of her cheek again. Back and forth like this, left, right, and it only hits the face. After a while, Mulinga's face was swollen like a pig's head, and she could no longer pretend. Chu Yu, bitch, get out here, I'm going to kill you. Everyone thought Chu Yu would continue to hide, but she suddenly appeared from behind Mulinga with an arrogant look. Why am I calling you, Dad? Looking for, Before Mulinga could utter the word, die, she was kicked away by Chu Yu. The next moment, Chu Yu rushed forward, hit her on the forehead with an elbow, and stepped on her danshan. The moves were fierce, brutal and professional, and the force was even as strong as that of close combat with swordsmen. Although she was just a spiritual practitioner, in her second life she was a female general leading troops into battle, and she was proficient in all kinds of weapons and martial arts. During this period of preparation for the competition, in addition to improving her spiritual skills, she also picked up all the skills from her sixth life and used Shen Tuyin's pills to enhance her physical strength. In addition, she also cast a spiritual spell on herself to increase her attack power. The punches she received were like a spiritual cultivator being attacked at close range by a sword cultivator. The spiritual practitioner's hand seals were interrupted in various ways, and he was attacked at close range by the sword cultivator. His mental strength was also collapsed, and he was almost crushed without any ability to fight back. Chu Yu's attacks were particularly cunning. He either hit her where it hurt the most or on her face. Mulinga was so angry that she was shaking and even forgot to summon her spirit beast. The Zhao family's notary couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, Chu Yu, this is a sect competition, so stop when you are satisfied and don't abuse others. Chu Yu sneered, when Mulinga wanted to kill me just now, why didn't the notary take action or say anything to stop her? My senior brother even held up a sign. Since you are blind, just stay blind. Besides, I won't beat her to death, and she hasn't admitted defeat yet. You. The notary surname Zhao was furious, and the notary surname Ning didn't look much better. Ellipsis. Chapter 60, Coaxing Jichin and Shen Tuyin. But the first arena attracted almost everyone's attention, and the Zhao family's notary couldn't openly attack Chu Yu, so he could only hide his murderous intent in his eyes. Sect Master Li on the high platform was so angry that his face turned green. However, Chu Yu did not violate the rules of the competition. He could only vent his anger on Sect Master Lu of Wuji Mountain. Is this the disciple you brought from Wuji Mountain? He has no mercy or chivalry at all, and is simply despicable. Sect leader Lu stroked his beard and glared, are the direct disciples of your Shangshan sect so soft-hearted? Without asking if you admit defeat, you strike again, straight to your danshan. When it comes to viciousness, Mulinga from your Shangshan sect has to be the best. Chu Yu is just protecting herself. If she gives Mulinga some time to breathe, will she still have a chance to survive? Sect leader Li was speechless. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He stared at Chu Yu with fiery eyes. Most of the arenas had already decided the winners, but Chu Yu managed to hold on until the very last second before throwing Mulinga, who had been beaten unconscious, off the arena and looking at the stunned referee. What, do you have any objections to the results? Why haven't they announced it yet? No. The referee shook his head repeatedly. He had refereed so many spiritual competitions, but he had never seen such a fierce fight. Seeing Mulinga's miserable face, the referee was afraid that if he announced it a little later, he would become the next Mulinga. Without waiting for the notary to speak, he announced directly. In the first arena, Wuji Mountain Chu Yu wins. Wuji Mountain has 3 points, and Shangshan sect has 0 points. This was the only loss of the Shangshan sect in today's individual spiritual competition. But Shang Shanzong still felt that he had lost. If Sect Master Li had not been holding it back, he would have probably vomited out the blood stuck in his throat. In the end, he glared at Sect leader Lu fiercely, left the table first, and took Mulinga to get treatment. In the first battle, Chu Yu became famous and Wuji Mountain completely attracted the attention of the vast majority of cultivators. Mulinga was unable to continue the competition due to a serious injury, so the spiritual practitioners who had originally drawn her as their opponent automatically won and received 3 points. Those spiritual practitioners who drew Chu Yu originally thought that she was a soft persimmon. As a result, after seeing Mulinga being beaten so badly by her, he didn't dare to try at all. He automatically admitted defeat as soon as he met her, wanting to save his strength for the final team battle. In the individual competition, Chu Yu and Jiang Xinbai did not face off against each other and both had no defeats, winning 15 points for the sect. But the other disciples of Shangshan sect also had 15 points, for a total of 60 points, which was far ahead. Even after the first day of the spiritual cultivation competition, Chu Yu and Magician remained popular, firmly occupying the top headlines of world news, with almost all of the traffic coming from organic sources. Surprise! Wuji Mountains Chu Yu decisively defeated Shangshan sect's genius New Linga. Chu Yu looks crystal clear, but she's incredibly fierce in a fight. With the same level of cultivation, how can spiritual cultivation be faster than sword cultivation? Please see the photo below. I learned a new sentence from Chu Yu. Why are you calling me daddy? Chu Yu's haters' words have come true. Why doesn't Chu Yu use time seals when casting spiritual spells? Is she truly practicing spiritual cultivation? Then why is she so good at close combat? Ellipsis. Whether it is the hottest topic or the highest search volume, almost all of them are related to Chu Yu. The queen of topics. The number of members of the Chu Yu Followers Alliance, that Shangwen Ziqian established specifically for her on the Jade Sip has jumped from 100,000 yesterday to 1 million, and the number is still soaring, and she is about to surpass the most popular female relatives in the other cultivation world. Chu Yu followed his brothers back to the residence in a good mood, and was unexpectedly called aside by Ji Chen. Although the boy's face was still full of anger, he was willing to talk to him. Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. Tomorrow is the alchemy competition. You should go and coax third senior brother so as not to affect his performance. Chu Yu was stunned. Then why don't you stop being angry with me if you don't coax me? Who said I don't want to be coaxed anymore? Ji Chen tilted his head away proudly. I only have second brother in my heart. I don't reply to spiritual messages or answer video calls. How can I have time to coax me? This brat, when did he learn to speak in a yin-yang way? But Chu Yu was indeed in the wrong, and he knew that Ji Chen was not the kind of person who would make trouble, so he briefly told him about how he and Zhu Yan had gone down the mountain and encountered the evil cultivators but survived. After hearing this, Ji Chen lost his temper completely and was particularly indignant. Mu Linga is so cruel and vicious. We should report her to the Cultivation World Federation. Without solid evidence, it's useless. Chu Yu knew Mu Linga's methods too well, not to mention that she also had the aura of the heroine. Patting Ji Chen on the shoulder, Chu Yu had to remind him. If you were to compete against the same two notaries I met today, I'm afraid they wouldn't be very fair. Be careful. Okay. Ji Chen was a little anxious when he saw that the room Chu Yu went to was not Shen Tuyin's. Are you really not going to comfort third brother? You forgot to tell him about your contract with Chu Yue. I was afraid he would think that you were estranged from him. Go. As he was talking, Chu Yu had already entered the restaurant's kitchen, selecting ingredients with familiarity, taking out the seasoning he had developed from the mustard bag, and began to wash his hands and make soup. Seeing this, Ji Chen had no choice but to understand Chu Yu's logic. He hadn't eaten the delicious food made by Chu Yu for a long time. He was very greedy and watched eagerly, helping from time to time. When a large pot of delicious porridge and dozens of fragrant skewers came out of the oven, Ji Chen's mouth was almost overflowing. He wanted to secretly take a skewer, but Chu Yu knocked it away. If third senior brother finds out that I favor you over the first bite, I might never be able to appease him again. Ji Chen pouted in grievance, then smiled again, helped her carry the dishes and chopsticks, and followed behind happily. Third senior brother. Chu Yu knocked on the door carefully, and deliberately fanned the porridge to let the fragrance flow into the room. Open the door, I'm Chu Yu. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement from inside. Just when Chu Yu thought that the other party would not open the door suddenly opened. Facing Shen Tuyin's expressionless face, Chu Yu felt a pang of fear in his heart, but he still brought the meal into his room with a smile. I saw that you hadn't had dinner since you came back, so I went to the kitchen and made some myself. Would you like to try it? Before Chu Yu finished speaking, Ji Chen had already served seafood porridge to the three of them and directly asked Shen Tuyin to sit down. Okay, we all wronged junior sister. She predicted that second senior brother would be in danger if he secretly went down the mountain, so she didn't have time to greet us. Ji Chen repeated what Chu Yu had just told him. After saying this, he drank the porridge and ate the skewers without caring whether Shen Tuyin agreed or not. Shen Tuyin looked at Chu Yu obscurely, and after confirming that her arms and legs were all there, he breathed a sigh of relief and handed her the pill he had refined that day. Eat on time. After a pause, he said a little stiffly. Do you have the ability to divine? A little bit, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Chu Yu couldn't say that it was the Hongmeng system that told her, right. Ellipsis. Chapter 61, Shen Tuyin is so protective. Edited. Then next time you predict a crisis, you must take me with you. Shen Tuyin's voice was still a little stiff. He seemed strong, but there was an almost invisible pleading in his eyes. And I. Ji Chen, who was eating happily, also looked up and smiled a little heartlessly. Okay, then let's reset the tone of our respective Jade Sip messages. Whenever a message rings, we'll know it's from each other and won't miss it. Chu Yu suggested that he would use his own Jade Sip as a demonstration, but found that there were only a few kinds of spiritual messages after choosing. On a whim, he sent the idea of customizing a personalized spiritual message to Shangwen Ziqian. Shangwen Ziqian was still calculating the income from today's live broadcast subscriptions and extra tips, counting the money until his hands cramped, when he received Chu Yu's new money-making idea. His face was almost frozen with smile, and he replied 3 yes, in a row. I asked them to continue with the liquidation while I carefully planned the implementation plan for customized Lingxinyan. By the way, one of the two notaries who were biased towards New Linga today was Ning Feng, the third elder of the Ning family. He was at the peak of the golden core stage and always flattered the powerful and looked down on the weak. He probably didn't like your senior brother very much. There is another one, from the third branch of the Zhao family, that is, one of Zhao Ming's cousins who recommended you to Wuji Mountain to participate in the sect competition, Zhao Yue. He is considered to be one of the most accomplished people of that generation in the Zhao family. At such a young age, his cultivation has already broken through the nascent soul stage. He is a young talent highly regarded by the Federation of Cultivators. He is also on the list of the top 100 outstanding cultivators in the cultivation world as evaluated by the Jade Slip Forum. His talent and reputation are both excellent. He also served as a notary during the last sect competition and handled 1 or 2 controversial arena matches fairly. I don't know why he turned a blind eye to Mu Linger's obvious murderous behavior this time. After a pause, Shangwen Ziqin said carefully. Have you offended the Zhao family recently? No. The Zhao family is one of the 5 great families, and their main members are sword practitioners. Why would she offend them for no reason? Could it be that Zhao Yue actually had a sect she wanted to recommend for the sect competition, but her cousin Zhao Ming gave the spot to Wuji Mountain, so she dislikes us? This is the only reasonable explanation Chu Yu can think of for the time being. Shangwen Ziqin always felt that it was a bit far-fetched. In short, if you encounter him as a notary again, you must be extra careful. I tried to find out the details by contacting other people in the competition. My sister is so handsome today. After the competition is over, Big Brother will reward you with a big surprise. Chu Yu smiled and replied, okay. When he looked up, he saw his master leading Ning Luo and Zhu Yan in, and hurriedly invited them to have dinner together. Sect leader Lu was always casual, and this was not the first time Ning Luo had eaten with them, so they both started to eat very naturally. On the other hand, Zhu Yan looked at the bowl of strange porridge and the street-style grilled skewers, and was hesitant to start, not knowing what to do. But seeing them chatting happily, Zhu Yan felt indescribably lost, and suddenly remembered the question Ji Chen asked him yesterday. Was there ever a moment when he truly considered Wuji Mountain his home? To be honest, he himself doesn't know. Chu Yu noticed him and quickly placed the bag of cooked fish roe in his bowl. Second brother, try it, it's really good. Zhu Yan was stunned, then slowly picked it up and took a light bite. The tip of the tongue is filled with a creamy texture, a slight bursting sensation, and a rich aroma. It's actually very good. How about it? Meeting Chu Yu's expectant eyes, Zhu Yan nodded helplessly. Just live like this, there's nothing wrong with it. Ellipsis. The next day, there was a competition for alchemy. The competition process was much milder than the spiritual cultivation competition. 2 people would compete in a group, and within the time of 1 stick of incense, they would see who could refine the pill of higher quality. If the quality is the same, the one with greater quantity wins. Like the spiritual cultivation competition, a maximum of 5 PKs can be conducted, and each person can earn up to 15 points for the sect. If Chu Yu's confrontation with Mu Linga in the first track was a coincidence, then in the Danshu track, Shen Tuyin faced a new generation of direct alchemy genius, Ziyun of Jishizong. It is really hard not to suspect that there are insiders who are specifically targeting Wuji Mountain. There was a lot of heated discussion in the live broadcast room and among the audience, and many believed that Shen Tuyin would become cannon fodder. After all, Ziyun's appearance and abilities are there. Although she is slightly inferior to Mu Linga, her popularity is also very good. Almost the entire audience was cheering for Ziyun. Shen Tuyin's side seemed particularly lonely. Chu Yu took out her loudspeaker again, turned off the sonic attack function, and shouted to the field. When Shen Tu takes action, the world is mine. Shen Tu's alchemy is admired by the world. Third brother, you are the pride of our Wuji Mountain. You're the best. Go. After the shout, not to mention Ji Chen and others, they felt that a quacking crow was flying over their heads, with a series of black ellipses. Shen Tuyin himself was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a furnace on the spot and hide himself in it. Although his lips were tightly pursed, his heart was warm. Ziyun had long noticed that the stunning man in purple robe and with a stern face in front of her had never looked at her directly from beginning to end. In the past, when she participated in alchemy exchanges or competitions, no man had ever ignored her, which made her feel a little unhappy. Now, facing the outrageous shouting of his junior sister in the waiting area, Shen Tuyin's expression actually softened. Chu Yun felt even more uncomfortable when she thought that Chu Yu's popularity had almost reached the top 3 goddesses of the new generation, Mu Linga of Shangshan sect, Ziyun of Jishi sect, and Yi Jinyao of Xuanji sect, overnight. Your Wuji Mountain sect's rules are truly tolerant. Even something this outrageous can be tolerated. Her voice was not loud, and even with the live broadcast of the Jade Slip, her voice could not be recorded. But Shen Tuyin heard it, and then he looked up at her. But that look was so dull, as if he wasn't looking at a living thing. Ziyun's heart trembled slightly, as if she was being stared at by a cold-blooded animal. She quickly calmed herself down and began to release the spiritual fire to refine the elixir. Her spiritual fire is the Earth Core Fire, one of the 10 spiritual fires, and her alchemy furnace is a top-grade Danqing furnace. The other party has neither spiritual fire nor alchemy furnace that can be seen as a famous artifact. You were still clamoring to kill her instantly yesterday. See how she kills the people from Wuji Mountain in seconds. Thinking of this, Ziyun's hands moved more quickly and her eyes became more determined. But when the pill seal was put into the pill furnace and it came to the final stage of pill condensation, she found that she could not concentrate no matter what she did. How can it be? Ziyun was horrified. She had a top-grade fire spiritual root and had an extremely high talent for alchemy. Ever since she became an alchemist and started refining pills, she has never been unable to concentrate on making pills. Seeing that the incense stick was about to burn out and Ziyun's pill had not yet solidified, she became extremely anxious and confused. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the pill exploded. This was the first time a pill exploded in today's alchemy competition, and it was from the genius alchemist Ziyun. No one was expecting this. Ziyun herself fell to the ground because she couldn't accept it, and kept saying, impossible. It was obvious that she was hit hard. Seeing her being helped away, Shen Tuyinwei covered his chest and lowered his head to hide the bloodthirsty curve at the corner of his mouth. Everyone knows that those who possess the glass stand heart are not only born alchemists, but as long as they reach a certain level of cultivation, there is no elixir that they cannot refine. However, few people know that the owner of the Luli Dangson can disrupt the Dangson of other alchemists and even make them unable to refine pills forever. Ziyun's words were directed at Chuyu. Shen Tuyin was just giving her a small lesson, telling her that she might have trouble refining pills within half a year. If there is a next time, he doesn't mind making sure she never succeeds in refining the elixir. Ellipsis. Chapter 62. The live broadcast room was breached again. Shen Tuyin won this game, and everyone thought he was lucky because Ziyun performed poorly. But when his top-grade Hoyuan pill came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Although those at the peak of the foundation establishment stage can try to refine this elixir, most people end up in failure. It will be more stable to refine it at the early stage of the golden elixir stage. Shen Tuyin's cultivation had obviously not reached the golden core stage, yet he not only succeeded, but also achieved the highest level. Even the Jishi sect's Wang Zongzhu was somewhat restless, and when he spoke to the Lu Zongzhu, his tone was particularly sour. No wonder we wanted to deal with this kid back then. You came out without hesitation to save his life. Did you know he had a talent for alchemy and were just waiting for him to make a splash at the sect competition? Sect leader Lu has been laughing so hard these past 2 days that his mouth is almost cramped, and he doesn't hold back at all. Why, when this child was alone and helpless and had a strange condition, not only did none of you old guys take him in, you even wanted to kill him. How did I, an old man, manage to save these 3 disciples from you? Don't you have any idea? What a mouth. Sect Master Wang of the Jishi sect was speechless. This is simply disgraceful. Sect leader Lu, we cultivators don't need to write poems and write to pass the imperial examinations. Why would we need to be so polite? He can't win in competition or argument. Sect Master Wang is so angry. Ziyun was defeated by Shen Tuyin, but she won the next 4 matches almost without any suspense, and accumulated another 15 points for Shang Shanzong. However, Ziyun's pills were unstable and exploded in the next 4 rounds. Fortunately, several other direct disciples of the Jishi sect performed stably and accumulated a total of 60 points, temporarily tied for first place with the Shangshan sect. When it comes to Chuyu's victory, most people just lament his luck and watch the fun. Shen Tuyin's great victory caused many people to think deeply. The next 2 days were the races for talisman cultivators and weapon cultivators. There were no talisman cultivators in Wuji Mountain at all, so they could not earn any points. Although Zhu Yan is an instrument cultivator, his top-grade spiritual roots are sealed, making him only slightly stronger than ordinary people. His cultivation has been stuck at the early stage of qi refining, making him unable to go on the field, so naturally he also scored 0 points. The last day was the sword cultivation track, and Ji Chen's first opponent was surprisingly Jun Mohan from Lingsha sect. Chu Yu laughed angrily. Before, I would have suspected that someone was secretly plotting against us. Now it seems that every one of them wants to test us. Ah. Shen Tuyin rarely responded, peeled the lychee, removed the seeds, and naturally handed it to Chu Yu's mouth. Seeing her swallow it in one gulp without a care in the world, the softness in his eyes deepened. Ning Luo seemed to have long been accustomed to the 2 of them being like this, but she was a little worried about Ji Chen on the field. Jun Mohan is born with a sword bone. Junior brother, is it really no problem for him to face him? Well, it's hard to say. Back in the demon realm, Chu Yu vaguely saw the 2 of them fighting against the demon clan's young master together, but he couldn't tell who was stronger. Third brother, you fought against all of them. Who do you think is more powerful? Shen Tuyin recalled it seriously. It's about the same. Anyway, no one could withstand his beating. Chu Yu and Shen Tuyin's voices were neither loud nor soft, but they were loud enough for the direct disciples of other sects in the waiting area to hear. Duo turned around and looked at them in surprise, his eyes somewhat as if he was looking at fools. When Ziyun saw Shen Tuyin, who had a wooden face in front of others, peeling lychees for Chu Yu, the coldness in her eyes became even stronger. She snorted coldly and stopped looking at them. Zisha, the junior sister beside her, couldn't help but come over and whispered. Isn't Shen Tuyin a Dan cultivator like us? I really don't understand what Chu Yu is thinking when he lets an alchemy cultivator comment on the skills of 2 sword cultivators. You think you've won a few arena matches, so you're getting cocky. Ziyun remained arrogant even though she hadn't won a single match. The direct disciple of a small sect just can't hold his own. Yi Lang, who was standing by, heard what they were saying. He wanted to say that Shen Tuyin was definitely qualified to comment, but when he remembered that he had promised Chu Yu to keep the secret, he could only hold back. Good work. Zisha noticed something strange about Yi Lang and became curious. What's that expression on your face? Do you think what my senior sister said is wrong? The direct disciples of the 6 major sects often meet each other and are quite familiar with each other. But Yi Lang didn't like their bossy and condescending attitude, and he was too lazy to flatter them. That's not necessarily true. No one was optimistic about Chu Yu and Shen Tuyin before, but they ended up winning without losing. I don't know who they slapped in the face. As soon as these words were spoken, Ziyun, who had not won a single match, looked extremely ugly. Zisha was also very angry. Yi Lang, you are also from the 6 major sects, which side are you on? If these 2 guys were not the grandsons of Sect Master Wen of the Jishi sect, they would have been beaten countless times. I thought he would at least hold back and apologize, but Yi Lang turned his face to the sky. Which side am I on? I am the one who protects the peace of the people. You are inferior to others in skills and have lost. Instead of concentrating on studying ways to improve, you just learn the petty ideas of the women in the boudoir of the human world. This is not good. Yi Lang. Zisha was so angry that she wanted to attack, but Yi Lang glared back without giving in. It was Xiao Jingxi, the eldest brother of Xuanji sect, who came out to act as a peacemaker. Stop arguing, Jun Mohan and Ji Chen have already started fighting. On the first arena, golden light exploded instantly. Both of them were sword cultivators with the most aggressive and top-grade golden spiritual roots. Once they made a move, they had the power to sweep away thousands of troops and destroy them in one fell swoop. The Xuanyi arena completely collapsed after only 10 moves in the hands of the 2 men. The 2 of them flew directly into the air and continued fighting. The live broadcast room exploded. Fighting in midair without flying a sword is a realm that sword cultivators can only reach after reaching the golden core stage. Isn't it said that among the direct disciples, only Mulinger has broken through the Golden Core stage? When did 2 more Golden Cores appear? I can understand John Mohan's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. He seems to have reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage a long time ago. But what about Ji Chen? Yes, I've never heard of this person before. I only recently learned that he is senior brother Chu Yu. I just thought this young man was too good looking. I didn't expect his talent and cultivation to be even more amazing. Ellipsis. Chapter 63. A thunderstorm caused by a hot pot meal. The two fought fiercely, and the notaries had to put up protective shields around the audience seats and waiting area to prevent accidental injuries. When the competitions of other sword cultivators ended one after another, Ji Chen and John Mohan were still in a white-hot state. A group of young sword cultivators all showed admiration and yearning. When they could fight in the air without flying swords, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. The two exchanged hundreds of moves, each kicked the other, and retreated more than 10 meters. John Mohan's face remained resolute, and his eyes showed that he was enjoying the fight. Ji Chen's smile never ceased, and he was enjoying the fight. He raised his eyebrows towards John Mohan. The incense is almost burning out. This is my last move. If we can't decide the winner, let's call it a draw and fight again another day. How about that? Row. After saying this, John Mohan suddenly raised his gentleman's sword and condensed golden light. The swords of all the sword cultivators at the scene, including those in the spectator seats, began to tremble. This was the deterrent power from the natural sword bone. At the same time, Ji Chen also raised the Xuanshan sword in his hand, and golden light rose again. The sword of the sword cultivator in the audience had just stopped shaking when it began to vibrate violently again. If the previous shaking was due to the shock and submission from the sword energy emitted by John Mohan, Ji Chen's sword energy seemed to be able to ignite the fighting spirit of these swords, making him eager to join the battle. These, too, natural sword bones. That's impossible. Since ancient times, kings don't meet kings. In the same world, there can't be 2 natural sword bones. That's right, John Mohan only appeared 1,000 years after the previous generation of natural sword bones ascended to heaven. Then how did Ji Chen cause the chorus of arrows? I don't know, but I'm so excited. Before, I thought John Mohan would win without a doubt, but now it seems even more mysterious. Ellipsis. The live broadcast room was filled with lively comments, but when the two sword energies collided, they suddenly became silent. The golden light shone across the entire sky, so bright that it made it impossible to open one's eyes, and the situation of the two people inside could not be seen clearly at all. The image left on the jade sip is even more difficult to capture. When the light and shadow gradually dissipated, Ji Chen and John Mohan were already standing back on the shattered black jade arena. The incense for timing had just burned out, and the two had no intention of fighting again. The referee was stunned for 3 full breaths before announcing a roar, with each team getting 1 point. The whole audience burst into extremely warm applause. In the face of such a wonderful and extremely frank competition, winning or losing seemed to become less important. In the following competitions, the other sword cultivators were almost all defeated by the crushing force of these 2 Jindan stage sword cultivators. Ji Chen and John Mohan both had 4 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 13 points for their respective sects. All individual competitions in the first round have been completed. The top 6 sects and their points are: Xuanji sect, 75 points. 7-star sect, 75 points. Zen, 75 points. Lingshao sect, 73 points. Shangshanzong, 60 points. Jesijong, 60 points. The top 3 sects had no defeats in any individual event, and every disciple had accumulated full marks. John Mohan of Lingshao sect ended up in a tie with Ji Chen. Shangshan sect and Jishshi sect ranked low among the 6 major sects, all because they were defeated by Wuji Mountain, which resulted in Mulinger and Ziyu not winning a single point for their respective sects. Wujishan ranked 7th with a score of 43. The second part of the preliminary competition was the Spirit Beast competition. They all knew that Chu Yu's Spirit Beast was the unknown Yin-Yang Beast. Even its rank was unknown, so it was insufficient evidence and no one felt any sense of urgency. The people from Wuji Mountain have even less sense of urgency. On this day of rest, except for Zhu Yan who was nowhere to be seen, the 4 brothers and sisters and Sect Master Lu huddled together in the open space in the backyard of the inn, eating hot pot. When Shangwen Zikin came uninvited, the aroma of the hot pot was mouth-watering. Little sister, you are not kind. Why did you never bring me along when you were eating such delicious food with your brothers? I thought you were still clearing the live broadcast data. Chu Yu quickly added a pair of bowls and chopsticks to Shangwen Zikin, prepared the sauce, and placed the hot pot lamb slices in his bowl. Try it, my new way of eating, soul and meat hot pot. Not only is it delicious, it can also replenish spiritual energy and improve your cultivation to a certain extent. How about it? Real or fake? Meals that replenish spiritual energy are common, but this is the first time I've heard of meals that can improve cultivation. Shangwen Zikin was skeptical. He followed Chu Yu's example and dipped the food in the sauce before putting it in his mouth. His narrow eyes suddenly lit up. Good to eat. Is your danshan really warm? Little sister, can you sell me this recipe? If it's just my recipe, I'll give it to you. Chu Yu smiled and handed him another piece of spiritual ox tripe. The ingredients for this hot pot soup base are entirely the responsibility of my 3rd senior brother. I'm only responsible for the final seasoning. You have to ask him if he's willing. Shen Tuyin's astonishing performance in the competition impressed Shangwen Zikin with awe. He bowed to him with great caution and said, Brother Shentu, I wonder if you can sell this secret recipe to our Beibaozhai. Or you tell me the secret recipe, we'll produce and sell it, and I'll split the profits 50-50 with you, just like my agreement with my younger sister. In the past, it would have been difficult to get Shangwen Zikin to give up even a little bit of his profit. But ever since he became tied to Chu Yu, he has been flooded with wealth. As long as he was trading with Chu Yu or someone he cared about, Shangwen Zikin didn't care about the cost at all. He had a premonition that Chu Yu and her fellow senior brothers were definitely not ordinary people, and he had to hold on to their thighs. Seeing that Chen Tuyin didn't answer for a long time and only looked at Chu Yu, Shangwen Zikin thought that he was in trouble. Just as he was about to resolve the awkwardness and say forget it, the former whispered back. I will listen to the junior sister. What kind of divine senior brother is this? It made Shangwen Zikin want to join Wuji Mountain. Listen to me. Chu Yu was delighted and said without hesitation, then let's sell it. The more crystals the better. We'll need crystals for the future construction of our sect. Shangwen Zikin, junior sister, you may not know this yet, but your current assets are definitely enough to make you a wealthy woman in the world of cultivation. It shouldn't be difficult to buy anything you want. Real or fake. Chu Yu was even happier, and discussed with Shangwen Zikin the marketing plan for the medicine for improving cultivation, and finally decided on live streaming of jade sips to sell the goods. When Shangwen Zikin figured out what live streaming with goods meant, as well as the extremely novel and interesting concepts it implemented, such as purchasing, payment, logistics, and after sales, his mind suddenly became clear. Suddenly, there was thunder in the sky, getting closer and closer to the area where they were. When the few people discovered it, Jae-yun had already reached the sky above the backyard. Holy crap, who is going to endure the thunder tribulation of entering the golden core stage? Ji Chen had just passed the tribulation not long ago, and was very familiar with the size of the tribulation cloud. Little junior sister, third senior brother, who is it? After all, Chu Yu and Shen Tuyin have reached the peak of foundation building and may break through at any time. But the two of them shook their heads and said in unison. Not me. It can't be me, Ning Luo also said. Everyone's gaze simultaneously fell on Shangwen Zikin, who was holding a piece of tripe. His expression was a bit hard to describe. This hot pot base is truly effective in improving my cultivation. I've been stuck at the peak of foundation building for 2 or 3 years, and now I'm about to break through. He was not prepared at all. Brother Jichen, does the thunder tribulation hurt? As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning column as big as a bowl came towards Shangwen Zikin with great momentum. Ellipsis. Chapter 64, The Unsightly Zijiman Prince. Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin held Chu Yu on the left and right, and retreated to a safe area as quickly as possible. Sect Leader Lu also pulled Ning Luo back to a safe distance. Chu Yu waved the Chankan mirror and cast a defensive spell on everyone, including Shangwen Zikin, with a look of wishing for the best. Brother, hold on. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck. Chu Yu didn't know if it was her illusion, but she saw Shangwen Zikin shaking with electricity, with silver currents running through his body. Sometimes his whole body turned black, and only his bones were turned silver by the electricity. Horrifying and hilarious. Chu Yu swallowed unconsciously and moved closer to Ji Chen. When you experienced the lightning tribulation of the Jindan stage, were your bones struck so hard that they became conductive? Ji Chen, could you please not use such horrific descriptions? He didn't feel much when he was going through it himself. No matter how painful it was, he just thought he had to get through it. But watching others go through thunder tribulation is another matter. It seems quite scary. Shangwen Zikin, who was in the vortex of thunder and lightning, was even more frightened. He never thought that he could break through, let alone the overbearing power of this thunder and lightning, which was tantamount to tearing his whole body apart and then reassembling it. During the sect competition, someone in the inn at Wuji Mountain was undergoing the tribulation of the Golden Core stage, and many forces were getting restless. Wuji Mountain already has Ji Chen, a direct disciple of the Jindan stage. If there is one more, it will be the first sect in this generation to have 2 Jindan stage cultivators. The position of the 6 major sects may be reshuffled. That shouldn't be the case. The 6 major sects have tens of thousands of inner and outer disciples. The 5 direct disciples are just exceptionally outstanding. They are far behind Wuji Mountain in terms of foundation and overall strength. That's right, I heard that Wuji Mountain only has these 5 direct disciples and their master, Sect Master Lu, and their resources are extremely scarce. Now that the sect competition is underway, those 3 have performed so well. I wonder if Wuji Mountain can keep them. No matter what, if I can keep him, Wuji Mountain's reputation will definitely be top-notch. If they want to recruit disciples, I'll be the first to sign up. Brother, take me with you. Take me with you too. By the way, do you think it was Chu Yu who made the breakthrough this time? Or Ji Chen? If it was Chu Yu, would Sect Master Li of the Shangshan sect be furious? He personally drove Chu Yu to Wuji Mountain. But Chu Yu has reached the peak of foundation establishment and looks only 15 or 16 years old. Even among the direct disciples of the 6 major sects, her talent is top-notch. Why did Sect Master Li expel her from the sect? This, who knows? I'll go dig deeper. I'm back. It's said that Chu Yu was once the eldest disciple of the inner sect of Shangshan sect. When he was helping New Lingair, who had a defective spiritual root, absorbed spiritual medicine, he was injured by a Jindan stage demon beast, destroying his spiritual root. Oh my god, is there such an inside story? That's ungrateful. It's obvious that the Shangshan sect just used it and threw it away. There's no friendship at all. How could New Lingair still have the nerve to act so pretentiously during the competition? She's really becoming increasingly disgusting. Why am I getting more confused the more I read? Chu Yu's spiritual roots are broken, but that doesn't mean he can't cultivate. How did he suddenly reach the peak of the foundation building stage? Is the person above stupid? While diligence and perseverance are important in cultivation, opportunity is equally important. He's already at the peak of foundation establishment right after recovery. It's only been a few months. What kind of genius is this? Just wait for Shang Shanzong to be slapped in the face and regret it. Ellipsis. The thunderstorm lasted from day to night. The wandering cultivators were eager to watch the fun. Some of the leaders of the 6 major sects did not sleep at all. The next day at the Strudped competition, Sect Leader Lu saw that both Sect Leader Li of Shangshan sect and Sect Leader Wang of Jishi sect had dark circles under their eyes. He smiled in a deliberately restrained manner but said nothing. Sect Leader Li and the others were itching to find out, but were too embarrassed to ask, so they kept winking at Sect Leader Jiang of Lingsha sect. Helpless, Sect Leader Jiang could only shamelessly ask Sect Leader Lu. Old Lu, someone in Xunyuan City broke through the Golden Core tribulation yesterday. Did you hear anything? Really, I didn't hear anything. Sect Leader Lu played dumb to the extreme. Sect Leader Li's eyes nearly turned red with jealousy. Can you please stop pretending? That inn is occupied by people from Wuji Mountain. How could you not have heard anything? I'm hard of hearing and fell asleep, is that okay? He just loves to see how that old bastard, Sect Leader Li, can't stand him but can't kill him. Who made this old man treat his precious little disciple so disrespectfully? Sect Leader Li rolled his eyes in an elegant manner and snorted coldly. Why couldn't he hold back? I'm so angry. In the arc-shaped arena like the Colosseum, 21 spirit beasts are entering under the leadership of their respective masters. There are giant pythons covered in black, ferocious grey wolves, and snow-white civet cats. The coolest ones are Mulinga's blue phoenix spirit beast, Ziyun's purple-winged roc, and Yijinya's seven-colored spirit deer. Of the 7 spiritual beasts in the world of cultivation, the 3 of them can each own one. It is no wonder that they have become the 3 new goddesses of the cultivation world. Just look at those eye-catching spirit beasts and you will understand why their popularity has remained high for many years. Ziyun's purple-winged roc stood on her shoulder, with its head held high, its eyes sharp and confident, and its tail feathers swaying gently in the wind, outlining graceful arcs. Noble and arrogant, just like its owner, as if it is the master of this area. The blue phoenix standing beside Mulinga had shimmering green feathers and frosty blue eyes, as if it was dancing above the clouds. Its posture was graceful, like a dream under the moon. Every feather was a work of nature, so beautiful that it was beyond words. The 7-colored deer that was slowly pacing beside Yi Jinyao of Xuanji sect had neon-colored fur and walked lightly, like the first rays of dawn. It looked docile and peaceful, but no one dared to doubt its fighting ability. Looking at Chu Yu's Zizhiman third prince again, it was still the same as when he picked it up, only about the size of 2 palms. At this moment, he was still sleeping in Chu Yu's arms, completely unaware of the cruel battle he would face next. Not to mention the audience, even the spirit beasts looked at it with either contempt or pity. It seems that the resources in Wuji Mountain are really scarce. Even an adult spirit beast cannot be used, so cub was used to make up the number. The referee gave the order and announced the entry of the spirit beasts. The purple-winged roc and the blue phoenix soared into the sky at the same time, chirping loudly. The 7-colored deer also rushed into the scene at the fastest speed, followed closely by the other spirit beasts. But when it comes to Chu Yu, swaying left and right, the third prince of Zizhiman refused to even open his eyes. Helplessly, she put it on the ground and pushed it forward 3 or 4 meters. It rolled back like a ball, holding onto her calf tightly and trying to continue climbing up. Chu Yu kicked it and it rolled back. The further she kicked it, the faster it rolled back. This went on, and the chief judge couldn't stand it anymore. If the Wuji Mountain spirit beasts do not enter the arena, they will be deemed to have forfeited their qualification for the spirit beast competition. How can this work? Chu Yu got furious and pulled the third prince off his legs and threw him into the air. He did a 360-degree spin kick and cast an acceleration spell at the same time. Ellipsis. Chapter 65 Joint Strangulation. Counterattack. Everyone saw a black and white ball turn into a perfect parabola and land in the middle of the circular spirit beast arena. Because of inertia, it rolled several times and stopped at the center. Like a black and white triangular rice ball, it sat in the middle in a daze. There are circles of stars spinning around my head. It's so cute that everyone's face is bleeding. Seeing its dazed look after being kicked, Chu Yu withdrew his foot with a guilty conscience. Stand at attention. It was as if the one who had just made the move was not her at all. The level of a spirit beast is usually higher than the cultivation level of its master. Among the 21 spirit beasts sent out now, except for the third prince of Zizhiman whose cultivation level cannot be identified, the others are basically spirit beasts above the Jindan stage. The Azure Luan, the purple-winged dapping and the 7-colored deer have even reached the nascent soul stage. Therefore, the referee team added protective shields to their masters at the edge of the ring that could withstand attacks from the nascent soul stage. On the one hand, it can prevent the masters from being accidentally injured by the fighting between spirit beasts. On the other hand, it makes it easier for them to take their spirit beasts back to their own spirit pet space and save their lives when they are under great threat. At the referee's command, 20 spirit beasts started fighting instantly. Except, the third prince of Zizhiman who was stunned by the kick. It sat there motionless, completely unaffected by the flying sand and rocks and the flying spiritual energy in the competition venue. He glanced at Chu Yu at the edge and felt that he was so far away. He blinked twice, his round eyes with only black pupils, and curled up into a ball. Fell asleep again. Not to mention the online and offline audiences, Chu Yu couldn't help but tremble at the corners of his mouth. Did she contract a sleepyhead? The fragment of the ancient book only said that this guy was called the Yin-Yang Beast, and didn't say anything else. But this guy seems to have a good defense. Once when Sect Master Lu organized everyone to train, Ji Chen hit it with his full-strength sword energy, but not only was it not hurt, not even a single hair was broken. That's why Chu Yu cruelly threw it into the melee, wanting to see how thick its skin was. Unexpectedly, it fell asleep peacefully again. The other spirit beasts didn't seem to take this guy seriously either. They were probably prepared to fight to the end and kick him out of the ring. The competition was quite intense. In just half an incense stick of time, only the 3 spirit beasts in the nascent soul stage were left on the field. Their intelligence is quite mature, and their consciousness can communicate with their owners without any obstacles. They looked at each other and stared at the black and white ball sleeping soundly in the center. Jingluan was the first to attack. With a swoop, its sharp beak aimed directly at the third prince's forehead, intending to cut his head open. Chu Yu's heart tightened, and he hesitated whether to take the third prince back to his own space. The original text records that Mulinga's blue phoenix has extremely strong attack power, and its beak can break high-grade defensive spiritual weapons. Seeing Chu Yu's hesitation, the resentment in Mulinga's eyes flashed away. Chu Yu, if you recall your spirit beast to its spirit pet space without even taking a single blow, the entire cultivation world will probably spread the rumor that you, Wuji Mountain, surrendered without a fight. Chu Yu pursed his lips and ignored her, his attention completely focused on the third prince. As long as she found that the third prince's forehead was bleeding, she would take it back immediately without caring what the outside world said. Although the contract with it was forced without knowing why, it was still a master-servant contract, and the death of the spirit beast would not have any impact on the master. But once Chu Yu identifies her, she will definitely do her best to protect her. There was a crisp, clang, sound, and the scene of the third prince's head being split open as everyone expected did not happen. Instead, Qingguan's beak was numb from the shock, and it rushed into the air while chirping. From the sound, it could be heard that it was angry. How come? Mu Linger's eyes widened in disbelief, and her consciousness immediately ordered Qingguan. Kill it. This is the nascent soul stage spirit beast that Chu Yu contracted. Mu Linger doesn't believe that it can withstand the combined forces of 3 nascent soul stage spirit beasts. Receiving the hint from Mu Linger's eyes, Ziyun of Jishizong also gave the same order to his purple winged rock. Yi Jinyao of Xuanji sect looked troubled, but she could not withstand the pressure from Mu Linger and Ziyun. She quietly used her spiritual sense to speak to her 7-colored deer. Just pretend to attack, leave some room for maneuver, and don't really kill those guys. In the sky and on the ground, 3 nascent soul stage spirit beasts rushed towards the third prince of Zizhiman at the same time, and almost everyone's hearts tightened. Damn, the 3 of them teamed up to deal with Chu Yu's spirit beast. Should they have done it more obviously? Chu Yu's spirit beast shouldn't be weak either. It was able to withstand King Luan's attack and was still unharmed. Besides, it seems like it's just a cub that knows nothing. Have you forgotten that Chu Yu has a nascent soul stage spirit beast with a domain? A cub already has its own domain. Can you please stop me from breaking through the defense so quickly? Ellipsis. Qingguan was the fastest and still rushed in the front. Its beak pecked the third prince's forehead again, even harder than last time. The clang sound became louder, and Qingguan's beak was not only numb, but also a little painful. The third prince finally made some movement, shook his furry little head in confusion, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. At this time, the purple-winged rock also rushed above it. It frowned. Did this stupid bird just disturb its sleep? How annoying. The third prince was angry, and when the purple-winged rock stretched out its sharp claws towards it, its 2 small claws directly grasped the claw's legs. With a crisp, crack, sound, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, the purple-winged rock's claws and leg bones, which were always known for their strength, were broken into 90 degrees by it. An extremely shrill scream came from the mouth of the purple-winged rock. The third prince showed a look of disgust and threw it away. It flew out of the arena and rolled over 10 times. It was unknown whether it was alive or dead. Azi. Ziyun was so angry that her eyes turned red. She glared at Chu Yu hatefully and ran quickly towards her purple-winged rock. Yi Jinyao's heart trembled as she watched. Just as she was about to put her 7-colored deer back into the strip headspace, she heard a crisp, click, sound, followed by the 7-colored deer howling at the top of its lungs. The 7-colored antler on its head was actually broken off by the third prince of Zizhiman. That's not all. That guy actually put the antlers of the 7-colored deer into his mouth and gnawed on them bit by bit. And ate them. Ellipsis. Chapter 66. Mu Linger and Lin Song are really mean. The calls of the 7-colored deer became shrill because it had lost its antlers and was in great pain. It staggered when it walked and fell every 3 steps. It looked very pitiful. Cio Chi. Yi Jinyao was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. She was secretly annoyed at herself for listening to the 2 people's instigation and not quickly putting it back into the strip pet space. Although antlers can grow back, the higher the level of the pet, the harder it is to grow them, and it is unknown how many years it will take. When Qingguan saw the other 2 companions like this, she was about to back off. However, Mu Linger's order remained unchanged, so it could only go ahead. This time it learned its lesson and did not peck at the third prince's forehead. Instead, it attacked him from behind. Just as he was about to peck the third prince's butt, the third prince suddenly raised his butt a little higher. There was a puff sound, a fart sound that was neither light nor loud, but it was enough to make the already quiet scene hear it particularly clearly. Mu Linger's face turned green with anger. Qingguan was stunned at first, but when it smelled the stench of the digested deer antlers, the whole bird fell into a state of madness. How dare this ugly thing fart in such a noble and beautiful face? Really damn it. As she was about to collapse, Qingguan suddenly felt a weight on her slender neck. That ugly thing actually sat on its beautiful neck with perfect lines with its butt. Qingguan let out a scream of humiliation, but its humiliation had obviously just begun. The third prince remembered that the one who had disturbed his sleep again and again was not the silly purple bird, but the silly pheasant-like bird, which even fanned him with its feathers. Then just unplugged them all. Then, everyone saw the palm-sized black and white ball sitting on Qingguan's neck, with its chubby front paws reaching towards Qingguan's glittering tail. Get going. Qingguan seemed to have fate strangled her by the throat. Not only was she unable to resist, but she also screamed like a chicken with its neck pinched, which was extremely shrill and completely undignified. The moment Qingguan was restrained, Mu Linger was ready to take it back to the strip headspace. But she was horrified to find that she couldn't do it. As if she was surrounded by an invisible barrier, although her spiritual consciousness could still communicate with Qingguan, she was unable to recover it. Chu Yu, make your pet stop. Chu Yu. Mu Linger cried, her delicate face returning to its gentle state, but this time she was truly filled with tears. You hate me for stealing second brother's love. If you have any dissatisfaction, just vent it on me. Why do you humiliate my strip pet like this? Chu Yu. Pull it out for me. Regardless of whether the third prince understood or not, Chu Yu gave it orders using his spiritual sense. The audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room were in an uproar because of Mu Linger's words. What? Mu Linger seemed to have just said that she stole Chu Yu's love. Second senior brother. Isn't that Lin Song from the Changshan sect? His appearance is quite good, but he's still a level below those from Wuji Mountain. Would Chu Yu be interested in him? It is said that what you cannot obtain will always bring you unrest. White Moonlight may not be the best, but it is definitely the most difficult to let go. I still feel that Chu Yu doesn't seem to be interested in Lin Song. He might as well be interested in Jiang Xinbai. Who knows, but her strip pet has almost stripped Qingguan of all her fur. Ellipsis. Looking at the discussions in the Jade Sip live broadcast room, Shen Tuyin and Ji Chen's faces darkened at the same time, and even Zhu Yan's expression became strange. Lin Song was secretly delighted that he was being fought for by two stunning women, thinking that Mu Ling'er had actually practiced dual cultivation with someone else behind his back, and had even lost her virginity to the young master of the demon clan, so perhaps he and Chu Yu could continue their romantic life. After all, when Chu Yu was in Shangshan sect, he didn't pay much attention to Lin Song at first. But under his gentle offensive, she had already fallen into obedience to him, otherwise she would not have risked her life to block the fatal attack of the Jindan stage monster for him. However, several ambiguous gazes from behind and beside him made Lin Song feel very uncomfortable. There was a faint smell of strange fragrance at the tip of his nose, but when he sniffed carefully, there was nothing, so he didn't pay much attention to it. On the court, Mu Ling'er almost collapsed. Qingguan had collapsed, like a bald chicken. Now that she was no longer restrained, she didn't know how to fight back. Instead, she started running and shouting frantically around the arena, and finally fell down and fainted. Mu Ling'er felt humiliated and quickly took it back into the strip pet space without saying a word of comfort. Ziyun and Yi Jinyao each held their injured strip pets, constantly comforting them while being wary of the next move of the third prince of Zijiman. Because the scene was too brutal, after the ending came out, the audience, both at the scene and in the live broadcast room, fell into a strange silence. The silence at this moment is very powerful. The third prince walked around and found Chu Yu's position again, then rushed towards her with a slightly annoyed look. Given its terrifying combat power in tearing three spiritual beasts apart with its bare hands, Chu Yu was worried that his fragile spiritual body could not withstand its attack, so he subconsciously took half a step back but did not leave the range of the protective shield. Unexpectedly, this protective shield was completely useless against the third prince. Fortunately, it braked in time when it rushed to Chu Yu's legs, and rubbed against her calves affectionately and flatteringly. Seeing that the other party ignored it, the third prince hugged Chu Yu's calves, kicked his small and short hind legs, and crawled to the position in Chu Yu's arms, twisting his body in a flattering way, signaling her to hug him quickly. Chu Yu numbly held it in his arms. The third prince found a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and his light snoring filled the entire place. Chu Yu. Everyone else. The chief judge was afraid of accidentally waking up the third prince of Zijiman, so he announced results of the strip beast competition in a gentle voice. Wujishan wins, 20 points. Wuji Mountain ranked ahead of Jishizong and Shangshanzong with a total score of 63 points. How could the leaders of the two major sects remain in power? When leaving the stadium, someone in the audience suddenly shouted from the crowd. Chu Yu, Mu Ling'er said that you were jealous of her stealing Lin Song's love, so you made your pet attack hers. Is that true? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of many people at the scene became subtle. Lin Song deliberately kept a stern face, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Chu Yu just glanced coldly at the person who asked the question, thought for a moment, and took out his loudspeaker. Lin Song and I were once senior and junior brothers and sisters, that's all. What about now? The man still refused to give up. If he changes his mind and chooses you over Mu Ling'er, will you give him a chance? Where did this stinky paparazzi come from? Chu Yu's eyes were slightly cold. Now, I'm not familiar with you and I don't like you. No, I should say I have never taken a fancy to it. Lin Song felt as if he had been slapped in public. His face flushed and burned with pain. He stood up and questioned without caring about his image. Then why did you risk your life to block the fatal attack of the Jindan stage monster for me when we were protecting Ling'er and absorbing the spiritual medicine? Ellipsis. Chapter 67 temporarily changes the rules of the third competition. Everyone must participate. Hey, do you still know that I damaged my spiritual roots in order to save you? Was she abandoned by Shangshanzong without any regrets? Chu Yu smiled. How shameless are you? Or is there something wrong with my brain? How could I be attracted to someone as heartless and disloyal as you? After a pause, Chu Yu did not deny the feelings of the original owner of this body towards Lin Song. Even though I was young and ignorant, I once had some naive feelings for you, but they disappeared completely when you and Mu Ling'er lived together. I, Chu Yu, am neither cheap nor blind. Why do I ignore the many talented men in the world of cultivation and still can't stop thinking about you? And Mu Ling'er, it's fine if you are a recycling station, but don't think that others are the same as you, taking precious garbage. I'm still saying what I said to you in the Piao Miao secret realm. If there's no mirror in the Shangshan sect, try peeing and see how big your face is. The most beautiful mouth speaks harsh words. The most compassionate spirit beast does the most brutal things. The spirit beast really took on the virtues of its master. The contrast is quite striking. Mu Ling'er and Lin Song were so embarrassed that their faces turned red and white, but they couldn't say anything in rebuttal. Because Chu Yu admitted that he was blind and had once had ignorant feelings for Lin Song, but he completely withdrew from it after seeing through it. This not only proves that Lin Song has fallen in love with someone else, but also proves that Mu Ling'er is the third party who stole his love. It also vividly demonstrated their ungratefulness and the cold-heartedness of Shangshanzong. Mu Ling'er originally just wanted to discuss Chu Yu, and Lin Song was also angry that Chu Yu now looked down on him so much. Unexpectedly, he shot himself in the foot. The two of them became unpopular and even dragged Shangshanzong into the water. Soon, the first few pieces of news in the Jade Sip world were all negative news about the two monks and Shanzong. Their reputation and popularity continued to plummet. Chu Yu knew that Shangwen Zikin was helping him vent his anger, so he took out the Jade Sip and wanted to send him an emoticon, but he found that the Jade Sip chat function had not yet developed the emoticon package function, so he simply sent him a message. I've come up with a new idea to make money. Shangwen Zikin was overjoyed. I'll clean up this live broadcast later. Ellipsis. When Chu Yu confronted the couple, he felt very happy about it. But when he returned to the inn with the third prince of Zijiman in his arms, he became prosperous and dazed again. Only after she sat down did she deliberately lean towards Shen Tu-yin. Third senior brother, can you detoxify all poisons made by cultivators below the Jindan stage? Shen Tu-yin paused while holding the teacup. What's wrong? Chu Yu lifted up the sleeping thing in his arms and mumbled. This guy has offended so many people. I'm afraid the people of Jishizong will be so angry that they will come to me in the middle of the night to poison me. Shen Tu-yin raised the tail of his narrow eyebrows slightly. It's okay. If the other party really dares to attack Chu Yu, he will let them know how to write the word regret. If he had known in advance that Lin Song was such a scum, he would never have poisoned Lin Song so lightly. With Shen Tu-yin's two-word guarantee, Chu Yu felt at ease. Ji Chen approached Chu Yu without fear of being beaten. The Xuanji sect's deer antlers have been eaten, and the Shangshan sect's birds have had their feathers plucked out. Aren't you worried about them putting you in a sack? Chu Yu helplessly pushed the third prince into Ji Chen's arms. What can we do? We're bound to run into each other sooner or later anyway. It's bound to happen sooner or later. Sect Master Lu's powerful voice came from far away, carrying anger, but it was not directed at his own disciple. Those shameless old bastards, unable to defeat you, started playing dirty with the rules. I bother. A bunch of grandsons, even daring to plot against Grandpa's disciples, humph. Everyone finally understood who the junior sister's personality resembled, and it wasn't their master who had lived in seclusion for 100 years and suddenly let himself go. Ji Chen quickly poured a cup of tea for Sect Leader Lu. Master, what's going on? Those old guys saw that our score ranked 5th, and Ji Chen was a golden core stage sword cultivator with extremely strong combat power. They were afraid that we might not be able to defeat us in the third arena team battle, so they temporarily changed the competition rules. Sect Leader Lu became angrier the more he thought about it. They stipulated that all 5 of our direct disciples must go up to the arena and participate in the team battle. Moreover, you can use spiritual weapons, talismans, and elixirs. But you cannot let spiritual beasts participate in the competition. They say that they want to improve the combat capabilities of the disciples themselves, but why were spirit pets allowed to participate in previous sect competitions and team battles? There's no rule that all disciples must play. It is obvious that this is specifically aimed at Wuji Mountain. I thought Wuji Mountain was just making a small fuss to attract attention, but I didn't expect that only 2 tracks in the initial competition would cause such a stir, and it might even affect the status of 1 or 2 of them. How could I tolerate this? In the sect competition, besides sparring and increasing the sects and one's own influence in the cultivation world, are there any additional rewards? If there was, Chu Yu could understand why those sect leaders were trying so hard to scheme against him. After all, they might have disturbed the cake that had already been divided among others. Sect Leader Lu's beard twitched. That's not the case. The 6 teams that ultimately stand out, plus the most popular team, will be able to enter the Lingling Secret Realm for training. It is the only secret realm controlled by the Cultivation World Federation and can be opened and closed independently. It is also the site of an ancient battlefield and contains many opportunities. Many of the disciples who have been passed down through the generations and entered this secret realm for training have achieved breakthroughs and harvested great rewards. No wonder. Chu Yu understood. Then what is the competition about? Treasure hunting. It really is. Sect Master Lu nodded. Points will be awarded based on the quantity and quality of the resources found. All resources found will belong to the finder and their sect. Chu Yu and the others' eyes lit up instantly, and they were full of fighting spirit. Sect Leader Lu did not forget to add. In addition, the sect that ultimately obtains the highest score will not only have its sect rank upgraded by 1 level or 1 grade, but will also receive additional resource rewards. This year's resource rewards are exceptionally rich, including 500-year-old golden-edged Ganoderma lucidum and 1,000-year-old South Sea horned shark pearls. 1,000-year-old South Sea mermaid pearl. Chu Yu and Ji Chen spoke in unison. They exchanged glances with Shen Tu-yin, seeing the determination to win in each other's eyes. They then looked at Ning Luo at the same time. Big brother, we must win this leg for you. Ning Luo was stunned for a moment before realizing what they meant. Her eyes actually moistened. You don't have to do this. The Millennium South China Sea Mermaid Pearl, like the yin-yang grass from last time, is one of the 3 great elixirs that can repair Ning Luo's damaged ice spiritual roots. It is as hard to find as yin-yang grass. This time I encountered it in the reward, it was pure luck. When Sect Master Lu heard that it was related to the restoration of Ning Luo's spiritual roots, he immediately became serious. After pondering for a long time, he took out a rusty tower from the mustard bag. Ellipsis. Chapter 68, Underestimating Wuji Mountain's team battle capabilities. This tower not only smells of rust, but also of mold. Seeing several of his direct disciples leaning back slightly in disdain, Sect Master Lu raised his round chin proudly. Don't underestimate this tower. It's the Wind and Cloud Tower, one of the 7 most famous spiritual artifacts in the world of cultivation. When in good condition, it can withstand all attacks from those below the spiritual transformation stage. Although the spirit transformation stage is only 1 level higher than the nascent soul stage, the cultivator's lifespan can reach infinity, and their functions are completely incomparable. When it's intact. Chu Yu poked the rust on the top of the tower. What about now? Sect Master Lu's expression froze, and his eyes dodged. It hasn't been used for hundreds of years, so even I, old man, don't know how much defense it actually has. But yes, there is no good after all. At that time, a Luo and a Yan will hide in the tower and not worry about anything. A Yin, just hide inside and make poison pills and potions to assist. Ji Chen and Chu Yu, those 2 bastards, are on the periphery, coordinating their offense and defense. As long as they don't run into the Ling Xiao sect, the Shan sect, and the Shangshan sect, they still have a chance of winning. After all, there are only 3 of them who can really play a role. Other sects have 5 people. After a pause, Sect Leader Lu thought of something. The 7-star sect's talismans and formations may be difficult for you to conquer in a short period of time. Iron's spiritual roots have been sealed. If you were to encounter the Xuanji sect, your chances of winning would probably be slim. 5 disciples. What else to fight? Master, what you mean is that we'd better pray that we only encounter a second-tier sect or the Jishi sect in the draw, otherwise we might lose. Sect leader Lu didn't want to attack them, but the reality was. That's what it means. In fact, the popularity of my junior sister, my third senior brother, and me combined should be quite high. Even if we don't get enough points from the third team battle, we should still be able to enter the Lingling secret realm as the most popular sect. Ji Chen's words woke everyone up, and the anxious atmosphere dissipated a lot in an instant. But Chu Yu remained calm. This competition is hosted by the 6 major sects, and they can change the rules at will. As the impartial party, the 5 major families have probably already formed a united front with them. This time the draw will be a 2-on-1 elimination match. If nothing unexpected happens, our opponents will definitely all be from one of the 6 major sects. To be able to fight for the top 3, you have to play at least 3 games. Therefore, it would be better to discuss in advance how to vote on the subsequent resurrection phase. Yes. Sect leader Lu slapped his head and said, I'm going to find Lao Jiang right now. He must give me a definite explanation. Sect leader Jiang of Lingshao sect is at least decent. Ellipsis. That night, all the direct disciples gathered together to discuss possible enemies and countermeasures. After listening to his senior brothers and sisters' battle plans for the other 5 major sects, Yelang raised his hand weakly as he was about to leave. Should we also discuss a strategy to deal with Wuji Mountain? Wuji Mountain. Xuanji sect's third senior brother Li Muzi just found it funny, no matter how powerful they are, only Ji Chen can beat them. Apart from the fact that her spirit beasts were quite powerful, Chu Yu had never seen her use any offensive spirit spells. Spirit beasts are not allowed to participate in this team battle, so there is no need to be afraid. As for Shen Tuyin, he is an alchemy cultivator, so it is even less likely that he would be aggressive. Yelang really wanted to say that you still didn't fully understand Chu Yu. With all her outrageous ideas, she can turn anything around. Besides, Shen Tuyin is not a fragile Dan cultivator. When he gets crazy, even Ji Chen might not be able to handle it. The key point is that these Yelangs either cannot speak or do not know how to speak, and are making their last struggle. Even Ji Chen is pretty amazing. If Chu Yu adds various auxiliary spiritual spells to him, he should not be underestimated. No matter how powerful he is just one person. Li Muzi felt a little paranoid about Yelang. Junior brother, I know that it was the people from Wuji Mountain who saved you in the demon realm. But don't always boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige. Not only have all members of our Xuanji sect reached the foundation establishment stage, but after our spiritual instruments are combined and operated, we are invincible below the nascent soul stage. I don't understand what you are afraid of. But Yelang wanted to say that Shen Tuyin's use of poison and drugs had reached a terrifying level that was beyond human comprehension. But senior brother Chu Jingji patted his shoulder soothingly. Junior brother, second junior brother is right, don't be too nervous. If the 3 of them can defeat all 5 of us, then our loss wouldn't be unfair. Since Chu Jingji had said so, Yelang could not continue. But his right eyelid kept twitching, and he had a bad feeling. Ellipsis. The next day, when the first round of drawing lots was announced, Wuji Mountain unexpectedly drew one of the 6 major sects, the 7-star sect. The moment the referee announced the result, sect leader Lu felt his eyes go dark. What he feared came true. The Shangshan sect's Li Zongzhu was delighted. This sect competition isn't just about individual ability, teamwork and coordination are key. Master Wang of Jishizong couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune. Yes, the development of the entire sect cannot be carried out by 1 or 2 people. Sect leader Lu imitated the groans and groans, then looked at the battle list and saw that the Jishi sect had been directly ranked by. He sneered. I was thinking, if a group of alchemy practitioners keep getting buys and are still kicked out in the 3rd round, without even accumulating a single point, what's the point? Prove that you were eliminated in the 3rd round. If the sect competitions are to be held this way from now on, why would we still need to draw lots? Wouldn't it be enough for the 6 major sects to simply choose their opponents? After a pause, sect leader Lu completely ignored the increasingly subtle expressions of the other sect leaders and continued. Why not just change the name to 6 major sects direct disciple training competition? The leaders of the 6 major sects. This old guy's mouth is getting more and more impolite. The arena for team battles is several times wider than that for individual competitions, so that all 10 people can give full play to their abilities. Before the live broadcast of the Jade Sip, Beibaozhai's anchor number 1 specifically approached Shangwen Ziqian. Young master, this time during the live broadcast, should we still focus on the Wuji Mountain arena? Currently, only one live broadcast account has been developed and it is not possible to open multiple accounts at the same time. Shangwen Ziqian looked puzzled. What else? He doesn't care at all about how others compare to him, all he cares about is his own little sister. Anchor number 1 still wants to fight for it. But today, Lingshao sect faced off against Shangshan sect. It's a showdown between the 1st sword sect and the 1st spiritual sect. Both are extremely strong in attack and defense, so it's very interesting to watch. The Lingshao sect and the Shangshan sect are facing off. Shangwen Ziqian raised his eyebrows in a gloating manner. It seems that Sect Master Lu of Wuji Mountain is no pushover. If you scheme against his disciples, he will have to scheme back. Anchor number 1 seemed to understand. So, which arena are we broadcasting live? Shangwen Ziqian pondered for a moment. The main camera will be on the Wuji Mountain and Kixing sect arenas, with occasional introductions and shots of the Lingshao sect and Shangshan sect arenas. Ellipsis. Among the 20 teams that took to the field one after another, the 7-star sect was in the most relaxed mood. After the referee announced the start, they saw that Wuji Mountain on the opposite side had thrown a giant tower into the air that would grow in size, covering Ningluo, Zhuyan, and Shen Tuyin. Their expressions changed. Wind and Cloud Tower. As soon as these words were spoken, not only the audience, but even the sect leaders themselves could no longer sit still. Ellipsis. Chapter 69, Wuji Mountain First Round Tour. I'm dreaming. Old man Lu, you cheated. Before the 7-star sect master Miao could speak, the Shangshan sect master Li started to criticize. God knows how dizzy he felt when he found out that Shangshan sect was facing Lingsha sect. This was clearly not the way we discussed it yesterday, so how did it become random again? This pent-up anger naturally had to be directed at sect leader Lu. But sect leader Lu was not one to let them manipulate him, so he gave sect leader Li a lazy glance. That rule says you can't bring spiritual weapons. What else can the Xuanji sect compete in? But that is clearly your spiritual weapon. Sect leader Li was extremely angry. Sect leader Lu was even more pleased. The contract was just terminated yesterday, and now it is the spiritual weapon of my second disciple Zhu Yan. You. Sect leader Li looked at sect leader Jiang and said, he's taking advantage of this loophole, and you don't do anything about it. Sect master Jiang was also helpless. If you are willing to give your spiritual weapon to your disciple, I have nothing to say. Good, very good. Sect master Li was already very unhappy because his disciples were against the Lingsha sect. Now he felt that sect master Jiang and sect master Lu were in cahoots. He looked at the arena with a cold face. Exploiting loopholes is not as good as using real strength. It will only lead to an even more humiliating defeat. On the stage, the 7-star sect had recovered from their initial shock. Although they were talisman cultivators, who in the entire cultivation world didn't know the 7 great spiritual weapons. Although they knew that in the great war between humans and demons 100 years ago, almost all of the 7 spiritual weapons were destroyed or damaged. Set up the formation. At the command of Yang Yue, the chief disciple of the 7-star sect, the other 4 direct disciples immediately began to release various talismans and set up formations with Yang Yue as the center. Chu Yu took a look at the formation and calmly pulled back Ji Chen, who was about to go forward to disrupt it. It's just the Bagua formation. Let's wait until they have set it up. If it was someone else, they would probably criticize Chu Yu. When other cultivators fight against the talisman cultivators, they must seize the initiative and try their best to prevent them from successfully setting up their formation. And Chu Yu was actually still waiting for them to set up the formation. Even Chu Yu's followers in the live broadcast room were getting impatient. Although I really like our little Yu, it's obvious that our little Yu lacks combat experience. How can she wait for the talisman cultivator to form the formation first? Besides, they only have Ji Chen who can fight. If this situation continues to develop, there will be almost no suspense, right? What kind of worldly experience can someone from a small sect like Wuji Mountain have? We at Lingge have already divided the work between diverting Lingsha sect's attention and forming a spiritual suppression formation. Hasn't the person above studied the history of Hongmeng continent? If the ancestors of Wuji Mountain hadn't risked their lives to protect us 100 years ago, the cultivation world and the human world would have been overrun by demons long ago. How could we have the peace and prosperity we have today? No matter what, I bet Wuji Mountain will be eliminated in the first round this time. I'd better wait and see. I always feel that wherever Chu Yu is, no matter how desperate the situation is, she should be able to turn the tide. Ellipsis. On the stage, at the moment when the 7-star sect had set up the formation, Chu Yu released 4 spells of acceleration, increased attack, increased defense and healing on Ji Chen and himself one after another. He looked at the scene in the Chang'an mirror and curled his lips slightly. Junior brother, the center of the formation is in the Kan hexagram in the west. 3 steps forward, 1 step back, 3 steps to the left, 2 steps forward, 4 steps to the right, 3 steps forward. Got it. Listening to Chu Yu's methodical guidance, Ji Chen, who was in the Jindan stage, coupled with Chu Yu's accelerating spell, could hardly even see his figure. Stop him. Yang Yue didn't have time to marvel at how Chu Yu knew the way out of the formation so well. He quickly organized everyone to release talismans and change the formation at the same time. But Ji Chen's speed was too fast, and their talismans could not hit him at all. They wanted to deal with Chu Yu, but Ji Chen was holding a sword in one hand and holding Chu Yu's waist with the other hand, so they couldn't hit him. As for the 3 people in the Fengyun Tower, the 7-star sect currently does not have a single Jindan stage cultivator, and none can even break the Yuanying stage defense, so they cannot pose any threat to the 3 of them. We thought we had taken the initiative, but we didn't expect them to find the center of the formation so quickly, making the 7-star sect suddenly passive. Yang Yue suddenly had an idea. When the formation's core moved to the southern Qianguo position, he deliberately shouted in the opposite direction. Guard the northern Kun hexagram. The fellow teachers had already practiced this countless times, and 2 of them immediately ran to Kungua's position. Chu Yu glanced at the Chang'an mirror again. Junior brother, let's attack Qianguo. Everyone from the 7-star sect, why is it different from what they thought? But Yang Yue's reaction was really quick. He mobilized everyone to change their formation while attacking the 2 of them. But no matter how the formation changed or how the position of the center of the formation changed, Chu Yu could always accurately find the center of the formation and the way out in the next moment, and Ji Chen could always avoid all their attacks. They felt as if they had been stripped naked. If they hadn't evolved quickly enough, the formation would have been broken by Ji Chen long ago. The most outrageous thing is that they finally realized how terrifying Chu Yu was. Her spiritual power is as inexhaustible as a bottomless pit. She can continuously release group spiritual spells without the need for pills to replenish her spiritual energy. Although Ji Chen needed to replenish his energy, his mustard seed bag was like a bottomless pit. He ate pills like candy and would just grab a handful and stuff them into his mouth whenever he had nothing to do. Who the hell said that Wuji Mountain is poor in resources? Is this considered resource poor? Then each person in their 7-star sect only has 1 bottle of intermediate grade soul replenishing pill. Does that make them beggars? Big brother, my spiritual power can't hold out for much longer. Deng Zhu, the 2nd-ranked member of the 7-star sect, was almost exhausted by Chu Yu. Victory or defeat didn't seem to matter at this moment. She was truly exhausted. What have we become? Chu Yu can find the center of the formation with just 1 look. Is she really just a spiritual practitioner? She has never used talismans, so she shouldn't be a talisman practitioner. Yang Yue stared at Chu Yu's Chang'an mirror. She relied on that mirror to see our flaws. The point is, we can't snatch her mirror. Deng Zhu had never fought such a tiring fight before. The 7-star sect's Miao sect master on the stage was so annoyed that he turned to the Lu sect master. What spiritual weapon is your little disciple holding in his hand? I haven't seen it on the list of the 7 spiritual weapons. Sect leader Lu and sect leader Miao had a good relationship, so they shook their heads sincerely. I said I really don't know where she got it, and she never showed it to me before. Do you believe me? Sect leader Miao rolled his eyes. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. In the end, someone from the 7-star sect ran out of spiritual power and was unable to support the formation change. Ji Chen shattered the center of the formation with a sword, and the sword energy swept down the stage. The defeat of the 7-star sect to Wuji Mountain was already outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that the Lingxiao sect, a group of sword cultivators, were defeated by the Shangshan sect spiritual cultivators who were good at long-range attacks in a close combat arena. Ellipsis. Chapter 70. Mu Linga hooks up with Ji Chen on the stage. This sect competition is so confusing. I'm really getting more and more confused. The Iron Tank Sword sect was defeated by the Long-Range Spiritual sect, and the 7-star Talisman sect was defeated by a Sword Cultivator and a supporting Spiritual Cultivator. It's still 2 vs 5. Now I feel so strong that I can fight 100 people alone. Does anyone know what kind of spiritual weapon the mirror in Chu Yu's hand is? It's the nightmare of all Talisman practitioners. Although I am also a concern for the Lingxiao sect, and the Lingxiao sect did fight well in this match, they can't stand up to the Shangshan sect's cunning Jiang Xinbai. If Jiang Xinbai's strategy and mind were placed in the human world, he would definitely be made a marquis and a prime minister, a man of the highest rank among officials. If there is another war between humans, demons, or monsters, I will definitely recommend Jiang Xinbai to be our cultivator's military advisor. Me too. Ellipsis. With the 2 unexpected results on the first day of competition, when it was announced that the second elimination match would be between Shangshan sect and Wuji Mountain, the audience's expectations were immediately raised to the maximum. Chu Yu, the former abandoned disciple of Shangshan sect, was fighting against his former sect. Just thinking about it made him explode. Some people have even secretly posted gambling posts on the forum, betting that Shang Shanzong will be more successful. After all, Chu Yu can't use Trip Beasts now. Jiang Xinbai's strategy was calculated by even the sword cultivators of the entire Lingxiao sect. Ji Chen is the only sword cultivator in Wuji Mountain. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he might not be able to defeat the opponent's exquisite 7 orifices. But this was a competition where all the tricks were played. Jiang Xinbai forced Ji Chen and Chu Yu to hold on, and was also certain that Shen Tuyin would not reveal his crazy state in public, so he kept Wuji Mountain in a passive state in the first half. But despite all his calculations, he only failed to predict Shen Tuyin's poison. Not only did the drug knock out the entire Shangshan sect, but it also knocked out Ji Chen and Chu Yu. Seeing Shen Tuyin walking out of the Fengyun Tower, with an expressionless face, he kicked the disciples of Shangshan sect off the stage like kicking a carrot, then ran to Ji Chen and Chu Yu, and fed the 2 who were bleeding from all 7 orifices with antidote medicine. The audience inside and outside the venue suddenly realized that Ji Chen and Chu Yu were carrying poison when they fought, and he was the most seriously poisoned. The many monks around and in the live broadcast room fell silent. Wuji Mountain, everyone is really ruthless. After the outcome was announced, Sect Master Li saw his 5 direct disciples, all of whom were either lying down, collapsed, or fainted. Some were vomiting blood, while others were bleeding from their ears and noses. They looked no better than Chu Yu and Ji Chen, and he almost cursed in frustration. Antidote. Hand over the antidote now. Sect Leader Lu slowly extended his hand towards Sect Leader Li, but there was nothing there. What do you mean? Are you trying to murder my Shangshan clan descendant? Sect Leader Lu shook his head in a very provocative manner. There's no rule in a team battle that says the victor is obligated to detoxify the defeated, right? You. It's not that I'm unwilling to give you the antidote, said Sect Leader Lu, puffing up his 2 grey moustaches. But, there's a different price. After a pause, before Sect Leader Li could lose his temper, Sect Leader Lu opened his mouth in a loud voice. 200,000 high-grade crystals, even a penny less is not worth the price. So cheap. Sect Leader Li was nearly suffocating himself to death from holding his blood. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to transfer the 200,000 high-grade crystals to the Wuji Mountain account like cutting his own flesh. Sect Master Lu is happy. Wuji Mountain is awesome. Everyone else was silent, and it became Cambridge. After a long time, Yelang finally found his voice. Is it possible that we could transform our spiritual weapon overnight to prevent any toxin invasion? There are only 6 teams left, and the chance of Xuanji sect encountering Wuji Mountain is 1 in 5. The 3rd disciple, Li Muzi, no longer had the contemptuous attitude he had the night before, and he hadn't even recovered from the shocking scene just now. Chu Jingji pondered for a while, then asked cautiously. If we really run into Wuji Mountain, even if we lose, based on our current points, it should be enough to enter the final round of Linglong's Secret Realm, right? Xuanji sect had accumulated 75 points in the first 2 rounds, and this time they won 2 games and accumulated 10 points, now totaling 85 points. Lingxiao sect, Qixing sect and Shangshan sect were all eliminated. No matter how powerful their Xuanji sect was, it was impossible for them to be ranked outside the top 6. Upon hearing this, the anxiety of the other disciples instantly dissipated. They looked at each other and understood what he meant. Although they're a group of tough guys, they don't want to be like the Shangshan sect, who were poisoned to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices and had their sect cheated out of 200,000 high-quality crystals. Of course, it would be better if we hadn't encountered Wuji Mountain. Facts have proved that what you fear usually comes true. In the team battle on the 3rd day, Xuanji sect happened to encounter Wuji Mountain. When Yelang saw Chu Yu and Ji Chen, he was still able to maintain his calm on the surface. But when he saw Shen Tuyin taking out the alchemy furnace in the Fengyun Tower, he completely lost his composure. He put on the gas mask he had made last night and was in a trance. Chu Jingji pressed Yelang's shoulder soothingly. Don't worry, we went to Shangshan sect to obtain scriptures last night. Shen Tuyin's poison mainly penetrates through the eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Our masks can completely block it. According to the strategy we agreed upon earlier, combine the spiritual weapons. Can they still merge? Chu Yu held Ji Chen down again. Take a look first. Ji Chen caressed the tuft of hair on Chu Yu's head lovingly. It's all up to you. This scene fell into the eyes of Linger in the stands, like a thorn piercing her heart, which was extremely ironic. Yesterday on the stage, when she was fighting with Ji Chen, she deliberately looked at him with resentful and sad eyes, and asked him tactfully. How can you protect Chu Yu like that? How can you be worthy of our? Before she could utter the word, engagement, Ji Chen's cold sword had already slashed towards her. The words he said were enough to make Linger so angry that her lungs hurt. If I don't protect my junior sister, how can I protect you? Don't look so tearful, I didn't hit you, don't try to scam me. Ji Chen's voice was neither loud nor soft, but everyone in and outside the arena could hear it clearly. God knows how embarrassed Linger was at that time. In the end, she vomited blood and fell to the ground. She tried to win Shen Tuyin's sympathy with her tender tears, but she was still kicked off the ring without mercy. Now on the stage, Chu Yu was flirting with Linger's fiancée without any concealment. How could someone be so shameless? Looking at Shen Tuyin's stern eyes in the Wind and Cloud Tower, again, and thinking of his demonic form after he went berserk in the demon realm, a sinister plan once again arose in Linger's mind. On the arena, the 5 spiritual weapons of Xuanji sect have been merged. They're very similar to the synthesized mechas in the science fiction movies that Chu Yu watched in his previous life, but they're not as flexible. They're just a simple bonus of attack and defense. How? Ji Chen crossed his arms over his chest without even drawing his sword. Chu Yu took out the Shanken mirror and looked at it. I think I know where the flaw is. Let's dismember the leg-like spiritual weapon on the right first. Okay. Almost instinctively, Ji Chen hugged Chu Yu and continued his movement at the speed of light. Ji Chen originally wanted to carry Chu Yu on his shoulders and let her sit, but was scolded by Ning Luo, who said that Chu Yu was a girl after all and he should not be so abrupt with her. But Ji Chen felt that the junior sister was just a child, and it was no big deal to carry her on his shoulders. Although he thought so, he still couldn't resist the indifferent yet intimidating gaze of the eldest brother. Yelang was responsible for controlling the spiritual weapon on his right leg. Seeing Ji Chen rushing towards him with Chu Yu in his arms, he tried hard to control his instinctive fear, shouted loudly to cheer himself up, and controlled it quite well. Chu Yu looked amused. Not bad, brother Yelang. Why are you smiling so sinisterly? As soon as Chu Yu showed this smile, Yelang felt scared. This smile was too similar to the one she used to trick the demons. He was scared. You don't come over here. Ji Chen stood still, and Chu Yu's smile became brighter. You don't think that if you protect your eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, our third senior brother's poison will be useless to you, right? What do you mean? After Yelang asked this question, his expression suddenly changed. Ellipsis. Chapter 71 Jiang Xin will meet Chu Yu at Baiye. Because he was unable to move at all, like a puppet. I couldn't speak anymore. Seeing Chu Yu walking towards him with the devilish steps that showed he didn't care about anyone, beads of sweat the size of beans were already running down Yelang's forehead, and his eyes were full of fear. Sect Master Wen of Xuanji sect was also sweating with anxiety, and consciously transferred 200,000 high-grade crystals to Sect Master Lu. Old Lu, please give me the antidote quickly. If my useless grandson were to get hurt by the poison, my old bones wouldn't be able to withstand the torture from my wife and daughter at home. A wise man never falls in love. I advised you not to get so caught up in it, but you refused to listen. Sect leader Lu grumbled, but he collected the crystals with remarkable speed. Now the others are all single and happy, and you're still taking care of your grandson and children. Aren't you tired? Tired. I deserve it. I'm tired. Give me the antidote soon. Sect leader Lu made sure that all the people from Xuanji sect had been kicked off the stage before he slowly handed the antidote to them. Among the top 3 in the team battle, except for Zen, who has been performing stably and has not encountered any abnormal opponents, Jishizong, whose entire team is composed of fragile Dan cultivators, and Magician, the Dark Horse, both exceeded everyone's expectations. In addition to the basic 15 points, these 3 sects also received an additional 20 points. In this regard, the scores and rankings of the 6 major sects plus Wuji Mountain's initial competition have all been released. Zen, 110 points. Wuji Mountain, 98 points. Jesijong, 95 points. Xuanji sect, 85 points. 7-star sect, 75 points. Lingshao sect, 73 points. Shangshanzong, 65 points. Although Shangshan sect eliminated Lingshao sect in the first round of the team battle, they lost too many points in the first round because of New Linger, and they did not even get a place to directly advance to the final round. Sect leader Li's face was longer than a bitter gourd. If New Linger and Zhu Song hadn't done a series of immoral things to Chu Yu, he would have been more confident in becoming the most popular resurrection sect. Now, Sect Master Li can only place all his hopes on Jiang Xinbai. The voting for resurrection is only tonight. As for the 5 great families, I will come up with a solution. As for the independent cultivators, you have a lot of followers, so it's up to you to figure out a solution. Jiang Xinbai pondered for a while and whispered. In fact, it is not difficult to restore the reputation of Shangshan sect. It depends on whether Master is willing to give up. What do you want to give up? Sect Master Li has always known that his eldest disciple has many ideas and expectations. Jiang Xinbai raised his eyes slightly, looking at the night that was about to fall. Let second junior brother and little junior sister publicly apologize to us, express sincere remorse, and promise never to do it again. You must also express, on behalf of the Shangshan sect, your apology and regret for expelling Chu Yu from the sect without first investigating the matter, and your open-minded hope that we can put aside our grudges and laugh it off. Impossible. Sect leader Li flatly refused. What kind of person is she? Is she worthy of a public apology from your genius junior sister? Is she worthy of a public apology from your master? Xinbai, how could you have such an idea? Could it be that you also think that master has done something wrong? Disciples don't dare. Jiang Xinbai said, I dare not, instead of, no. But Sect Master Li, who was furious, didn't notice it at all, and said forcefully and impatiently. Master, no matter what method you use, you must find a way to allow Shangshan Sect to revive and enter the Linglong secret realm. This time, the secret realm Centennial Reincarnation Mirror is opening, and it is very likely that you will enter the depths of the ancient battlefield. You must not miss this opportunity. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Jiang Xinbai's eyes, but Sect Master Li didn't give him a chance to explain. Xinbai, you have no father and no mother. If your master had not taken you into the Shangshan sect, you would have already fallen into the mouth of the monster. Whether you can enter the Linglong secret realm this time not only affects your growth and development, but also whether Shangshan sect can continue to maintain its position as a first-level sect. You must take care of this matter. Okay, master. Looking at Sect Master Li's back without any reluctance, Jiang Xinbai sighed silently, his eyes gradually filled with unspeakable bitterness. When he looked up again, he had regained his usual calmness and walked towards the inn where Wuji Mountain was located. Ellipsis. Nearing midnight, Ji Chen was still leaning against the second-floor window, looking at the man and woman standing under the tree in the yard, his brows furrowed in thought. Tell me, what is the bastard Jiang Xinbai doing here looking for our junior sister so late at night? Do you still want to chat with junior sister alone? On a dark and windy night, a man and a woman alone, meeting under a tree, what could be so strange? Zhu Yan looked at Chu Yu's back with disdain. The little sister you've been thinking about so much will soon be snatched away by someone else. Oh, wrong. That man was originally Chu Yu's senior brother, and he might have had a secret crush on her when they were in Shangshan sect. Bah, junior sister despises that sanctimonious hypocrite. Ji Chen was very angry, but he himself didn't know what he was angry about. He just glared at Zhu Yan and said, if your mouth can't speak, then don't open your mouth. Who are you calling a dog? Who should I tell you? The two of them disagreed and started to fight like a needle against a thorn. Ning Luo held his forehead with a headache. Could you please keep your voices down? It would be inappropriate if someone else heard us. After a pause, Ning Luo felt even more worried when he saw his two junior brothers turned away unhappily. Junior sister has always been sensible in her actions. Since she agreed to talk to him alone, she must have her own ideas. If you are curious, just wait for her to come back and ask her. Who's curious about what they talked about? Although Zhu Yan said this, he had no intention of leaving the room. Under the tree, after hearing Jiang Xinbai's intention, Chu Yu laughed out of anger. You mean to ask me to make a public statement that what I said before about Lin Song and Mu Lingge being ungrateful was all a misunderstanding? Won't others think I'm crazy? I know this is indeed difficult for you, but considering that I help you keep fellow Daoist Chenchu's situation in the demon realm a secret, could you please help us this time? When Jiang Xinbai said this, he seemed very calm, and the turmoil in his eyes was well hidden. After all, if Master hadn't been here, both you and I would have been killed by the monster. Ah. Chu Yu sneered, playing the emotional card. Or threatening me. Jiang Xinbai pursed her lips slightly. Chu Yu, don't force me. Force you. Get it right, you're the one forcing me now. Chu Yu really didn't like being threatened. Besides, who would believe what you said about my third senior brother if you had no evidence? Jiang Xinbai lowered his eyes to hide the turbulent dark color in his eyes. When he raised his eyes again, he had regained his usual calmness and composure. A smile as bright as the moon appeared on the corner of his mouth, but it did not reach his eyes. What if I say I have evidence? Ellipsis. Chapter 72 The game between Chu Yu and Jiang Xinbai. Did you take a picture? Chu Yu's beautiful, clear eyes narrowed slightly, her expression gloomy. Jiang Xinbai neither confirmed nor denied it. Their eyes met, and silent smoke spread around them, like a game. Ah. After a long while, a faint chuckle escaped from Chu Yu's lips. I thought you were the only pure color in the Shangshan sect, but it seems I was overthinking it. If you were really white, how could Sect Master Li be willing to value you so much? The smile on Jiang Xinbai's lips froze for a moment, and although he recovered quickly, his hands hidden in his sleeves clenched tighter and tighter, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. So, you agreed. What if I say no? Facing Chu Yu's playful eyes, Jiang Xinbai suddenly realized that he seemed to have never truly understood her. You are a smart person and you should understand that if such a thing is exposed, it will at best ruin Brother Shenchu's path, and at worst affect the entire Wuji Mountain. Given how much you and Sect Master Lu care about Wuji Mountain, I believe you wouldn't want it to become a place criticized by the world for breeding demons, right? Demon. What is a demon? Chu Yu's eyes were too pure, as if they could see through any dirty thoughts in the world. When Jiang Xinbai couldn't even resist, he withdrew his gaze. In my opinion, the real demon is not in appearance, but in the human heart. Or the heart of a living being. Once one embarks on the path of losing conscience, one gradually becomes inhuman, don't you think? Jiang Xinbai. Jiang Xinbai's heart trembled suddenly, but he forced himself not to retreat, tightening his throat. So, what's your answer? Of course I have to protect my third senior brother and Wuji Mountain. But you want me to help Mu Lingge, Lin Song and Shang Shanzong clear the names. Dream. After a pause, Chu Yu turned to look at Jiang Xinbai again. The tension he had shown earlier was gone, and instead he looked playful. Isn't your ultimate goal to make Shangshan sect stand out from the 16 eliminated sects? How difficult is this? It depends on whether Jiang Da, the chief disciple of Shangshan sect, is willing to give it up. Why does this sound so familiar? Didn't Jiang Xinbai tell his master before he came? I didn't expect that this boomerang would hit me right between the eyebrows so quickly. What do you want to give up? Jiang Xinbai's heart was pounding, and he had a premonition that something was gradually getting out of control. But when Chu Yu extended an olive branch to him, he knew it might be a trap, but he didn't even struggle. Ji Chen saw Chu Yu dragging Jiang Xinbai out of the inn in the middle of the night. He couldn't sit still any longer and tried to follow them through the window, but Ning Luo held him back. He was extremely anxious. Big brother, junior sister has been kidnapped by that evil-hearted Jiang Shinbai. I have to chase her and see what happens. She has both hands and feet, and she took the initiative to run away with someone. How did you know she was abducted by Jiang Shinbai? Zhu Yan didn't understand. Ji Chen was really unlimitedly tolerant of Chu Yu. The more this happened, the more Zhu Yan felt unhappy and the more she wanted to go against Ji Chen. If you follow them now, you might disturb their happiness and even make your junior sister dislike you. Junior sister will never dislike me. Ji Chen glared at Zhu Yan fiercely, but looked at Ning Luo with a pleading look. Big brother, junior sister must have something urgent to do, that's why she went out with Jiang Shinbai. Besides, she had promised me and third senior brother that if the situation became urgent and she forgot to bring me and third senior brother with her, we would just go by ourselves. Is this true? Ning Luo glanced at Shen Tuyin inquiringly, and when he nodded, he let go of Ji Chen. Then you should go and come back quickly. Don't miss the opportunity to enter the Linglong secret realm for the final competition tomorrow. Seeing the two junior brothers impatiently climbing through the window to follow, Zhu Yan pursed his lips in boredom and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. However, the moment he stepped out of the door, he heard Ning Luo's slightly desolate voice coming from behind him. Second junior brother, I don't know why you have such a deep prejudice against junior sister. But if you are willing to open your heart and get along with your fellow apprentices, you might gain something different. Zhu Yan paused slightly, without turning back, and asked instead of answering. What about you, big brother? Have you ever really opened your heart to them? Ellipsis. This night is a crucial night for the 16 eliminated teams to decide whether they can break through and revive. Almost all the 16 teams showed off the talents and tried their best to attract popularity. Some constantly interact with others on the Jade Slip forum, some directly give away money, some donate resources, and some promise to be recruited into the sector's disciples by voting. As long as it is within the scope of morality and the management convention of the cultivation world, all kinds of tricks will be used. But no matter how explosive it was, it can compare to Chu Yu logging into Shangwen Zikin's Beibaozha account and broadcasting live himself. As soon as she showed her face, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased exponentially. In just a cup of tea, the number of people exceeded 10,000. After greeting the audience in the Jade Slip live room warmly and naturally, she got straight to the point. I believe everyone must be very curious. Our Wuji Mountain has clearly entered the finals, so why am I still appearing in the live broadcast room to attract attention? Well, to be honest, I once stayed in Shangshan Sect for a period of time. Although many unpleasant things happened and I eventually parted ways with it, not all disciples of Shangshan Sect are so unkind. If Shangshan Sect cannot enter the Linglong secret realm, I don't feel sorry for the others. But if someone with extraordinary talent missed this once-in-a-century opportunity, I would really feel sorry for him. You all know who I'm talking about, right? That's right, he is Shangshan Sect's chief disciple and natural strip-bone, Jiang Shinbai. Some viewers are curious. So Chu Yu, are you canvassing for votes for Jiang Shinbai today? That's understandable. But you didn't give me this ticket for free. After saying that, Chu Yu pulled Jiang Shinbai beside him into the live broadcast camera and smiled like a little fox. He said that as long as you are willing to vote for him and Shang Shanzong, he will satisfy all your requests in the live broadcast room. Ellipsis. Chapter 73 Jiang Shinbai confesses his love to Chu Yu in the live broadcast room. Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin, who were chasing after them, happened to hear the last sentence and their faces turned strange. Jiang Shinbai's always calm face seemed to be showing signs of cracking. He tried to maintain a proper smile and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Is this what you call a method? Seeing her nod with extraordinary certainty, with a sly smirk in her eyes that she didn't hide at all, Jiang Shinbai gritted his teeth and lowered his eyes to hide the strangeness in his eyes. After a brief silence, the Jade Sib live room finally erupted. Barrage number 1. Anything is allowed. Is anything really allowed? Chu Yu, read the barrage. My fellow Taoist, please stop drooling. This is a serious live broadcast room. Any pornographic content is absolutely not allowed. Barrage number 2. I have an immature idea. Chu Yu, stop. Don't think about it. Don't say it out loud. Our senior brother Shinbai is seriously canvassing for votes, not recruiting candidates for jewel cultivation. Fellow Taoist, be careful with your words. Originally, he thought Chu Yu would take this opportunity to give him a hard time. After all, he had threatened her just now. Jiang Shinbai had already made plans to leave if he really couldn't cooperate. The worst that could happen was that it would be difficult to explain to his master. Unexpectedly, Chu Yu still has a moral bottom line. Moreover, the voice of Brother Shinbai seemed to bring them back to the time when they were first taken in by Wuji Mountain. A hearty laugh brought Jiang Shinbai back to his senses. It was Chu Yu reading one of the comments. I have always been a follower of Jiang Shinbai. Can I ask him questions? Chu Yu, of course, senior brother Shinbai, right. Seeing her turn around and give him a very meaningful look, Jiang Shinbai also tried to nod to the camera of the Jade Slip live broadcast room. If I can answer it, I will. Barrage number 3 quickly said. It's been rumored that you have a crush on Yu Linga, a fellow disciple. Is this true? Jiang Shinbai has a crush on Yu Linga. Why doesn't Chu Yu remember mentioning it in the original text? Jiang Shinbai shook his head calmly. I have always only treated Yu Linga as my personal junior sister and have never had any thoughts of overstepping the bounds. Great. Even across the screen, one could sense the excitement of Barrage 3, regardless of how many male cultivators Yu Linga has already attracted. The fact that she is so slutty, arrogant, and morally corrupt makes her unworthy of our brother Shinbai. Now I feel relieved. Since you will definitely not be with Yu Linga, I will mobilize your followers around you to help Shang Shanzong vote. Come on, brother Shinbai. Looking at the content of the barrage, Chu Yu suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and whispered to Jiang Shinbai. Your followers really don't understand you very well. Oh, junior sister Chu Yu knows. Jiang Shinbai turned his head. Originally, the two of them had to be very close to each other in the same shot, and they looked at each other, with their noses almost touching. The atmosphere became strangely and inexplicably ambiguous. Ji Chen's fist stiffened as he watched. Shen Tuyin's expression also became dim, with a faint flash of blood in his eyes. Jiang Xinbai and Chu Yu's followers in the live broadcast room were having a blast watching the show. Comment number 4. Brother Xinbai, a few years ago, you wrote, "If you are well, everything will be fine," in your jade slip signature. At that time, a follower asked you if it was written for the woman you liked, and you didn't deny it. We also asked you if the woman you like is from the same sect as you, and you didn't deny it. Can I understand that the woman you like is also a member of the Shangshan sect, but not Mu Linga? With the sister's logical reasoning ability, it would be a shame if she didn't use it to solve the case. Chu Yu's gossiping mind was aroused. Despite being exposed for her love life, Jiang Xinbai remains as steady as a rock. Yes and no. Barrage number 5. What do you mean? Jiang Xinbai, that woman was once a disciple of the Shangshan sect, but now she is not. Chu Yu. Hey. You might as well just tell me my ID number. Also, why is Jiang Xinbai looking at her with such forbearing and restrained eyes? If she is really just a teenage girl, how can she not fall for him? She will be completely obsessed with him. Chu Yu never expected that the melon would end up on himself. But she would never think that Jiang Xinbai really had a one-sided crush on her. This man was deep-minded and extremely treacherous. He had long been able to manipulate the truth and falsehood in the minds of his followers. So terrifying. Originally, in order to resolve Shen Tuyin's crisis, Chu Yu planned to deal a blow to Jiang Xinbai. I didn't expect to get myself involved. I was so angry just thinking about it. I pretended not to understand his eyes at all. Oh, it turns out that senior brother Xinbai's sweetheart has the same level of enlightenment as me. We should have left the hypocritical place like Shangshan sect long ago. I'll have a good chat with her tomorrow when I'm free, and we can both complain about Shang Shanzong. Seeing her trying her best to distance herself from the matter, the threat in her eyes was particularly obvious, and Jiang Xinbai's smile deepened. It's rare that I let myself go for once. I've made it so obvious. How long are you going to play dumb, junior sister Chu Yu? After a pause, Jiang Xinbai shamelessly revealed a look of sadness. I know your new sect is full of talented people. It's my fault for not protecting you well. You don't even want to face up to my feelings for you, so I deserve it. From now on, as long as you are well, I have nothing else to ask for. Chu Yu. Depend on. Where's her knife? It's never over. From secret love to open love, Jiang Xinbai almost lost his bottom line in order to win votes. You black-hearted bastard, who allowed you to say those things to my junior sister? You filthy bastard. Ji Chen couldn't bear it any longer. He drew the Xuanshan sword and slashed it towards Jiang Xinbai's forehead. Shen Tuyin didn't hold him back, and when Ji Chen attacked, Jiang Xinbai was still able to dodge. If he takes action, Jiang Xinbai will have to be buried. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Shangwen Ziqian quickly took the jade slip and said to the camera. Today's live broadcast ends here. The content is for entertainment only. Don't take it too seriously. That's what they say, but no one believes it. Guan Yu, Jiang Xinbo and Lian Chu Yu Duo Neon, Jiang Xinbo Ji Bo Jian Biao Bo Chu Yu, Jiang Xinbo Bei Wei Renai Bei Ji Shenzhou, Deng Taizi, Ji Ji Wang Shi Ji Xiao Shi De Tu Tao Chong, Bai Bao Jia Ya Dao Ya Bu Ju De Na Zheng. Shangwen Ziqian was numb. He looked at the room decorations that had been beaten to pieces and lay on the chaise longue in disarray. No more pressure. No more pressure. I can't suppress it at all. Ji Chen was persuaded by Chu Yu. The veins on his hand that was tightly gripping the hilt of the sword were bulging, and his eyes were fixed on Jiang Xinbai. Although the latter had a bruise on the corner of his mouth, it did not affect his handsome image at all. Seeing Chu Yu walking towards him, Jiang Xinbai looked calm, but his heart was beating so strongly that it almost betrayed his feelings. She stretched out her delicate hand towards him. Image stone. Those 3 cold words shattered all of Jiang Xinbai's fantasies, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. She could tolerate this to this extent just for the sake of her third senior brother. What on earth is he expecting? Even though he knew this was the case, Jiang Xinbai still felt a deep pain in his heart. He handed the photo stone and the jade slip that contained the photo to Chu Yu. Are you satisfied? Not enough. Chu Yu sneered. You are such a cunning person, who knows if you have secretly backed up. Jiang Xinbai, so, junior sister Chu Yu, what do you want? Chu Yu, I swear to heaven, if you reveal the secret of my third senior brother's body, you will die. Ellipsis. Chapter 74 Jiang Xinbai and Chu Yu were once true love. Jiang Xinbai and Chu Yu were once true love. Jiang Xinbai suddenly froze, and the few remaining starlights in his eyes shattered in an instant, gradually returning to silence. When Chu Yu thought he would refuse, he actually whispered, okay. The next moment, he formed his own natal seal on his chest, and looked into Chu Yu's eyes, saying confidently. God, I, Jiang Xinbai, swear that if I leak any information that is detrimental to Shen Tuyin to others, I will die. My tower will be destroyed. A blue-purple ray shot straight up to the sky, proving the oath to the heaven was effective. It was so easy to achieve the goal that Chu Yu felt it was unreal. Shen Tuyin finally understood that Chu Yu and Jiang Xinbai's dealings tonight were all done to protect him, and his expression suddenly became complicated. Jiang Xinbai kept his eyes fixed on Chu Yu from beginning to end, trying to read heartache or other emotions in her eyes, but there was nothing. He gave her one last, deep look. It seems unwilling, resentful, helpless, and there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Turn around and leave. Baffling. Chu Yu didn't understand why this man suddenly became depressed. It was obviously him who started the trouble, but in the end, both of them achieved the goals. His popularity is definitely enough to revive Shang Shanzong. And the secret that Shen Tuyin would lose control and go berserk would at least not be leaked from Jiang Xinbai's mouth. Why is Jiang Xinbai so resentful? Chu Yu didn't even blame him for using her popularity to hype up their CP. Ellipsis. As soon as Jiang Shenbai entered his courtyard, he found Sec Master Li waiting for him there. He walked over respectfully. Master. Ah. Sec Leader Li nodded, and looked at Jiang Shenbai with satisfaction in his eyes. You did a good job of knowing how to use your strengths. There should be very few women in the world of cultivation who can resist a man like you. Chu Yu was adopted by the master almost at the same time as you. No matter how much he complains about the Shangshan sect, he still has some affection for you. Master, Chu Yu is no longer the Chu Yu of the past. But he is still the same Jiang Shenbai. Sec Leader Li didn't understand Jiang Shenbai's meaning at all and just sneered. So what? Aren't I still willing to cooperate with you? In the past, your master didn't allow you to get too close to Chu Yu because I felt that someone with such mediocre qualifications was not qualified to be your Taoist partner. Things are different now. If she can achieve even greater things in the future, I will do whatever you want as your teacher. Disciples don't dare. Jiang Shenbai sneered in his heart. Perhaps because too much had happened tonight, he was no longer so tolerant towards Sec Master Li. Instead, he spoke bluntly. Chu Yu has made a lot of breakthroughs in her cultivation now. Her spiritual roots must be better than before. She also possesses spiritual beasts and rare treasures. She is also favored by the young master of Beibaozhai. Master, do you think she is worthy of me? What if one day, Chu Yu became penniless again, and even his cultivation level declined? Is master going to threaten me with her life again and force me to leave her? Presumptuous. Sec Leader Li was enraged and swung his long sleeves. Jiang Shenbai was instantly knocked flying and hit the pillar behind him, vomiting blood. But Sec Master Li showed no mercy at all, and the rage on his face became even worse. Your lives were saved by master, and we must make the promotion of our Shangshan sect our highest goal. Chu Yu was just an ordinary upper-middle grade spiritual root at that time. How would it help our Shangshan sect if you became a Taoist partner with her? Now that she is well, if you and her are together, you can elevate our Shangshan sect to a higher level. Naturally, your master will not oppose you anymore. Besides, you've never really let her go, so why bother? What's the problem? Jiang Shenbai smiled bitterly, holding onto the pillar with one hand to steady himself. His thin lips were stained with blood, losing the usual elegance and gaining a certain wickedness. Endless sadness rolled through his eyes. Master, have you forgotten? You threatened her life and forced me to feed her the love potion that made her forget her true love. How could she still be attracted to me? If not, how could she be bewitched by Lin Song and have her spiritual roots destroyed? Chu Yu now may fall in love with any man again. But it is impossible for him to fall in love with Jiang Shenbai again. Sec Master Li's face froze for a rare moment, and he turned away. If you can't force it, then don't mention it. You should rest well. Tomorrow you will enter the Linglong secret realm for the final competition. Seize the opportunity. After saying that, Sec Master Li threw a bottle of high-grade healing medicine to Jiang Shenbai and left without looking back. After Jiang Shenbai returned to his room, Mu Linga, who had been hiding in the dark, quietly walked out, her eyes filled with jealousy. She said that she had tried every trick in the book, but Jiang Shenbai never even glanced at her. It turns out that his heart has long been filled with Chu Yu. Chu Yu, Chu Yu. Why is she everywhere? Ji Chen is protecting her with all his heart and eyes. The new genius alchemist Shen Tuyin obeys her orders without hesitation. Jiang Shenbai, who was born with spiritual bones, always regarded her as his beloved. Why do all the best men surround Chu Yu? Didn't you say that the dual cultivation system I'm connected to can transform my body into a charming one? Why aren't they fascinated by me? Mu Linga questioned the system angrily. The charming voice of the dual cultivation system sounded from her consciousness. Improving your charmer system isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. I've told you before that only by obtaining the first virginity of a high-quality man can your physical condition and charm be greatly improved. Otherwise, it will only simply enhance your cultivation. Of the 3 men who have practiced dual cultivation with you, only Lin Song, who has the worst qualifications, is a beginner. His contribution to improving your charm is almost zero. He already has a top-grade spiritual root, how can his aptitude be considered poor? Mu Linga found it incredible. The information given to her by the dual cultivation system could overturn her 3 perspectives. What's the point of having a top-grade spiritual root? Even a top-grade spiritual root wouldn't be enough. The world of cultivation where you are now is only slightly stronger than the ordinary human world. Not to mention the real fairy world, it is not even as good as the demon world and the devil realm. Not to mention the god realm. Are those worlds you mentioned really reachable? Mu Linga felt a yearning in her heart, not a simple yearning for ability, but a complicated greed. This is exactly what the dual cultivation system needs. It exists naturally. I've told you long ago that Chu Yu is the biggest variable and obstacle on your path to becoming a god. As long as she's not eliminated, it will be extremely difficult for you to find a truly advantageous man. Mu Linga understood, and the resentment in her eyes was almost twisted. Some people are destined not to be obtained, so just destroy them. Ellipsis. Chapter 75 Followers of Shin Yu CP. Mu Linga was unhappy in her heart, and even more unhappy physically. She had originally planned to go out with Lin Song to attract attention tonight, but in fact she secretly found a place to satisfy her physical needs. But at the critical moment, Lin Song became impotent. No matter how she teased him, he didn't respond. Considering that she would have to stay in Shangshan sect for a long time and she couldn't do anything with other men, even though Mu Linga was disgusted to the extreme, she still had to comfort Lin Song on the surface. Lin Song was also anxious. He didn't sleep well all night and tried all kinds of methods, but to no avail. He began to suspect that he was affected by Shen Tuyin's poison, but when he asked his 2 junior brothers, they seemed quite normal. It's impossible that his poison is the only one that's special. In fact, Lin Song was not wrong in his guess, but Shen Tuyin had poisoned him secretly in the waiting area when he heard that he had let Chu Yu down. When Shen Tuyin later learned that Lin Song was particularly despicable, he regretted that he had given too little medicine. He shouldn't just be punished by being impotent for 10 days, he should be impotent forever. Ellipsis. Early the next morning, the 7 teams that qualified for the final competition, namely the 6 first-level sects and the direct disciples of Wuji Mountain who suddenly appeared, gathered at the entrance of Linglong's secret realm. The followers on the periphery kept shouting. In addition to Jun Mohan, Jiang Xinbai, Zi Yun, Yi Jinyao and other followers, there were still many. The 3 direct disciples of Wuji Mountain who have just made their mark but have become a huge hit are no less popular than them. But no one expected that the ones shouting the loudest were the followers who formed the new Chuyu and Jiang Xinbai CP last night. They're Chuyu's followers, Jiang Xinbai's followers, and the followers who like to see them together the most. This trend in the fan circle has actually spread to the world of cultivation, and it was all led by Chuyu. She herself is even the person at the center of the whirlpool of public opinion. She never expected it. The Chu River flows slowly, the river center remains unchanged, day and night, forever accompanying each other. The years are quiet and peaceful, and the heart is always with you. The stars are always bright, let's enjoy them together. The 4 seasons change, but my heart remains the same. Jiang Xinbai, after you come out of Linglong's secret realm, just ask Chuyu to be your task partner. What piece of land have you chosen? I'll build a new house for you right now. You two are so good looking, you must have more children. I've already thought of names for you. Ellipsis. Listening to their increasingly outrageous cheers, Chuyu, who was so thick-skinned, now wished he could find a hole in the ground. Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin tacitly protected Chuyu in the middle. Although Chuyu is only 16 years old, he is already close to 168 centimeters tall. But Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin were nearly 1.9 meters tall. No matter how slender they were, they could block her completely and prevent Jiang Xinbai from seeing her. Yelang cast a look of pity and helplessness towards Jiang Xinbai. How desperate must this guy be? Why does he have to fall in love with Chuyu when there are so many people he can fall in love with? Not to mention that her senior brothers value her more than their own eyes, Chuyu herself is not someone that ordinary people can control. Jiang Xinbai still looked calm and composed, as if everything that happened yesterday had become a thing of the past. The lengthy referee introduction was finally coming to an end, and at the end it was specially emphasized that although there had been no accidents in the Linglong secret realm for thousands of years, just in case, a teleportation jade token was still given to everyone. Once they encounter a crisis that they cannot solve individually, they can crush the teleportation jade token to be teleported back to outside Xunyuan City. Chuyu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that when the chief referee said, "What if," his eyes vaguely glanced towards their Wuji Mountain. It turns out that their Wuji Mountain was the accident. Chief referee, were you surprised? Did you have no idea what was going on? As soon as they got the teleportation jade token, Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin handed it all to Chuyu, without even thinking about acting separately from her. Ning Luo's mouth curled up into a very light and shallow arc helplessly, and he handed the teleportation jade token to her. Zhu Yan was reluctant and awkward, but finally stuffed it into Chuyu's hand. This thing is completely useless and it's troublesome to carry around. It's a perfect example of saying one thing and doing another. Chuyu was too lazy to argue with him. The 5 of them stood together and soon disappeared in a halo of ice blue light. When they opened their eyes, they were all stunned. This place is completely different from the 2 secret places they have visited before. The other secret places are mostly small worlds with their own unique ecosystems. Even if there may not be strid beasts, there must be plant strids. But the secret place is dead silent. The vast plain is covered with gravel and rubble, stretching endlessly to the horizon. The abandoned chariot skeleton is half buried in the yellow sand, with only traces of rust and weathering left. The remains of weapons were scattered everywhere, their shapes blurred and difficult to identify their original appearance. The collapsed stone tablets, with the inscriptions no longer clear, stand alone on this lifeless land. Only the occasional swirling dust breaks the surrounding silence, reminding people of the fierce battles and noise that once existed, and silently telling the story of thousands of years ago. Most people would enter here with a heavy or solemn mood, but Chuyu's inner desire for exploration was discovered, and he felt that there was treasure everywhere he looked. Unfortunately, the secret realm is impenetrable to spiritual faith, and the people from the 6 major sects have ordered not to take photos and have collected all their jade slips, under the pretext of leaving some mysterious space for the direct disciples who will enter the secret realm later. Ji Chen saw Chuyu's smart eyes darting around, but he didn't take any action. Instead, he tore off a piece of the Wuji Mountain's symbolic sect robe and threw it on the ground. He was extremely puzzled. Junior sister, what are you doing? Every time she does these weird things, she's definitely up to something. Chuyu grinned at him and said, "Little senior brother, I will cast a speed-up spell on you. You take me to the outside of the abandoned palace 1,000 meters away." What about the brothers? Ji Chen scratched his head. Indeed, he was not very confident about Ning Luo and Zhu Yan, the 2 fragile ones. Just take me there first. Chuyu patted Shen Tuyin. You protect the eldest and second brothers first, we'll be back to pick you up soon. Seeing Ji Chen hugging Chuyu and running over like the wind, Zhu Yan couldn't help but gossip. Third junior brother, you and junior brother followed them last night. I really don't know what the relationship between Chuyu and Jiang Xinbai is. It doesn't matter. When Shen Tuyin mentioned Jiang Xinbai, his eyes became angry and his words were full of aggression. It's all his own fault. Ellipsis. Chapter 76, all the members of Wuji Mountain were led astray. Still being so self-indulgent, you were just deceiving yourselves. Zhu Yan just thought it was funny, but Ning Luo looked at him disapprovingly. Second junior brother, junior sister's love life is her own business. Besides, she is still a woman. It is better not to bring it up in the future. Okay. You are the eldest brother, whatever you say. Ouch. Before Zhu Yan could finish her words, she fell into an abandoned village, with a strange cry. There was a gust of cold wind all around, and Zhu Yan's already fair complexion turned transparent white in an instant. She called out in a trembling voice. Big brother, third brother, where are you? No one around responded. He walked forward trembling with his arms folded, tripping and jumping up in fright from the weeds. He looked extremely pitiful. Zhu Yan's face was already pale, and at this moment he felt an extremely cold sensation on his back. When he turned around, he vaguely saw a red shadow passing by, and he shuddered with fear again. Who is there? Zhu Yan, who didn't get a response, didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief before he heard a woman's voice whispering in his left ear. Sir, are you looking for me? If a beautiful monk outside flirted with him, he would enjoy it. But the woman's breath was completely different from that of a living person, clearly a dead person. Zhu Yan screamed and ran away, covering her eyes the whole time, stumbling and looking extremely embarrassed. The romantic charm that she had when she was wandering among the flowers was gone. He felt that he had bumped into someone suddenly, and thought it was the girl from before, so he struggled desperately. Let me go, let me go. I won't marry a ghost girl, no matter how beautiful she is. Chu Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. You want to marry Chu Yue? Our Chu Yue may not be willing to marry you. Didn't you come here last time? Why are you still so scared? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yan remembered that he and Chu Yu were trapped in the domain of an evil cultivator in the nascent soul stage, and they escaped through the domain of this female ghost cultivator. But at that time, several of his ribs were broken and he was in so much pain that he was almost losing his mind and didn't pay any attention to the scene around him. I've never even seen what a female ghost cultivator looks like, so how could I have the energy to be afraid? At this moment, he was brought in when he was absolutely sober. How could he not be afraid? Why did you bring us all into the realm of female ghost cultivators for no reason? The final task is to see who encounters more opportunities and finds more resources and treasures. Although the use of spiritual beasts is not prohibited, what's the point of letting us stay in this area? This was the first time Zhu Yan had spoken so much to Chu Yu since the sect competition. It was obvious that he was still frightened and was trying to calm down. Chu Yu saw through it but didn't say anything. Instead of answering, he asked. The sect competition takes place every 10 years, although there is always a second-tier sect participating with them every time. Over the past 100 years, the vast majority of Linglong's secret realm's resources have been divided up among the 6 major sects. Have you ever wondered why? What an idiotic question. Can a second-tier sect be a match for the 6 major sects? Zhu Yan is so arrogant. Chu Yu nodded pertinently. Second-level sects won't pose a threat to them, but we can. After a pause, Chu Yu pointed at himself. Putting aside previous grudges, how many people have we slapped in the face in the 3 major competitions? How many sects have we offended? Except for the Zen sect and the Lingsha sect, we have offended all the other 4 sects. Will they let us search for resources in peace? Although Chu Yu and the other 3 are indeed very strong, if the direct disciples of these 4 major sects join forces, the treasure hunt will be extremely difficult. Zhu Yan still didn't understand. So, we're just gonna hide here? Of course not. Chu Yu led everyone to the neatest and cleanest room in the center of the deserted village and pointed to the window. From here, you can see what's going on outside. My junior brother and I deliberately left behind some clues, just now to lure them to focus on us first. If they still can't find it, they naturally won't waste any more time, but will look for resources separately. We just follow them in the field, and if they find it, then we find it too. Junior sister, why am I getting more confused the more I listen? Ji Chen scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Ning Luo guessed it, you mean, to grab the resources they found. This violates the monk's covenant, isn't it? Ji Chen is the most well-behaved boy. Chu Yu smiled helplessly. Look for yourself at every rule of the final sect competition. There is absolutely no rule that explicitly forbids snatching resources within the Linglong secret realm. What's more, our jade slips have been taken away. We have no evidence at all. How can we say that they were robbed? Moreover, we can also say that finding them at the same time is a step above the others. Little junior sister. Ji Chen rubbed the tuft of hair on her head and said, you have become bad. Nonsense. He's obviously gotten smarter. The success or failure of this trip is related to whether or not one can obtain the Millennium South China Sea Mermaid Pearl. When necessary, Chu Yu will temporarily abandon martial ethics and must win. The facts were almost exactly as Chu Yu had expected. After the 4 major sects that were crushed by Wuji Mountain entered the secret realm, they first found each other and formed an alliance. They planned to deal with Wuji Mountain together first, trap them somewhere and make them unable to move, and then split up to look for opportunities and resources. As expected, they followed the route that Chu Yu and Ji Chen had deliberately left behind, but they couldn't find any trace of Wuji Shanren after searching back and forth, so they had to give up in the end. After the 4 major sects dispersed, Chu Yu asked Chu Yue to quietly follow Shangshan sect. Why? Mu Linga, the heroine of the original novel, has a treasure hunting beast, so finding resources is a piece of cake for her. Originally, Shang Shanzong thought he could win this time, get rid of the frustration of the first competition, and feel proud for once. Unexpectedly, they found a rare mineral for making spiritual weapons, and when they were about to dig, the mineral disappeared without a trace. When a dilapidated immortal level spiritual weapon that needed repair was found, the news of the spiritual weapon spread like wildfire. Turn up. Once or twice, they might even suspect that those things had some spiritual awareness and ran away. But over time, they discovered that all the resources they found would inexplicably disappear the next moment, and they finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Chu Yu, it's Chu Yu, she's contracted a spirit beast with a territory, and she's following us to steal our resources. Mu Linga was almost mad with rage, and yelled into the void. Chu Yu, you exposed my attempt to steal Ji Chen's golden spirit fruit, causing me to be blamed by the entire cultivation world. Now you are actually doing some sneaky and robbery behavior. Even if you win, aren't you afraid that your results will be invalidated when you go out? The only response to Mu Linga was silence, which made her even angrier, but she was helpless. She wanted to take out the jade slip as evidence, but found that it had been put away long ago. She almost spit out a mouthful of blood and looked directly at Jiang Xinbai. Big brother, Chu Yu is bullying our Shangshan sect like this, are you really not going to do anything about it? Jiang Xinbai's magic spell can be used to find traces of the domain, and can also force people in the domain to show up. Ellipsis. Chapter 77, Accidentally Entering the Samsara Mirror, Prelude to Shura Field. No matter what level of cultivation the opponent has, Jiang Xinbai's spell can do this. This is one of the incredible features of natural spiritual bones. Are you deeply in love with Chu Yu? Mu Linga insisted on forcing him to choose between the sect and Chu Yu. Seeing that Jiang Xinbai was still hesitating, Mu Linga couldn't help but increase her strength. Big brother, Master once taught us that the interests of the sect are above all else. Chu Yu is no longer a disciple of the Shangshan sect and is openly competing with us for resources. Without any evidence, how do you know he's not from another sect? Jiang Xinbai is not someone who can be manipulated so easily. For example, didn't the Qi sect and Shranji sect also amaze the world by creating a spiritual weapon that can make people invisible? But, besides, I didn't sense any aura of territory around me. Jiang Xinbai had said so, so even if Mu Linga suspected he was biased, she couldn't say it directly, but walked away angrily. However, before leaving with the disciples of Shangshan sect, Jiang Xinbai glanced in a certain direction vaguely, with a fleeting look of doting in his eyes. Chu Yu in the field got goosebumps all over the floor. This guy is sick. A masochistic physique. Chu Yu thought to herself that, except for the time when she was flirting with Jiang Xinbai during the live broadcast of the Jade Sip, she had hardly ever given him a good look. Why did he start to protect her openly and secretly? Are you addicted to playing the role of a secret crush? Ji Chen was afraid that Chu Yu would be blinded by Jiang Xinbai's gentle love network. Junior sister, this guy is too scheming. He must know that forcing us out might not end well. He's not trying to please you on purpose. Chu Yu nodded seriously and changed his strategy. Mu Linga is already alert. We can't just focus on the Shangshan sect, we can go to other sects and try. So, in the next 5 or 6 days, Shangshan sect looted the other 3 sects except Lingsha sect and Chan sect one after another, and deliberately left evidence to frame one of their alliances, in order to cause internal strife among the 4 major sects and prevent them from joining forces to deal with Shangshan sect. Her goal was indeed achieved. When the Shranji sect and the Kixing sect met, they fought each other. After the fight, Yelang felt more and more that something was wrong, so he took the initiative to find people from the 7 Stars sect to review the situation. Sure enough, he discovered a flaw, and Chu Yu and the Wuji sect became the biggest suspects. They were just thinking about how to lure out the Wuji mountain hidden in the territory, when the resentful Shangshan sect and the Jishi sect, whose home had been robbed, showed up again. They didn't even listen to their explanations and started a melee. As the spiritual energy flew around, Yelang dodged everywhere in panic. He finally found a high tree to hide in. He took out a loudspeaker that was very similar to Chu Yu's from his mustard seed bag. Stop fighting, stop it, stop fighting. However, no one paid any attention to him, so Yelang could only drop a bombshell. We've all been fooled by Chu Yu. She must have guessed long ago that we were going to join forces to deal with Wuji Mountain, so she turned against us, not only taking away the resources we found first, but also trying to sow discord between us. Otherwise, why were only our 4 major sects robbed, while Lingsha sect and Chan sect were not harmed at all? I thought they would stop after this. But the disciples in the melee were already furious, and most of them didn't listen at all. They have been so frustrated these past few days that fighting is just a way to vent their anger. Who cares whether the other party has seized the resources? Mu Linga had actually always had some suspicions, and Yilang's words just confirmed her suspicions. She looked at Jiang Xinbai again. Big brother, please feel around carefully. Chu Yu and the others are definitely hiding in the area and are laughing at us. The disciples from the 4 major sects all looked at Jiang Xinbai, and the pressure was much greater than when only Mu Linga was there. Jiang Xinbai just lowered his eyes and pondered for a while, then seriously waved the magic weapon to form a seal. The next moment, 5 more people appeared out of nowhere. They were none other than the handsome men and beautiful women who were the direct disciples of Wuji Mountain. Facing Jiang Xinbai's half-smiling eyes, Chu Yu felt like he had been tricked by this guy again. He forced a smile and waved to everyone. What a coincidence, we meet again. Defeated opponents. The defeated disciples of the 4 major sects. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Shouldn't ordinary people keep a low profile at this time? Chu Yu, on the other hand, was dancing crazily on their pain points. No one, including Magician, expected Chu Yu to be so reckless. You must know that if you are forced to be shaken out of the field, you will not be able to open the field again in the short term. While everyone was stunned, Chu Yu pushed Ning Luo and Zhu Yan to Ji Chen's left and right hands, and then he cast a speed-up spell on everyone. Why are you still standing there? Run. After saying that, Chu Yu took the lead and ran in the front, Ji Chen followed closely behind, holding one in each hand, and Shen Tuyin was the last to leave. As soon as he threw out a poisonous fog bomb, Chu Yu tacitly added a directional acceleration spell to the fog poison, quickly enveloping the people from the other 4 sects. Chu Yu, can you please talk about martial arts for once? Yelang collapsed and screamed, put on a gas mask, and used his spiritual power to disperse the poisonous fog around him. People always learn from their mistakes. They were here with Chu Yu, and they kept on learning from each other. Who wouldn't collapse? However, this time Chu Yu had angered the people from the 4 major sects. In addition, they had improved the defense mode against the poison of Wuji Mountain, so no one was poisoned this time. They continued to bite Chu Yu and the others. Chu Yu just ran away without even looking at the direction, and didn't notice that he had invisibly led everyone into an invisible barrier. It was not until they rushed in that Chu Yu and the others began to fall under the gravity of the ground, unable to even use their spiritual power. Oh open. Little brother, do you feel that this scene is familiar? Chu Yu's voice trembled. It seems to be about the same time as when we fell into the New Moon realm. The difference was that last time she and Ji Chen fell together. Now, all the disciples of Wuji Mountain fell down together. Wrong. The people from the 4 major sects who were chasing Chu Yu also fell freely like dumplings. Not afraid. Shen Tuyin quietly held Chu Yu's small hand and said, I have thick skin, so I won't feel any pain if I fall. He can be a scapegoat for Chu Yu. Ning Luo was also ready to come over and hold Chu Yu. However, another large hand with distinct joints grabbed Chu Yu's other hand first. Looking upwards along the hand, I saw Jiang Shenbai's half-smile. Jiang Shenbai, take your claws away, don't touch my junior sister. Ji Chen roared. If he hadn't been holding Ning Luo and Zhu Yan on his left and right, he would have punched Jiang Shenbai in the face. Jiang Shenbai not only didn't let go, but held on even tighter. Yu hasn't said anything yet, why are you so anxious? Right, Yo-Yo. Ellipsis. Chapter 78 Chu Yu is surrounded by women. You, stop shouting. Chu Yu wanted to shake off Jiang Shenbai's hand, but he couldn't. He didn't understand how a spiritual practitioner like him could be so strong. What's even more abominable is, who is he showing this affectionate look to? Didn't you see that the way Ji Chen and the others looked at her and Jiang Shenbai, they were starting to become unclean. Jiang Shenbai seemed not to notice Chu Yu's glare, and his smile became more and more charming. I'm not shouting nonsense. I always called you this when I was in Shangshan sect. I believe you, ghost. If his other hand had not been held by Shen Tuyin, Chu Yu would have really punched him. Ji Chen on the opposite side couldn't help himself any longer, but he didn't dare to let Ning Luo and Zhu Yan go. He used his incredible waist strength to lift himself sideways into the air and kick Jiang Shenbai in the face. Grandpa, let go of your dog paws. Jiang Shenbai nimbly dodged Ji Chen's flying kick. Not only did he not let go, but he pulled Chu Yu closer to him. She also raised her long, dark eyebrows towards Ji Chen, full of provocation. He calculated that from the moment everyone fell, all their spiritual power and cultivation would be temporarily blocked. At such a fast-falling speed, Ji Chen could do nothing to him. But when it came to defending Chu Yu, Jiang Shenbai still underestimated Ji Chen's stubbornness. If he didn't hit it the first time, Ji Chen would kick it a second time. When he missed the second time, he kicked for the third time. This went on, and Zhu Yan was almost vomiting from him. Are you done yet? Holding hands won't make you any less fleshy, why are you so rude? As for... Ji Chen's face turned red with anger, didn't you see that junior sister was reluctant? As long as Chu Yu is unwilling, no one is allowed to force her. Shen Tuyin also discovered it, but in this strange place, he couldn't even open the mustard bag, let alone poison it. Finally, thanks to Ji Chen's unremitting efforts, the distance between the two groups became closer and closer. Just as Ji Chen was about to kick Jiang Shenbai in the face, an extremely strong vortex force suddenly sucked him down. It's the kind that spirals down in circles. Shen Tuyin was worried that Ning Luo's body couldn't bear it, so he quickly grabbed his wrist with his free hand. The two parallel lines that originally formed a group of three became one. Following the lines of the vortex, he was sucked into an unknown place. They didn't know how long they were spinning, so long that Chu Yu was almost asleep, before they slowly stopped and hovered in the air. When they saw the surrounding scene clearly, they were all shocked and speechless. This place is like the most exquisite painting in the world, and every corner exudes an extraordinary atmosphere. Above the clear blue sky, clouds float gently, as soft and delicate as brocade, inlaid with bright stars, their twinkling brilliance can be seen even in the daytime. The tops of the mountains are covered with holy snow crowns that never melt, and at the foot of the mountains are lush green forests. The trees are towering into the clouds, and every leaf is shining in the sun, as if containing the spirit of life. The clear and transparent stream meanders through the sea of flowers, with fine silver light on the water surface, like a flowing Milky Way pouring down to the world. And above all this, there are several palaces floating, they are magnificent and golden, the glazed tiles reflect the blue of the sky, and the carved beams and painted buildings flow with the weight of history and the exquisiteness of art, making it difficult to tell what day it is. But a moment later, Chu Yu and others discovered an extremely fatal problem. Not only were they unable to move, they couldn't even speak. What's even more outrageous is that from left to right, there are Zhu Yan, Ji Chen, Ning Luo, Shen Tuyin, Chu Yu and Jiang Shenbai, holding hands with each other, just like kindergarten kids. The next moment, they seemed to be on an invisible flying boat, being carried towards the most solemn and elegant palace in the center. Passing by pavilions and towers and countless rare and magical beasts that had never been seen before, we arrived at a quiet and elegant forest of flowers in the back garden. Before I got close, I heard the faint sound of a piano. Just like the morning light breaking through the mist, wisps of quiet and graceful light slowly seep into the heart. It has both the majestic momentum of a mountain stream and the tenderness of a lingering drizzle. Every time the strings are plucked, there is a delicate expression of emotion, and every time a note jumps, it can outline a breathtaking picture. Chu Yu had never heard such heavenly music in all his 9 reincarnations, and he became a little infatuated without realizing it. But when she saw the face of the person playing the piano clearly, her eyes widened in surprise. That person turned out to be a man who looked exactly like her senior brother. The difference is that this man does not have black hair, but silver hair that flows like a galaxy waterfall, hanging down naturally. And on the top of the head, there are 2 majestic and noble pure silver dragon horns. An ice blue gem was embedded in the 4-pointed star-like mark on his forehead, adding a touch of unattainable mystery to him. The man's expression was 70% similar to Ning Luo's, always so indifferent and distant. The other third part of his expression was like spring water melting under the ice, containing enough affection to drown a person, and he looked dotingly in a certain direction. Chu Yu was so mesmerized by the expression of Long Zhao Ningguo that he curled his lips. However, when he saw that the person in his side looked exactly like him, he stopped laughing instantly. What's even more outrageous is that Chu Yu was sitting on the ground, lying leisurely in the arms of another man, whispering to each other and chatting from time to time, looking very affectionate. The worst thing is that the man holding her is none other than Jiang Shenbai, who is now holding her hand forcefully. But that Jiang Shenbai is not exactly the same as the real Jiang Shenbai. His appearance hadn't changed, his temperament was the same, his brows were still as calm and composed, but there was a subtle hint of frivolity in his expression. He is the kind of person who is so proud that he can play with everything in the world at his fingertips, but he is willing to restrain his edge and hide his edges for the person in his arms. The two men have overturned Chu Yu's 3 views. Unexpectedly, there is a sequel. Her legs were placed on the legs of a man in a red robe with his clothes open. The man was massaging her legs, moving higher and higher, and his techniques became more and more ambiguous. But Chu Yu not only didn't object at all, the look in their eyes when they looked at each other was so sweet that it was almost sticky. It would be fine if I didn't know him, but the third male lead actually has a face exactly like Zhu Yan. For the real Chu Yu, this not only has no charm at all, it is comparable to a horror movie. They were all familiar faces. This game between acquaintances was mysteriously embarrassing. Mystical realm father, where on earth did this get them? Ellipsis. Chapter 79, Chu Yu has 7 husbands. The key point is that this, Zhu Yan, not only has a face exactly the same as Zhu Yan, but is also more charming and elegant. The scales of her peach blossom eyes are naturally red, which makes people seduce invisibly. There was a fiery red licorice radiator mark on his forehead, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, just like the ambiguous flirting between him and Chu Yu. Outsiders felt a little itchy just by looking at it. But the two people involved just refused to kiss each other. The real Chu Yu was sweating profusely. She had never felt so embarrassed that she wanted to evaporate herself. In particular, she discovered that Zhu Yan had 9 big fiery red tails behind him, which rubbed against Chu Yu's legs and face from time to time. He was extremely charming and was simply a male version of Da Ji. Shen Tuyin, who was sitting opposite the jade table, seemed to be accustomed to this kind of scene. He concentrated on peeling the spiritual fruit in his hand and feeding it to Chu Yu. The action seemed to be no different from any other ordinary one, but when he leaned over and gently licked the spiritual juice oozing from the corner of her mouth, everything became unusual. At first, Shen Tuyin was sitting with his back to them. It was because of his leaning forward that everyone noticed that his eyes were bloodshot, a color that only appeared when he went berserk. But they're normal human eyes, not vertical pupils. The purple gold tang snake totem on his left eye socket was mysterious and sacred, making him look even more unpredictable. The 6 people holding hands could all see the scene in front of them. They had all kinds of expressions on their faces and their thoughts were different. But the way they were standing at that moment, they couldn't see each other at all. It was a rare opportunity to deceive themselves and alleviate some of the embarrassment and discomfort. The one who feels the most aggrieved is Ji Chen. Why did everyone appear but him? Also, how could these bastards have such thoughts about my junior sister? Zhu Yan and Jiang Xinbai were not good people to begin with, and it turned out that they had such dirty thoughts in their hearts. I didn't expect that the eldest and third brothers would also go too far. Ji Chen's inner curses and complaints were endless, but they stopped abruptly after he saw the scene of himself appearing. He still had that youthful face and that hearty smile, but who could tell him why he didn't even wear a shirt in front of the junior sister and just came up to her with his bare chest? She actually revealed even more than the burning red face. That Ji Chen had obviously just returned from sword practice, his body and head covered in sweat, yet he actually had the nerve to put his head close to Chu Yu. Isn't he afraid of stifling his junior sister? Even the real Ji Chen is afraid of it. However, that Chu Yu didn't mind at all. Even though the problem could be solved by using some magic or spells, he took the towel in front of the jade table and wiped the sweat from his forehead without any hesitation. When Chu Yu was about to withdraw her hand, Ji Chen grabbed her wrist and lifted her chin with the other hand. He leaned over and captured her red, moist lips. The two played around with their lips and tongues for a while before separating with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Their eyes were burning with undisguised desire for each other. The worst person is actually Ji Chen himself. Depend on. This is definitely not him, her. Ji Chen and Chu Yu screamed in their hearts at the same time, completely unaware that Jiang Xinbai's eyes could almost torture the Ji Chen to death. Chu Yu and Ji Chen were extremely upset, fearing that the two people would do something inappropriate for children at an inappropriate time. After all, looking at the reactions of the other people in the picture, no matter what crazy actions they perform, they will feel it is commonplace and may even want to join in. What kind of illusion is this? Or field? How can such a crazy plot be created? It would be better to just kill them with one knife. Fortunately, a golden light suddenly flashed not far away, and a golden-haired man as sacred as a god slowly walked towards them. When Chu Yu saw him, he stood up and ran towards him instantly like a bird returning to the forest. Because of the huge difference in height and size, she jumped up and hooked her arms around his neck. She took the initiative to kiss his cheek and nuzzle his chest affectionately. Her little womanly demeanor was clearly visible, and her tone was coquettish and resentful. Ban Jian, why did you take so long to come back this time? I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Ah. Come on, let a thunderbolt strike her to death. The blonde god had no other appearance than her 9th life master, who now called himself the god of life, in her Hongmeng space. Ni. She actually attacked her own master. Such betrayal of her master and ancestors will surely be struck by thunder and reduced to ashes when she goes through the tribulation. The other 5 men around Chu Yu suddenly became strange in expression the moment Chu Yu took the initiative to pounce on them. The next moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind Chu Yu. He grabbed her from the arms of the god of life and bit her pink earlobe from her back. I am going with Ban Jian to fill the time and space loophole in the Hongmeng world. Why do you only think of him and not me? Such partiality is unacceptable. After saying that, the man bit Chu Yu's red earlobe again with more force as a punishment. Hiss. Chu Yu gasped in pain and glared at him sideways. If you say you don't want to, then you don't want to. Who told someone to leave without even saying hello to me? A light laugh emanated from the man's chest, and he hugged her tighter. Okay, it's all my fault. How about letting you punish me tonight? He emphasized the word, punishment, so much that anyone could hear the difference in the tone. Chu Yu's face turned even redder, and she pushed him lightly, causing the man to take a half step back. It was this half step that allowed the real Chu Yu to see the man's profile clearly. His heart felt like it was in an ice cellar and his expression became solemn. This man was not someone else, but the husband of the crown princess of a country where women were the most powerful. She had been reincarnated 9 times, and this was the only man who moved her heart. It was also he who stabbed the dagger into her heart with his own hands when she turned 18, ascended the throne as empress, and officially married him. The first one made her experience the pain and sadness of being betrayed by her lover. She didn't know why he killed her, nor did she want to know. But in the 3 reincarnations that followed, she never fell in love with anyone again. Chu Yu had never expected that he would appear here. The interaction between Chu Yu and the man was still going on, but Chu Yu, feeling guilty and confused, didn't hear a single word. What he didn't notice was that the man was quietly hiding the wound on his other hand. The wound was faintly emitting a faint black aura, evil and dark. Then, the scene in front of them gradually blurred and disappeared, and everyone remained in the same state and didn't react. Fuck, what the hell is going on here? Ji Chen roared loudly, and everyone realized that they could move now, and they let go and jumped away like birds and beasts. Ellipsis. Chapter 80. Chu Yu is hiding someone. The 6 people looked in different directions, looking at the sky, the ground, their shoes, and their hands, but they didn't dare to look each other in the eye. I'll be so embarrassed that I'll pick my toes if I look at anyone. The most unbearable one was Chu Yu. She didn't understand what was going on in this ghost place. The brain circuits used to make up stories could be so bizarre. Moreover, it is the kind with extreme colors. This thing, I'm afraid it has been in some indecent places before. Almost a whole stick of incense had passed, and still no one wanted to speak, so Chu Yu had to break the silence. She coughed lightly to cover up. Well, let's find a way out first. Oh, go out. Zhu Yan turned his back and said sarcastically, shouldn't someone be content and not think of leaving? Why are you still thinking of leaving? Chu Yu. How come this guy is still so rude? Before Chu Yu could figure out how to fight back, Jiang Xinbai's voice, like flowing water and splashing jade, came at him with a spear and a stick. Yes, sitting in the land of gentleness, who wouldn't want to live a life of drunkenness and dreams here? Right, yo-yo. Although he knew it might be an illusion, Jiang Xinbai felt as if his heart was stabbed again and again when he saw Chu Yu being intimate with 7 men including him at the same time. I can't stand it anymore, I just don't stand it anymore. Even though he knew the chances of making her fall in love again was slim, Jiang Xinbai still wanted to fight for himself. Ning Luo and Shen Tuyin were relatively quiet, but Ji Chen hurriedly expressed his opinion. There's definitely something wrong with this thing. How could I possibly be so rude to junior sister? That person just looks like me, he's definitely not me. That's right. Chu Yu seemed to have found a soulmate, it just looks like me, it's definitely not me. The others also gradually calmed down and thought carefully about everything that had happened since they fell into this strange place. It seems like a fantasy, but not quite like a fantasy. Jiang Xinbai suddenly thought of what sect leader Li said to him last night, and something suddenly flashed through his mind. Have you heard of the Samsara mirror? Reincarnation mirror? Everyone in Wuji Mountain shook their heads. There was no way. The sect only had one sect master, Lu, and it was only half a month later that he suddenly caught up with them and brought them together. They had never systematically studied the history and culture of the cultivation world. Ning Luo and Zhu Yan had some contact with it, but they were still relatively unfamiliar with the reincarnation mirror. Chu Yu tried hard to recall the classics he had read in the Wuji Mountain Sutra library, and vaguely seemed to have seen similar words. Isn't this something that only appears in the legendary fairyland or the divine world? Since the great war between humans and demons 100 years ago, no one in the cultivation world has successfully transcended the tribulation and ascended to the immortal realm. Jiang Xinbai explained, as for the divine realm, no one knows whether it truly exists or whether it will continue to exist. But this exquisite secret place is the site of an ancient battlefield. It is said to be the place left behind after the melee between gods, demons, monsters, and immortals. Perhaps the mirror of Samsara fell here during that great battle. It just so happened that we came across the money and got trapped in it. Chu Yu suddenly realized. What's the use of the Samsara mirror? Old man Li takes it so seriously, could there be some chance involved? Jiang Xinbai was helpless about Chu Yu referring to Sect Master Li as Old Man Li, and shook his head. Master doesn't seem to know much about it. He just says that it might allow one to see things from past lives, which could help one gain enlightenment in this life and improve their cultivation. All kinds of things in the past life. Several people looked at each other, their expressions tense. Chu Yu was the first to get angry. Jiang Xinbai, do you want to listen to what nonsense you are talking about? Past life. Not only am I having an ambiguous relationship with the 5 of you, but there are also 2 more. How can I be so worthy of this? I see you're quite enjoying the feeling of having 7 husbands serving you at the same time. Jiang Xinbai suddenly blurted out, the sour smell can be felt throughout the entire space. Impossible, that absolutely cannot be my past life. Chu Yu was very determined. Although Ji Chen didn't quite believe it, he was actually a little curious. Junior sister, how can you be so sure that everything that just happened wasn't your past life? Hearing this, the others also looked over at the same time. Chu Yu couldn't say that she had reincarnated 9 times before, and that she brought her memories with her every time. But there is absolutely no memory of any other time that has anything to do with the scene I just saw. Wrong. Except for the emperor who betrayed her. Wouldn't that be the same situation as in the illusion? Junior sister. Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Ji Chen stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. Chu Yu came back to his senses and coughed lightly to cover up. I said it couldn't be my past life, it's impossible. Because, the last time I had my spiritual roots shattered by a Jindan stage demon beast, I narrowly escaped death and lay in bed for a month. I had a very long dream in a trance and remembered things from my past life. Do you remember your past life? What did you do in your previous life? Would you like to think about it before writing it? Listen to this, do you believe it? So, you always have some weird ideas in your head. Could it be that you have come across them in your previous life? The last question was asked by Ji Chen. Chuyu was so moved that she almost cried. She looked at him aggrievedly and nodded vigorously. That's right. I'm not a business genius like Shangwen Ziqian, and I'm only in my teens. If I didn't have the memories of my past life, how could I always have sudden ideas? Except for Ji Chen, everyone else was still skeptical. At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out in the void. Welcome everyone back to the Samsara Mirror. If you wish to leave the Samsara Mirror, you must reproduce the scene you just saw with 100% accuracy. What do you mean by 100% faithful interpretation? Chuyu felt terrible. If we don't perform, what else can we do? Ha 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 ha. The voice in the void laughed, making people feel particularly uncomfortable. If you don't want to perform, then stay here forever and accompany me. Chuyu and others. I really can't stay in this place for even a moment. Taking a deep breath, Chuyu tried to bargain with the invisible thing. There are only 6 of us, and there are 8 people in the picture. It's impossible to restore it 100%. There are clearly 7 of you, how can you say there are only 6? You little girl, you're not honest at all. The void clamp hummed, you're hiding the soul of a man in your space, and you don't dare to show it to others. Spicy balls. What is going on with this inexplicable and strange feeling of guilt? Also, the way Jiang Xinbai looked at her was almost the same as the way he looked at a scumbag. Was it really that serious? The next moment, she heard Jiang Xinbai sarcastically say. So there's someone hiding. How much do you care about such a treasure? Ellipsis. Chapter 81 Decision to Perform. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Chuyu. Surprise, exploration, curiosity, resentment, awe. It really made her feel like she had done something unforgivable. Chuyu angrily shouted to the void. Even if my own space has people, then, there's still a character missing. You. Are you deliberately making things difficult for us? Yes. Jiazian answered as if it was a matter of course. I've been a widow here for thousands of years. I finally met a living person, and you can't even let me have some fun. After a pause, the clip tone continued. It doesn't matter if there's one character missing, I can use my phantom to create one for you when the time comes. But you guys have to perform the rivalry scenes earlier with consistent expressions. The video just now was only played once. Do you need to play it again for you a few more times? Lest you miss out on important details. No need. The 6 people said in unison that playing it once would cost them their lives. Again. Just forget about living. Jiazian chuckled a few times. Why are you shy? You'll have to act it out later. If you are ready, you can always tell me. After a moment's hesitation, Chuyu had no intention of following the order from the voice of the clapper. Let's look around and see if there's another exit. If he really performed the story exactly as it was, Chuyu felt like he could explode on the spot. Everyone else should share the same idea as Chuyu. They all started looking for clues that might lead them to leave here. But after wandering around for a long time, they could only go back and forth in this back garden. They could see other places but could not reach them at all. Ji Chen drew out his Shuanshan sword and gathered his spiritual power into it. I want to see if this is a barrier. A golden blade slashed towards the other end of the back garden with overwhelming force, but there was no sense of shock from hitting the barrier. The sword energy seemed to be sucked into a black hole, without causing any ripples. Everyone looked at each other, and the uneasiness in their hearts gradually grew. It's not a barrier, an illusion, or a domain. They knew almost nothing about the Samsara Mirror and had no idea where to start. They didn't even know how time passed outside. After trying every possible method they could think of without success, they gave up completely. The Samsara Mirror won't really trap us in this lifetime, right? Ji Chen thought about the fact that he and Mu Linger's marriage had not been cancelled yet, and he immediately couldn't sit still. How about we act it out? As soon as these words were spoken, several obscure gazes were directed at Ji Chen. He quickly raised his hands to assure. I just want to get out. I definitely don't mean to take advantage of my junior sister. You two have the most intimate scenes together, and you still say you don't want to take advantage. Jiang Xinbai would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Ji Chen was about to step forward and continue arguing with Jiang Xinbai, but Chuyu raised her hand to stop her. Her eyes swept over the 5 men one by one, and she was so calm and composed that she didn't look like a teenage girl at all. It's not a solution to continue wasting time like this. Let's vote. Should we continue to search for a way out or fight this Samsara Mirror? Or should we respect its request and act out the scene we saw earlier, and let us go? After a pause, Chuyu saw that they were calm and deep in thought, and then added. Since this is acting, we only have feelings in the play, and the feelings will end when we leave the play. Remember not to get too immersed in the role and lose your emotions. You seem to understand a lot. Zhu Yan's eyes were full of confusion. Chuyu sneered, I've already told you that I escaped death and awakened my past life memories. None of you believe me, so what can I do? How about it? If you decide to continue looking for a way out, raise your left hand. I decided to follow the instructions of the Samsara Mirror and raised my right hand. Chuyu was the first to raise her right hand. She had walked around this back garden hundreds of times. Based on her experience in her previous life, if there were any mechanical exits, they would have been found long ago. Moreover, she keenly noticed that the cultivation level of Jiazian in the Samsara Mirror was definitely much higher than theirs, and might even have reached the level of the immortal realm or even higher. Otherwise, how could she know that her master was hiding in the Hongmeng system? The moment Chuyu raised her right hand, Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin also raised their right hands, silently expressing their support for her. Ning Luo, who had always been indifferent, actually found this exploration interesting and raised his right hand as well. If you want to perform, hurry up. If I'm stuck any longer, I'll go crazy. Zhu Yan complained angrily, but in fact he was making his position clear. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Xinbai. The latter still stood like a gentleman on the road, and while looking at Chu Yu, he slowly spoke. The one hiding in your space hasn't come out yet, how are we going to act? This can be considered as a disguised agreement with everyone's decision. Chu Yu understood, wait for me first. After saying this, her consciousness entered the Hongmeng space directly, and she was surprised to see the golden-haired Master Guonan, who had trained to be less embarrassed. Master, I have something to discuss with you. Do you want me to cooperate with you in reenacting the scene that just happened in the back garden of the Glazed Palace in the Divine Realm? God Realm, Glazed Palace. Chu Yu was shocked. Do you recognize where that image is from? Then, do you still remember what happened? The God of Life shook his head, a rare look of confusion appearing in his eyes that always looked down upon everything. I have no impression of the scene just now. But I remember my name. No impression. Chu Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That proved that it might not be their past life, but the reincarnation mirror playing tricks on their lips. Chu Yu, Master, your name is Banjian. In the previous video, Chu Yu called it this way. The God of Life nodded, Yun Banjian. As expected, it was different from the name of his master in his previous life. She silently repeated the name several times in her heart before continuing the previous topic. Then are you willing to come out of the space and perform with us? Otherwise, the samsara mirror will trap us and won't let us out unless we do as it asks. Yun Banjian lowered his eyebrows, as if thinking. After a long time, he slowly uttered the word, okay, raised his long arms slightly, and a golden robe instantly enveloped him, emitting a warm and dazzling luster, like flowing golden sand. Although the robe is loose, it cleverly outlines the slender and upright figure. The cuffs and collar are inlaid with fine and complex silver patterns, adding a touch of aristocratic atmosphere. As she walked, her robe swayed gently in the wind, and every step she took appeared calm and confident, exuding an irresistible charm and dignity. Some people are really born to be kings. Seeing Chu Yu didn't move, Yun Banjian's eyes flashed with doubt. Aren't you going to perform? Wait, when can you change clothes and wear them? Yun Banjian, about a month or two ago. Chu Yu, then why did you only show up now? She almost got sty from going in and out of the Hongmeng space system so many times. Yun Banjian's answer completely overturned Chu Yu's three views. Ellipsis. Chapter 82, almost exposed, Hongmeng was so panicked. I was born like this, why should I care about those things outside of my body in this world? Yun Banjian's answer sounded so natural, but Chu Yu was stunned. Your world. Yun Banjian did not answer, but waved his long sleeves, and some tender green sprouts broke through the ground where there was only yellow soil. He stared at his hands absent-mindedly for a while. So weak. Being able to make new shoots grow in barren land is called weakness. Chu Yu was too tired to complain. She suddenly remembered that Hongmeng said this was her space, so how did it become Yun Banjian's? Hongmeng, don't hide. Come out and give me an explanation, or I'll quit. Master, Master, I'm here. Chu Yu, what's wrong with your throat? She had been trapped in the samsara mirror for too long. Why did the first time Hongmeng called it, Master, sound so much like the perverted clamp seal? Hongmeng in the void quickly covered his mouth and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. So close. I almost got exposed. The relationship between the master and her husbands has just started to improve, and there is still a long way to go before they return. It must not be abandoned at this time. By the way, if its owner could be as fickle as the owner of the jewel cultivation system next door, Hongmeng would not have to work so hard to play tricks here. It has been several months since Chu Yu's soul returned, and he has been with Ji Chen and others almost day and night. Unfortunately, the neighbor had already hit 3 home runs, but its disappointing owner couldn't even get a kiss. Hongmeng is almost going crazy. But I can't say it clearly. The jewel cultivation system is not a good thing. If it is left unchecked, both it and its beloved master will be finished. In this way, Hongmeng immediately transformed into Mengyan. Master, there's nothing wrong with my throat. Maybe I just woke up, so I feel a little bit, hee. The system still needs to sleep. Chu Yu was skeptical, but she was more concerned about the present situation. Yun Banjian said this is his territory, didn't you say it's mine? Aren't you two the same? But neither of them has any memory. Hongmeng racked his brains and said in a seemingly ambiguous way. Master, didn't I tell you that I am a space system? But the space is not mine, it is the birthplace of Yun Banjian, the God of Life. I need this space to exist, and it is because you are bound to me that the soul of the God of Life can indirectly return to its natal place and be well repaired. Haven't you noticed that his soul is no longer so transparent and has become much more solid? So, you rely on Yun Banjian's natal land for survival, and I'll be bound to you to complete a series of tasks, so that Yun Banjian's soul can return to his natal land for repair, and then further promote the growth of this Hongmeng space. Is this a win-win situation for us? Do you mean this? Yes. That's what I mean. Although it doesn't seem to be completely correct, the purpose is similar, and Hongmeng thinks it's not a big problem. Also, don't yell at Lao Yun Banjian, he's your master. Chu Yu. The truth is, this Yun Banjian, apart from that face, has no trace of her master in her previous life. She really can't bring herself to call him master. Worried that Yun Banjian might go out and tell others about it, Chu Yu decided to talk to him first. However, she didn't know that she had been in a state of meditation with her consciousness withdrawn for a long time, and some people in the reincarnation mirror could no longer sit still. Zhu Yan was pulling weeds out of boredom. Isn't it just about inviting the man she hid in the spiritual space out? Why would it take so long? How shameful is it? Or is it that this man is so hard to please? Don't talk nonsense. Ji Chen glared at Zhu Yan. His train of thought had always been straight. The voice just now said that the man's soul is in Junior Sister's spiritual space. Was it a slip of the tongue? It should be the spirit pet space, right? So, Junior's sister has contracted another ghost cultivator. What do you mean, Argarin? Did you contract a ghost cultivator? Jiang Xinbai was extremely surprised, with more disapproval in his eyes. Ghost cultivators are different from other spirit pets. They have a lot of ideas of their own and often turn against their masters. I need to have a good talk with her. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? If they weren't going to perform together later, Ji Chen's fist would have hit Jiang Xinbai's face long ago. We can protect our little sister on our own. We don't need some hypocritical sects to flatter us. Jiang Xinbai, you can protect her, but you still let her contract a ghost cultivator. That ghost cultivator forced the contract on her. Ji Chen felt a rare sense of guilt, but it's a master-servant contract, so it won't have any effect on my junior sister. Upon hearing that it was a master-servant contract, Jiang Xinbai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, they saw Chu Yu and a noble and elegant blonde man suddenly appear in front of everyone. The breath Jiang Xinbai had just let out was instantly choked in his throat, unable to go up or down, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although he was very reluctant, he had to admit that the man with blonde hair and golden eyes in front of him was the most holy and vital being he had ever seen. Every part of his body reveals the Creator's preference for him. Not only Jiang Xinbai, but the other 4 people also felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. It's not just because the man in front of her is too superior, but also because Chu Yu is extra special to him. Ji Chen is always so straightforward. Junior sister, who is he? He. Before Chu Yu could speak, Yun Banjian interrupted and said, I am the god of life, and this woman claims that I was her master in her previous life. Who are you guys? Chu Yu. The other 5 people. Got it. I communicated with him in Hongmeng space for so long before, but it was all in vain. The looks those men had given Yun Banjian were full of temptation and hostility. Now, everything becomes complicated. Master. Jiang Xinbai smiled, but his smile didn't show in his eyes. You still haven't changed your habit of fooling handsome men, even the souls were not spared. You even have the nerve to make up such nonsense. My master in my previous life. What else do you have to be embarrassed about? Chu Yu didn't like what he heard. He is my master in my previous life. Believe it or not. Although Chu Yu himself was not quite sure, but Hongmeng said yes, so it must be. Also, when did she develop this habit of tricking handsome men? Curious baby Jichin is online again. But he said he is the god of life and you are also your master, so what kind of god are you? What were you in charge of in your previous life? Isn't God immortal? How did you end up in our world of cultivation? Besides, it's not over yet. Chu Yu's head was about to explode from the noise, and he glanced at everyone. To be honest, you don't believe me, so why are you asking so many questions? Now that everyone is here, let's rehearse. Seeing that Chu Yu had already communicated with Jia Zian again, Ji Chen felt aggrieved for a moment, then ran to Yun Banjian and started the Jin King walking around the pillar, movement around him. He looks like he has never seen the world. Ellipsis. Chapter 83. In order to complete the performance, Chu Yu hypnotizes himself. Not to mention that Zhu Yan felt it was too shameful to watch. Ning Luo's indifferent expression was even slightly cracked. No wonder the junior sister and junior brother have a good relationship, there is a reason for that. The difficult and complicated problems in their hearts can't last more than 3 breaths, and they become heartless and stupid again. Ning Luo and Zhu Yan were actually quite envious. Here, Chu Yu asked Jia Zian for the written script and actually made it play the video again. Although it was the second time to watch it, the 5 grown men except Yun Banjian were still somewhat at a loss. Chu Yu turned around and saw 5 red and warm faces. He was shocked. You guys, were you too innocent before? Haven't you watched the movie secretly? What is a film? They don't understand. But one could understand Chu Yu's expression. He was disgusted with them for being so inexperienced, yet they were powerless to refute him. After a pause, Chu Yu couldn't help but glance at Zhu Yan twice more. You've got at least 80, if not 100, female nuns you're dating. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Zhu Yan, who was inexplicably mentioned, was really angry. My romances with those nuns were all based on emotion and courtesy. We didn't even hold hands or hug each other. At most, we would listen to music under the moon and flowers. How could they be as explicit as this video? Is this a purely platonic relationship? It was very likely that Zhu Yan was still a novice, which Chu Yu never expected. Hongmeng, who was playing the clip sound, was laughing in the air. Are you ready? If you are ready, I will also dress up for you. Cross-dressing. Before everyone could react, they felt their bodies lighten. After a flash of white light, their figures all turned into the ones in the image, and so did their clothes. Ning Luo's silver hair and dragon horns, the red spider lily on Zhu Yan's forehead and the 9 fiery red fox tails behind her, Shen Tuyin's bloodshot eyes and Teng snake totem, Ji Chen's bare arms, Jiang Xinbai with a hint of frivolity between his brows, Yun Banjian. There seems to be not much difference. Moreover, the clip sound makes things much easier for them, allowing them to get into position accurately and precisely. Chu Yu is now sitting in Jiang Xinbai's arms. Her legs hung down on Zhu Yan's long legs. It's one thing to imagine you can do it, but it's another thing entirely to actually do it. Before the others could react, Chu Yu jumped out of Jiang Xinbai's arms and into the open space. Wait, I'm not ready. Jiang Xinbai looked at the empty arms, his face darkened. He wanted to say something to Chu Yu, but he didn't expect her to run to the side alone, pull off the amethyst from her neck, and start hypnotizing herself. Really, self-hypnosis. However, she cleverly gave herself a signal to wake up, which was when the 7th man appeared. Everyone saw Chu Yu muttering to himself in the corner for a long time. When I came back, I seemed completely different. They couldn't tell exactly what was different. But the feeling given by people seems to be extremely similar to the Chu Yu they saw in the video. This time, she lay in Jiang Shenbai's arms very naturally, and took the initiative to put her legs on Zhu Yan's long legs and rub them, which was extremely provocative. Jiang Shenbai and Zhu Yan, on the other hand, were extremely stiff, looking like decent men who had been teased. Keep on playing, keep on dancing. Chu Yu and Ning Luo looked at each other, their raised eyebrows full of teasing intent. Although he knew it was just an act, Ning Luo's mind was suddenly in turmoil. Although he was born with a natural understanding of music, he can remember the song he had just played for a moment. After calming down for a long while, Ning Luo's slender, ice-white fingertips touched the silver strings of the kuchen. The sound of the piano lingered out. Ji Chen held a long sword in his hand, his body as agile as a dragon and a tiger, and every time he swung the sword, it was with the force of thunder. The tip of the sword drew a series of glittering and colorful tracks in the air, sometimes light and graceful, like a winding mountain stream, sometimes strong and powerful, like a violent storm sweeping across the earth. After reading it only once, he remembered it completely. Such attainments are definitely not inferior to those of Jun Mohan, the natural sword bone. Chu Yu followed the script, put one arm around Jiang Shenbai's neck, whispered to him, and was affectionate and loving. Jiang Shenbai also gradually relaxed from his initial nervousness under her guidance. For a moment, it seemed as if they were back in the days when the two of them were in Shangshan sect and had not yet been discovered by Sect Master Li. He couldn't help but tighten his arms around her waist, rubbed his face against her neck, and said in a hoarse voice, "Long." Chu Yu hummed softly, seeming to enjoy the feeling. Little did he know that this response was like a huge stone falling into the water, causing waves to surge in the lake of his heart that he had tried so hard to calm. He tilted his head and gently sucked her swan's slender neck. His frown completely obscured the determination in his eyes. A furry fiery red tail was lying between the two of them, competing for their favor. Chu Yu lovingly stroked one of Zhu Yan's tails, their eyes met, and they were like honey and oil, pulling at the thread. What she didn't know was that the tail of a nine-tailed fox is an extremely sensitive part, and they usually only want it to be touched by their partner to enhance their interest in bed. Zhu Yan, who transformed into a nine-tailed fox, had exactly the same feeling, but had to endure it. The red color at the corners of the peach blossom eyes does not need any artificial acting, it is already a natural charm. Understanding the temptation in her eyes, Zhu Yan couldn't help but let out a low moan from his throat. It was so sexy that it could make one's bones go numb. Chu Yu became more and more excited as he watched. Behind him, Jiang Shenbai's other hand was clenched in his sleeve, and his fingertips were digging into the flesh and blood. He knew that this slutty fox had no good intentions towards his Yu, and she deliberately acted like she was targeting him in every way to attract attention. Foxes are indeed cunning. Zhu Yan didn't know what was wrong with him. He had never made such a sound when he had an affair with a female monk before. But in front of Chu Yu now, he couldn't help it at all. What was even worse was that not only did he feel physical pain, but the impact of looking into her eyes was several times stronger than when he had looked into the eyes of any other female monk before. I'm even starting to become addicted to this feeling. Shen Tu-yin, who was sitting opposite the jade table, finally peeled the spiritual fruit and stuffed it into Chu Yu's mouth. But when he saw a trace of pink juice of the spiritual fruit oozing from the corner of her mouth, he hesitated. Seeing Shen Tu-yin's hesitation, Chu Yu took the initiative to move his mouth closer and put his arms around his neck and pulled him down. Let his lips accurately imprint on the spiritual juice at the corner of her mouth. Ellipsis. Chapter 84 Chu Yu and Ji Chen's first kiss. Shen Tu-yin's heartbeat stopped for several breaths. Then, he started jumping wildly and even faster, almost unable to maintain his condition. But he remembered the part that belonged to him, and slowly and carefully extended the tip of his tongue, then immediately retracted it and sat up straight. Hong Meng in the void shook his head. Shen Tu was still the same as before, neither fighting nor grabbing, and was cautious even when something was brought to his mouth, unless. Forget it, regardless of the true feelings between my master and these men today. At least in terms of physical contact, there has been a big breakthrough. Next comes the most dramatic segment of this performance. It was fine when Ji Chen was dancing with the sword, and it was also fine when she asked Chu Yu to wipe the sweat off her face, but once he grabbed her wrist and lifted her chin, he couldn't kiss her at all. Card. Hong Meng, who was playing the clip sound, couldn't stand it any longer and went crazy. No, it's been stuck for so long, how can it be considered a complete restoration? What I asked for was a single take, with as much fidelity as possible. Chu Yu and others. When they become strong in the future, they will definitely find out what this samsara mirror is that is playing tricks on them, and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Hong Meng felt a chill on his back, and suddenly remembered that his master and her men had never been good people. His heart trembled again, and the tone of his command was no longer so coercive. You guys, start over again, and if you can get the most important part 70% or 80% like it, I'll be happy to see you. Why does this clip sound so strange? But Chu Yu and the others didn't want to think about it anymore, because they had done it once before, and it was much more natural the second time. When Ji Chen lifted Chu Yu's chin and was about to kiss him, he started to feel a little timid again. Chu Yu used his free hand to hook his neck, bringing them closer. Their breathing mingled, their heartbeats quickened, and some inexplicable emotion fermented in their hearts. Facing her beautiful smile, he was willing to sink into it. And his sunshine-like warm smile made her, who had already been hypnotized into thinking that she was Chu Yu in the reincarnation mirror, even more confused and infatuated. Jiang Shenbai and Zhu Yan were closest to the two of them and could clearly feel that the aura surrounding them was different. Like the ambiguity of pink, so natural and blending. Jiang Shenbai's face turned pale, and Zhu Yan turned away awkwardly. But out of the corner of his eye, he could still see the two of them kissing clearly. They actually approached each other. Ji Chen kissed awkwardly and cautiously, as if he was afraid of scaring Chu Yu. It was the first time he experienced such a wonderful feeling, which spread from his lips like an electric shock, making his whole body numb, and he felt as if he was falling into the clouds. This was also Chu Yu's first kiss in all 10 lives. I don't know whether it was the work of hypnosis or if he really had a telepathic connection with Ji Chen. It is so intoxicating that one doesn't even know what day it is. If I could develop this kind of relationship with my junior sister, it wouldn't be impossible, right? Ji Chen was shocked by his own thoughts. If he hadn't remembered that he was still performing, he might have slapped himself to wake him up. Junior sister is still young, how could he really have such beastly thoughts? But Ji Chen forgot that no matter in the world of cultivation or in the human world, most girls would have their coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 15 and could talk about marriage or form a Taoist couple. Chu Yu is 16 years old, not young. Because he regained consciousness, Ji Chen took the initiative to end the passionate kiss despite being reluctant. He was a little embarrassed and wanted to hide the lust in his eyes, but when he met Chu Yu's eyes that showed no concealment of his desire for him, he couldn't hide it anymore. Jiang Shenbai strangled Chu Yu's waist so hard that it was almost broken, and Yun Banjian finally suddenly appeared from the void. Chu Yu quickly pried Jiang Shenbai's hands apart and ran to Yun Banjian like a whale entering the sea, but found that he was just a seemingly solid soul and still could not be touched. The rebellious heart was eased, and he just kissed him lightly on the face and rubbed his chest while speaking the lines. The shadow of the seventh man appeared and hugged Chu Yu from behind, and her hypnosis was instantly lifted. Although she didn't like being touched by this person again, even if it was just a shadow, it made her feel uncomfortable. But Chu Yu still held his breath and went through the whole process, proudly shouting into the void. As a divine weapon, you should keep your word. We've performed, you've watched, isn't it time to let us out? Except for Yun Banjian, the other 5 men all looked at Chu Yu in surprise. How did she do it? She was obviously not used to this kind of intimacy in the last second, and then she could devote herself to it completely in the next second, as if she loved everyone sincerely and deeply. There was absolutely no trace of acting. When they looked into her eyes, all they felt was her absolute love. And in the next second, she was able to completely detach herself from her emotions and calmly bargain with the clip sound of the samsara mirror. And they have not yet completely come out of the emotions just now. No wonder Chu Yu specifically warned them before this, don't get too involved in the role, or you might get stuck. So this is what it feels like to be too immersed in a role. Why could she withdraw so easily? Was it the past, or the previous life she mentioned, that she had withdrawn from many times? Which one is the real her? If they knew that Chu Yu had been reincarnated 9 times with all kinds of memories, they would understand why Chu Yu could withdraw so completely. There are regrets in every life, but since you can start over, you shouldn't trap yourself in your previous life or the past. Otherwise, with so many grievances, she would have gone mentally ill long ago. Even in this life, she tried her best to save her master from the previous life, but that didn't mean she couldn't give up her previous life. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her life to be so prosperous. Clamping Yin Hongming had never expected that his master would be so thorough in using and throwing away these handsome men. He silently lit a candle for them in his heart and continued to clamp. Of course I will let you out as promised, and I'll also give you a huge reward. Take it. Except for Yun Banjian who had already returned to Chu Yu's Hongmeng space, everyone else felt a golden light descending from above their heads, and they all felt light as if they had been enlightened. The surrounding divine realm scene suddenly dissipated, and exclamations from the outside suddenly came in. It's the tribulation clouds floating towards us, and there are 3 of them. Who on earth is going to have to endure the golden elixir stage's thunder tribulation again? Ellipsis. Chapter 85. The thunder from heaven will not strike Chu Yu. 3 people breaking through at once. This is too incredible. I wonder which sect has such good luck. The ultimate competition is all about how much resources you've acquired and how much your cultivation has improved due to the opportunities you've encountered. 3 of them at once. Linglong's secret realm will force us to leave tomorrow. What else is there to compete for? Forget it, let's just mess around together. Ellipsis. The increasingly clearer discussions around him reached Chu Yu's ears. Her left eyelid twitched twice, and then she heard 3 loud thunderclaps above her head, boom, boom, and boom. The next moment, 3 thunderbolts as thick as bowls fell from above their heads. One fell on Jiang Shenbai and the other fell on Shen Tuyin. There was another one that was about to hit Chu Yu's head, but it suddenly turned and landed on the ground 1 step in front of her. Chu Yu. What do you mean? Does Tian Lei look down on her? Or is it split crooked? How come Jiang Shenbai and Shen Tuyin's thunderbolts were so steady? The onlookers were also shocked. Before they had time to discuss, 3 more thunders struck down at the same time. Not surprisingly, Chu Yu's thunderbolt turned another corner and struck her from behind. The next few bolts of thunder that fell were all like this. There were also 1 or 2 that even turned the corner and hit Jiang Shenbai and Shen Tuyin, but just couldn't hit Chu Yu. Everyone, including Chu Yu, fell into silence. Ji Chen was quite cheerful. It's great that the thunder didn't strike junior sister, and she was spared from physical pain. Ning Luo was not as optimistic as him. This is the heavenly thunder that breaks through to the golden core stage. If I hadn't been struck, I don't know if I could have successfully formed a pill. Right. Ji Chen slapped his head and said, why didn't I think of that? Ning Luo looked at this still naive little junior brother and shook his head helplessly. His feelings for his junior sister were written all over his face, and everyone else could see it, but he himself was completely unaware of it. No, it seems the junior sister didn't realize it either. Ning Luo sighed silently, feeling that these 2 might cause trouble in the future, and he suppressed the inexplicable sadness in his heart that shouldn't have appeared. This thunder tribulation was similar to the one Ji Chen encountered in the demon realm last time. It also lasted for a whole day and night before finally dissipating. Chu Yu looked at the 2 people on his left and right who were both meditating and regulating their breathing. Suddenly, he felt that it would be a bit strange if he didn't meditate, so he also pretended to meditate and regulate his breathing. The onlookers were speechless again. The lightning didn't even hit her, so why should she regulate her breathing? During the first competition, Zisha of Jishizong was particularly uncomfortable because Chu Yu defeated Xian, and she couldn't stand her pretense at all. The lightning didn't even hit her, how could she possibly form a pill? Yes, there's no pain at all. In thousands of years, I've never seen anyone break through so easily. The other disciples also echoed the discussion. Chu Yu originally just wanted to give it a try, but when he looked inward at his Danshan with his spiritual consciousness, he actually condensed a colorless spherical object dotted with golden light. Fortunately, Yun Banjian had given her the golden light point of divine power before, otherwise she might not have realized that she had successfully formed a pill. The question is, why didn't the thunder strike her? While Chu Yu was thinking, he and everyone else were enveloped by a blue halo. When they opened their eyes again, they all appeared in the square outside Linglong Secret. It is time to reckon with what they have gained. Let's start with the resources obtained. The resources obtained by Lingshao sect and Zen sect are relatively normal. Jishizong, Xuanzhizong and Kixingzong are basically short of money. The worst off was the Shangshan sect. All the mustard seed bags were empty, and sect leader Li was so angry that his face turned green. The other three sect leaders originally had bad expressions on their faces, but after seeing the end of Shangshan sect, they smiled knowingly. But when he saw the 5 direct disciples of Wuji Mountain pouring out resources and treasures from their mustard seed bags, which had gradually piled up into a small mountain, even the leader of Lingshao sect, Jiang, could no longer sit still. Old Lu, how are your disciples able to find so many resources? Sect leader Lu was still in shock, and before he could reply, Lin Song stepped forward and said indignantly. Chief judges, notaries, and sect leaders, I am Lin Song of the Shangshan sect. I am reporting that the disciples of Wuji Mountain have openly violated the conventions of the cultivation world. During the final competition, all the resources were plundered from our Shangshan sect, Xuanji sect, Jishi sect, and Kixing sect. That's why the amount of resources they obtained was so great. Lin Song was willing to be the first to speak out, on the one hand because he was really unhappy with Wuji Mountain, and on the other hand, it was to please Mu Linga. Because of his physical problems, Mu Linga treated him coldly for the past 10 days. Last night he suddenly found that he was able to do it again, so he performed well naturally so that he could have a full meal tonight. Thinking of Mu Linga's enchanting figure beneath her pure white flower-like appearance, Lin Song became distracted. But Chu Yu's words when he stood up to retort to him were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Wait, do you want to listen to what you are saying? There are only 5 of us in Wuji Mountain. How can we snatch resources from the hands of 20 of you? Are you that weak? Lin Song was choked by the retort. If he admitted that he was robbed, it would be equivalent to admitting that they were weak. If you don't admit your weakness, why would you be robbed? Chu Yu used to be low-key and well-behaved. When did he become so sharp-tongued? Zisha of the Xuanji sect was furious. You were so cunning. You didn't wait for us to gather together to attack, but to disperse us. Oh, so you admit that you are not as good as us. Chu Yu smiled, glanced at the 4 major sects that were originally planning to join forces to deal with Wuji Mountain, and tilted his head slightly. If you can join forces to deal with us, can't we just make a feint at the east and attack in the west, and defeat them one by one? You, stop talking nonsense. When did we ever join forces to deal with you? Zisha knew that one of the rules of the sect was that sects could not join forces to deal with other sects. She thought that since the 4 major sects refused to admit their confessions, Wuji Mountain would have no way to defend itself. After all, they had neither jade slips nor photo stones. You don't have any evidence, how can you prove that we are working together? Chu Yu spread his hands and said, what evidence do you have to prove that we stole your resources? It only takes a mouth to spread rumors, but it will take a lot of effort. Just because there are so many of you, your opinions are powerful, so whatever you say will be accepted. You. The little girl in purple gauze was angry and anxious, and she couldn't argue with him and was about to cry. Chu Yu suddenly pulled out a bamboo scroll and unfolded it with a swish. Among the 38 rules of the final sect competition, not one of them stipulates that after entering the Linglong secret realm, one cannot compete for resources from other sects. Not snatching resources and not bullying the weak is the protection given to growing cultivators in the real world of cultivation. But in the end, among us disciples, there is competition. If one day you really have to go to war with the demons and monsters, you can take out the human monster peace agreement, and confront them one by one. Which one did they violate? I'm afraid you'll be dead before the agreement is even opened. Ellipsis. Chapter 86 Mu Linga reveals that Chen Tuyin is a demon. Chu Yu's series of attacks were clear and logical, and even made many people fall into deep thought. Mu Linga just didn't understand. How could a person change so much after just a few months of not seeing each other? Sect leader Jiang and the others carefully reviewed all the rules of the sect competition. Chu Yu was right. There was no rule that forbade snatching resources. Now that things have come to this, they can only hope that their own disciples will do better and improve their cultivation more than them. Unexpectedly, among the 3 disciples who broke through the Jindan stage and entered the secret realm this time, 2 were from Wuji Mountain. What is the result? Is there any need to comment? Whether it was Sect Master Li of the Shangshan sect or Sect Master Wang of the Jishi sect, it was not appropriate for them to blatantly change the rules of the final match on the spot in front of everyone. They have to suffer this loss no matter what. Sect Master Lu could hardly suppress the smile. The top 3 in the sect competition all received rewards, but the first place winner, Wuji Mountain, received the most generous reward. Not only did they get a large amount of supplies, but the sect also jumped from being a lowly exiled to a second-level sect. 10 years later, there is still a chance to participate in the sect competition. Although this was far from the grand occasion of Wuji Mountain 100 years ago, sect leader Lu was already very satisfied. Among his 5 direct disciples, 3 have already broken through to the golden core stage. Which sect's direct disciples can compare with him? If Ning Luo's spiritual roots could be repaired and the Xilong Zhu Yan's spiritual roots could be lifted, their achievements would definitely not be worse than those of his other 3 disciples. As for the popularity of the sect, not to mention that each of his 5 disciples has considerable appeal. It would be difficult for Chu Yu to just stand at the mountain gate and recruit disciples and teach masters. Oops. The mountain gate that was smashed by Ji Chen and Chu Yu, the 2 bastards, has not been repaired yet. He has to hurry up and fix it when he gets back. Sect leader Lu happily accepted the reward, while Chu Yu and Ji Chen accurately found the 1,000-year-old South China Sea mermaid pearl from the pile of reward resources and immediately asked Shen Tuyin to keep it. Shen Tuyin has the glass heart, so any medicinal materials that stay with him can always maintain the best condition until they are refined. Although they didn't say a word to take credit, Ning Luo's eyes were wet and he silently turned his head away. Even though they have no blood relationship with each other, they're willing to sacrifice their lives and rack their brains for him. He was clearly his biological father, but after realizing that he was worthless, he abandoned him like a piece of trash. The frozen hole in Ning Luo's heart door cracked open even wider. There is gurgling warm spring water slowly pouring out. Zhu Yan pursed her lips and said, the three of them really have warm hearts. Ning Luo withdrew his thoughts and looked at Zhu Yan calmly. If you are willing to accept them, they will be just as warm to you. TSK, who cares? Zhu Yan turned her head away proudly, not wanting to watch any more. It was boring. Chu Yu happened to run towards Ning Luo with joy in his heart. Big brother, we only need one last herbal ingredient, and we're almost done. There were so many people talking and it was hard for Chu Yu to explain it too clearly. Ning Luo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the girl's dazzling smile. He reached out and patted her head. Thanks for your hard work. That's right, we've all worked so hard. Big brother, you have to reward us well. Oh, what reward do you want? Ning Luo was now penniless, and the only thing he could think of was the resources he could get as rewards from the sect competition. Master, what do you like among the resources I gave me? Feel free to pick any one you like. We don't want those vulgar things. Chu Yu smiled slyly, and while Ning Luo frowned in thought, he whispered, I heard from my junior brother that the noodles you make, senior brother, are extremely delicious. Can you make a bowl for us every day? That's it. Ning Luo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and finally nodded in agreement. Compared with the joyful atmosphere of Wuji Mountain, the Shangshan sect, Jishi sect and other sects are not only deserted, but also full of resentment. Mu Linga watched Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin circling around Chu Yu. Even Jiang Xinbai, who was beside her, never took his eyes off Chu Yu. Her jealousy had already overwhelmed her rationality. She suddenly rushed to the middle of the hall and knelt down, saying to the 6 clan leaders sitting on the podium. Mu Linga, a disciple of the Shangshan sect, is suing Wuji Mountain for harboring the demon Shen Tuyin, causing chaos in the world of cultivation. Her intentions deserve death. In one sentence, the expressions of everyone present changed. The disciples, not knowing why, began to distance themselves from Wuji Mountain. Jun Mohan, Yelang and Jiang Xinbai, who knew the situation, cast worried glances at Shen Tuyin and others. Chu Yu and Ji Chen almost instinctively stood in front of Shen Tuyin on the left and right. Ning Luo and Zhu Yan stood silently behind Shen Tuyin. Although sect leader Lu's seed was a bit lower than the 6 sect leaders and the steps were one level lower, his temperament was not inferior at all. His eyes, always as shrewd as a mischievous boy, were now filled with an undisguised fierceness. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The expressions of the 6 clan leaders were different. They had known about the special bloodline of Shen Tuyin a few years ago. The result agreed upon at that time was to secretly kill Shen Tuyin before he became too powerful to be controlled and posed a threat. But sect leader Lu got the news from somewhere and broke into the Federation of Cultivation World to save Shen Tuyin. He also accepted him as his personal disciple and promised that he would never let Shen Tuyin bring disaster to the cultivation world. If only a few sect leaders knew about this matter, it would be easier to resolve it through negotiation. Mu Linga chose this time to announce the conclusion of the final competition. Almost all the cultivators were paying attention to it, and even the Jade Sip live broadcast room was still broadcasting. The nature of the matter had changed. In order to avoid causing panic in the cultivation world, the Cultivation World Federation must give the cultivators a satisfactory explanation. Sect leader Li already had a lot of resentment towards Wuji Mountain, and now it seemed like he had found an outlet for it. Linga, harboring a demon is a matter of great importance to the safety of the cultivation world. Without evidence, you cannot speak nonsense. Listening to these words, it seems that he is blaming Mu Linga for being reckless. In fact, it was a reminder for Mu Linga to produce evidence. Once the evidence proves that Shen Tuyin may indeed be a demon, he must be dealt with. How could Mu Linga not understand what Sect Master Li meant? She quickly took out the photo stone. This was the time in the demon realm when I recorded Shen Tuyin's demonic transformation. When this man goes crazy, he can't distinguish between friend and foe, and he will definitely become a disaster for our cultivation world. This disciple dares to petition for the common people of the cultivation world and the human world, and to kill the demon Shen Tuyin. Want to kill Shen Tuyin? Chu Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In order to protect Shen Tuyin's secret, she made Jiang Xinbai swear an oath of death and extinction. She trusted Jun Mohan and Yi Lang, but she couldn't guard against Mu Linga. As expected, she is the heroine of the original novel. She will not be happy unless she kills Shen Tuyin, right? Chu Yu refused to let her have her wish. When Mu Linga was about to open the photo on the photo stone, Chu Yu suddenly said, "Wait. Why should I listen to you?" Mu Linga and Chu Yu looked at each other, the smugness of revenge in their eyes undisguised. Everything Chu Yu cherished, Mu Linga, was going to be destroyed, completely destroying her physically and mentally. Let's see how Chu Yu can stop Mu Linga from becoming an immortal and becoming a god. As expected, Chu Yu did not panic. Instead, she shrugged in vain. I want to remind you to think carefully before playing the video. Ellipsis. Chapter 87. What is a demon? What is a human? What do you mean? Mu Linga regretted asking this question. I'm suing you for harboring a demon, and it's a righteous act. Why do you still need to think it through? Chu Yu, I know you have resentment towards me and Shang Shanzong, but there is no need to confuse people here. The monks watching the scene were completely silent, but the monks watching the live broadcast of the Jade Sip could not help but start discussing. I'm on Mu Linga's side this time. This demon is a serious matter. Although I like Shen Tuyin very much, if he is a demon, he must be dealt with. That's right. Since ancient times, demons have always been cruel and bloodthirsty. He is also gifted with extraordinary talents. If he were to become a demon, it would definitely be a disaster for my righteous path. It's better to kill innocent people than to condone them. Isn't the lesson of the war between humans and demons 100 years ago heavy enough? I'm just saying this, can't we wait for Mulinga to produce the evidence before we make a final conclusion on whether Shen Tuyin is a demon or not? We can't just assume it's what she says, right? Our Linga wants to take it out, but Chuyu is still quibbling and won't let me. Chuyu did seem to be quibbling, but she never showed any guilt from beginning to end. You said there's a photo of my third senior brother transforming into a demon in the demon realm. When did you take that photo? When you joined forces to fight against the young master of the demon clan. Mulinga always felt that Chuyu's question was not simple, but she didn't know what was wrong. We joined forces to fight. Who do we mean by we? Chuyu led the conversation. If I remember correctly, all the direct disciples were present at the time. Why didn't they say that my third senior brother had become a demon? Why are you so sure? After saying this, Chuyu's gaze swept over the group of direct disciples who had kept the distance from Wuji Mountain. How did you manage to survive the dangers in the demon realm? Who rescued you? How did we rescue you? Now, are they all mute? Aren't the disciples cultivated by this generation of the cultivation world all those who follow the wind and are timid and cowardly? This is indeed a bit harsh. Zhao Ming from Lingshao sect was the first to jump out. Who's the coward? It was you, Ji Chen, Shen Tuyin, and the 4 Yelangs from Xuanji sect who drugged the demon guards and bought us time to escape to the teleportation array. In the end, all we saw was the young master of the demon clan coming to intercept you and severely injure you, Shen Tuyin rushing to treat your injuries, Jichen, Jun Mohan, Jiang Xinbai, and Yelang rushing out from behind, as they battled with the young master of the demon clan before being teleported back to Yuanshui town. Chuyu was very grateful to Zhao Ming for standing up at this time. May I ask, senior brother Zhao Ming, have you seen my third senior brother transform into a demon? Zhao Ming recalled carefully and said with certainty. Not yet. Mulinga was anxious. That's because you were teleported away before Shen Tuyin became a demon. So, when we were on the verge of life and death, you stood by and watched. And you even had the mind to use the photo stone to take a picture. Seeing Mulinga's stunned expression, Chuyu pressed on. Your companion was on the verge of death, yet you didn't step forward to save him. Instead, you took photos with a clear conscience. What was your motive? I wasn't free at the time. Mulinga's voice was obviously much softer. Chuyu's energy became stronger and stronger. Not a free man, and you can still take out the photo stone. If I remember correctly, except for the young demon master who was hanging out with you in the cave, all the other demons were drugged by us. Where did we get the people to guard you? As he spoke, Chuyu took another step forward, channeling the divine power Yun Banjian had given him into his own spiritual energy. He quietly focused it into his eyes, making sure he wouldn't be attacked by Mulinga's evil spirit. Then, he locked onto her eyes. Since you can toy with the young master of the demon clan at your fingertips, when you saw us struggling to death, shouldn't you step forward to deal with him, at least ask him to spare our lives, and then find a way to save us after bringing him back to the demon city? Or maybe you just can't stand me and wish I were dead. I didn't. Stop talking nonsense. Having her heart touched, Mulinga subconsciously took a step back. And this step, in the eyes of everyone, actually verified Chuyu's guess, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Mulinga changed a little. Seeing that the rhythm was almost completely led astray by Chuyu, Sect Master Li, who was sitting high up, became impatient and joined in. How Linga handles things will be decided in the future. The most urgent task is to determine whether Shen Tuyin of your sect is a demon or not. Then may I ask Sect Master Li, what is a demon? Since ancient times, demons have been evil, bloodthirsty, greedy, and violent. They have no mercy on other creatures, including humans, and are only concerned with satisfying their own desires. Such inferior creatures should be strangled at birth. Sect Leader Li thought that his words would resonate with most people. Moreover, he knew very well that Shen Tuyin had human blood as well as an unknown but extremely powerful mysterious blood. Even though it was unclear what the mysterious bloodline was, Shen Tuyin had gone berserk and injured people before entering Wuji Mountain. As long as Mulinga can produce evidence, he will define it as the bloodline of a demon, and no matter what Wuji Mountain does, it will not be able to salvage anything. But Sect Master Li really underestimated Chuyu's ability to refute. You also said that those who are bloodthirsty, greedy, violent, and without mercy are demons. My third senior brother is an alchemist who saves the dying and heals the wounded. If it weren't for his painstaking efforts in refining the medicine to cover up the aura of the demons, we would never have been able to rescue Yelang and steal the day. If it weren't for his quick thinking and refining of demonic energy that was indistinguishable from the real thing, we wouldn't have been able to penetrate the demon camp and rescue all of his disciples. Nowadays, spiritual beasts can still accompany you and me, fighting for life and death together. How can we still advocate the saying that those who are not of my race must have different hearts? Even if my third senior brother might hurt others when he encounters extreme emotional fluctuations, isn't this human nature? Isn't this often the case when we monks go astray? On the contrary, some people, who look like saints but are as vicious as snakes, disregard the lives of their companions. Chapter 88 Reversal. This is simply saying that Mulinga did not help the person in need without naming anyone. No amount of explanation can change this ironclad fact. That's not all, Chuyu also dropped a bombshell. Besides, you said that you endured humiliation and obtained a list of demons that had infiltrated the cultivation world from the demon clan's young master. How can you be sure that the demons on your list who were captured by the Cultivation World Federation were not their abandoned ones? How can we be sure that they have actually planted more demons in the Loose Cultivator Alliance, or even between you and me? How can you prove that you are not the young master of the demon clan, but a spy planted in my cultivation world? After 3 consecutive questions, Mulinga retreated repeatedly, and her blood color disappeared. She wanted to use her spiritual power to attack Chuyu's consciousness, but found that it was completely ineffective. How could this be? I didn't, Master, fellow sect leaders and elders, this is Chuyu's deliberate attempt to confuse people in order to protect Shen Tuyin. I am definitely not a demon clan spy. Please believe me. When Mu Linga was most frightened, she could only use her most common trick of looking tearful to gain sympathy. However, apart from Sect Master Li, who felt pity for his direct disciple, the other Sect Masters were relatively rational. The leader, Sect Master Jiang, pondered for a moment. Since you claim to have footage proving Shen Tuyin is a demon, why not show it first? Mu Linga hesitated at this moment. She did see Shen Tuyin's inhuman blood-red vertical pupils and the faint strange lines on his left eye, but he moved so fast at the time that she was not sure whether the photo stone had captured the picture clearly. Moreover, Chu Yu's words just now had already reduced everyone's hostility and suspicion towards Shen Tuyin to the lowest level. Even if the remaining photos are released now, it may not be possible to kill Shen Tuyin in one fell swoop. But if she doesn't release it, it would make her look guilty. After much hesitation, Mu Linga finally made up her mind and played the video. Shen Tuyin in the picture has entered a frenzied state. He first knocked down the young master of the demon clan several times, and then beat Jun Mohan and Ji Chen. But he moved so fast that the most he could see in the photo was that his eyes seemed to have turned red, and nothing else could be seen clearly. Chu Yu had guessed this was the case long ago, and only after confirming that it was indeed the case did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The jade slips in the world of cultivation today have functions very similar to the mobile phones in her previous life, but they have a rather old problem: the pixels are not high and there is no zoom. It was almost impossible to take a clear picture from 100 meters away, so I had to get closer to take pictures. The same is true for photo stones. The onlookers, who were previously too nervous to speak, and the jade slip live broadcast room, became lively again. Looking at this picture, Shen Tuyin is no different from us. Is the person upstairs blind? Can normal human eyes be that red? When you get emotional and cry, your eyes don't turn red. My scumbag ex-lover died the month before last. I cried for 7 whole days. My eyes were probably redder than his. No, he's already a former Daoist friend, but he's still a scumbag. Why are you mourning for him? Haha, forgive my insincere laugh. Anyway, Shen Tuyin's love for Chu Yu is true love. Ji Chen has worked so hard for Yu, but Ming Ming loves it more. Our Jiang Xinbai is the official wife. A few days ago, she even confessed her love to Yu in public during the Jade Slip live broadcast. Hey, can you guys please stop wandering off track? No one questioned how Shen Tuyin, a Dan cultivator, could be so fast. How could he be so powerful? Not only did he defeat Jun Mohan and Ji Chen, who were already at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, but he also beat the young master of the demon clan without a single blow. Oh my god, this is so scary. But this doesn't prove that Shen Tuyin is a demon, right? Maybe it's some special ability. Also, although he was quite brutal in the beating of Ji Chen and Jun Mohan in the scene, didn't everyone escape the demon realm safely in the end? If he lost his mind and attacked indiscriminately, who would have survived? Ellipsis. Seeing that the discussion in the Jade Slip forum gradually leaned towards Chu Yu, Mu Linga could only use her last trump card and looked at Jiang Xinbai and the others who were also present. Big brother, senior brother Mohan, junior brother Yilang, you were all there at the time. The photos didn't capture Shen Tuyin's demonic appearance clearly, but you saw it. Are you also going to protect him like Wujishan did, disregarding the safety of the people in the cultivation world? She didn't believe it, so everyone stood on Chu Yu's side. Yilang and Jun Mohan exchanged a glance and stood up without hesitation. Brother Shentu was very emotionally unstable at the time, but if it weren't for him, we would have died at the hands of the demon clan's young master. Your photo only shows the time when the young master of the demon clan escaped. Afterwards, Brother Shentu did not kill Brother Mohan and Brother Ji, but returned to Chu Yu and stayed with her. Yilang did not lie, but said the part that could be said. It also pointed out that Mu Linga left with the young master of the demon clan, which made people think deeply again. Jun Mohan's answer was more concise. The world is so vast that nothing is impossible. People with innate supernatural powers like junior brother Shentu exist. It would be an exaggeration to demonize it. Why? 1 by 1, 2 by 2, all helped Chu Yu. They could clearly see more clearly than her. Shen Tuyin's eyes were definitely not what a human should have. Mu Linga placed her last hope on Jiang Xinbai. Elder brother. Jiang Xinbai still smiled so elegantly, and his voice was very gentle. Junior sister, you must have suffered too many setbacks recently, and your state of mind has been affected. You are a little paranoid. Even if the Shentu brothers attacked Mohan and Ji Chen, it was probably just an emotional outburst because they were too worried that something might happen to Chu Yu. You. Mu Linga's face turned red, then white, then blue. Finally, she simply knelt down and cried bitterly. Master, everything I said is true. Please help me, woo. Sect Leader Li's face was solemn, and he seemed to be in a dilemma. At this moment, Sect Leader Lu snorted coldly. Without enough evidence, you're accusing my disciple like this. Are you trying to bully me because I have no one to rely on in Wuji Mountain? After he finished speaking, a sense of righteousness emanated from Sect Leader Lu. Except for the 5 people from Wuji Mountain, everyone felt an extremely terrifying pressure. The weaker monks in the audience couldn't even hold on and fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. With this level of cultivation, even if it has not broken through to the Mahayana stage, it has at least reached the fusion stage. The 6 sect leaders were shocked. Old Lu. Sect leader Jiang had to speak out a warning before Sect leader Lu withdrew his pressure and snorted coldly. This was a warning to the sect leaders that he was able to take Shen Tuyin away alone before, and now he can also take Shen Tuyin away safely. What's more, he is not alone now, he has disciples. The 6 clan leaders had originally promised clan leader Lu that as long as Shen Tuyin did not go berserk and kill people, they would never make his situation public. It was just that Mu Linga had revealed it, and it had escalated to the point where it was now, so something had to be done about it. Ellipsis. Chapter 89 Wuji Mountain. When together they're a ball of fire, when apart they're a sky full of S. Master Fang of the Zen sect knew that if things continued to escalate, there would be no peaceful resolution today, so he finally spoke. God is kind to all living things, and all things in the world are born equal. Moreover, although Brother Shantu behaved differently from ordinary people and hurt others when in a hurry, he never killed innocent people and had nothing to do with demons. But this extraordinary quality may cause panic among many monks. How about you stay at the Cultivation World Federation for a while, and then we can send you back to Wuji Mountain after we've verified that you pose no threat to the Cultivation World. Although he said it politely, he still wanted to detain Shantu Yin in the Cultivation World Federation. It is hard to say what to do next, or whether any accidents will occur after it is confiscated. It's not that Chu Yu doesn't trust Sect Master Fang, but she doesn't trust Sect Master Li, who has always been targeting their Wuji Mountain. Just as she was about to step forward to argue, Shantu Yin grabbed her wrist and slowly shook his head at her. Even if the cultivation base of the 6 sect leaders is not necessarily higher than their own master, it should be almost the same. If we go to war with them, the result will probably be disastrous. Shantu Yin took a step forward and bowed to sect leader Fang and the others, saying, Shantu Yin is willing to stay in the Cultivation World Federation and cooperate with the investigation. I hope that all the clan leaders can handle this matter impartially. Sect Master Fang breathed a sigh of relief. Their Zen Buddhism was known for its compassion and they would never kill unless it was necessary. Back then, he was the first to support Sect Leader Lu in taking Shantu Yin away. Mu Linga was not convinced at first, but when she met Sect Master Li's restraining gaze, she could only swallow her anger. I thought the matter had come to an end, but Chu Yu stood up again. Sect Leader Li frowned so hard that he could kill a fly. Our Cultivation World Federation has already made concessions, what else do you want? Do you really want us to ignore such matters and disregard the safety of the people of the world? I haven't said anything yet, why are you so excited, Sect Master Li? Chu Yu slowly straightened the sleeves of his sect uniform. Since the Cultivation World Federation wants to keep my third senior brother, why not keep me here as well? Our Wuji Mountain has been deserted for several years. In the future, we will accept more monks and students, so we must learn more management experience from the Federation of Cultivators. Right, Master. Sect Leader Lu was stunned. How could he not understand that this girl was worried about Shantu Yin? He quickly agreed. Yes, if you want to stay, then bring my little disciple Chu Yu with you. Shantu listens to her the most, and she can help your federation a lot. Keep Chu Yu. Will there ever be peace in the Cultivation World Federation? The 6 sect leaders all thought the same thing in their hearts. Before he could say no, Ji Chen came over to join in the fun. Wherever junior sister is, there I will be. She and my third senior brother, one is a weak auxiliary spiritual practitioner who can't take care of herself, and the other is a fragile Dan cultivator, I have to protect them. Juvenile. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Have you forgotten your incredible feat of challenging 3 major sects in a 3-way battle? You. Sect leader Jiang had only said 2 words when Ning Luo unexpectedly stood up. Junior sister is right. Our Wuji Mountain is now a 2nd level sect, but we have been practicing independently since we entered. We really need to learn more from the Cultivation World Federation. I hope that the sect masters will give us brothers and sisters a chance to better develop Wuji Mountain and protect the cultivation world and the human world. Zhu Yan, count me in too. Chu Yu was a little surprised that Zhu Yan was willing to advance and retreat with everyone. She smiled and looked at her 4 brothers, then at sect leader Lu on the platform. Master, fellow sect leaders, we, the Wuji Mountain, are a ball of fire when together and a sky full of stars when apart. We will always advance and retreat together. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart was lifted. What a saying, when together, they're a ball of fire, when apart, they're a sky full of stars. The live broadcast room was boiling with excitement, and the surrounding monks were also infected by their emotions, and they couldn't help but mutter one sentence after another. When they're together, they're a ball of fire, when they're apart, they're a sky full of stars. If the Federation of Cultivation Worlds does not agree, its appeal in the entire cultivation world will probably be affected in the future. Sect leader Jiang and the others exchanged glances for a moment, forcing a smile. Then you all stay here. It's a good opportunity to learn from the disciples of our association. In addition to the 5 direct disciples of their respective masters who are the focus of training, the 6 major sects will also send the inner disciples with better performance to the Federation of Cultivation World. The 6 major sects will train and manage them together, and in the future, the 6 leaders of the Federation of Cultivation World will be selected from them. The 6 sect leaders are indeed generous. It's just right for this old man to stay and observe, and then go back to develop Wuji Mountain. Sect leader Lu struck while the iron was hot, looking shameless. Sect leader Jiang and the others were at a loss whether to laugh or cry, while sect leader Li and sect leader Wang were almost gnashing their teeth. Thus, today's final award ceremony ends here. After sect leader Jiang made the announcement, he heaved a sigh of relief, his mind full of how to deal with the 5 troublemakers, one big and one small, in Wuji Mountain. Chu Yu took another step forward, bowed and said loudly. Chu Yu from Wuji Mountain, I have something important to report. Sect leader Jiang. The other 5 clan leaders. Is this girl going to stop? Chu Yu knew that these old men were all blaming themselves in their hearts, so he said to himself. I want to sue Mu Linga of the Shangshan sect for openly practicing dual cultivation with an evil cultivator who harms righteous cultivators in the Buyu Pavilion. Afterwards, he ordered this evil cultivator to assassinate me and my 2nd senior brother Zhu Yan. As soon as these words were spoken, a large number of audience members who had already moved away immediately sat back down. There's another melon. Half of the people in the Jade Sib live room had already left, but suddenly more people poured in than before. Sect Master Li's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. How dare you? Practicing dual cultivation with others was Linga's own choice, yet you keep saying that she is an evil cultivator. You use such hearsay without any evidence to slander my clan's teachings. Do you think that there is no one in my Shangshan sect? You ungrateful villain. After saying that, sect leader Li actually imitated sect leader Lu just now and released extremely strong pressure. But this pressure is not directed at everyone, but only at Chu Yu. Sect leader Li's speed was too fast. Even though sect leader Lu noticed something was wrong and took action to stop him in time, Chuyu was still affected and took a few steps back, covering his chest and spitting blood. Little junior sister. Long. The 4 senior brothers and Jiang Xinbai were anxious to step forward to support Chuyu. Jun Mohan and other close disciples who had a good relationship with Chuyu also showed worried expressions. Chuyu reached out to stop them from getting closer, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the tip of his thumb. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with irony and arrogance. Sec Master Li still dares to mention saving me back then. Don't you know why I became an orphan without anyone to rely on back then? Upon hearing this, Sec Master Li's expression suddenly changed, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his voice became sharper. Of course I know what's going on. Back then, when Xingyuan was attacked by demonic beasts, you were the only one who survived. I kindly took you in and brought you back to Shangshan sect. However, you were unlucky and your spiritual roots were shattered. I simply followed customary practice and exiled you to Wuji Mountain. Now, you are slandering the future pillars of our Shangshan sect. How is that any different from repaying kindness with enmity? Ellipsis. Chapter 90. Imprisoning New Linger is a great relief. I repay kindness with enmity. Chuyu's lips curled slightly, and because his lips were stained with blood, his smile was as charming and dangerous as a red spider lily. Why did the monsters that were supposed to be deep in the Wuxiang forest suddenly run like crazy to villages like Xingyuan on the edge of the forest and attack indiscriminately? Is it really a coincidence? The original text was extremely vague about Chuyu's life experience, but it did explain that Sec Master Li first went to the depths of the Wuxiang forest next to Xingyuan. Not long after, the monsters moved strangely, and he followed them to Xingyuan and other villages, found Chuyu, and brought him back to Shangshan sect to raise him. But Chuyu intuitively felt that there was an inexplicable connection between these things, and he was just trying to trick Sec Master Li. Although the murderous intent in his eyes only flashed for a moment, Chuyu still caught it. There is indeed a ghost. Jiang Xinbai actually noticed the strangeness in sect leader Li's behavior at that moment. Thinking of how his family members had also died from the monster's movements, a terrible guess suddenly crossed his mind. He quickly lowered his eyes to hide the surging emotions in his eyes, but a huge wave was rising in his heart. Being stared at by Chuyu's eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, sect leader Li felt as if the ugliest side of himself that he had hidden deepest had been exposed, and felt extremely uncomfortable. But on his face, he still maintained that serious and upright attitude. How many reasons are there for the unusual movements of Warcraft? You are such an ungrateful person, always blaming others for accidental factors. Your heart is not right. Chuyu followed what he said. No matter how crooked my heart is, it's not as crooked as your personal disciples. I'm not like your personal disciple who wants to kill someone without solid evidence. After saying that, Chuyu also took out a photo stone. Here, there's irrefutable evidence that the man who practiced jewel cultivation with Mu Linga in Wuyu Pavilion is an evil cultivator. Also, how this man left Mu Linga's room, how he followed me and my second senior brother Zhu Yan, and how he returned to Mu Linga's room after we escaped his pursuit. All the photos. Mu Linga was shocked, even though she knew it was unlikely that Chuyu could get so much evidence. But her increasingly ugly expression betrayed her emotions. She simply threw in the towel, crying and pretending to be out of control, and released an ice spirit attack towards the image stone in Chuyu's hand. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. There was a crisp, crack, sound, and Chuyu seemed unable to dodge it, and the photo stone in his hand shattered, as if it was waiting to hurt the hearts of the onlookers. Is this gone? Mu Linga seemed to be greatly frightened when she saw the photo stone shattered. She screamed, ah, and knelt on the ground, shaking her head helplessly and shedding tears. Sorry. I didn't mean it. But Chuyu's claim that I was practicing jewel cultivation with an evil cultivator was simply too outrageous. I know that you have a close relationship with the young Master Shangwen of Beibaozhai. Beibaozhai is a wealthy and powerful family. That man just accidentally offended the young Master Shangwen, so he spread rumors that he was an evil cultivator and even issued a wanted order. If he really is an evil cultivator, would it be Beibaozhai's turn to issue a wanted order? Do you think the Cultivation World Federation is just a decoration? Mu Linga can become the heroine of the original text. This language art is really not simple. It seems that Beibaozhai has been greatly offended, but in fact it implies that Beibaozhai has overstepped its authority and does not take the Federation of Cultivators seriously. It does not report the evil cultivators it discovers and issues a wanted order privately. Sure enough, the expressions of the 6 sect leaders all became a little unnatural. But Chuyu didn't get angry as expected. Instead, he raised his eyebrows at Mu Linga playfully. The Cultivation World Federation values evidence. At that time, if there was insufficient evidence, they wouldn't issue an order to hunt down the person even if they reported it. Now that the evidence is solid, I won't report it. Mu Linga. Didn't she just destroy the evidence? Is Chuyu probably so angry that he's going crazy? Under Mu Linga's incredulous gaze, Chuyu took out another photo stone from the mustard seed bag. You don't think that I only put the evidence of that person's crime in a photo stone, do you? It doesn't matter if your hands keep shaking and you waste this, I have plenty of mustard seed bags. It doesn't matter if you destroyed my mustard seed bag. My brother Shangwen has plenty more. If you have the guts, you can destroy the entire Beibaozhai. Mu Linga. I'm so angry. How can you fight someone who doesn't play by the rules? This scene was unexpected to almost everyone. Before he could react, Chuyu had already opened the photo stone to play the video. The footage records the man's various evil practices and the process of harming righteous monks. It is obvious that it was not recorded by one person, but multiple clips edited together. Some cultivators were even brutally killed on the spot by the evil cultivator after they had recorded their actions with the photo stones. However, the photo stones they left behind were not discovered by the evil cultivator, but were later found by his compatriots and finally handed over to Beibaozhai. These were clues that many cultivators voluntarily handed over to Beibaozhai after Shangwen Ziqian asked Beibaozhai to issue a wanted order, in order to capture and execute this evil cultivator as soon as possible. As for the various photos of the man entering and leaving the Wu Yu Pavilion and the nearby streets, it was because Chu Yu's live broadcast was very popular at the time. Many cultivators nearby wanted to eat the melons about Chu Yu, and also wanted to eat the melons about Mu Linga, so they all ran to take various photos. Thanks to Chu Yu for creating a new use for jade slips to take photos, everyone is now learning to take photos in various ways, and even microprocessing those photos. Although the method is still relatively crude, it is sufficient as evidence of accusation. Looking at Mu Linga, whose face was as pale as death, Chu Yu sneered in his heart and bowed to everyone on the platform. We caught him red-handed. Honestly, isn't this enough to prove this man is an evil cultivator? This person is indeed an evil cultivator. Your photographic evidence also proves that he is related to Linga. Sect Master Li spoke first, his face heavy. As for whether the evil cultivator is hunting you down, and whether it was Mu Linga who ordered it, we need to investigate further. Mu Linga, who was already completely panicked, was reminded by Sect Master Li and immediately argued. I didn't. I met him by chance, and we were very close. He never did anything to hurt me. I never knew he was an evil cultivator, and I never asked him to hunt down Chu Yu and Zhu Yan. I really didn't. Chu Yu seemed to have anticipated that he wouldn't be able to beat Mu Linga to death with one blow, so he didn't get angry. Instead, he cooperated with her. Then at least, Mu Linga is considered a key suspect related to this evil cultivator. She should be detained in the Cultivation World Federation's ground level cell, strictly guarded, and interrogated, right? Chu Yu is different from Mu Linga. She has already memorized all the important rules and regulations of the cultivation world, instead of just wanting people to die all the time, like an illiterate who doesn't know the rules. Mu Linga, the princess of the human world, really lacks the bearing and manners of a princess. How screwed up must the original author be to let such a person be the heroine? Chu Yu said everything that should and shouldn't be said. Several leaders of the Cultivation World Federation suddenly felt like puppets who could only give orders. But Chu Yu was right, they didn't even have the chance to show off. The result of the sect competition involved so many gossips, and the monks on the scene felt that the ticket price was really worth it. The viewers in the Eugene live broadcast room also felt that launching this live broadcast was totally worth it. Only Mu Linga, who was taken away, cried at the top of her lungs. Most of her followers are relatively rational, but a very small number of brainless followers are still posting various messages on the Jade Slip forum to speak up for her. Ellipsis. Chapter 91 Urgent call for help from the human world. But the personality of genius girl Mu Linga and her influence in the world of cultivation are gone forever. Wuji Mountain, which had always been regarded as a place where people abandoned cultivation, suddenly became a second-level sect, and the topic became increasingly popular. Especially Chu Yu, Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin, the three direct disciples who performed extremely well in the sect competition, and Sect Master Lu, whose cultivation is comparable to the 6 sect masters, have all become Jade Slip Red. Chu Yu's popularity surpassed the three goddesses Mu Linga, Ziyun and Yi Jinyao, becoming the new strongest, Yu Jianhong, in the world of cultivation with the highest number of followers and the most talked about topics. What followed were countless followers who came here to admire his reputation. Not only did they confess their love crazily on the internet, but after knowing that Chu Yu was currently visiting the Federation of Cultivation World, some even went to the scene to chat and express their feelings. Spirit pigeons deliver love letters, spirit cats deliver spirit flowers, spirit fish deliver treasures, spirit beasts deliver spirit medicine, people sing love songs through doors, people strip on rooftops to seduce others, people call their lovers sisters from the air, and even people deliberately climb into beds. There is nothing they can't do, as long as they can't think of it. Chu Yu found it fun, like watching a play every day. But Ji Chen and the other three were becoming increasingly irritated. Ji Chen had no idea how many men had offered themselves to Chu Yu. As long as Ji Chen finds a male species with its tail spread out within 10 steps of Chu Yu, he can knock it away with a single sword move. After a few months, he raised his cultivation to the middle stage of the Golden Core by driving people out of the Cultivation World Federation. Shen Tuyin is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. If he didn't know that he was still under control and couldn't give people too strong drugs, those people would have definitely come in vertically and left horizontally. It's not just diarrhea, a pig's head, or temporary functional damage. For some reason, seeing Chu Yu's suitors being tormented so much and not decreasing but increasing in number, Zhu Yan felt inexplicably unhappy. Are there no female cultivators in the world of cultivation? Why do these people always love to throw themselves at Chu Yu? Do they think they can ascend to heaven if they get Chu Yu? Day after day, they don't even look at their own moral character. How could Chu Yu possibly look down on them? That little thing is so arrogant, but even he is not moved. But he is very concerned about Ji Chen, that blockhead, Shen Tuyin, that expressionless man, and even Ning Luo, that piece of ice. Ning Luo saw Zhu Yan still had that stubborn look on her face and sighed helplessly. If you don't care about third junior brother, why are you still here? Being hit in the heart of things, Zhu Yan felt uncomfortable for a moment, snorted coldly and looked away. Over there happened to be a man wearing the uniform of the Cultivation World Federation, who was very eager to pour tea for Chu Yu. At the same time, he was holding a book pretentiously, as if he was discussing something with Chu Yu. When Chu Yu was staring at the words in the book seriously, the man's eyes were almost glued to Chu Yu's face, with a look of madness on his face. But Chu Yu didn't even notice it and was still reading. She's a pig. How could she let something like that get close to her? Zhu Yan walked over angrily. When the man and Chu Yu looked up at him at the same time, his expression changed again. He returned to his suave and dissolute look. He smiled with a mixture of charm and coldness, and leaned against the willow tree beside him. Junior sister, what are you reading? So attentively. Chu Yu frowned. Is this girl crazy? She usually calls me, Chu Yu, but today she calls me, junior sister. Is the sun rising from the west? Zhu Yan saw that she frowned when she saw him, but could still be pleasant to other boys. He became more and more angry, but his smile became more and more bright. What are you looking at? Let me see it too. After saying that, Zhu Yan unceremoniously sat down between Chu Yu and the man, supporting her forehead with her back hand and staring at Chu Yu with sidelong glances, looking so charming. The man actually felt ashamed of himself. Although he knew Zhu Yan's cultivation was not enough, he still lost the courage to approach Chu Yu. He stammered. Brother Zhu Yan, I am also practicing auxiliary spiritual cultivation. I have some questions about my cultivation that I don't understand, so I asked junior sister Chu Yu to discuss it with me. Since senior brother Zhu Yan has something to talk to junior sister Chu Yu about, I won't bother you anymore. It seems that Master Wen has something else to talk to me about, so I'll be leaving first. Looking at the other persons fleeing back, Zhu Yan sneered in his heart. With such little courage, he still wants to pursue Chu Yu. The spring and autumn dream is simply too good to be true. Looking back, Zhu Yan found Chu Yu looking at her intently. Her heart skipped a beat and she quickly tried to find a topic to cover it up. Why are you looking at me like that? That person clearly has bad intentions towards you, but you didn't just reject him directly, and instead let him approach you deliberately. He hasn't confessed yet, and I won't agree to him. I can't just kick a guy away the first time he approaches me. If I do that, who would dare to be my friend in the future? Chu Yu could naturally see what the man was thinking, but it was a bit too much for her to refuse him since he didn't say it explicitly. Although Zhu Yan knew this was the truth, he still felt a strange resentment in his heart and said, "Whatever." He stood up angrily and wanted to leave. At this time, Ji Chen flew over hurriedly on his sword, with a rare look of anxiety on his face. Junior sister, Master and the 6 sect masters are all in the main hall of the Cultivation World Federation. The direct disciples of the other 6 sects have also arrived. They're calling us to come over together. Did something serious happen? Chu Yu carefully recalled the plot of the original text, and his heart skipped a beat. Is there something wrong in the human world? How do you know? Ji Chen also guessed. I sent a letter to the human world a year and a half ago, and I haven't received a reply yet. In the past, it would take up to half a year to receive a reply. Chu Yu could probably guess what was going on, so he went to the main hall with everyone else. After not seeing her for a year and a half, she looked even more charming and beautiful. Of course, this is on the premise that she doesn't talk back to anyone or hit anyone. When Jiang Xinbai was in Shangshan sect, she heard that she had many suitors in the past year and a half. Now that she was becoming more and more dazzling, she didn't know whether to be happy or bitter. If Sect Master Li had not forcibly separated them, his Yu would have been just as Yu, the girl whose heart and eyes were filled with only him. Instead of being like now, with many people in her eyes and heart, the only one missing was Jiang Xinbai. Even Lin Song was stunned when he saw Chu Yu. Ziyun and Yi Jinyao, whose popularity had long been overshadowed by Chu Yu, felt unwilling and jealous when they saw Chu Yu again, while the former was filled with amazement. But when Yi Jinyao thought about how she had been crying all day in the spirit pet space with the 7-colored deer that was missing a horn, she felt a little scared of Chu Yu, who made her Zizhiman third prince crawl. Because the atmosphere was very solemn, people who were familiar with each other just exchanged glances and did not come forward to talk too much. When sect leader Jiang saw that everyone had arrived, he cleared his throat and said, "Our Cultivation Federation has received an urgent call for help from the human world. There are demons, monsters, and even evil cultivators disguised as ordinary people who have infiltrated the human world, instigating conflicts among multiple countries and plunging the human world into war. If it's just an ordinary war, we won't intervene. But when it comes to the demons, monsters, and evil cultivators, we can't just ignore it." Ellipsis. Chapter 92, Sect Master Lu's Thoughts. Afterwards, Sect Master Jiang and the others gave a long speech about how serious the situation in the human world was, and what dire consequences would result if the cultivation world did not intervene, and how this would affect the cultivation world, etc., before finally explaining the purpose of gathering the disciples of the 6 major sects here today. During your last trip to the human-demon border and even the demon realm, you have gained some understanding of the demons. However, if you allow all of your direct disciples to enter the human world on a large scale, the target of the action will be too large, and the passive situation of mistakenly entering the demon realm last time may occur again. Therefore, we suggest that a small number of you stay at the entrance between the human world and the world of cultivation, and serve as a bridge of communication between our federation of the world of cultivation and the cultivators entering the human world. If there are any problems, adjust the strategy immediately. As for the other disciples who have entered the human world, you will go there in batches and then find a way to reunite. After a pause, sect leader Jiang scanned the faces of these high-spirited young men. Although he felt reluctant, he knew that justice was more important, so he said, "Now, you will sign up voluntarily and choose which batch to go to the human world in, or choose to stay at the entrance. We will make reasonable adjustments based on the registration situation." Out of selfish motives, the sect leaders all hoped that their most capable disciples would stay at the entrance, at least to ensure their safety. But rationally, they know that they must be given more experience and training in order to truly grow. So, after discussing for a while, they decided to leave the choice to themselves. Wait a moment. Before they could even begin to discuss, Sect Master Lu, who was sitting beside them, suddenly raised his hand and said, "This is something that the direct disciples of the 6 first-level sects should take the lead in. Why are you bringing up a second-level sect like Wuji Mountain? Go 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 go. Go back to your own yard and do what you need to do." The expressions of the 6 major sect leaders froze slightly. This time, it was sect leader Wang of the Jishi sect who was the first to stand up and refute sect leader Lu. Although your Wuji Mountain is a second-level sect, among your direct disciples, there are 3 disciples in the Jindan stage, and their overall strength is the strongest among us. Now that the human world is in trouble, it is the responsibility of all cultivators in our world of cultivation. If you don't even have this little bit of responsibility, how can you be considered a qualified cultivator? If you don't pass, then you don't pass. Do whatever you want. Sect leader Lu acted arrogantly, saying, "Don't get close to me. At worst, you can just withdraw this second-tier sect of mine, and we at Wuji Mountain will continue to be a nobody." It's simply unreasonable. Sect leader Wang couldn't win the argument and could only glare. It has to be Sect Master Jiang. Old Lu, we all know that in the Great War between humans and demons 100 years ago, Wuji Mountain made the greatest contribution and suffered the heaviest casualties. This has always been a concern of yours. We understand that you don't want your disciples to be in danger. However, after the demons were sealed back to the demon realm 100 years ago, the desire to unify the world of cultivation has never been extinguished. Their plan to invade the border of our world of cultivation was interrupted last time, and they have now extended their hands to the more vulnerable human world. The demon clan, evil cultivators, etc. may also have joined in. The human world is in chaos right now. If we don't figure out what they're plotting and stop it in time, once the human world is devastated, I'm afraid our cultivation world won't be immune either. So what? Sect leader Lu still had that, it's none of my business, expression on his face. Sect leader Jiang was also helpless. Your disciples all possess unique skills. Ji Chen seems to be from the royal family of the Southern Kingdom. If he goes to the human world with this background, he will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. So he wanted to take advantage of his youngest disciple's royal privileges. Master Lu deliberately made things difficult. Old Jiang, it's not that I don't want to help you. Although Ji Chen is from the royal family and is now 19 years old, he is competitive and has an unstable temperament. Because of Chu Yu's lively personality, she cannot use any spiritual power, spiritual energy, or spiritual pets when she goes to the human world. As a fragile spiritual practitioner, if she gets into trouble, she herself will be the least of her worries. If she causes trouble to other disciples, it will be a loss. As for Ning Luo and Zhu Yan, they have never left the world of cultivation since they were born. They are overambitious and lack the skills to help, so they can't be of any help. Forget it, just give us a chance to live. He spoke so pitifully that it seemed as if the Federation of Cultivation Worlds was forcing people to do something. The 4 direct disciples of Wuji Mountain were also speechless. Are they as useless as Sect Master Lu said? Sect leader Lu sighed again. Don't think that Chu Yu and Ji Chen are very powerful when they join forces, that's because they have Shen Tuyin's cooperation. Without any one of them, this iron triangle would be a pile of mud that can't be helped. Then Shen Tuyin can go with them, won't that be enough? Sect leader Jiang spoke too quickly and only then realized that Shen Tuyin was still under their control. Sect leader Lu did not give them a chance to regret. Oh, sure. If Shen Tuyin comes along, I will agree that Chu Yu, Ji Chen and Shen Tuyin will go to the human world together to find out the truth. As for Ning Luo and Zhu Yan, they're too weak, so I have to take them back to Wuji Mountain and take good care of them. Too weak, Ning Luo and Zhu Yan. Master, if you can't describe it, can you please stop describing it randomly? Haven't you seen the way other disciples look at them? Hasn't it changed their expressions? Chu Yo tried hard to suppress his laughter. He never expected that his master was as cunning as himself. In such a clever way, the 3rd senior brother was restored to freedom. Ellipsis. Chapter 93. Ji Chen was afraid that he could not control himself. Chu Yu quickly cooperated with his master. We from Wuji Mountain are willing to be the first group to go to the human world. Clear up the conspiracy of demons and monsters in the human world, and help the human world return to peace and tranquility as soon as possible. The leaders of the 6 major sects were originally worried about their own disciples going to the human world in the first wave. Now that Wuji Mountain took the lead, they naturally chose to turn a blind eye to Shen Tuyin's affairs. What's more, Shen Tuyin has been no different from a normal cultivator for the past year and a half, and the medicine he is developing that can expose the disguise of the demons has also shown initial results. Sending him to the human world might have unexpected results. After exchanging glances with the other 5 sect leaders, Sect leader Jiang readily agreed. But before he could completely let go of his worries, Zhang Mohan, his most worry-free chief disciple, and Zhao Ming, the future heir of the Zhao family, actually stood up at the same time. Disciple Zhang Mohan is willing to be the second batch to go to the human world. Disciple Zhao Ming is willing to be the second batch to go to the human world. These 2 guys think that the last incident in the demon realm wasn't scary enough, right? But sect leader Jiang is the leader of the 6 sects. If he obstructs, other sects will follow suit. Then, no one will be willing to go to the human world except Wuji Mountain. In desperation, Sect Master Jiang could only bear the pain and say, since you want to go, then during this time you should make more preparations and learn more about the situation in the human world. It's better to be prepared. Zhang Mohan, disciple will remember Master's teachings. Zhao Ming, Master, don't worry. My family has also sent my 3rd cousin Zhao Yue to the human world. He has been there several times and is very familiar with it. He will take care of us when the time comes.